Mischief Night by Shane Migliavacca. Ray had a bad feeling in his gut. Bud had a sinister look in his eye tonight. It was Bud's idea they go out. There was an unreasonably cold chill to this October night. Most likely the reason the trick-or-treaters were starting to thin out. Bud wanted to do some trick-or-treating of his own. Ray knew Bud long enough to know that meant some kind of crime would be perpetrated by them tonight. Bud swung a beat-up paper sack back and forth as they walked. When Ray had asked, Bud told him only that it was a surprise. Ray didn't like his friend's surprises all that much, but without him, Ray would never have made it this far in life. His mother was an out-of-work nurse, his dad a foreman at a chemical plant. Stuck home with a kid and a husband that was never around, she took her frustrations out on Ray, smacking him around. His dad, too busy and too tired from long shifts, failed to notice or care. When he was 15, Ray ran away from home. Those first few years had been harder than hell. He'd resorted to things he'd never thought he was capable of. Then, he met Bud. A former runaway himself, they were kindred spirits. Bud knew his way around the streets. Ray owed him. No matter what the man did, he wouldn't desert him. Not to mention, he was more than a little afraid of him. A kid in a skeleton costume bounded down the sidewalk towards them, happily clutching a full bag of candy in his arms. As he passed by, Bud stuck out a leg, sending the kid crashing to the sidewalk, his bag of candy landing next to him, some of the candy spilling onto the sidewalk and lawn. The kid started blubbering as he rubbed his knee. Bud knelt down and looked at the kid. "Did you have a nice trip, kid?" The kid shook his head back and forth. "You tripped me." "Maybe you're just clumsy, kid," Bud laughed. He snatched up the kid's bag of candy. "Hey, that's mine!" the kid hollered. "Give it back!" There was a flash of steel. Bud held out a switchblade he carried. "Shh," he whispered. Ray felt his heart quicken. What was Bud gonna do to this kid? He'd never seen him hurt a kid. Could he go that far? Kill a kid? "Listen, kid," Bud said. "This is my candy now. Mine. You tell anybody about it, your parents, a cop, anybody, and I'll make you watch as I kill 'em. 'Cause I'm the boogeyman, and I know where you live. Got it?" The kid, near tears, more than likely pissing his pants, nodded. "Good. Now run the fuck along, and don't talk to fucking strangers." The kid hightailed it as Bud laughed, sniffing the air as he looked at Ray. "I think that kid shit his pants. Or was it you?" "Fuck," Ray managed. "Fuck, man." This made Bud laugh louder, handing the bag of ill-gotten candy to Ray. "Have some." Shaking his head, Ray reached into the bag, grabbing a small bag of Sour Patch Kids. "What are we doing out here tonight, man?" He popped a red Sour Patch into his mouth. "Besides mugging little kids." "Well, my man, I want to do something more adult than trick-or-treating." Bud motioned to the houses up and down the street. "Pick one. Pick a good one, and we'll have ourselves some fun." Ray let his eyes wander over the houses. Nice upper-middle-class homes, some decorated to the hilt for Halloween, others bore nothing at all. One house in particular, a large Grim Reaper, stood on the lawn, his eyes glowing. A witch stood next to him, cackling at a passerby. Purple, orange, and green lights decorated the house's exterior. A large glowing ghost hung on the front door, loudly wailing at little kids as they walked up to the front door. "That one," Ray pointed. Bud nodded in approval. A pretty brunette answered the door, handing out candy to the little kids waiting there. Good choice. Amanda followed the outline on the construction paper, a detailed drawing of a skeleton grinning at her. She'd always been pretty good at drawing. Cutting things with scissors was another thing. Next to her, Amanda's little brother Kyle coughed as he colored in a pumpkin she'd drawn earlier. They sat at the kitchen table, surrounded by snacks and colored paper. What a drag, stuck at home on Halloween night looking after her sick kid brother. Her parents were off to have dinner and then a movie. She was missing Stevie Lee's big Halloween party at the Mill Creek Farms. She'd just got her driver's license and barely got to use it. Why couldn't her parents cancel? Why'd it have to be her? She looked at her brother. It sucked for him, too. He'd really been looking forward to trick-or-treating tonight. Instead, they were stuck home together. Both of them had gotten bored watching horror movies on TV. She decided maybe making something would lift their spirits. The Horror-a-thon will be back with Night of the Killer Lobsters after a word from our ghoulish sponsors. The television played in an empty living room. The ghost hanging on the front door wailed, breaking Amanda's thoughts. The scissors slipped, causing her to poke her thumb. "Oh, shit," she hollered. "You okay?" Kyle asked. "Yeah, you didn't hear me swear, right?" He gave her a thumbs up. There was a loud knock at the door. "Want me to get it?" her brother asked. Amanda stood, holding the scissors in one hand. "I'll get it." There was another loud knock. "Coming! Coming!" Amanda shouted over the ghost's howl. "Hold your fucking horses," she said under her breath. "Look," a man warned on television. "There's one of them now." As a lobster superimposed over the side of a car, menacing some kids in Lover's Lane. Walking past an upright piano set against one wall, setting the scissors on the coffee table, Amanda picked up her mom's large ceramic bowl. According to her, it was some family heirloom. A red drop hit the beige carpet. "Shit," Amanda growled, looking at the trail of blood drops on the carpet behind her. She hadn't thought the scissors had broken the skin of her thumb. Now she'd have to get bloodstains out of the carpet before Mom and Dad get home. What next? There was another furious knock. Yeah, she said, this time not even trying to hide her annoyance. The pile-up of the night's events getting to her. So much so Amanda forgot to look through the window to see who was out there first. Something she always did. Unlocking the door, she yanked it open. 2 men in plastic clown masks stood, waiting. Amanda stood, hesitating. Tricker. The rest of it was cut off as the closer of the 2 men drove a fist into her stomach, knocking the air out of her lungs and doubling her over. Mom's precious heirloom hitting the floor, shattering, sending candy spilling over the floor. Before she could recover, strong hands shoved her back into the living room, the 2 men rushing in after her. The second man closes the door, locking it and turning off the lights. Amanda tries to stand, earning another punch to the stomach from the first man. "We good?" he asks. The second peeks out through the curtains. "Golden," he answered, keeping watch through the drawn curtains. Amanda staggered, hunched over, barely able to gasp for air, much less form words. She wanted to warn her brother, scream out for help. Anything. The first man grabbed her by the hair, yanking her head up so they were face to face. His gloved hand touched her cheek. In his other, he held a switchblade. "You alone, girlie?" Yeah, she gasped. "What's a looker like you doing all alone on Halloween night?" I was grounded, she managed, tears burning her eyes. "That's so. Wouldn't be lying, would you? Don't have a boyfriend stashed somewhere? Maybe a girlfriend? You know what they say, when the cat's away, the mice'll play." "You playin', pretty mouse?" Amanda coughed. "No." "Too bad," he lamented. "Gonna behave?" "Yes, please, take whatever and go," she pleaded. The first man picked up the family portrait sitting on the mantel. God, she hoped Kyle had heard everything and run and hid. Or maybe he'd run out the kitchen door, heading to one of the neighbors for help. He was a smart kid, it was possible. "Who says we want to take anything?" he answered. "Where's Junior here?" he said, tapping on the picture. "He went with my parents, trick-or-treating," Amanda answered. "Did he now?" Her watery eyes wandered the room. Not too far away sat the scissors on the coffee table. So far, all she'd seen was the guy's knife. No guns. If she could reach the scissors... The man chuckled loudly. She met his eyes. He'd seen her looking at the scissors. Amanda lunged, leaping towards the scissors. "Don't think so," first man said, cutting her off with another punch. Amanda staggered and fell to her knees, the world fading in and out of blackness as the carpet came rushing up to meet her as she fell. Ray saw the girl go down in a flash, turning away from the window when he heard the commotion. She hit the carpeted floor and went limp. Bud knelt down, checking the girl. Out like a light, he stood, motioning Ray over. I'll stay here with the princess. I want you to check the place out. They gotta have something valuable stashed here. Mommy might have some jewelry, or Daddy might have some cash squirreled away. Check the bedrooms first. Okay, man. Then we can get out of here, Ray said. Her parents could be back any time. Go, find something good, Bud said. And if you see somebody, a boyfriend or the brat, he drew a finger across his throat. I'll entertain myself while I wait, he smiled. Ray nodded before leaving. God, he'd be happy when they were out of there. When he could take off the crummy mask, he was sweating like crazy. Besides the mask, Ray was scared. Bud was really on a rip tonight. He knew what Bud was going to do with the girl, and he wanted no part of it. The fear in his bones of what Bud might do to even him stopped Ray from helping the girl. Best he could do was find some shit so they could get the hell out of there. Heading upstairs, Ray searched as quick as he could. A bathroom, the boys' bedroom, then the girls'. Nothing. At least there was no boyfriend waiting up here. No little brother playing in his room either. That left the parents' bedroom. Fuck, he hoped there was something valuable there. He feared what Bud's reaction would be if he came back empty-handed. He dumped the dresser drawers. Clothes, a dildo, and some papers. Bills, mostly. Zip for anything worth a shit. Looked like the closet was it. Come on, fucks, he said to himself. You're killing me here. Opening the sliding closet door, lots of clothes, mostly the mother's. The shelf was crammed full of stuff, but there was one thing that stood out. A metal box. Bingo. He reached up, pulling it down. A box of pictures fell, spilling on the floor. Holding the heavy box in his arms, Ray saw something that made his heart stop. A little kid hiding in the corner of the closet, huddled behind some of the clothes. The kid's eyes widened when he met Ray's gaze. Ray put a finger to his lips. Not a word, kid, he whispered. He knelt, setting the box on the floor, staring at the kid. What the fuck was he gonna do? If he brought the kid downstairs, Bud would kill him for sure. Ray had a fairly good idea of what Bud was probably up to now with the girl. Even if Bud let the brat live, there was no reason to subject him to seeing that. Reaching into his back pocket, Ray pulled out his own knife, looking into the kid's terrified eyes. Ray recognized what he saw there. How many times he had looked up with those same eyes at his mom as she beat the piss out of him. No, he couldn't kill the kid. I want you to stay here, he whispered. Me and my buddy are going soon. Don't come out of here till somebody comes and gets you, okay? The kid nodded. Good, Ray said. He clapped a hand over the kid's mouth. One more thing. Don't worry. I ain't gonna hurt you. It'll just sting a little. Ray drew the blade out down the kid's cheek, opening up a small cut. The kid squirmed, wanting to holler in pain, Ray's hand suppressing the cry. Done. Ray dabbed some of the blood from the cut on his blade. He wasn't taking any chances. If Bud thought he'd killed the kid, that should keep him from wanting to look for the kid. Picking up one of the father's t-shirts from the floor, Ray wadded it up and handed it to the kid, telling him to press it to his cheek. Closing the closet again, Ray picked up the metal box, setting it on the bed. Using a solid metal ashtray, he smashed off the flimsy padlock. Inside the box, it was like Christmas morning had come early. Jewelry and a couple of envelopes of cash. Score. Picking up his prize, Ray headed downstairs. Amanda heard gentle music playing over the screams of terror coming from the television. She felt the softness of the rug against her back. Her body ached, and she wasn't sure why. Her eyes focused on the man playing the piano. Amanda saw the clown mask, and reality came crashing back. The last thing she remembered was trying to grab the scissors and then nothing. Save for scattershot images. The man over her. The sounds of fabric tearing. Oh God. She rolled over onto her belly, The other man came rushing in, excited and holding the metal box from her parents' closet. The first man opened it, letting out a jubilant hoot. She couldn't hear their words over the frenzy on the TV. Words or no words, Amanda knew what the blood on the other man's knife meant, as he showed it to the first. Ray bounded down the stairs, eager to show Bud the loot. Somebody was playing music, a piano or something. In the living room, Bud sat at the small piano, playing without a care in the world. The girl lay on the carpet, her clothes shredded. He knew what Bud had in mind for the girl. He could have... No, best not to dwell on it. There was nothing he could have done. They were almost out of there anyway. He showed him the contents of the box, and then the knife. "Good work," Bud said, looking at Ray's bloody knife. "You're a man now." He motioned towards the girl. "Want some?" "Can we just get out of here?" Ray asked. Fine. I'm getting restless anyway." Bud stood, tickling the piano keys. A wail of anguish and rage rose up over the piano, over the screams on the television. The men turned to see a bloodied, beaten banshee standing before them, the scissors in her hands. The girl's expression was filled with so much hate. Ray felt shivers run up and down his spine. She lunged. Ray felt the hot spray hit his face. Blood. Not his, though. He looked over to see the scissors pulling away from Bud's neck, a large, bloody hole left in their wake. Bud tumbled over the piano bench, gurgling up blood as he desperately tried to stop it from jetting out of his neck, fastening his hands over the wound, blood flowing between his fingers. Standing there, petrified, Ray couldn't help but watch his friend squirm about on the carpet floor, the girl jamming Bud repeatedly in the groin with the scissors. The knife slipped from his fingers. The girl turned from the now dead Bud, her eyes bloodshot. She howled with anger. "Please," Ray begged, his body finally responding. He ran towards the door, slipping on the spilled candy inches from his goal. He grabbed a large, jagged shard of the broken candy bowl, slicing his gloved hand, swinging at the crazed girl, cutting her arm. The pain didn't faze her as she plunged the scissors into Ray's right eye socket with a sickening crunch. Frenzied, Ray pushed her away, fumbling for the door lock. The only thought in his dying brain was to get away, but his fingers couldn't seem to manage the lock. Ray heard the girl breathing behind him, pulling the scissors from his eye socket. He blindly sliced the air with them. The crazed girl crouched, watching him, till finally his body gave out, and he collapsed against the door. It was hard to believe the girl, her face covered with a blank white mask, was his sister. Kyle visited her from time to time at the sanitarium. He was 16 now, the same age she'd been when it happened. He touched the scar on his cheek, a constant reminder of that night. Amanda sat there in the day room, staring out the window, never moving, her head never turning. Dr. Chandler said she was near catatonic. The mask, he said, she'd started wearing to hide her shame. After that man found him in the closet, Kyle had stayed hidden, staying there till his parents had found him. Amanda had believed the man killed him. Perhaps she still did. The doctors were afraid to let him talk to her. The first time had been a disaster. He blamed himself for what happened to her, even though his parents, the cops, and his shrink told him there was nothing he could have done. He'd only been a scared little boy. Sometimes he dreamed about her. Not of that night, no. He dreamed of her escaping here, finding her way over his bed, a pair of bloody scissors in her hand. He watched her for a while. She was so unnaturally patient, gazing out that window, staring into the distance, waiting. Caves by Joe Salmo. "Becky, where are you?" Janice asked, trying to peer out of the rain-coated windshield. The downpour was almost too much for the wipers on the 67 Camaro to handle, even on the fastest setting. Janice turned the old AM/FM radio down, silencing the Cure's "Friday I'm in Love." She gripped the handle on the door as the classic muscle car traveled down the dirt road that led seemingly nowhere. Easy. If you get a scratch on this car, your dad is going to kill you. I still don't know why we couldn't just go to the lake like we normally do, Janice said, scooching her butt on the recently redone black leather seats. You don't have to tell me. I remember when I dropped my ice cream in his '50s Chevy. I couldn't sit for a week, she replied. Last time at the lake was too close. Out here, no one will see us. I still don't know why you think we should hide it. We're happy together, that's all that matters, Janice said, placing her hand on Becky's shoulder. I think my parents would understand. Maybe yours would, but my father sure wouldn't. To him, I am still Daddy's little girl who should wear pink and like horses and boys. It's only for a few months, then we graduate and we can leave this tiny town and start over in a new city. Did you hear back from any of the schools you applied to yet? Becky asked as she navigated the car down the old logging trail. Years of misuse had let some of the underbrush grow back and come close to scraping the custom paint job on her father's prized possession. How much further is it? Janice said, adjusting her seatbelt that cut across her large breasts. She tucked the cross strap behind her for comfort. It's been like 10 years since I've been here, but I don't think it's much further. You remember Veronica? Her mom brought us here hiking once in the Girl Scouts. There are traces of Native American painting and shit on the walls in the caves. It'll be a cool place for us to be alone, Becky said. Really alone, Janice said, planting a kiss on Becky's cheek. Becky slammed on the brakes, bringing the car to a halt. What's wrong? Don't like my kisses anymore? Janice said playfully. It's not that. We're here. And it's on foot from here anyway, Becky said. We have to walk in this shit? Janice said, looking down at the peep-toe heels she was wearing. You didn't tell me we would have to walk in the mud to get there. I got it covered, don't worry, Becky said, and reached into the back seat. Her breast nearly escaped her tube top, exciting Janice. A backpack materialized in her hands and she placed it between them. She drew an old pair of sneakers and socks out of the bag. They shared a shoe size, something they had learned in junior high. They began to wear each other's clothes shortly after, and soon they found they had feelings for each other. Being from such a small town, they knew no one would understand, so they kept it quiet, pretending to just be friends, but they were so much more. Janice still remembered the first time they kissed. It was just a dare. They were still hiding their feelings for each other at the time, but as soon as their lips touched, Janice's heart skipped a beat, and it hasn't caught up since. Becky was her whole life, her reason for getting out of bed every day, and she couldn't wait until they could tell the world, until she could wake up to her soulmate every single day. What would I do without you? Janice asked, and actually meant it. Probably chase after Justine. She has bigger boobs than me, Becky joked, squeezing her own breasts. You know it's more than just physical, right? Janice said. She was always afraid that was what Becky thought. She was never good at expressing herself, and sometimes a quip, usually about sex, was how it came out. I know, babe. Now change those shoes so we can get going, Becky said and killed the engine. She put the keys in a small pouch on the front of the blue backpack. What else do you have in here? Janice asked as she tied the sneakers. A surprise for us, she said, and reached into the backseat again. This time, Becky pulled out 2 cheap plastic rain ponchos and a flashlight. The rain was coming down so hard it made the forest look like night had fallen already, even though dusk wasn't for a few more hours yet. Janice opened the door and hopped out, nearly falling onto the muddy forest floor. A slight scream from the other side of the car let her know Becky wasn't having an easier time. She ran around the front of the car in the driving rain. Where to, my love? Janice said over the sound of the rain pounding onto the metal of the car. Becky pointed towards a gate and headed toward it. She didn't have a key for it, but it was the woods. You could just walk around it. She hoped once they got into the woods, the trees would protect them from the rain, but the rain proved too much for the leaves above. She was glad she put the backpack on before the poncho. Janice caught up to her and slipped a wet hand into her own. With a squeeze, she led her forbidden lover into the forest based on a 10-year-old memory. It really isn't that far from here, maybe 20 minutes, Becky said. There's a big rock that looks like a big ass. Once we see that, we're close. Figured you would like a big ass, Janice said. I like your ass just the way it is. Come on, the faster we get there, the faster we can get dry, Becky said. Odd way to phrase what we have planned, Janice joked. Ha ha, babe, Becky replied and climbed over a fallen pine. She helped Janice over the slick bark. The cold of the rain was starting to settle in as they hiked the path, and their conversation came to a halt shortly after. The next few minutes went on in silence until they reached a stream that crossed the path. A worn plank of wood crossed it, worn with age and weather. It looked sketchy as to if the plank would hold for their crossing. Okay, I really remember this. We're almost there. The ass rock should just be up there. We could probably see it from here if the goddamn rain would let up, Becky said. Motion. There was definitely motion. What would be out in this weather? Even the deer have hauled up somewhere, it thought. It put a furry paw farther onto the thin branch and moved closer for a better view. It looked down on the two shapes as they passed below. A bright yellow. He couldn't place it, but the sounds they made sparked a memory. It took a few minutes for its sluggish brain to access the right path. Hibernation will do that. It did remember a time, last hunting season, where it came across these monsters. It cocked its head and watched as they walked towards the natural cave system it called home. It jumped from limb to limb, racing the strange bipedal creatures back to its lair. Here's Ass Rock, just like I said, Becky said. I wish I brought Dad's Polaroid too. Could have gotten a picture with it, she joked. Didn't he just get that? He probably wouldn't have let you take it anyway, Janice said from beside her. Yeah, you're right. If I remember, there was a bunch of evergreens. Oh, there they are. We're here, Becky said excitedly and took off for the trees. Wait, Janice said and chased after her. There was a moment of panic when she lost sight of Becky, but all was well when she peeked out of the branches of a young pine. Now she could see behind them was a rock wall, about 20 feet tall. Becky was peeking out from a hole in those rocks. Together, they left the rain for the shelter of the cave. Becky's flashlight came to life, illuminating the stone walls of the cave. It seemed that a tunnel continued back into the ground. On the ground was the ancient remains of a fire pit, Janice noticed as she shed the poncho. Now what? She asked. Now we get a fire going and get dry, Becky said, pulling some wood and paper from the backpack. Oh, you're trying to appeal to the pyro in me, aren't you? Janice said, pulling her lighter out of her pocket and doing a few test flicks to make sure it still worked. I know you so well, Becky said, and took Janice in her arms. She kissed her, feeling the coldness of her lips from traveling through the woods. Inside and out, Janice responded in a whisper, then shivered. Let's heat this place up, Becky said, and grabbed the lighter from her friend. In a moment, the cave was lit by the orange light of the fire she created. She looked around the wall for the paintings she remembered as a kid, but didn't see them. She did see some asshole had spray-painted "Jack was here," though. She sighed. People just like to ruin stuff. Nothing was going to ruin this trip, though. Their time was too precious together to waste. Becky sat down next to Janice and held her hand. She was glad the warmth was coming back to her lover. She leaned in for a kiss. A moment passed, and the two started to forget about the world around them. And the only thing that mattered was them, this moment, the feelings they had for each other. Becky felt Janice's hand slide up her leg over her zipper, making her hold her breath in anticipation of the carnal pleasures she was expecting. It wasn't long until Janice undid the button and zipper and slid her slender fingers between the cloth and flesh. Becky moaned as Janice kissed her neck, her lips no longer cold as they were engorged with the blood flow and the heat of the moment. She returned the neck kisses to Janice, kissing toward her immense cleavage. She could feel her breasts pressed up against her, and she wanted nothing more than to feel them slide down her own chest as her lover kissed, lower and lower, and... It scuttled out of the rain, shaking its furry body to shed the water as its large eyes adjusted. It cocked its head and turned its ears towards the strange sounds it heard from within. The firelight made it wary to get closer. But after closer inspection, it realized the two creatures were preoccupied. It scurried from shadow to shadow as it crossed the largest chamber of this branch of tunnel. It made it unnoticed and disappeared down the tunnel. "Janice," Becky whispered. "Yeah, Becky?" Janice replied as she turned in her lover's arms, placing her face on Becky's breast and looking up into her beautiful blue eyes. "I think I might just love you," she said. "You just figured that out?" Janice asked as she sat up and looked around for her shirt. "Yeah, I mean, I wasn't sure until you just rocked my world," Becky said with a smile and put 2 more small logs on the fire. They wouldn't have enough wood for much longer, but the romantic fire served its purpose, Becky thought. "Well, I'm glad I could help, part of the team," Janice said as she slipped her shirt over her head. Just then, there was a mewling sound. They both froze. "Did you hear that?" Janice asked. "Yeah, what was that?" Becky asked. "I don't know. You were the goddamn Girl Scout," Janice said, placing a cigarette in her mouth. She lit it and took a long puff. "Did it come from farther in the cave?" "Well, it wasn't one of us," Becky retorted and grabbed the flashlight, shining it down the tunnel that led to farther in the earth. 2 eyes light up in the beam. "What the fuck is that?" Janice asked. I don't know," Becky said, backing up and slipping her bare feet into her shoes. Is it a bear?" Janice said, taking another drag off her cigarette. "It's like a foot off the ground," Becky said, gaining enough courage to take a few steps closer. "Well, maybe a baby bear, like a cub or whatever," Janice said. I don't think so," Becky said and crouched down. "It's okay. You can come out here. We won't hurt you," she said to the pair of unblinking eyes, watching them. Soon the eyes were joined by another pair. Then 2 more. The mewling sound was getting louder and more frequent. The first pair of eyes moved closer, and Becky could finally see the creature that belonged to those eyes. I have no idea what it is. Well, besides cute," she said, going to her knees. She set the flashlight down on the stone floor of the cave and patted her thighs. "It's okay. Come on." "Are you sure it's a good idea to call to it?" Janice asked and crouched next to her lover. "Aren't wild animals dangerous?" "Well, look at it. Does it look dangerous?" Becky asked as she looked at the creatures now 10 feet away. Its brown and white striped fur illuminated in the flashlight. Its big green eyes made it look like a toy more than a creature. "It kind of looks like one of those red pandas," Janice said in a whisper that was full of wonder. "Yeah, I guess so," Becky replied and then held her breath as the creature came closer. The other ones were moving a little closer too. "That dark spot around his mouth kind of looks like George Michael. I'm going to call him George. Come here, George," Becky called out. She held her hand out to the creature. It moved close enough for Becky to feel its whiskers scrape across her fingers. It rubbed its face against her hand and it felt so soft. Then it mewled again. The others behind it mewled in response. "Are you okay, Becky?" Janice asked. "Yeah, this is awesome." The first one mewled again. This time the others harmonized with the first, and then they all mewled together. "So cute. They remind me of those things in that movie that we went to see when we were 10. That thing that turned into gremlins," Becky said and slowly moved her hand to pet the creature. "It's okay, George. Don't be afraid." "Mongos?" Janice asked. "Mogwais. What the hell is a mongo? Isn't that the guy from Blazing Saddles?" Becky asked as they both began to laugh. "Oh, yeah," Janice said and put her cigarette out on the cold stone ground. She put her hand on Becky's shoulder. From this angle, she watched as her lover picked the animal up and clutched it to her chest. "It's okay, George, see?" she said and petted it. Its mewling grew higher in pitch. The other creatures matched the key change. "See, Janice? He likes it." Janice's lips parted in a smile. She placed her chin on Becky's shoulder. It is really cute. I wonder how many of them are in this cave. Ouch! Becky said, and took her hand off George's back. It had blood on it. What the hell cut me? She asked. Suddenly, all the mewling stopped, and every creature began to sniff the air. With almost twice the volume as the mewling, the creature in her lap screeched, showing a row of sharp teeth. Becky backed her head up in confusion, wondering what she did to upset George. Suddenly, spikes shot out of the fur on its back, sides, and forehead. The sharp protrusions easily penetrated Becky's soft flesh. As she fell limp into her lover's confused arms, she watched as a tide of these animals charged from the darkness, each bearing the same type of teeth that she now felt biting into her legs. Janice pulled away in horror, looking into the lifeless eyes of her lover as the creatures devoured her flesh. Her worst fear came true. She was going to be alone for the rest of her life. But at least, that wasn't going to be for very long. I Saw the Dragon by John Oak Dalton, a Weekly Spooky original. When I left Desert Storm in 91, all I'd done was run Saddam back in his rat hole. We let him off just like my grandpa told me they did to the Nazis back in World War II, when he drove a tank right up to Berlin and then had to sit there and wait for the Russians to come and trash the place. That was us in 1991. Got up to Baghdad and pulled the parking brake and sat there. So when my buddy Chisholm started talking about being a soldier of fortune afterwards, just like in the magazines, I was bored enough to try it. We thought we'd be like Crockett and Tubbs, only with less Phil Collins. We signed up with this for-hire outfit, and the first place we mustered out to was this African country that doesn't even exist anymore. It was run by the government, and then the rebels, and then the government, and if they were sitting on oil, or had anything anybody else wanted, it wouldn't have gone on like it did. The only thing they were exporting were refugees, only most of them got shot down at the border, so there weren't even that many of them. So the government had this Russian Mi-46 copter, and they dropped us in a hot LZ at the top of a big hill where the country's only television station was. Man, we came in on that thing Ride of the Valkyries style, with just that one big red light at the top of that tower blinking at us. That big red eye looking right at us. We were supposed to secure it to keep it out of rebel hands, only when the three of us got there, about a half dozen rebels were hunkered down inside. We couldn't just frag or burn the place, so we shot it out with those guys. That was because when it was all over, the president of this country wanted to come up there and make a big speech over the TV to the whole country. He was that kind of guy. Chisholm got it right through the eye, so that was the end of that adventure. It wasn't like he had read about in those magazines. The other guy, whose name I forget, got shot in the leg. And it wouldn't have been so bad, but we didn't even have a piece of masking tape to put over that wound. We weren't ready for any resistance or much of anything. It was a half-assed thing we did, really. Eventually, they got bold and kept poking their heads out farther and farther, and finally we got lucky and shot two of them. Then the rest of them ran out the back door, down the hill, and I stormed in the front door by myself because the other dude had already died too. Bled straight out, and it shouldn't have happened. There wasn't anybody to lay down any covering fire, so I could go chase the SOBs that killed my buddy Chisholm. No revenge for me. Again, it's not like in the magazines. Inside wasn't much. There was a lobby with a couple of folding chairs, and then a studio about the size of a hotel room, and a room where all the machinery was. VCRs and stuff, all wired together. They still had their lunch set out in the lobby and a coffee pot on, and that came in damn handy real quick. I secured the area and waited for reinforcements. It was kind of funny. They had just loaded up all the VCR machines with movies, and they were running nonstop on that one TV channel. All the boxes looked like somebody walked out of a Blockbuster Video back in the States and was racking up some hellacious fines. It was illegal looking as hell, but I guess running movies all day made the average person think the government was going to be okay. No need to panic, kind of thing. I guessed it wasn't going to turn out that way after all. I was up there a couple of days and nobody ever came up that hill. I sure learned a lot about those movies, though. Saw them over and over. At noon, played The Gods Must Be Crazy. Then at 2 p.m. was Love Brewed in the African Pot. And those were kind of boring. Then at 4 p.m. it kicked into high gear and they showed Shaft in Africa. Then at 6 p.m. they showed Savage Sisters. At 8 p.m., Black Mama, White Mama. Then at 10 p.m. was Blood Fist. And I love Don the Dragon Wilson, so I always watched that. Then at midnight was The Gods Must Be Crazy again, and it started all over. Y'all can have Bruce Lee or Chuck Norris or whoever. The Dragon had a legit fighting career of his own and made more movies too. And I have too much respect for those guys to try to guess who would win in a fight. It's stupid anyway because you would need 3 time machines to make it all work out, and that's never going to happen. Just watch the first Blood Fist movie. But after a couple of days of these movies playing over and over, I got pretty bored. So I looked all around the studio to see what there was to see. I'm pretty sure now what I thought was a big oil stain on the concrete floor of that studio was actually an old blood stain. In fact, I'm very sure of it. But what I was paying attention to at the time was this little hatch I saw on the floor. I opened it, and a ladder made out of what looked like scrap wood kind of leaned against the frame and was gone into the dark. I unsnapped a flashlight from my belt and thumbed it to life, shined it around down there. I saw that this ladder went down into a basement, actually more like a root cellar with dirt walls and everything. And there was a bunch of movies on shelves down there and a TV on a card table with its own little VCR. Of course, there were rats scurrying around everywhere, but they'd never bothered me that much. Dumb, I guess. I was hoping that's where they kept the booze or maybe the dope. Or hell, even some fresh vegetables like my grandma stored in her root cellar back in Indiana, way back in the day. Since none of that good stuff I was hoping for was down there, I decided maybe it's time to change up the programming. Maybe people out there hiding in their houses waiting for it to be over were sick of watching the same 5 or 6 movies too. Only when I started kind of ducking my head down there and looking at those shelves, these tapes all had handwritten labels, so I didn't know what was what. But like I said, bored. So I took one and I popped it in. At first I just thought it was a straight up torture video that maybe the government had made. Political prisoners. You heard about that kind of stuff. It was for sure shot out the back door of the studio. There were guys in soldier uniforms and they had, I guess they were knives. A guy tied to something, not a chair, something else. It wasn't all made of bones, but some of it was. Only now I realize it wasn't torture so much, it was a ritual. I was damn glad I never saw that bone couch or whatever it was around there anywhere. Where they kept that thing, I hope I never know. I had seen some bad stuff by then in Iraq, but I got sick of this pretty quick and tried to shut it off. Only I couldn't get the VCR to quit. So I unplugged it from the wall and it still didn't stop. The pictures kept playing that I couldn't unsee and the sounds. So eventually I just backed up the ladder and pulled the ladder up behind me and shut the hatch, and I rolled one of those TV tripod camera things over the hatch. But I could hear the sounds coming up through the floor. And that blue flickering light from those old TVs. showing around the cracks. Even when I went out into the lobby, those sounds were right under my feet. A man dying, evil men laughing, the scrape of bone, the whispers of knives. And that was messed up because that root cellar wasn't that big. It sure wasn't under the lobby, but I heard it just as clearly as when I was pushing that tripod over that hatch. Well, that was a long-ass night, and I couldn't wait until morning. Only, morning didn't come. It stayed dark, and I noticed my watch had stopped. So I'm not exactly sure how long that period of time was, but it was a long time. And the threads started coming loose. And I guess at some point I just fired my M16 into the darkness until I ran out of bullets. And that was a stupid thing to do, to run out of bullets when there are still voices and darkness. Because I knew that in that endless dark, I was going to need some weapons. What I thought I was going to do with those weapons, except for shoot at more shadows, I don't really know. But I was still a soldier then, first and foremost. I knew Chisholm and the other guys' guns were where they fell. Same with the 2 guys we killed. Plus, I thought I saw those rebels throw down some Chinese knockoffs of Mr. Kalashnikov's beautiful AK-47s when they were tearing ass away. And of course, there were knives and machetes and toenail clippers and everything else just lying around everywhere. The first step out that front door was the hardest, but those sounds and voices fell away, and that was something. And the dark wasn't too bad at first. I could see a bit and didn't have to feel around too much, which is good because when that hot wind blew a little bit your direction, it didn't smell good. You can figure out why. So I was doing okay, all things considered, getting my little armory together. But then Chisholm stepped out in front of me, right out of the darkness. For a crazy second, I thought somehow he'd survived that bullet, even though he still had a hole where his left eye should have been, and not much back of his forehead. He said a lot of stuff to me I won't repeat, mostly because he gave me a righteous ass chewing, which I deserved, but the one thing I will say is he told me a lot of blood had been spilled right there, and that something woke up. Something woke up. And that plays into what happened next. He was right. Of all the stupid things I did when we hit the LZ, leaving a bunch of dead guys laying around, showing no respect for the dead, especially my own dead. Man, I just remembered that other dude's name was Cord. So I thought I was going down Christmas Carol style when the second ghost stepped out from around the building. And it wasn't Cord, like you'd think. It was Don the Dragon Wilson. And he was not dead then, and is actually not dead now either. So I think I was losing it a bit at that point, in case you couldn't guess. But I told the dragon to make more of those Blood Fist movies because I loved the first one, and he ended up making 6 or 7 more. So I gotta think what was real that night and what wasn't. That long night. He made a lot of those movies. I'm just saying, he made a lot of them. I went back down inside before I saw a third ghost. I'd killed 2 other guys who were just lying there, and there was a whole shelf full of videotapes. And where they put the pieces and parts of those victims from those tapes, I had no idea. I don't know if victim is the right word, but sacrifice. I don't know. It sounds like something you just give into. And I'll give it to those dudes. They went down fighting. Screaming, but they were fighting too. I was locked and loaded in that TV station, but those sounds kept coming out from under the studio, and there weren't enough guns and knives to chase that away. I started thinking, was I better off hiding out there in the TV station or taking my chances out in that darkness? That tells you how bad it was, where my head was at. It wasn't long after those thoughts I started hearing something I knew wasn't off that tape that wouldn't quit playing. I guess the right word would be, it was a murmur, a murmuring. Man, that's a funny word. Murmuring. It was almost like it was right in my skull, behind my eyes kind of thing. I'm not exactly sure, but I think it was a day or maybe 2 days later when I figured out what it wanted me to do. And it took me, I think, about another day to decide I was going to do it. So when I did, I tied a belt below my elbow and picked up the sharpest machete I could find. My first thought was I could just sacrifice a finger, maybe 2 fingers, but if it wasn't enough, if it wasn't satisfied, then I didn't know if I had the guts to swing that knife down a second time. That voice, if you could say it was a voice, was more than a murmur at this point. It was getting damned loud, in fact. So when I finally brought that machete down, I took the whole hand. Behind me, out of the TV, Richard Roundtree said, "Look, why don't you get rid of that jolly giant over there?" And then I passed out. When I woke, the sun was up. A big red sun. Never been happier to see one. There was blood everywhere, but just a little more inside me than outside me, and I learned it was just enough. I left everything. I didn't take a gun, or a machete, or a pocket knife, or a toothpick. I walked down off that hill and passed a whole army on the way, but whether they were more rebels or the government troops, I don't remember. I passed through them all like a ghost, and nobody even looked at me. I walked a long way, and finally, it was far enough away that everything I saw and heard was more or less behind me. And that country was coming apart at the seams, but neither man nor beast gave me a second look. Maybe I was the third ghost. I grabbed a KA-60 transport plane out of there and then caught a flight into Lagos. When I got back to the States, I got pretty drunk. And then I went down to Iowa, where Chisholm was from. And if you think this story is unbelievable, you should have heard the story I told Chisholm's mother about how he died. More like how he lived and fought and killed 100 rebels. And before that, he personally made Saddam Hussein pee his pants and run away. Instead of telling her that we didn't do much in Desert Storm but drive around, and he was a merc for about 5 minutes before he got shot right in the head. And he just lay there dead until he got up and talked to me, and then he just laid there dead again, and I assume he got rolled down the hill into some mass grave or something. That whole place was a mass grave, and I don't doubt that that's why it doesn't exist anymore. Nobody around to remember that place or what it was called. After Iowa, I went back to Indiana and got a job selling cars. And man, if I thought I was around stone killers and crazy people before, this car selling business, it ain't for the weak. You know, for a minute I thought about getting a hook on this stump and maybe getting back into it, into the mercenary game. And then I was like, come on, man, a hook? Hey, do you want another drink? No? Hey, that's okay. I'm going to hang out a little while longer, maybe go to an after hours joint after this. These guys at the VA let me know about a couple places, like this warehouse where at night, old guys are in the back playing records and they sell you beers out of a cooler, blankets over the windows, people there all night, dancing and dressed up and everything. It's crazy, man. But sometimes I need an all-night scene. Yeah, because there are nights... there are nights where this stump aches and I hear those voices under my feet again. And blue lights flickering like TVs don't even don't even make anymore, really, and, the murmurs, the murmuring, right in the back of my damn coconut head. And I just want to stay up, and make sure the sun comes up again in the morning, just in case, well, you know. Survivors by Shane Migliavacca. The girl stared at the picture of her mother. She was only a baby in the photo, her mom holding her tight and smiling. The girl was only 1 when the world ended. Her mom died then, in the ensuing chaos. She was 15 now. Her father had escaped the city with her, raised her out here in the middle of nowhere. They lived in a cabin, surrounded by beautiful trees. He taught her how to read, to hunt, to survive. She could hear the thunk of the axe outside. He was cutting some firewood. It was a comforting sound. They'd need that wood soon. Fall's chill was heavy in the air. She loved the smell of burning wood, curling up by the fire and reading a book. Father had brought a bunch of books with him. He'd brought a few more back on a recent supply run. The girl hoped someday he'd let her come along on one, but there was only the 2 of them. He told her that someone needed to guard the cabin and their stuff. There were scavengers out there, people like them, but willing to hurt and kill others to get what they want. Worse than the scavengers were the dead. They were the ones that destroyed everything. Dead bodies returned to life. They attacked the living, ate their flesh. One bite from them, even a scratch, and you'd get sick and turn into one of them. That's what happened to Mom. She'd seen some pictures of them Dad had shown her. Terrible-looking things, a shiver ran down her spine just thinking about those pictures. There was always a risk those things could show up here. The girl felt nervous. She got up from her chair and went over to the window. From here, she could see her father working. Her dad brought down the axe, splitting a large piece of wood. His face was sweaty. He was starting to grow a beard. She didn't like him with the beard. It hid his smile. He said it kept his face warm in the winter. Her dad looked up and saw her watching. He waved. The girl waved back. Just seeing him, she felt reassured. There wasn't much to do right now. She'd washed the dishes from breakfast. It was too early to think about making lunch. They had a good garden going here. She'd gotten pretty good at gardening. Her dad had learned it from Mom and later from Mom's books. The same books the girl read growing up. They, along with the photo, made her feel still connected to her mother. Dad didn't talk much about her. It made him too sad. She could see it in his eyes. Besides the garden, they hunted the local wildlife for food. There were deer, turkey, rabbits, and squirrels. She'd gone a few times, but as good as they tasted, she couldn't bring herself to shoot one. Dad had been disappointed, mainly, he said, because he feared what would happen if he wasn't around. This always led her to getting upset, so he dropped it. Now he went hunting by himself. She was better at setting traps for the smaller ones. At least she didn't have to be there for those when it happened. When they died. Her dad checked the traps once or twice a day. Mostly they just got squirrels. They made a good stew meat. Dad said they tasted a bit like pork, something they didn't have anymore around here. He said maybe someday they'd get lucky and find a wild pig. There was some time before it would be lunchtime. She didn't really want to stay in the cabin all day. It was too nice outside. A little chilly maybe, but the morning sun was warming things up. Maybe she could convince Dad to let her go check the traps. It would be a nice walk and a chance to get some fresh air. The cabin tended to get a little stuffy. If she was going to convince her father, she needed to get equipped. The girl went over to the wall of weapons. That was her name for it anyway. On the gun rack sat their hunting rifle and a shotgun. Underneath on a table sat a bow and a bunch of arrows. Next to them was her pistol, sitting in its holster. If Dad had his way, she'd wear the gun all the time, even to bed. The girl picked the holster up, taking the gun out and checking it. Loaded and ready to go. She took the belt with the holster and fastened the buckle. It felt tight against her waist. The girl took a sheath with a knife that was setting on the table. Couldn't forget that. She tied it to her leg. Then she slid on her flannel jacket, putting a handful of rounds in one pocket. Now all she needed to do was convince her father. After promising her father about 50 times she'd be careful and keep to the route, the girl got to go. He offered to go with her, but after telling him she wanted to do it herself, he relented. The girl wouldn't have minded her dad's company at all, but they spent so much time together in the cabin it was nice to have some time all to herself. Besides, she was getting older, it was time she had more responsibility. As she headed out, the girl could still hear a few birds chirping away in the trees. There were some that hadn't left yet. She hoped they'd be okay. The brush crunched under her boots. The trees had started losing their leaves. They looked so beautiful this time of year, with the orange and red leaves. It was a shame they couldn't look that way all year round. She heard a distant rumble in the sky. Looking up, she saw the great bird far up in the clouds. Father told her about them. They soared through the skies, letting out a great roar. Their bodies sparkled with lights, leaving a great trail of smoke behind them as they went. The girl stared up in awe. She followed after, waving her arms and calling to it. Not that it could see or hear her way down on the ground as it flew through the heavens. It reminded the girl of one of the dragons in the books she read. Tales of great warriors fighting mighty beasts, all for fair princesses. Then the warrior and the princess would go off together, happily ever after. The stories always end with that. What was happily ever after? Sometimes the books had pictures. The girl would look at the pictures of the handsome warrior and feel odd. She dare not tell her father. The feelings made her feel embarrassed. Sometimes she dreamed about those warriors. The ground gave way underneath her. The girl went tumbling down a hill, crashing through some brush. Leaves and branches scraped her face and hands as she rolled down the hill, coming to a sudden stop in a small ditch. The girl could feel blood trickle down her cheek. She stood, feeling dumb. She'd done what her father always warned her about, lost focus. She'd been so caught up with watching the great bird and daydreaming. The girl felt sore and had some cuts, but she was lucky to be alive. She turned looking up at the hill she'd just came down. It was quite steep. It was a miracle she didn't break anything. More than the physical pain, she felt ashamed. Ashamed she'd let her father's faith in her down. The girl started back up the hill, but the dirt was too loose. All she could manage was to get a little ways up before sliding back down. Finally giving up, she used a few of the words her father told her not to. She'd have to find another way back. The girl looked around. A sliver of fear ran through her belly. She'd never been here before. She touched the gun at her side, reassured by its cold surface and weight against her hip. There was nothing to fear if she remembered what her father had taught her. Keep her head and stay on the goal. She started walking, looking for a way around, or maybe an easier place to climb, her eyes scanning the terrain as the girl made her way through the woods. A sound stopped her. It was a man's voice, gruff-sounding, not at all like her dad's. It sounded mean, violent. "Keep your eyes open, Dale," it said, saying the name with anger. The girl's heart started to beat fast. That sliver of fear started to multiply. Another voice, younger, answered him. I am. The girl crouched low and crept forward. She wanted to get a look at these intruders, size them up. Did they know her and her dad were there? Did they come to take their supplies? She hid behind a large fallen tree. Long dead, and its roots looked like the mouth of an angry monster. Peeking over the tree carcass, she saw them. There were 3 of them. The gruff-sounding one was the oldest. Then there was another male, about her age it looked. Then a boy, the one he called Dale, maybe 12 or 13 years old. The girl eased along the dead trees as they moved forward. She needed to stay behind some cover. Slowly, she drew her pistol, taking the safety off with a click. Unless she ambushed them, they had the advantage with the rifles. They had the benefit of distance on their side. They'd have to come closer for her to get a good shot. So she waited, breathing heavily, sweat dripping down her forehead, mixing with the blood from the scratches. The girl wiped her forehead, leaving a greasy, bloody smear across it. "You have to be careful with that rifle, son," the older man said, sounding a bit annoyed, yet fatherly. Were these his sons? "Out here, you could hurt yourself on one of us, and there's nobody to help." It reminded her of her own training. Maybe they were good people. Maybe if she called out to them, approached them, they could be friends. No. She remembered what her father had told her about the others. They only wanted everything for themselves. Looking at the lanky older man, she could believe it. He had a look about him, something that told her to stay away. They'd most likely shoot her and go after her dad and their stuff. She could just let them pass, stay hidden, but if they kept heading the way they were, they'd find the cabin. There was every chance her dad might come looking for her, stumble into these three. They might gun him down without a thought. The girl had to act. What would father do, she thought. How would he handle it if they'd switched places? The girl didn't want to kill them, especially the boy. They were just trying to survive like her. Maybe she could lead them away, get them to chase her, get them going in the other direction, away from their home. Adrenaline started flowing through her veins as the girl got ready. Just let them get a little closer. Her body tensed with nervous energy. She had to protect her home, her father. A tingling feeling shot through her body. Instinct took over as she bolted from her hiding place, squeezing off 2 controlled shots, ripping through the calm, quiet morning. The first shot was a warning to scare them. The second hit the older man in the arm, grazing it. This shot was to get them to come after her. "Down! Down!" the youngest son screamed. "Daddy!" the younger boy called out. Terror filled his voice. The girl crashed through the underbrush. The crack of a rifle. A bullet smashed into the tree she just passed. She pumped her legs, zigzagging between trees. Another rifle crack. This time, nowhere close. 10 feet ahead of her was a slight rocky slope. The girl scrambled up to it. The sharp rocks dug into her hands as she used them to pull herself up the slope. Somewhere behind her, another rifle blast, this one zinging off a rock. The girl ran, then walked, then ran again. After a while, the sun was lower in the sky. It was afternoon now. It was getting darker. Were they still following? Or had she lost them? The only thing she knew for sure was that she was lost. Lost and tired. She stopped, sitting down on a tree stump. The girl was thirsty. If she'd only taken a canteen with her. Lost, tired and thirsty. The girl started to weep. After a few minutes of crying, she got frustrated with herself. Using her sleeve, she wiped the tears from her burning eyes. She stood, licking her lips for the moisture from the tears. The girl's throat hurt from crying, making her even thirstier. Water. The stream. Yes! The one they used for their water. Dad had told her if she got lost, look for it. It would lead her home. Just find the stream, she thought. The girl searched fruitlessly for the stream for an hour or more. She felt more lost now than earlier. It was hopeless. The woods were endless. She wasn't even scared anymore, just defeated. Defeated and tired. How long has it been since she ate anything? The girl yawned. Her head was spinning a bit. Maybe a little nap, just to clear her head, recharge her energy. The girl sat, leaning her head against a tree. The air was getting cold as the sun went down. Hugging herself to keep warm, the girl's eyes felt heavy. Just a quick nap, she told herself. That's all she needed. Closing her eyes, she let sleep take her. A beast roared through the woods, startling the girl from her brief nap. What sort of animal made that kind of noise? Did those men bring it with them, using it to hunt her down? Red, white, and blue lights danced over the trees, casting an unearthly glow look over the woods. Curious, she got up, advancing through the trees ahead of her. Moving slowly, she gripped her pistol tight, pushing past the group of trees and brush. She found herself on a long stretch of what once was a road. Father had told her about roads and cars. People used to use them to travel back and forth all the time, before everything had ended. There was nothing here. No beast. Nothing. What had made that sound? Farther down the road, she saw something moving, coming her way. Bright light coming from it. White, red, blue, swirling, dancing, same as before. She darted back into the cover of the trees as the thing drew closer. It made a high, wailing sound as it passed by. It was followed by two more. She caught brief glimpses of their insides as they sped by. There were people inside. Were these cars? Dad had told her there was no more gas to power them. How was this possible? The girl waited until she was sure no more were coming before stepping out onto the road again. She stood at its center, looking one way, then the next. The last rays of sunlight were slowly fading away. It would be dark soon. The cold air on her skin woke her up from her haze. The girl felt reinvigorated. She could do this. Listening to the birds chirping away in the trees, singing their song, there was another sound there under them. A familiar rhythm. Water. Without thinking, she rushed to the other side of the road. There, down at the bottom of the dirt embankment, was a stream. Maybe the stream, if she followed it back, it might lead her home. Or, she thought, looking down the road, where those things had come from, she could go there. Maybe there were more people there. Good people. People that could help her get back to her dad. The road or the stream? After a few moments of thought, the girl headed down the embankment toward the stream. She cupped her hands and gulped down some water. It was cold, but tasted good. The stream ran parallel to the road for a bit before curving off further into the woods. After all, could she really trust anyone? No. She'd find her way home, to her father, on her own. Detective Jean Morrell watched the man through the two-way glass. Dr. Wong had been talking to him for a couple of hours now. Wong was good. Morrell had never seen a smoother psychiatrist. She almost got the impression he cared about these nuts. Hell, maybe he did. They'd picked up the scruffy-looking man after they got a call about a hunter and his two sons getting shot by a wild girl in the woods. He'd been found not that far from the shooting by the search party. Surprisingly, he went with them without incident. He was more worried about them finding the girl, his daughter. Morrell had listened as the man told the doctor about his family, a wife and daughter, killed in a car crash by a teenage girl asleep at the wheel. The driver, being a teen, got a light sentence, but the man had lost everything, left his job, his house, and became virtually homeless, living out of his car. Until one day, he came across the driver, now in her 20s, living a normal life. This was too much for him. He followed her home, stalking her with one thought in mind. Revenge. He killed the young woman, but he hadn't counted on one thing. The woman had a 6-month-old girl. He couldn't just leave the little girl. Instead, he took her, disappearing from the world, raising her as the daughter he'd lost, telling her about the end of the world, teaching her to survive, loving her like the daughter he'd lost. Morrell shook her head as she listened. They'd never had known about this if it wasn't for the father and his son's hunting trip, where they happened across the girl. That girl they had yet to find. She was still out there. Somewhere. Thanksgiving Dinner by Rachel Ridolfi, a Weekly Spooky original. Monticello, Indiana, just an hour and a half from the infamous Gary, and still less than 3 hours from Chicago. It was a small town with a population that barely scratched 5,000 men, women, and children. Most residents grew up together, worked together, went to school together. Hell, most of them even frequented the same 5 churches. That's why, when Sophia got the chance to move, she chose Monticello. Just close enough to home that she could visit her family if she chose to, but usually she chose not to. She loved her family, but they were a thorn in her side. Chicago wasn't quite her speed. There was just too much going on all the time, and she just couldn't cope with all of that. Not anymore. Aside from being constantly high-strung from all the work she had to do for the city, she also found herself increasingly depressed dealing with the less-than-responsible members of her precinct. With the recommendation of her chief, and with a little bit of finagling when a position opened up, Sophia got herself a cushy job in Monticello, Indiana. She considered it cushy because she really didn't have to do much or deal with much, aside from the odd noise complaint or writing your standard parking tickets. Sure, in the summer she would have to work a little harder to control traffic or stave off the common drunken tourist, but for the most part, she really didn't have to work that hard. It really felt like the only time she was working was May through August. Once the chilly September air hit, everything quieted down and she got a chance to relax. Sitting in her cruiser, she got a text on her phone. "Are you coming or not?" the text message from her brother bellowed. Sophia grimaced at her phone, sighed, and stretched out. It had been a long shift already. She really didn't feel like dealing with her family. She glanced at a picture on her dashboard before opening up her phone and responding. "No, I'm not coming. The drive is too long," she tapped back. 3 dots. Someone honked across the street, and she glanced up. One elderly driver was taking too long to make a left turn at a light. She decided to ignore it. The response finally chimed. "Dinner starts at 6. Just say you don't want to see us." "Okay, fine, I don't want to see you," she hastily pounded back, then hit send. She was working a double anyway. Chief Lewis called off sick and she'd taken his shift. Even if she wanted to see her family, she couldn't. Her black coffee gave off big puffs of heat vapor. She took a huge, scolding gulp and hissed, "Fucker," at her phone before glancing back up at traffic. The picture on her dashboard glowered at her in monochromatic tones. The elderly driver had figured out the problem and traffic was moving along fine. It was never busy during noon anyway, but during the holiday season it was so slow she could almost take a nap. Another ding. She glanced at the home screen of her phone, which had the banner of, "But Grandma really misses you, her and Mom." She honestly debated opening up that message. It had been a whole year since her brother had attempted an honest-to-God conversation with her. She was curious to see what he would try to pull this time.
"Officer Cortez, please report."
A familiar and friendly voice chimed. Nancy was always too polite. If she didn't end a call with "please," Sophia would be suspicious. "Officer Cortez reporting," Sophia said back.
"We have a request for a welfare check at 1911 East Davidson, please,"
Nancy said. Sophia plugged it into her GPS. It was less than 3 miles away.
"Now this one here is a doozy.
Nancy continued.
Probably should have just called animal control, if you please."
Officer Cortez talked back through the receiver. "If you needed animal control, you should have just called them. Why am I going here?"
"Well, to be honest,"
Nancy droned. If she wasn't droning, something was wrong.
"perfectly honest, mind you, the animal isn't of the utmost concern."
"All right then, so what is?"
"Norman Roberts. He ain't been in contact with his neighbor and his dog is still outside, if you please. Abigail White called and said he hadn't been seen in over 12 days.
Sophia started her car and the engine of her cruiser grumbled to life when she followed the directions on her GPS.
"Oh good, you are going. I'll let Chief Lewis know he don't need to go all the way down there,"
Nancy said. Sophia paused, furrowed her brows, hissed into the radio. "You didn't disturb him, did you?"
"Oh, I've been keeping him updated on all activity in the town."
Nancy chortled back cheerily. Sophia sighed, pinched her brow at a stop sign and groaned. "Let him know I'm handling it and then just stop, please. He needs his rest."
"Oh sure.
Nancy chirped. Sophia headed forward and followed the directions on her phone.
I guess chemo ain't easy after all,"
The dispatcher noted. "No, it's not," Sophia reassured, trying not to look at the picture of her father. Sophia took a turn, waited at a traffic light, and took another sip of her coffee. Well-paved roads gave way to gravel as she headed towards the trailer park. The soy fields were barren and empty. A corpse of oak trees with vibrant orange leaves towered near a fence line, and a few crows glowered at her from their perch on the phone lines. The road was bumpy, and her cruiser had a rough time hopping over all the potholes. Monticello was doing well, but not well enough to buy new SUVs for the police or repave all the roads. And even as well as the city was doing, it still had its rough areas, just like any city around the world. Sophia just counted herself lucky that this particular city didn't have many of the other issues as elsewhere in the country. While driving past a barren grove of trees, her phone chimed again. Another message from her brother, this time insisting, "Dad would want you here." That almost set her off. Feeling the blood pounding hard in her arms and burning the sense of rage in her chest, she paused, took a deep breath, and counted. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. She released the breath, glanced at the picture of her father in uniform she kept in the car, and scowled, grumbling to herself. Now he's trying to use you against me. She wouldn't dignify her brother's harassment with a response. She turned a corner at the entrance of the trailer park and followed each left-hand turn until she came to the address she was looking for. An elderly woman, definitely past her 70s, rushed out of a trailer and swarmed Sophia's SUV. "Are you here for Norm?" the woman asked. Sophia nodded, stepped out from the car with hardly a glance at the photo, and considered leaving her phone in the car, but then thought better of it. If this was an emergency, she would want her phone, and if it wasn't, well, it was still set on vibrate and wouldn't disturb her. The woman, Abigail, bombarded Sophia with a tirade of information. "I've been waiting for what seems like forever. It's Thanksgiving now, and Norm promised to have dinner with me. He always promises but rarely keeps them. Almost 2 weeks ago, though, I made him swear on his mama's grave he'd come for Thanksgiving dinner with me, and he ain't said a word." Sophia nodded, took out her notepad, and wrote down any pertinent information she could discern. There was none. "So the last time you spoke to Norman was 12 days ago?" she asked. "Yes, 12 days ago," Abigail confirmed, with a nod. "He'd just got home from a long haul and promised me a visit today." Sophia closed the door of her car with a slam, and immediately a cacophony of barks sounded from behind the trailer. Within a few moments, the entire park was filled with warning howls of dogs. "He does that when anyone comes over," Abigail explained, pointing at the small yard behind the trailer. "He's been chained up this whole time." "For almost 2 weeks?" "Yeah, I just been giving him food and water," Abigail explained, looking rather sheepish. Sophia grimaced before the yelping died down, and only the baying of Norman's hound remained. "Have you tried contacting Norman directly?" she pried. Abigail nodded. "I banged on the door, both front and back, and he ain't said nothing," she explained. "I called him last week, but it went straight to voicemail." Sophia nodded and glanced over at Norman's trailer. None of the other trailers were in the best of shape, but his was the most worn down. The paint had peeled off of practically every inch. All of the windows had been broken and replaced with plywood. The front door itself was held in place with a patchwork of duct tape and bungee cords. The trailer sat at nearly a 45-degree angle at the left corner because the foundation had settled unevenly. She noted a security camera duct taped just above the front door, and she assumed on instinct there was a twin on the other side of the house. She didn't mention this to Abigail. Officer Cortez took a step forward and asked, "So when was the last time you spoke to him directly?" Abigail's answer finally raised enough alarm that Sophia had to write down the answer. "Just about 3 weeks ago, right before he went on the road." Noting it and raising an eyebrow, Sophia took another step forward, and the dog in the backyard began to growl again. Another noise, like a dog growling but very muffled, caught her ear. Sophia nodded and asked, "Does he travel often?" "Every week," Abigail said, as Sophia took another few steps toward the front door. "He's a trucker." Both nodded. Abigail, finding a sense of urgency, yelled back at the dog, "Hush your face, Hank!" The dog out back whimpered, then shut up, while the near-silent grumbling indoors still continued. The wind picked up and changed direction, and Sophia's nose wrinkled when she caught an acrid, metallic scent. Been stinking like that for almost a week, Abigail said, seeing her face. Don't smell good, but it's not a gas leak. No, Sophia agreed. Definitely not a gas leak. She took a step up onto the porch, and the dog began barking again. The smell definitely wasn't gas, but it wasn't good. It was bittersweet and smelled of decomposition. It was the smell of death. And she knew it. She'd smelled it before, when her father passed. And you've tried contacting him directly, Sophia pressed, trying to be heard above the hound, her hand hovering over the doorknob. Abigail nodded. Every day at 3 p.m. when the mail comes. Sophia nodded. Opening the door, the smell was undeniable. Decomposing flesh was somewhere nearby. Over the howling barks of the dog, she could still hear that growling noise. The door creaked open. The dog whimpered and then fell silent. But the growling continued. Norman Roberts? She called into the trailer. No answer. This is Officer Cortez with Monticello PD? Still nothing but the faint growling and the hum of a TV. The living room housed an old TV, still running ads. A dilapidated recliner with a bowl of popcorn. Flies buzzed around the bowl, then dispersed as she walked forward. The room itself was sparse. There was furniture, a TV stand, and a TV. A recliner, even a bookshelf. But no books or decorations. No pictures, no posters, not even a loose receipt. Every step she took echoed around that blank room. The growling grew louder, but Sophia couldn't place where it was coming from. First, she searched the room to her right, a bedroom. She walked slightly uphill against the setting foundation, boards creaking underfoot. The bed wasn't a real bed. It lacked a frame and was really only a mattress on the floor. A line, a nylon cord like the kind used to contain a dog, was bolted to the floor near the mattress and extended to the doorframe of the room. No pictures or anything to make the room homey, just the mattress and the cord. The windows were enclosed with boards, nailed from the inside. Hank, the dog, began to whimper when he heard the floorboards creak. Sophia called back to the station. Nancy, I need you to stay on the line with me. Her eyes followed the cord from the far end of the room to the door she was standing at, and she could still hear Hank's whimpering, now an excited yelping, as well as the constant grumbling. In that bare bedroom, there was a closet to her left and a dresser to her right. She considered searching either of them, but since this was only a welfare check, she decided against it. She doubled back and paced through the living room, the ad on TV proclaiming it could cure any subscriber of all credit card debts, while the growling grew louder. Little hairs on Sophia's neck prickled, and she could feel her heart begin to speed up. Something wasn't right. When she came to the doorway for the next room, Hank's yelping silenced, and so did the growling. For a brief moment, the only things she could hear were the pounding of her own heart and the TV switching over to sports commentary. The kitchen had no natural light. Every single window in the trailer was covered, and there were no other lights aside from the TV. In the darkest corner to her left, something shuffled. Hello? No answer. Norman Roberts, this is Officer Cortez. I've been called for a welfare check. Still nothing. She took a step forward and counted her heartbeats to the count of 5. 1, 2, 3. A shadow pounced forward from the corner and reached toward her, hissing. Sophia took one step back and pulled her gun from its holster, shouting, "This is Officer Cortez with Monticello PD!" The cord around the goblin's neck caught it and stopped in midair, crashing it to the ground. Hank began whimpering again, and when the goblin hissed at Sophia, the dog howled. Nancy, I need backup now, Sophia said into her radio, taking a few steps back. The gaunt figure paced on all fours, tugging against its leash. It stopped hissing and then growled like a dog, ready to strike when it got the chance. The goblin barked at her thrice, then sat on its haunches, head tucked between its shoulders, and glowered at her. It attempted to pull against the collar around its neck to no avail, so it stumbled back on all fours to its corner and grabbed an object and began chewing on it. Then the smell hit her. Decomposing flesh and death and the tangy scent of some kind of infection. The goblin screamed at her, then went back to gnawing its bone. An arm. An entire human arm. Sophia glanced to the right end of the kitchen in the trailer and saw the main source of the stench. The bloated corpse of a man with one missing arm, slouched over the table, only barely out of reach from the naked goblin. Scratch and bite marks riddled his body. The creature hissed, shrieked, and then charged her again. Its lithe and lanky frame was caught by the nylon cord in midair and fell to the ground for a second time. The broken eyes of a human child glanced at her beneath the matted hair on its head. Officer Cortez fled the scene, never mind what her father would have thought, and emptied the contents of her stomach in front of Abigail. They both waited for reinforcements. The second officer arrived. The baying of hounds filled the air, and 90 seconds after entering the trailer, he fled as well. 2 more officers were called in. Then they called in the EMT, the coroner, animal services, and child protective services. It took only 30 minutes to extract the dog, Hank, a full-blooded, unneutered male German shepherd. He nearly mauled one of the animal control officers, and they assumed he would have to be put down. The goblin, however... Officer Cortez couldn't leave the scene despite how much she wanted to. Abigail made coffee for everyone, except Sophia, who got a cup of tea and accepted it without argument. Abigail kept her arm wrapped around Sophia while the other officers extracted the remaining suspect? Victim? No one was really able to tell at that point. Whatever it was, they had to sedate it just to move it from the scene. It wasn't a goblin apprehended from the scene, but a child. And after she was sedated and carted off with the EMTs, Sophia had to stick around with the investigators to explain what she'd seen. And then, because she was covering for Chief Lewis, follow up the rest of the investigation. As her instincts predicted, Animal Control found another security camera facing the backyard when they caught Hank. CPS found a camera in the kitchen while they were trapping the child. Officers found another camera in the bedroom, hidden in a corner where Sophia couldn't see. Chains and nylon cords everywhere. Whips, handcuffs, and muzzles for both dogs and humans in the bedroom and kitchen. That night, on the drive home, after everything was revealed, Sophia talked to her father via the picture of him she kept on her dashboard. As she talked, she reflected on what she'd seen. She couldn't stay stoic like her father had been, and she'd been finding herself discovering more and more differences between the two of them. At home, she actually called her mother and explained what had happened. Further investigation was required, and searching around the house found even more evidence of more torture to the child. Cages that were too small for Hank, more restraints and tethers. Physically, the child looked to be 8. That was almost a relief to everyone involved. Then a researcher found medical records that Norman Roberts had a wife that died in childbirth 19 years ago. But even the county coroner couldn't find a death certificate for the baby. The next week, Chief Lewis took a turn for the worst and Sophia had to helm the investigation. She was there the day the investigators found something strange in the backyard and began to dig. At the end of the day, they'd recovered bones from corpses of 4 different children, all aged between 5 and 11. The graves were unmarked and bore all appearances of just simply being holes Norman dug just to dump the evidence. Digging under the trailer showed dozens of external hard drives, the source of the slump in the foundation, constituting days of footage, documenting the torture of children. Sophia herself had to search records for missing children and eventually found 4 missing person reports that all coincided with the apparent ages of the children. She made Nancy make calls to the families. That night, she called her brother, and talking about everything she was seeing, they'd managed to go 30 minutes without an argument. Searching the bedroom eventually turned up a laptop with over a decade worth of footage. Most of it had been scrubbed, but there were highlight reels from over the years, and at least 6 months of security footage. The security footage was mostly hours and hours of nothing, just Hank barking out back or Abigail standing at the front door. But sometimes Norman would go out back to fetch Hank, and that coincided with the highlight reel, which were almost exclusively Norman chaining down the girl in the bedroom, then encouraging the dog to have his way with her. Each day, a new horror from the case awaited Sophia. Norman had initially kept a cadre of 5 children in his home, only one of them related to him. Over time, all of them had died off but one. No one in the community had reported anything wrong because they didn't think there was much wrong with a grown man blocking out his windows and keeping secrets. A month later, and Sophia had learned that the remaining child was really Norman Roberts' own progeny, with his wife really dying in childbirth. Shortly after the death of his wife, he had adopted 4 other children and then, Highlander style, chained them up in the house and systematically starved them to see who would survive the longest. Videos showed a marked change in his torture of the children when he acquired Hank. The dog was eventually put down, and normally Sophia would feel kind of bad for an innocent animal getting caught up in crime like this, but after the footage she saw, she couldn't feel bad. Toxicology reports of Norman Roberts showed that when he died, he had a bad heart and had taken too many pills for erectile dysfunction. It was a simple case of trying to make himself too horny when his heart couldn't take it. He died at the kitchen table, and the only thing that had saved his daughter was the fact that his arm was just close enough. She was able to rip it off and use it for sustenance before Officer, now Chief, Cortez had arrived. The girl had no name. She had no story other than what the investigators could discover. She didn't have a way to explain what had happened. She had nothing. She was nearly 20 years old, trapped forever in the body of a malnourished 8-year-old, with the mind of a beast. And that was about it. Sophia wished she could keep track of the child, but honestly, that's not what Chief Lewis would have done. And even if her father would have followed up, he was dead now, so it really didn't matter. Over the course of this investigation, she learned that she admired him, but she was nothing like him. Sophia Cortez would never be the same. A month later, Chief Cortez got a text on her phone. "Are you going to be here or not?" her brother asked. She tapped back. "I'll be there in time for dinner," she thought, then added, "just like Dad would want."
The Blind Date by Joe Solo.
Cassandra wasn't like most teen girls. She didn't enjoy the same things that the other girls in school did. She didn't chase after boys or dress in the latest fashions. It was a rare sight to see Cassandra wearing makeup on a day other than Halloween. That was the only holiday that Cassandra cared about. She felt that was the only night she could actually be herself. She loved reading gothic horror, curled up in her bed. Her bookshelf was lined with the classics, Dracula, Frankenstein, and Dr. Jekyll, to name a few. The newer romantic takes on the classics made her feel sick and angry. They were taking her beloved stories and twisting them to attract the same people she loathed and escaped into the books to get away from. Cassandra had one person she really would call a friend. A girl 2 years older than her started talking to her in lunch one day. Betty was her name. She dressed in all black clothes and dyed her hair as black as she could. Cassandra adopted her look almost instantly. They shared a lot of the same interests. The only difference between the two was that Betty was interested in the opposite sex. She occasionally had a boyfriend, and the time the two friends shared sometimes was strained. But Cassandra really didn't worry. She would just dive into a book until Betty and her boyfriend were broken up a week later. Betty had a volatile temperament, especially with her boyfriends. None of her relationships lasted a month. One time she came over to Cassandra's house with a black eye. Her boyfriend at the time, Randy, punched her in the face. Betty said she cut Randy with a switchblade she carried at all times. Randy lived a few towns over, so Cassandra never met him or saw him to verify the story. "Come on, Cassandra, a boyfriend might do you some good," Betty chided one time. She laughed it off at the time, but truthfully, sometimes she did think about it. Having someone to share her dreams with, other than Betty, wouldn't be so bad, she told herself. After almost a year of joking around, Betty started to get insistent, especially after meeting her newest boyfriend, Brandon. She had met Brandon on a new goth dating site. Cassandra warned her against it, but Betty argued that the site screens all the people on there. On their first date, Cassandra followed them, just in case, but everything went well. "Cassandra, come on, just make a profile, then you can see who's on there. You never know, maybe your future husband is on there," Betty said, applying her black lipstick in Cassandra's vanity mirror. She had a date with Brandon later that evening and was getting ready at Cassandra's house because she could borrow her clothes. "Maybe it's not a husband you're after. They have women, too," Betty said with a laugh and playfully tossed the lipstick at her friend. "Oh, stop," Cassandra said back. "Well, what are you? Asexual?" Betty asked. "I just think getting a boyfriend is more trouble than it's worth. I don't need some asshole calling me when I have 50 pages left of my favorite book," Cassandra said as she pulled a black lacy dress from her closet. "Here, wear this one. It'll make you look slutty. Brandon will love it." "I wouldn't want to lead him on," Betty said. They both looked at each other and smiles crept onto their faces. They both burst out with laughter. It wasn't like Betty slept around, but if the mood struck her, then she wouldn't be shy with her boyfriend. It was cool for the guys to sleep with any girl they could, but if the kids at school saw Betty doing it, they would call her a slut. That was probably why Betty dated boys from out of town, Cassandra thought. Betty's phone dinged with a text message, and Cassandra used that interruption to check her hair in the mirror. It was time to dye her roots again. She would have to run out to the drugstore. She heard Betty laugh and looked at her friend. "What's so funny?" Cassandra asked. "Brandon, he's so funny. He asked me if you should bring condoms," Betty replied. "You guys have only been dating for like 2 weeks. Jesus," Cassandra said. "Yeah, but he's been real good to me so far. He deserves a treat," Betty said in a playful voice and slapped her own ass. "You're too much," Cassandra said with a smile and a roll of her eyes. A short time later after Betty left, Cassandra sat in her room with a copy of In a Glass Darkly. It was the 7th time she'd read the collection of short stories by Sheridan Le Fanu. Her eyes kept drifting from the written word to her laptop Betty had left open on the end of her bed. After the 3rd time she sighed and put her book down. She typed in the web address for the gothic single site Betty had used to find Brandon. "I'll only look for fun and to shut Betty up," she thought as she began to make a profile. She took a selfie with her cell phone and uploaded it. Once that was done, she browsed through a few men's profiles, looking superficially at them. She grew bored a few minutes later and put her phone down. She looked back towards her book, but she wasn't in the mood, so she popped in the DVD of Ginger Snaps, her favorite werewolf movie. After a few minutes, a ding came from her phone. Betty?" she said, picking up her phone, but saw it wasn't a text message at all. It was a notification from the goth dating website. Someone had viewed her profile and wanted to chat. She didn't know what to do. She couldn't actually talk to a guy, could she? Even over the internet, she wasn't sure she would have the confidence enough to talk to someone in that manner. She tapped her finger on the thumbnail image to open his profile, but it instead opened the chat window. "Fuck," she said as she saw the mystery guy was typing. She looked at the enlarged photo of him. He had shoulder-length black hair. He wore a black leather jacket in his picture. She looked at the name attached to the profile. Jeremy, 19. He was cute, she had to admit, as she scrolled through his information. Ba-ding! A new message from Jeremy. She tapped on the notification. "Hi there, I'm Jeremy. I love reading horror. I listen to goth music and just graduated. You look real pretty in your profile picture." Even though he wasn't there in person, she blushed anyway. No one had ever called her pretty before. Well, except for Betty, but that didn't count. Even her own parents that mostly left her alone never complimented her on anything. "What should I say?" she whispered out loud as she looked at her phone. She began to type a message, then deleted it. After a few tries, she finally got out what she wanted to say. Sort of. "Thanks, you're pretty too. I love horror." She looked back at her message after hitting send. "Oh, God damn it," she exclaimed. "You're pretty too? What the fuck is wrong with me? She saw that he was typing back to her and she cringed, imagining his response to her. She knew that she wasn't ready to chat with a guy. She wasn't cool like Betty. She wished her friend was there now to tell her what to say. She would probably tell her to send a pic of her boobs. Thanks. What kind of music do you listen to? Well, that wasn't as bad as she thought. He just thanked her. She thought about what to say back. Mostly local music. Have you ever been to the Freezer? She asked. It was a local club that she'd been to. One of Betty's old boyfriends had a band, and they went there a few times. Some of the bands she actually enjoyed, except for Betty's boyfriends. They were terrible. The club over on 34th? I'm there right now. Chum Trail is playing tonight. They start in a half an hour. You should come out. She hadn't heard of a band called Chum Trail. She thought about it, but she'd never been there without Betty. She wasn't sure she could do it. She quickly texted her friend to get some advice. Are you coming? Jeremy messaged her. She waited a few more seconds. Come on, Betty, you twat. Message me back, she said to her phone. A minute passed and still nothing. Hello? She felt bad for not messaging Jeremy back, but she was indecisive. She wasn't the outgoing person Betty was, and sometimes she was content just to follow in the wake of her friend. She sighed as she looked at her phone laying on the black comforter on her bed. Finally, she couldn't stand it anymore and picked up her phone. She opened the messaging app and started to type to Jeremy that she couldn't make it tonight. But some other time. But she only got 2 letters typed before she received a text message from Betty. WTF, go! I knew she would say that, Cassandra said and let out a breath she didn't realize she was holding. Okay. She typed it to Jeremy and flinched when she hit send. She could always not go and say something came up anyway. Sweet, I'll be outside waiting for you. Ah, shit. Now she had to go. She jumped off the bed and looked into the closet her and Betty had destroyed earlier to dress Betty up. Now it was her turn. Although she was very apprehensive about going, she had to admit she was excited as well. She fixed her hair in the mirror quick and then put on the black lipstick that Betty had borrowed earlier. 10 minutes later, found Cassandra jumping into her beat-up 1990 Dodge Omni. Her mom passed her in the doorway and didn't even ask where she was going. It was for the best anyway. She didn't want to have to explain. Ba-ding! She looked down at her phone and saw she had a text message from Betty. She looked at it as she buckled her seatbelt. Are you going, bitch? She smiled and texted back. Yes, what the hell? She put her car into reverse and backed out into the road. She headed down the street, towards the club. Ba-ding! She waited until she reached a red light before checking her phone. It was another text from Betty. You go, slut! Cassandra rolled her eyes and smiled. She tucked her phone away before continuing down the street. A few minutes later, she pulled up alongside the curb on 34th Street. She had to park 3 blocks from the club. It must be crowded tonight, she thought. She exited her car and straightened the black camisole she was wearing. She made sure her skirt was in order before heading down the street, towards the freezer. When she got closer, she noticed a line of people waiting to get into the club. Any one of those could be Jeremy. She wondered if she could recognize him from his picture. It was probably some middle-aged pedophile, she joked to herself as she crossed the last street to reach the club. There was no doubt which one was Jeremy. She could pick him out easily enough. He looked just like his picture. Exactly. In fact, he was wearing the same outfit. I wonder if he only has 1 pair of clothes, she thought jokingly. He recognized her just as fast. He left his place in line to approach her with a smile on his face. Cassandra, you made it, he said. Yeah, at least for a little while. My friend said she might need me later. She lied, so she would have an out later if she needed it. Cool, he said. Hopefully you can stay for Chum Trail. Sorry you had to lose your place in line, she said, pointing to the people lined up around the corner. It's okay. I'd rather wait longer hanging around with you than go in there alone. Honestly, I didn't think I'd meet anyone on that app. I just made my profile tonight, actually, just before leaving the house. I was bored standing in line here, so I started looking at profiles and I saw yours, he said. So, do you own more than 1 set of clothes? She asked with a smile. Sure do. I have at least 3 shirts, Jeremy said as they turned the corner. There wasn't that many more people around the corner. It wouldn't be that long of a wait anyway. They chatted as they waited to get in. The line moved slowly but steadily until they were at the door. The doorman didn't check their ID, just asked for the $5 cover charge for entry. The place was a dump. The walls were all spray-painted black, and there were holes in the floor that had plywood nailed down over them, making a tripping hazard just as bad as the hole originally was. Death metal music blared from the PA as opening bands started to set up their gear on the small raised stage. They made their way over to the bar and got some cheap draft beer, then found a spot to talk while they waited for the music to start. A blonde-haired guy pushed past them with a guitar case, then turned towards Jeremy with recognition. "Jeremy! Glad you could make it, man. We go on second," he said. Jeremy shook the guy's hand and patted him on the back before turning back towards Cassandra. "My friend's band is playing," he said. "So, tell me something. Why is a pretty girl like you looking on the internet for dates?" he asked. Cassandra put her head down, covering her face with her hair to hide the blushing. She didn't even know how to respond to the compliment. Her mind was momentarily blank, so she hid the fact by taking a drink from her beer. It gave her the extra time she needed to formulate a response. "I got on there because of my friend Betty. She kind of bullied me into it. She said I needed to find myself a boyfriend," she said. "Well, let's not get ahead of ourselves," he said, smiling. "One day at a time," she said, holding up her drink. They both laughed at her corny Alcoholics Anonymous joke. She had left her phone on vibrate in her pocket, so she pulled it out and saw she had a few messages from Betty. Jeremy looked at her as she looked at her phone. "Betty, she's on a date tonight, but is asking me how mine is going," she explained. "So this is a date?" Jeremy asked. "Oh my God, I didn't mean to presume," she started to say, but he interrupted her. "Relax, I'm just messing with you," he said. She let out a sigh and visibly relaxed. "Are you okay?" he asked. "Yeah, I'm fine." She turned towards the stage. "What do you know about the first band?" she asked. They spent the rest of the evening making idle chit-chat between bands and enjoying the music. She had to admit she was having a good time. Betty texted her regularly asking how the date was going throughout the evening. When Chum Trail hit the stage, they moved up as close as they could. Jeremy knew the words to all the songs. By the end of the night, Cassandra was pretty exhausted, but every time Jeremy spoke, it re-energized her for just a little longer. They walked down the street in the cool night air towards her car. Her ears rang from the loud music. "Well, here we are," she said, pointing to her car. "That thing still runs?" he asked. "Hey, don't knock Roger," she said. "Roger?" "Don't ask," she said, smiling. "Are you really gonna leave?" he asked. "Well, the concert's over," she said. "What else is there to do?" "Well, we could ride over to Johnson Field and walk amongst the trees," Jeremy said. "Just walk?" she asked. "Yeah, just a nice midnight stroll through the park. Unless you want to walk through the cemetery across the street from there," he asked. "Let's start with the park. Meet you there?" she said, digging her keys out of her purse. "You can drive, I trust you. You only had one beer," he said, opening the passenger door of her Dodge. "That's because I'm only 17, she exclaimed. Jeremy laughed as he climbed inside. "Come on, let's go," he said, closing the door. Cassandra ran to the front of the car and jumped inside. The old engine fired right up and they headed towards Johnson's Field. When they arrived, there were several other cars there. Other couples came out to the park for a private moment or two. "I wouldn't be surprised if Betty was there," she thought. "It looks crowded in there," she said. "Let's go over to the graveyard then. I'm sure it's much more romantic," Jeremy said. Cassandra shivered in the cold night air. "Are you cold?" "Here," he said, pulling off his jacket and handing it to her. "Won't you be cold?" she asked. He shook his head no and took her hand in his. It was the first time he touched her all night. She was so startled she almost pulled away, but after a few seconds she relaxed and realized she enjoyed his touch. His hand was warm and rough, like a carpenter's hand. They crossed the street and hopped the fence into the graveyard, landing in the cool dew that layered the grass. The light from the streetlights didn't penetrate very far into the graveyard. They clambered their way to a path and followed it in deeper. Near the middle of the cemetery was a big circle of grass with a memorial statue to the town's founder. 3 discolored stone benches surrounded the statue. They sat down on a cold stone in silence for a few moments before Jeremy spoke. "From here you can see the stars," he said, looking up into the night sky. "You can almost forget you're in a city. It's nice, well, other than all the dead people," she said with a sly smile. "Oh, they won't bother you. Mostly," he said and laughed. Cassandra laughed too and pulled her phone out of her purse. She looked at the time. 12:18. "You don't need your phone out here. Here we can get away from the technology. Just for a little while. We can have a person-to-person conversation," he said, facing her. "I just wanted to see what time it is," she said, putting it back into her purse. He smiled at her. "I didn't mean to sound abrasive. I apologize," he said and put out his hand to shake. She took it, and they shook. "How weird," she said. "That's me," he replied and stood up. "Gotta take a whiz," he said and walked a little way into the darkness around the back of the statue. She stood up from the bench and wrapped her arms around herself and shivered. The jacket helped her upper arms, but her bare legs had goosebumps. She questioned why she was out in the middle of the night with a strange boy she met online sitting in a cemetery. She looked towards the statue towering over her in the faint light from the street. There were words carved into the stone plaque just below the man's feet. She traced her fingers over the letters before stepping back to read them. Abraham Buchanan, founding member, shot 7 times, and still fought for his country. 1735 to 1794, died peacefully in his sleep. Cassandra vaguely remembered the story of their town's founding. They drilled it into your head in elementary school, but she hadn't thought of the guy in years. She remembered he survived being shot 7 times in a battle, but persevered. That was part of the town's motto, persevere through strife. "Jeremy?" she called out into the darkness. "Are you still there?" "Yes, I'm here," he said as he emerged from the darkness. He had his thumbs hooked into the belt loops of his jeans. "Oh, I wasn't pissing," he said, stepping closer to her. The hair on the back of her neck began to stand up. She didn't know why, but she was getting a sinking feeling in her stomach. "What the hell were you doing then?" she asked. "I had to make arrangements," he said, reaching behind his back. "Arrangements? Listen, Jeremy, it was real nice meeting you, but I think it's time I went home," she said, taking a step back from him. He paced her, taking another step forward. She took off his jacket and held it out at arm's length. "Here's your jacket." Jeremy just stood there with his hand behind his back, making no move to take his jacket. "Don't leave now, Cassandra. It's almost time," he said. "No, I have to go," she said and dropped the jacket onto the worn cemetery path. "I have to go home," she said and stepped back another step. "You are home, Cassandra," he said and pulled a knife from behind his back. The blade was curved about 15 inches long. Cassandra turned to run away, but Jeremy was quicker. He wrapped his arm around her neck and pulled her close to him. "Why would you want to leave? It's so peaceful here. Come on and meet the family," he said, dragging her back to the statue. He dropped her on the ground in front of the plaque. "Look on that phone of yours and tell me what time it is. It has to be close," he said. "Close to what?" she asked, her eyes widening in horror. "The time I died, of course," Jeremy explained and stepped closer to her. "What?" she asked. "I only took 3 bullets, not 7 like old Abe here. Do you know the story of Abe? Let me tell you what the school didn't. Abe was shot 7 times by British soldiers in the Battle of Saratoga in 1777. They dragged him back behind the front lines and left him to die. Which he should have, and would have, if something didn't intervene. Old Abe prayed to God to save him. He wanted to see his children grow up. He wanted to see his grandchildren. He had a wife and a mistress back home. He wasn't ready to leave this world. It wasn't God who answered him, though," Jeremy said, sitting on the bench within reach of Cassandra. "A being came to Abe and told him they could save him. He wanted to live for selfish reasons, so God didn't answer. But a demon did. It promised him a freebie, a full recovery if it brought the demon 3 souls every 7 years. Abe quickly agreed," he explained, and pulled Cassandra's face up to look into her eyes. "Are you getting all this?" "There will be a quiz," he said and let go. "Please, I don't know what you're talking about. Just let me go. I won't tell anyone, I swear," she said as a tear dripped down her cheek. He wiped it away with his finger, which was warm to the touch. Don't cry, sweetheart. There's no reason to. Crying is useless. Now back to the story. Abe lived till 1794 as far as anyone knows. That's when his actual life ended. But his deal went on. After his body died, he was allowed to continue to bring souls to the demon, and in return, he could wander the land of the living a little longer. Well, one night in 1988, I just happened to be sitting on this bench here with some friends drinking. A man stepped out of the darkness and asked us for our wallets, he said with a smile. He stood and turned around in a circle, taking in the night. It was right here, at 12:48, that I was shot for not giving him my wallet. My friends all ran and got away, but I laid here, in a pool of my own blood, with 3 bullets in me. I looked up at that statue of Abe there and wondered how he could live through 7 bullets when I was going to die from only 3, he scoffed. Kinda silly, I know. Cassandra looked at her phone. It said 12:43. She started to text Betty. Oh no, we wouldn't want your friend to ruin the party. You see, Abe came to me that night and offered me the same deal he had. And you're my 3rd date this week, he said, swiping the phone from her hands. I can't believe how small these things have gotten over the years. Please, she begged. I won't tell anyone. I'll just go home. I'm sorry. That isn't going to work. I need you, Cassandra. And isn't it romantic? A great night spent together. That's the best part of this job. I get to meet lots of chicks, he said. Just then, there was a small rumble in the ground, and a faint red light started to illuminate the statue. Fissures of smoke rose from the cracks in the ground. He's almost here to take his 3rd soul. I'm gonna need you to lay down on this bench, Jeremy said. Fuck you, she said in defiance. He struck her with the pommel of the knife he'd held in his hand. What a mouth on you. I like your spunk, he said and pulled her onto the bench. He sat on her chest and undid the laces on her knee-high boots. He tied her legs to the stone bench. This is ridiculous, she said, trying to struggle as he tied her hands under the bench behind her back. The rumbling grew louder, and she felt the bench shaking just a bit. Let me go right the fuck now, she called out. Or what? Are you going to untie yourself and escape? It's never happened. Oh, I know. You could try screaming. They usually try that, but it's not going to work, he said, standing back and looking at his handiwork. Cassandra kicked, trying to loosen her restraints, but they were too tight. She called out into the night, Help! Help! Jeremy smacked her again. I really like it when they struggle, but the voices are pretty annoying, he said, and giggled. The rumbling climaxed as a ghostly figure floated out front of the statue. Oh, Abe, look at this one. 100% virgin. Really, it should count as 2, Jeremy said to the ghost. Please, God, don't let me die, she begged.
God doesn't listen, child,
Abraham said in a gravely spectral voice. He floated over to her and bent down near her face. Cassandra could see through Abraham. His transparent body had a reddish hue, but was definitely not solid. Please, she said.
There's no escape for you, I'm afraid. I am a selfish man, and I need you.
The specter said. And I need you too, Jeremy said to her. Is it time? He asked the specter.
It is time,
the ghost of Abraham said, and backed away a few feet from Cassandra. Okay, baby, your time is up, Jeremy said and approached her, putting the knife just above her heart. She struggled harder, but she couldn't get any momentum going. The shoelaces were just too tight. She screamed out. He raised the knife above his head and looked down at Cassandra. Here's to 7 more years, he said, and plunged the knife into her chest. The last thing she saw as the world turned black was the fury on Jeremy's face. But the betrayal from the first guy she ever dated hurt more than that wound in her chest. Biting Cold by Jeff Carpenter. Pain hit him like a spear in the gut. He was hungry, but he knew that thing out there was too. And he knew its kind never left wounded prey until they could pick the bones clean. He was sheltered, safe for now, or so he hoped, dug into his snow cave. He shifted his body, bumping up against the cold walls. He couldn't see his right arm, and maybe that was for the best. The solidity of the snow walls comforted him, but it was a frozen comfort, a chilled comfort for his cold, tired bones. A sound carried over the crisp air. His ears pricked up, chattering, an incessant clacking that assaulted his ears. It was his own noise. With every intake of breath, he could feel the sharp, cold shoot through his teeth. His teeth chattered, but he could not feel them. He longed for another familiar sound, a sound that would take him home. In his breast pocket was a cell phone with very low battery charge. He was far out of range of any known cell tower, but he still had some voice messages saved that he'd listened to before the blizzard hit. One from his father at the hunting lodge. Christmas was approaching, and his father had exhorted him to check the trap lines one more time before the big snow hit hard and stranded them. He was sure his father had attempted a search for him, but the guests had gone home for the holidays, and the wheelchair would have been useless, much beyond the packed-down paths around the cabin in the snow. Another message from his little girl back in the city, complaining about her new braces and how they hurt her teeth and made her lips bleed when she practiced her carols for the choir. She would be caroling out there tonight, braving the cold in her sore gums to spread her joy to the world around her. She'd left him one last message, but he would leave that one unheard until he really needed to hear it. He would survive. For her. He exhaled and felt the steamy breath in front of his face. He tried to breathe warmth into his fingers on his left hand, but they were well past numb now. Out there was the only hope for life. But death lurked there in the shadows. If he did nothing, if he curled up in his icy tomb and let sleep overtake him, the beast would have him still. It would dig in and dig him out, scavenge his cold, tired bones like a grave robber. The beast's teeth would crunch and crush the bones and frozen flesh of his rigid corpse, just as easily as if he had offered himself to it. It would swallow him in huge, choking gulps. And then he would be gone, and it would be night forever. He closed his eyes, tight enough to shut out the images in his brain. The creature invading the hole with its snout, slavering to get at the bloody, sweating slab of meat still living inside. If only he could last through the night, then maybe one more night. It was just the last night that it all had happened. The avalanche had thrown a tree on top of him. Brought a whole damn tree down on top of him. It must have been the rifle shot that set it off. Must have been. From behind him, the rumble came out of nowhere. The tree had torn his arm from his shoulder and left it gashed and bleeding. When he came to with a violent tug on his arm socket, the beast's beady red eyes dared him to wrench his arm back into place. He let the animal take his prize. It was no good to him anymore anyway, but now the beast knew he was weakened and had limited mobility, had limited range, had tasted mortality, and was handicapped. It would come again and again to test its prey's strength and its ebbing will to survive. If he could only make it to the tree, the upturned tree, its branches ready-made kindling, the waterproof matches in his pocket were still good, he hoped. Fire. A glorious fire could be kindled, bringing warmth to this long night, warming his belly, slacking his thirst, thawing his fingers. The beast would feed him its long, dense fur. The oil in its hairs would keep the frost off of him. His boot would hold enough snow to melt into drinking water. His left hand clenched into a fist. It needed to hold something solid. His bolt-action Remington had been broken and buried by the tree's weight. No weapon. Still. The branches could make a spear, but he didn't have a knife to sharpen it. Teeth. He had teeth, as did the beast, of course, and he would pit his molars, canines, and sizers in his dizzy brain against the animals. He had 31 after that drunken brawl. Molars for grinding and sizers for biting and cutting. Canines, his eye teeth, for tearing and ripping. He would chew the bark and spit it out. He would chew the fleshy tip of his branch into a wicked sharp point of death-dealing, plunge it into the gut of the ravenous animal, finally killing its hunger. He had no fingers, not that he could feel anyway. He could pull himself to the tree, but that could loosen the shirt of his makeshift tourniquet and open the flow of blood again. He can feel himself succumbing to the cold, to his leaking blood, to the dark night all around. It was now or never. His eyelids flutter. To sleep, or... He moves. He pushes out the hole, crawling at first, then limping, stooping, gradually more erect, from animal to man, a momentary recurrence of evolutionary strides. He can do it. He is doing it. His numb fingers find the tree. With a grunt, he feebly snaps off twigs. He clutches them clumsily in his single arm. They slip and fall out. He scoops them up again. He collects and breaks off branches of various sizes from the falling tree, smaller for kindling, larger for the main fuel of the fire. He stacks them in a rickety pyramid. His hand, curled like a useless claw, clutches the matchbox to his chest. He pulls out one match with his teeth. His lips tremble as he bends his head to the matchbox striking surface. The match flares up and burns his lips. It falls to the snow and fizzles. He tries again and manages to catch it aflame. He ignites the pyramid stack of wood. With the warmth comes the feeling back into his fingers. He bites into the fleshy wood, his lips curling at the bitter taste of bark. He grinds away at the wood, periodically spitting out the pulpy ball of mulch. He wipes the wood juice running down his chin with the back of his hand. The hot saliva runs cold and icy down his chin, almost freezing solid before running down his neck collar. He breaks a tooth and whimpers in pain. Then he stops. He sees a movement. Motion at the edge of the perimeter of the circle of firelight. His eyes dart to the right, scanning the flickering shadows and darkness beyond. He holds the rim of the boot collar to his lips, awaiting the refreshing slake of liquid to quench his thirst. The smell hits him first, the foul, pungent odor. Then the crushing weight of the beast slams into his chest, bowling him over. His arms flail to fight for balance, but he's gone, and so is his boot. Flung into the fire, splashing water, it sizzles and steams. And then the Wolverine growls and makes his slow advance, haltingly, limping. The beast leaps on him, snarling, slavering hot spit and wet saliva on his face. He turns his head, avoiding its snapping teeth, the hot breath on his face. It pushes on top of him for better advantage. It will have him soon. He can feel himself losing the battle. His eyelids flutter. To sleep, or... He bites into the exposed neck of the beast through wet fur. The beast jerks and rears back, giving him enough room to reach his stride and grab the spear. He plunges the spear deep into the belly of the beast. It howls in agony and its tongue lolls in its mouth, tasting mortality. The Wolverine slumps to the ground, its fur bathed in the orange glow of the fire. He raises his stick in victory. He circles the body of the Wolverine, watching it closely. The steam escaping from the gash in its belly as it slowly cools to the outside temperature. Snap! Teeth bite into his ankle. The shin bone of his leg fractures. The unrelenting metal jaws of one of his steel traps enclose his lower leg. He hits the ground hard. He stares at the Wolverine's missing forelimb, the nub where it had bitten it off to escape, and then his own missing arm. The Wolverine's eyes now closed, its soft lashes whiting over the fresh snowflakes. His lashes, too, grow heavy with white flakes. The flickering flames of the fire die to embers. His eyelids flutter. He takes the cell phone out of his breast pocket. One last unheard message. He clicks it. It is his daughter, singing softly. He closes his eyes and listens to the carol on repeat until the battery dies.
A thrill of hope, the weary world rejoices, for yonder breaks a new and glorious morn. Fall on your knees, oh hear the angels' voices, oh night divine.
A thought passes through his frozen mind. To sleep or
I'll Be Home for Christmas by Shane Migliavacca, a weekly spooky original.
It's never gonna stop, Catwalker said to herself, watching as never-ending white fell outside. The dying embers of the day cast a soft glow that lit the snow-covered landscape in a blood-red hue. The wind howled, making the old walls of the house creak and strain. Cat was alone in the parlor, the gathering place for most of the social activity at Black Oaks. A tall Christmas tree sat in the room's center, its lights blinking on and off. The smell of cinnamon delighted Cat's senses. Cinnamon cookie ornaments hung from the tree branches, crafted in various Christmas-related forms. Santa, Frosty, snowflakes, and Christmas trees. All lovingly made by Black Oak's resident cook, Mallory Horst. A fire crackled in the fireplace, and the scent of burning wood hung in the air. The sound of whiskey flowing over ice pulled Cat from her thoughts. She watched fellow student Georgina Harris enter, reflected in the glass of the window. Georgina returned her metal flask to the folds of her expensive robe before crashing to the couch. The chic brunette lounged on the couch, her sleek legs visible at the robe's part. Taking a sip of whiskey, she lit a cigarette. The weather outside is indeed frightful, little kitten. Cat turned, angry at the interruption. She spun around so fast her long raven black hair fell across her eyes, stinging them. "What are you doing?" Cat blurted out, her anger getting the better of her. "Working towards a career in alcoholism and nicotine addiction?" Georgina smirked, raising her glass in a toast. "Just like dear old Mom." "You know the rules," Cat said. "If Miss Keene sees you," her voice lowered, as if saying the woman's name would summon the headmistress out of thin air. "Don't worry about it," Georgina took a puff off her cigarette. "It's not your ass on the line if I'm caught, kitten." "Fine," Cat gave up. Why did she care if the bitch got in trouble anyway? "And my name is Cat. I hate it when you call me kitten." Girls like Georgina were the reason Cat was at Black Oaks. She'd gotten in her fair share of fights with girls that thought they were better than her, thought they could tell Cat her place. Expulsion for Cat soon followed nearly every time. A slight, red-haired girl with a fox-like face stood framed in the doorway, her freckled brow wrinkled in concern. She was wearing a snug, if preposterous, sweater. Robots danced around a Christmas tree on its front, and a pair of pale blue jeans. "There you guys are," Sue McCoy said, sounding relieved. "Miss Keene wanted to know if you guys wanted to exchange Christmas presents now or in the morning." Cat looked down at the presents, neatly arranged under the tree. She wondered how the tree looked at home. Her mom would have it all decked out with all the usual ornaments. This would be the first year Kat wouldn't be there to help her decorate it. She was stuck here at Black Oak's boarding school, mainly for the simple fact that her parents couldn't afford to come and get her, even if the weather did permit. Not that she was the only one stuck here for Christmas break. Georgina's mom and her new girlfriend were off to Barcelona for the holiday. Sue was still here because she preferred it to her home life. Why, Kat really wasn't sure, nor did she want to pry. The other two students still here, Lois Kincaid and Allison Gordy, were both stuck due to the stubborn onslaught of the freak blizzard assaulting half of the country. Besides the remaining 5 girls, there was Miss Keene and Mallory still at the school. Georgina kicked one of the presents under the tree with an outstretched leg. "I say we get this shit over with." Sue turned to Kat. "Yeah, why not?" Kat answered. A half hour later, wrapping paper littered the parlor's royal blue carpet. The girls had done a secret Santa, ensuring that each girl got a gift and they didn't have to spend a lot of money getting multiple presents. Kat sat with her knees drawn up on the floor, clutching her gift in her arms. A simple black t-shirt with "I'm against it" written on its front in a spray paint font. Whoever had drawn Kat's name, they certainly knew her tastes. Sitting next to her was Mallory. The cook was only a few years older than her and lived in town with her mother, who had held the position previously until injuring her back. Now her daughter supported her. Kat had bonded with her, both feeling very much the outsider at Black Oaks. Mallory had a crisp, no-bullshit way of looking at things, and never sat around feeling sorry for herself or whining about the shit life had handed her. It was something Kat aspired to do herself. Mallory's Secret Santa bought her a simple pendant necklace. She wore it proudly around her neck, turning to smile at Kat as they all laughed at one of Miss Keene's stories. Kat drifted in and out of the story the woman was telling. Her ears picked up bits and pieces of the news playing on the TV behind them. The storm of the century, flights canceled, power outages, escaped mental patients pile up on the thruway. The girls all laughed again and Kat joined in instinctively. Her thoughts turned back towards home. Were Mom and Dad celebrating tonight? Was Mom making her annual Christmas lasagna tomorrow? She hoped her parents were safe and happy. "What's on your mind?" Kat turned to see Mallory looking at her. "Nothing, just Christmas at home," Kat answered. "Miss your folks?" "Yeah, we don't always get along, but this time of year, though, all the shit of the year disappears," Kat smiled, thinking about the warm feeling she got sitting around the tree on Christmas morning. "How about you?" "Hope I can get back into town tomorrow, spend the day with Mom." "Hold hands, you lovebirds," Georgina mocked. The heavy scent of whiskey hung in the air as she spoke. Mallory made a face. "God, you're drunk," Georgina laughed. "Fuck yeah, townie." Kat noticed a repeated thumping sound under the din of the girls' laughter and the TV. It grew louder and more ferocious as seconds ticked by, until finally... "Someone's here," Kat said, springing up from the floor. All eyes turned toward her. They stared as if she was in a one-woman play written by a psychotic. "At the door," Kat added, already headed to the foyer. Kat fumbled with the door lock as the knocking outside intensified. Miss Keene and the girls gathered behind her. "I told you, there's somebody at the door." Kat felt vindicated as the knocking continued. "Maybe you shouldn't open that door," Sue spoke up. "It could be a crazy person." "It might be a rapist," Lois said. "Or a holy roller," Georgina added. "We'll be buried in watchtowers." From the other side of the door, a man spoke. "Please, I know you're in there. I need help." Kat looked at Miss Keene for guidance. The headmistress nodded her approval. Without hesitation, Kat unlocked the door. Wind and snow assaulted her immediately. A man, looking half dead, stood at the center of the maelstrom. His hair whipped about as if alive, and his eyes were wide with panic. The man stumbled into the house, helped along by Kat and Miss Keene. Sue struggled to shut the door behind them, the snow and wind fighting her. Mallory stepped in and helped her close the door. "Well, this is something," Georgina said, observing the scene before her. They took the stranger into the dining room. A large wood table sat at room's center. The room, much like the living room, had been decorated for the holiday. Lights and garland ran along the walls, and the table was covered by a tablecloth and placemats depicting Santa and his reindeer on Christmas night. Allison pulled out one of the chairs for the disheveled man. "Get him a blanket and some coffee," Miss Keene instructed Allison and Lois, sending the two girls racing off in opposite directions. I told them I'll be home for Christmas," the man said through chapped lips. He looked up into Kat's eyes. "My wife and son, they're waiting for me." Miss Keene took the blanket from a returning Allison and draped it over the man's shoulders. "Were you in an accident?" The man hugged the blanket to himself before nodding. "Our bus went off the road. The snow made it hard to see." Lois came back with a steaming cup of coffee. The man gladly took the mug, holding it in his hands for the warmth it radiated. "Whereabout did you crash?" Miss Keene asked. "How many people were on the bus besides you?" "I don't know where. The storm made it hard to see any landmarks." The man took a sip of coffee. 10. I think there was maybe 10 on the bus." He pondered this for a moment before continuing. "I went for help and I got lost." He laughed grimly. "I was, in the army. Some tracker I turned out to be. I used to go through the jungle like nothing." "We should call the police," Lois said. "And tell them what?" Georgina pointed out. "We don't know where this guy crashed. Where are we going to send them?" Mallory stepped forward. "She's right. We should get you to a hospital," Miss Keene said, turning towards the man. "I'll call for an ambulance." The headmistress left. There were only 2 working phones at Black Oaks, one in Miss Keene's office and the other in the rec room. The girls weren't allowed to have cell phones as they were felt to be too much of a distraction from their studies. The same went for the internet. The girls were allowed laptops for assignments, but couldn't even get those online. After a few minutes, a stone-faced Miss Keene returned. "The phone is out," she informed the girls, fighting to conceal any troubling emotion that might slip out. "It must be the blizzard." "I'm so hungry," the man groaned, his voice full of pain and regret. "I'm starving." Mallory went to the kitchen to get the man some food, while Kat and the others stayed with him in the dining room. "Under the circumstances," Miss Keene addressed the group, "I think it best I drove into town with our guest. We can get him help and get a search started for that bus." There was some debate over the idea before the headmistress's authority won out over the girls' doubts. Miss Keene agreed to take Lois and Allison with her and the man into town. The stranger greedily devoured the tuna fish sandwich Mallory brought him as Miss Keene and the 2 girls geared up for their trip. Kat donated one of her trench coats for the man to wear out into the bitter cold. The remaining girls watched as the 4 headed towards the garage, the 4 swallowed up by the blizzard. Kat took one last look outside before closing and locking the door. Georgina sauntered off back to the parlor. "Back to our regularly scheduled program," she quipped. Anxious, Kat glanced out the window. It had been 15 minutes. Shouldn't she have seen something from the garage by now? A light from the car through the billowing snow? Just something to confirm they'd left? "I don't like this," she muttered. "Where are they?" "It's going to take time in this weather," Sue answered. Pulling on her jacket and hat, she unlocked the door. "I'm going to go check on them, just to make sure." Sue thought about it. "Can't hurt. I'll go with." "We'll hold down the fort," Georgina said, lighting up a cigarette. As soon as Sue was ready, the 2 girls headed outside. Mallory stood inside the doorframe. "Hurry back. I'll have some hot chocolate waiting. Don't leave me alone with that boozy bitch for too long." Kat laughed. "Don't worry, we won't." "I heard that," Georgina hollered from the parlor. "Don't care," Mallory shot back, slamming the door shut. The snow was ankle-deep as the girls made their way down the walk, holding gloved hands as snow and bitter cold wind raged around them. Cold snow slipped down into Kat's boots. She felt her nose start to run as her cheeks reddened. Halfway to the garage, she was already regretting coming out here. "Why couldn't the fucking garage be connected to the damn house?" she moaned. Sue made a face. Kat had forgot the girl's disdain for colorful language. With the garage in sight, the pair were surprised to see the garage door still closed. Car headlights visible from within the slats. Entering, the girls found Miss Keene's van sitting there. Headlights on. Doors closed. Melting snow footprints led to the van, but none led away. There seemed to be something smeared on the interior windows, making it hard to see inside. The faint sound of music came from within the vehicle. "Is that Buddy Holly?" she asked. It was indeed. As Buddy sang about a love that never fades away, Kat touched the handle of the driver's side door. She glanced at Sue, who nodded in approval. Kat turned the handle, slowly opening the door. "Miss Keene, is everything all right?" In response, something fell from the van with a moist thud, rolling to a stop next to Sue's feet, causing her to scream. Before Kat could turn to see what was wrong, her eyes were caught by the van's interior, which was covered in splashes of dripping crimson. Human limbs, chunks of flesh, and what appeared to be intestines littered the front seats. The next thing Kat knew, what she'd had for dinner now covered her boots and part of the floor. "Oh, God!" Kat groaned. Sue had stopped screaming and was now doing an impromptu impression of a Monty Python routine. It's... Miss Keene's head lay at Sue's feet. The dead headmistress's eyes were wide, with terror. "I'm starving," the stranger's voice came from somewhere in the shadows of the garage. "I couldn't help it." Kat took Sue's hand, ready to drag the girl out of there if need be. Backing towards the side door they entered by, they hadn't gotten more than a few steps when something slithered out from under the van. The thing grabbed Sue by the leg and wrenched the startled girl off her feet, which caused Kat to lose her footing as well. Desperately, Kat scrambled to grab the screaming girl's outstretched hand. The thing that had hold of Sue was faster, dragging the red-haired girl into the darkness under the van. Screaming once more filled the air, before being suddenly cut off. Gripped by terror, Kat half crawled, half ran for the door. Stumbling out into the snow, Kat gasped for breath as the wind hammered her. Heart pounding, she retraced her footprints in the snowdrifts. She tried to block what she saw in the van from her head, tried not to think about what must be happening to Sue back there in the garage. It had happened so fast. Could she have possibly saved her? Back at the main house, Kat found the front door locked. Pounding on it, she waited, prayed for someone to open it. Suddenly overtaken with the feeling that someone was behind her, Kat spun around. In the distance through the snow, she saw them standing there at the end of the driveway. 3 figures. Then she saw 2 more, standing in a drift on the lawn, their features obscured by snow and distance. She wanted to call out to them for help, but something about them felt wrong, filling her head with dread. She returned to pounding the door frantically. The door opened. Kat pushed past a slightly aggravated Georgina, nearly falling to her knees, panic-stricken and out of breath. Tears and snot were frozen to her face. "What the hell?" Georgina said. "Who's that out there?" She poked her head out the door. "Who are those people?" "Close the door," Kat gasped, warm air burning her lungs. "Lock it!" Georgina slammed the door shut, clicking the deadbolt in place as Stevie Nicks belted out Silent Night from the parlor's TV. Kat stood, feeling her knees shake. Looking down at her shirt, she noticed chunks of vomit. Pulling off her coat and shirt, Kat walked into the parlor. Georgina followed her. "What the fuck is going on? Where's the sidekick?" Kat pulled on her "I'm against it" t-shirt. She took a deep breath, not wanting to say the words. "She's dead." Georgina laughed. "What? Are you shitting me?" "No." Kat's eyes scanned the room. "Where's Mallory?" "In the kitchen, washing dishes or some shit." "Sue's dead? What the fuck?" Kat took off for the kitchen, Georgina storming after her, profanity flowing freely from her mouth. They found Mallory in the kitchen, standing uneasily next to the stranger, seated at the counter, eating a sandwich. "Your friend made me a nice sandwich." He took a bite from it, blood running down his chin. As he chewed, pieces of fleshy meat stuck to the corners of his mouth. "That's disgusting," Georgina gasped. "Mallory, get away from him." Kat reached out towards the young cook. A large kitchen knife gleamed near Mallory's side, held in the stranger's free hand. I think she's fine right here. The man smiled bloodily. Oh, there's a hair in my mouth. He pulled a red hair from between his teeth. Who the fuck are you? Georgina asked, horrified and angry. Just a man, on his way home from a pointless war in the jungle, sick of being called baby killer. Just wanted to get home to my wife and boy for Christmas. The man sighed, his eyes focusing on something long gone. And then that goddamn blizzard hit. The old drunk behind the wheel of the bus drove us into a ditch on some backwoods road. I went for help with one of the passengers and we got lost in the storm. A chill ran down Kat's spine as the man spoke. I don't know how long we were out there. I got so hungry, and the other man was falling behind. In the bush, you had to do anything it took to survive. He was holding me back, and I needed food, so... The man licked his blood-caked lips and laughed. And then the next day, I found myself back at the fucking bus. Those ungrateful shits criticizing me for getting lost, accusing me after everything I did, everything I went through. It was too much. And a man's gotta eat. Kat felt sick to her stomach. She willed herself not to throw up for a second time. That night, it came to me. Standing there at the edge of the trees, it called to me. Wendigo. Demon spirit. My burden, my curse. The hunger inside me. That's where it lives, keeping me alive. To feed it. Georgina scoffed. That's a pretty fucked up story, buddy. What are you smoking, and can I get some? A loud knock came from the door. They're here, the man said as he stood. I hate to eat and run, but they're company I try not to keep. Who are those people out there? Georgina asked. I really must be going. I fucked around here too long. The stranger held the tip of the knife to Mallory's throat. I was looking forward to sampling all of this young flesh. Tastes so much better than that old hag in the car. He backed towards the rear door that connected the kitchen to the courtyard behind the main house. Another knock came from the front door. Shit. I don't think I have time to even slaughter you bitches properly. I'll have to be quick. Kat scanned the kitchen quickly. The stranger could kill Mallory before she got to a knife. There had to be something else. A third knock came from the front door. With his free hand, the stranger yanked Mallory's head back by her long blonde hair, exposing her neck. Quick and easy, babe, the stranger grinned. The whine of a kettle sliced through the tension of the kitchen, causing the man to look up from his prey just in time to see Kat snatch it from the stove. Have a little hot chocolate, Kat screamed as the scalding water hit the man dead center in the face. He let go of Mallory and the knife as he held his face, screaming in pain. Mallory screamed herself as some of the water had hit her as well. Kat hurled the now empty kettle at the wounded stranger. Georgina, for her part, pulled the startled Mallory to her feet. Let's get the fuck out of here, Georgina shouted. The girls started towards the door, but the man blocked their escape route, holding his ragged face with one hand and a knife in the other. You cunts aren't going anywhere. The trio of girls turned and ran out the kitchen down the hallway towards the front door. Out there? Georgina stopped them. What choice do we have? Kat said. Out one of the windows, Mallory answered. The stranger stood in the hallway, having replaced the knife with a meat cleaver. You ain't going anywhere. I could have ran, but you three really pissed me off. The knocking on the door turned into a loud banging. The man charged at them with the cleaver, forcing the girls to run into the parlor, slicing at them as they went. Georgina lunged towards the fireplace, grabbing a poker. Spinning around, she confronted the stranger, swinging the poker at him. It collided with the stranger's head with a sickening thud. Never mess with a chick from the Upper East Side, asshole! Georgina followed up with a couple of hard swings, but her cockiness was her downfall as the stranger caught the poker, yanking it from her grip. He kicked her in the gut, doubling Georgina over in pain. Throwing the poker aside, the stranger hoisted the cleaver, ready to strike down on the stunned girl. Kat ran towards the man, howling like a banshee, attempting to tackle him. She grabbed the man's hand, holding the cleaver. The two struggled, but the man was stronger and a trained fighter. Using Kat's weight and momentum against her, he sent her sailing into the Christmas tree with a loud crash. Both the girls and the tree went down in an explosion of tinsel and ornaments. From the foyer came a sound of straining wood as the pounding assault continued on the front door. Kat, now caught up in the tinsel and lights of the tree, struggled to free herself. The man stalked towards her, a desperate, evil smile on his burned lips. She watched helpless, unable to defend herself. A strand of lights dropped over his head, wrapping around his neck. Standing behind him, Mallory pulled it tight, choking him, holding tight. The young cook pulled him away from Kat. The pair stumbled towards the fire, the man clumsily taking wild swings with the cleaver, trying to hit Mallory behind him. Taking a handful of the man's unkempt hair with one hand and holding the strand tight with the other, Mallory rammed the man's head into the mantel repeatedly until the bloodied and battered man pushed away from her. Yanking the strand from his neck, he hurled it to the ground. Finally free of the Christmas tree, Kat was on her feet. Picking up the discarded fire poker, she attacked the stranger, screaming as she beat him. Georgina picked up a second poker and swung primally as well, forcing the man to fall to his knees. The girls stopped when the front door shattered. The three girls turned as something shambled into the house. Standing, framed in the parlor door, stood a decayed corpse, dressed in a tattered, age-ravaged bus driver's uniform. Standing behind it were similarly decayed corpses. The three girls stood tall and readied themselves for a new fight. To their surprise, the dead ignored the three. The walking corpses surrounded the man, who now knelt, laughing hysterically. Behind him, the discarded strand had partially fallen into the fireplace, burning like a fuse. It had lit the carpet up. The fire was quickly spreading. "Come and get it, you bastards," the man laughed as the dead descended on him, ripping at his flesh. "Let's get the fuck out of here," Kat said as she watched the man being ripped apart. The three girls hurried out of the house as the fire and the dead claimed it. They stood on the lawn for several minutes, watching the house burn, holding their jackets tight in the bitter cold. "So now what?" Georgina asked. "Walk to town?" Kat said. Mallory shook her head. "We should wait out the fire and the storm in one of the staff buildings. They're far enough away not to catch fire. We should be warm there." "Sounds like a plan," Georgina said. Kat looked at her two friends. "Merry Christmas, guys." "Bah, humbug," Georgina laughed. The three girls trudged through the snow. Kat turned to take a last look at the burning building before continuing on.
Even the Devil Tells the Truth, Sometimes, by Dan Wilder, a weekly spooky original.
The first couple of years, I just went for hookers. I figured no one would go looking for those broads anytime soon. It was simple. While everyone was staring at that big, stupid ball like a bunch of deer in headlights, I'd find my gal, taking her down an alley and doing 'em up proper. A happy New Year's for me. In theory, anyway. The problem is, those bitches looked like they were relieved. And why wouldn't they be? The knife was just another long, hard object painfully crammed inside them. But this one brought an end to their filthy existence. Christ, it was so hard to get excited over that work, but I did my best. Damn, I've gotten ahead of myself again. I suppose you want to know what makes me tick, huh? Well, go fuck yourself. Just messing with you. What do you want to know? My parents were real pieces of work. My dad drank his life away in every pisshole bar down by the docks, and my mom sold ass in the same. I was unplanned, unwanted, and never made to forget it. Except, none of that hard luck garbage is true. I grew up in a nice suburb. Mom was a teacher and homemaker. Dad was an accountant. The biggest threat to my childhood was the fact that I was spoiled rotten, or as spoiled as a middle-class brat can be. So, what made me turn bad? I have no idea. See, back around 76 or so, beating the shit out of strangers for no reason was how I got my kicks. But little did I know, this was gonna be the mozzarella stick platter before the eggplant parm that is my career these days. Let me tell you. Anyway, I'd pulped this cat down Chinatown way, dig, looking for any ill-gotten gains I could grab. I found some sort of amulet in his left pocket. Older than my Aunt Petunia and expensive, too. At least I hoped it would be when I went to pawn it. But that would have to wait, though, because beating the shit out of a man is hungry work, and my stomach, it was growling something fierce. 30 minutes later, I was kicked back in my easy chair in my rat trap of an apartment, hamburger grease mixed with thin blood from that rare patty dripping down my arm. That's when I remembered my spoils. I reached into my pants pocket and brought out that glittering trinket, now covered with slop from my chow. That's when that bauble went shiny and hit me with some sort of mumbo-jumbo magic that sent me sprawling across the floor. Things went black for a hot second, but when I came to, he was just sitting there on top of the giant zenith. Well, I say he, but in truth it may have been a she, or a human-shaped lump of clam dip, because no matter how hard I stared at this thing, I could never get a clear look at it, but I could tell it was dressed to the nines, and always smiling. "What's so funny, pal?" I asked. That's when the fucker talked directly to my brain. And while I can tell you what it said wasn't in any language I'd ever heard, I understood every damn word. The bit about immortality, the murder biz that would seal the bargain, one ex-woman every midnight on New Year's Eve. Hell, the son of a bitch even had a big contract for me to sign, like something out of a goddamn comic book. And naturally, that pen was filled, you guessed it, with blood. Too much, right? So, yada yada, Lucifer, hookers, and blood. And here we are, New Year's Eve, 1979. And it's time for a change. But since not a lot of you clowns are familiar with my work, let me take you through my 9 to 5 if you can pick up what I'm laying down. I wake up around noonish. See, I set my own hours, so I can sleep in. A real job perk, if you ask me. So yeah, shit, shower, shave, fry up an egg, maybe 2 for breakfast, orange juice and vodka. Then, on with the day's business. I cruise the streets, and it is cold as a witch's tit out here. But this involves my work the 364 days it isn't December 31st. I just kind of walk around with a heart on and get as much attention from the leather boys and hustlers as I can, marking in my mind who is where and when. See, the devil is in the details. Then I take in a porno flick or two, grab a dog or a slice, then make my way back through the spank bank of earlier. I go for the toughest, strongest looking laddie I can find. Then I punch and kick the ever-loving shit out of them, rob them, and maybe do the same to any tourist unfortunate enough to cross my path. And then it's off for a cup of joe. What? The hooker thing only applies to the killing, and I only do that to the ladies once a year to honor that bargain. The rest of the year, they just ain't my bag. Here's the rub. I don't really give a rat's puckered pink asshole about the living forever thing. Who needs that static? No, I'm just thankful that someone put the notion of killing a woman into my thick skull. Most of the time, I don't think about dames at all unless they're up on that stained silver screen. Plus, It inspired me to up my game in the whole inflicting pain on my fellow man game that I've been so fond of. Practice makes perfect and all that. Besides, who knows if that shit would still apply anyway? I hawked that amulet the next day for $200 and a sixer of bud. Where the fuck was I? My day. All day, every day. So I head home, take a shower, believe it or not, maybe throw in a TV dinner, catch some tube. You know what really tickles my asshole with a feather? Grabbing a paper and seeing if anyone reports on the shit I do. Hey, what can I say? I'm kinda like a gutter narcissist. Hey, I went to high school just like everybody else. Anyway, those rags never say a peep about me or the meat I, tenderize. Probably never will either. Fuck 'em. Nighttime? More of the same, really. I work 2 shifts a day, 7 days a week, and that's dedication no one can match. And I don't even have a union or nothing. Now that's January 1st to December 30th. But that next day, that's where the shit gets serious. I take a little personal time for the most of the day, do a bump, maybe rub a few out, grab a nice steak from Sizzler for lunch, real self-care type shit, you dig? Now, most years, I would just hang out on the fringes of Times Square looking for my mark, but as I said, this year was going to be a big one. So, after Sizzler, I got a haircut. Just gotta look good for this. I yank a magazine off the newsstand and tear out a sample of cologne. I wasn't kidding around here, folks. Believe you me, class all the way. Anyway, I get to Times Square early, and the one thing you out-of-towners watching from your big, comfy couches probably don't realize, motherfuckers line up for this thing hours and hours before anything is even going on. Just standing in the cold, hard street milling around like fucking zombies or something. I kick around for a bit, taking a drag on a marb here and there. As I look around, I have to admit there are some spectacular candidates out there. Much better than the ridden hard and put away wet flotsam and jetsam of the last few years. A strawberry blonde with gigantic tits and braces that catch the now setting sun when she flashes big smiles at her friend. An equally attractive Spanish chick with the blackest hair I have ever seen. You can bet those two are on my shit list for sure. But they just ain't the one. I continue my search. I see a cute Chinese girl here, a sexy socialite there. All big ticket scores for sure, but again, I gotta feel this one in my balls. Then it hit me. Fuck, it's cold out here. I need a coffee. And as fate, if you believe in such bullshit, would have it, there was a donut shop directly across from me. I went in, ordered a cup, and took a load off for a tick. Now, I don't believe in fate. But then again, before a few years ago, I never thought His Infernal Majesty would be sitting atop my boob tube pulling the old Faust gag. So, here we are. Anyway, out of the ladies' room, she came, looking for all the world like an angel in the flesh. Well, little angel, tonight's the night you get your wings clipped. I watched her go up to the counter and order. The way she moved, I could tell she was athletic, but there was more. Was she a ballerina? A gymnast? Damned if I know, but she definitely took care of herself. That's for sure. Her hair was like spun gold. I liked that. It would show the blood better once I did the devil's business. Literally. Anyway, she paid, walked out, and I followed her close. But not close enough to look obvious, dig? Yeah, so she snaked back through the crowds, the steam from her coffee trailing behind her, which was leaving a nice trail for me to follow, like that dude going through the Minotaur's maze. Damn, she was with someone. That would complicate things, but Nothing I can't handle. Just have to think about how to get her away from that bozo she's with. That's when fortune smiled upon me for the second time that night. There was that fool with his clipboard, and you know he was just on a power trip like no other. Just wandering the crowd, looking for the most photogenic folks he could find and moving them right in line with the unblinking camera eye that would beam this bullshit into homes nationwide. He'd be easy. I dealt with dudes his size every ding-dong freaking day. Hey, buddy, you know that big shot producer running this thing? I noticed the lanyard around the hotshot's neck. Damn it! Now where did my lanyard go? I really played up looking for it, too. Oscar material here for sure. You mean Jim? Yeah, Jim. He wants to talk to your ass pronto. Shit. Probably wants me to get him a coffee. Can't he see I'm trying to make this show special? I mean, look at the prime trim I've picked out. What was your name again? Bill. I lied. First year working the show? The fool was actually buying this crap. Yeah. Does it show? I pointed to where the lanyard should be and chuckled. You'll be fine. Now, where was Jim? This way, follow me. I know a shortcut that'll take us right past this mess. The people were becoming packed in like sardines. The rube followed me like a lemming, right into the alley where I smashed his fucking head in against the ice-covered bricks so many times the walls started to steam from the sprays of his hot blood that splashed on it again and again. I grabbed that clown's clipboard and lanyard, and I made my way back to where I saw my angel last. And there she was, just where I left her. Time to get the show on the road. Excuse me, miss. Yes? Pretty and shy, too. Jackpot. How would you like to come up front and watch the show? I work for the network. I pointed to the lanyard for emphasis. I don't know. Then her man actually became an accomplice in her pending murder. You have to. You'll be on TV. But can he come? Sorry, producers want ladies only. I don't know. No sweat, doll. I'll ask somebody else. I turned to walk away, like really playing it broad. Come on, Miranda. You have to go. This is a once-in-a-lifetime kind of thing. You don't mind? No, we'll just meet here after the ball drops. Okay. I extended my arm, and she took it with a slightly trembling hand. I led her on and on, a few twists here, a few turns there, and before you know it, we arrive at 1 Times Square. And that's where things started to go south, for yours cruelly. As I brought her closer, old Miranda got more and more nervous, and by the time I showed her my long, hard blade, she'd bolted straight for the foyer of that famous edifice without any hesitation. Motherfucking track and field. I should have sussed that out. Too cocky, old man, I thought, as I played wolf to her scared rabbit and gave pursuit. She'd already roused the half-asleep rent-a-cop that now leaped in my path. I flashed him my badge and mumbled something about some teenager who'd mooned the network's cameras, and the dumb bastard, he let me pass without any hesitation. I saw a quick flash of the rabbit as she bolted up the stairway and out of sight. Fuck that noise. I was elevator bound. I stopped the car a few floors up. As the doors slid open, I could see only the back of her shoes as she ascended even higher. It did hit me at some point that if she bothered to notice I was on the elevator and not running up those damn steps behind her, that she simply had to go back down the stairs as I continued going up like a prize-winning dumbass. Oh well, here's to fear making folks make horrible decisions. My ace in the hole. The elevator hit the top floor. The door hissed open, and my little bunny was nowhere to be found. Now what in the hell is this crap? I stuck my head out the elevator, and whap! A kick right across the chops. Fucking karate too. This kid was full of surprises, that was for sure. Damn, she knocked me right on my ass. Slowly I stood and shook my head, trying to get those damn spots and stars from swirling around in the air. That's when the breeze hit me, cold as a witch's tit and 10 times as hard. The roof. The bitch had gone out onto the roof. With my wits about me once more, I bolted into the hall and immediately saw the roof access door wide open. Oh well, I wanted something to spice things up, and I guess I got my wish, that's for sure. But goddamn if those sullen-eyed whores didn't look real good right about now, let me tell you. I emerged onto the roof and immediately got stung by the biting cold. I need to get this shit over and get my ass home. Maybe, throw a Hungry Man in the oven and sip a beer or 10 as the late show unspools on WPIX. That's when I saw her, leaning against the framework of the tower that would soon send that glittering ball that illuminated her porcelain puss skyward. I wasted no time and charged toward her like a freight train. Her eyes grew wide and she shimmied up that tower like greased lightning. Fine, if that's what it takes, I'm game. As we made it to the top, I swear to you, the crowd below gasped in unison. What would Mr. and Mrs. America say at home? Whatever. Screw those tamed monkeys. This year we're going off script for the ultimate act of performance art. And this girlie's body, it's gonna be my canvas. Finally, we made it to the top, and my quarry decided it was time to engage me in fisticuffs hundreds of feet above old Manhattan town. A well-landed punch here, a slice and dice there, and we were almost on equal footing until that damn ball lifted off and began heading our way. On and on we battled until that freaking ball was at our feet. And that is when I put my faith in Satan, grabbed that girl by the throat, and kicked off that tower with superhuman force. I swear to you, it seemed like we fell forever, intertwined as lovers. And let me tell you, this climax, it was gonna be a gusher. And then all went black with a moist splat as a soundtrack. I flashed in and out of consciousness, but I shit you not, someone actually said it was beauty that killed the beast. Like hell it was. I threw us off that tower. Then all went black as midnight for what seemed like forever. Then I heard a drum growing louder and louder. Turns out it wasn't a drum, but something a little more personal. I gasped as I woke up in the city morgue. And as I swung myself off the cold steel table on which I lay, I thought, Prince of Lies, my ass. Now, where are my clothes?
Wolf Moon by Joe Salmo.
Daria looked up into the night. Was that a scream? She turned to her boyfriend of 3 years. His face was illuminated by the dancing flames of their campfire. The look in his eyes told her that he had heard it too. His hand subconsciously went to his belt, where he had a knife attached in a sheath. It was probably coyotes, Brandon said, reassuring her. Sometimes they can sound like babies yelling. That was no coyote. Wasn't there a car we passed up a little ways ago? Maybe something happened to them. We should check to see if they're okay, Daria said. I'm sure it's just a bunch of drunks having a good time. I haven't heard anything since, Brandon said, looking back towards the old logging road that traveled its way around the small lake where they were camping. We're in the woods. We're gonna hear things we aren't used to. That's half the reason we come out here, to experience new things, he said, and smiled at her. You need another beer? He asked. No, she said, sullenly, and stared into the darkness towards the sound she heard. She looked back at the flimsy tent and wondered what kind of protection it could actually offer if something did come into the camp tonight. It was her first time camping, and she was having a hard time relaxing. Brandon, on the other hand, grew up in the woods and had no problem enjoying the outdoors. It was fine during the day, but Once the darkness started to settle in, her anxiety started to rise. She knew somewhere inside that she was just being foolish, but he wouldn't listen to her. The full moon's light played off the trees and cast shadows just out of the firelight. She constantly found herself looking around, thinking she saw movement. Brandon said she was just nervous because it was her first time in the woods. He had told her that he'd camped here before and knew the area well. The fresh air was great, she had to admit, and the quiet was unbelievable. No hustle of the city, no loud cars cranking bass driving by, no fireworks or gunshots. You never really could tell. It felt like they were the only people in the world, until that other car drove up the road. Brandon said there were other spots to camp around the lake, but it wasn't a well-known area. She had tried to fish earlier, but grew bored after about an hour of trying. Brandon laughed at her for being impatient. She looked over at the folding table where they had some of their supplies sitting. Everything from pans and paper plates to utensils and even a tube of Pringles. The rest of the food had been packed away into a sealed container and put in the back of their SUV to keep the bears away. She looked up as she thought she had heard another scream. She turned back towards Brandon, but he'd fallen asleep in his camp chair. She stood and approached her boyfriend, who was lightly snoring. If tonight was any other drinking night, then he would sleep soundly through the entire night. She undid his belt and pulled the knife and its holder off and slid it into the front of her shorts. She grabbed a flashlight from the table and walked the little path up the logging road. She looked both ways on the road, the dirt illuminated by the full moon through the gap in the trees above. There was no movement or sound coming from either direction. She debated if she should check out the other camp. She wanted to make sure they were okay. It would give her peace of mind, as well as making sure they were all right. She couldn't bring herself to start walking down the road. She was afraid. She hated to admit it, though, even to herself. "I'm being silly," she said out loud and turned back towards her camp. The fire looked inviting from this far out in the cool night. She stumbled on a root as she entered the campsite, and it awoke Brandon. He rose from his chair. Are you ready for bed, babe?" he asked. "Yeah," she replied and poured the rest of her beer onto the fire to put it out. "That's a waste of beer," Brandon said and unzipped his pants. He started to piss on the fire. Daria headed to the tent, disgusted. Hey babe, we should do it. It'd be fucking intense. Get it? Fucking intense?" Brandon said and burst out laughing. He turned around and saw her slip inside the tent. "No sense of humor," he said, zipping up. A few minutes later, Brandon was snoring next to Daria, wrapped up in his sleeping bag. If only she was that lucky, she thought as she watched the faint light from the moon dance in the shadows cast by the leaves. Every time the breeze kicked up, she thought it was something approaching her camp. There was no way she was going to sleep that night. She played with the idea of sleeping in the car. She might feel safer that way, as she looked at the knife she still carried. She slid her fingers across the edge of the blade to see how sharp it was. A thick trail of blood ran down her finger as she misjudged how hard to press. She stuck her finger in her mouth. A howl erupted out in the night. She didn't know wolves lived in these woods. She turned towards Brandon to see if he had heard it, but he was still snoring. She tried to place where the howl had come from, in her mind. She thought it came from the same area as the screams they thought they had heard earlier. "It's just my imagination," she whispered and tried to close her eyes. But she was filled with nervous energy. She thought about how if Brandon was awake, she would take him up on his offer, just to have the companionship at that moment. She thought about waking him up. She knew if she did, he would be pissed. Was that a twig snap? She sat up in the tent. It sounded really close to the tent. The hairs on her arms rose up and gave her goosebumps. She looked down at the knife and realized she was holding it as hard as she could. The handle was sticky from where she'd bled from the cut. Okay, that time it was definitely close to camp. She tapped Brandon on the shoulder. He could be as pissed as he wanted to be. She needed him right now. But he didn't stir. It was then that she saw the shadow pass over the tent. What the fuck was that? She wondered and poked Brandon harder. The large shadow stopped near the flaps of the tent and she could hear a sniffing sound. Fuck, 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 it's a bear, she whispered and started to shake in fear. A low growl came from outside. A shadowy appendage rose in the darkness and she could see claws of the beast. She punched Brandon in the face and he woke up. What the he started to say, but she put her hand over his mouth and pointed to the tent entrance. His eyes grew huge as he saw the shape in the moonlight. The sniffing continued. He reached down to his waist for the knife, but it wasn't there. The shadow moved toward Daria's side of the tent, and she practically leapt on top of Brandon. She saw the thin fabric stretch as the animal pushed against it with its face, still sniffing. She looked down at her hand. Oh shit, she whispered and showed Brandon her bloody finger. He took the knife from her and rolled his eyes. He pulled his pants on as a growl came from behind them. The tent shook from the animal probing it. He grabbed her and pointed towards the flap on the tent as he handed her the car keys. She tried to protest, but he shook his head. Her heart pounded in her chest, but her limbs felt heavy, almost frozen. She wasn't sure she could make a run for it. The growling stopped, and all was silent for a moment. The shadow moved off the tent into the woods. They could hear footfalls of whatever it was. Brandon made his way to the zipper on the tent and undid it slowly. Now, he said and opened the flap. She hesitated for just a moment and he pushed her out of the tent, following right behind her. She scanned the campsite for whatever it was, but didn't see anything. A great howl came from behind the tent that made her move. She took off to the short trail towards the car in the darkness. She heard Brandon behind her. Oh shit, he said, and she turned around to see what he was talking about. A great black shape in the darkness charged after them, and she ran to the car and yanked the door open. She turned her head towards Brandon and saw him 15 feet from the car. The large black shape pounced with lightning speed and landed on his back, driving him to the ground. No! She screamed, and the beast looked up in her direction. Its yellow eyes glowed, reflecting the moonlight. She'd never seen a bear up close before, but she knew instantly that it wasn't a bear. Close the door! Brandon called out to her from under the beast, which had put a clawed hand down on the back of his head, driving his face into the ground. She yanked the door closed and plunged the key into the ignition. The engine roared to life and she turned on the headlights and threw the car into reverse. She lined the front of the car up with the camp so that she could see what was happening. The beast, she didn't know what else to call it, stood on its hind legs, like a human. Its face had a snout, like a dog's, and its body was covered in corded muscle and silvery black hair, shining in the moonlight. She beeped the horn several times. Get the fuck off him! She yelled at the werewolf. There was no other way to describe it. It was a goddamn werewolf. The beast roared and leapt onto the hood of the car with a metallic clang on impact, its snarling face a mere inch from the windshield. She watched as saliva dripped from its canines as long as a thumb. Tears streaked across her face and she wiped her hand across her brow. Behind the werewolf she could see Brandon getting to his knees in the headlights. She waved her hands around trying to keep the creature's attention, its yellow eyes darting back and forth, watching her movements. Snarls escaped its mouth as it watched her. A clawed hand, so much like a human's, pounded on the glass, making tiny cracks in the windshield. Brandon darted around towards the passenger side of the SUV. The movement caught the werewolf's eye, and with inhuman speed it dove on top of Brandon. Daria watched as its clawed hand sunk into Brandon's back like a hot knife through butter. Blood began to seep from the wounds as Brandon screamed out in pain. So much like the screams she had heard earlier. Frantic, she looked around the front seat looking for anything to help, but she came up empty. Go! Brandon managed to say between screams. She didn't want to leave him here. She put the car in gear and backed it up a little. The headlights illuminated a grisly scene in front of her. Brandon was lying face down. His back was covered in blood. The werewolf still had its claws embedded in her boyfriend's back. She beeped the horn to get its attention. "Fuck you, Teen Wolf," she said, and floored it. The car struck the beast on the left hip, spinning it around as the car drove across the narrow dirt logging road and struck a tree. Smoke rose from the dented hood in the headlights. "Shit," she said, and looked in the rearview mirror. She saw Brandon lying there in the road, but she didn't see the beast. Maybe she'd taken it out. She tried to back the car up, but it was stuck. The tires spun in the ditch the front end had fallen into. Brandon moved an arm. He was still alive. She had to help him. She craned her neck around and saw no sign of the monster. She opened the car door and raced to her boyfriend. "Why didn't you go?" he asked between gurgles as blood escaped his mouth. She lifted the blue flannel shirt he was wearing and saw the hole in his back. She had expected a few puncture wounds, but this was a gaping hole. "I'm not leaving you behind," she said. "Can you get up?" "No. Just go," he said. "I can't feel my legs." She looked at his injury again, and it suddenly became clear. The hole in his back was where his spine should have been. A good 9 inches of it was missing. She heard a snarl behind her, and she turned. The beast was backlit from the crashed car. She looked at its clawed hand. It held Brandon's spine. It approached her and swung it at her, striking her in the face with her boyfriend's backbone. She fell over backwards on the far side of Brandon, who screamed again. The beast stood on top of him and sniffed toward her. It was her blood that had brought the beast to their campsite, she thought. It snarled at her and put one hairy, clawed finger on the back of her boyfriend's neck, as if teasing her. The werewolf's intelligence was apparent in its cruel eyes from this close. "Please," she begged, between sobs. "Please leave us alone." The werewolf looked down at Brandon, then back at her, as if deciding who it wanted more. "Leave him alone, you son of a bitch!" she yelled out, and the werewolf sent her tumbling with a backhand slap. She rolled into a pine tree, and it knocked the wind out of her. She tried to get to her feet, but her body wouldn't yet respond. She heard a wet, snapping sound coming from the road, and she winced, knowing it came from her boyfriend. A moment later, she could finally move. She stood unsteadily, using the tree to help her up. The werewolf had its back to her as it snacked on Brandon, gnawing into his upper arm. Brandon wasn't screaming anymore. He had to be dead, she thought. She wiped her hair out of her face and took a step towards the monster. It didn't seem to notice her yet. 2 more steps and she watched in horror as the monster devoured the love of her life. Her fright started to fade miraculously, and a calm, it took over her. Cold and calculating, her mind thought of all the stories she'd heard about werewolves and how to kill them. There were no silver bullets, or silver anything around for that matter. She wondered if fire would kill it, but the campfire had gone out, and she doubted the werewolf would wait for her to start another. Another step. She could smell the animal. She could smell Brandon's blood on the beast as it huffed and growled its blood-lusted ecstasy. A glint in the moonlight caught her eye, and she couldn't believe her luck. Just behind the beast, by Brandon's feet, was the knife. She crouched carefully and grabbed it in her hand. With a surge of courage, she jumped on the creature's back, swinging the knife around and plunging it into its neck. A scream ruptured from the beast. She felt it reverberate through the werewolf's body. It tried to stand, and she held on with everything she had. As the beast thrashed around, she heard ripping as the knife cut deeper into it. It swung its arms around, trying to grab her, but failed. It did manage to cut her legs and hips up with its wild swings, though. It stood at its full height and started to back up while trying to swing its head around to bite her. She put her free hand around the thing's neck, under the jaw, but not before it nipped her. She screamed in pain and could see the blood pour from her forearm. With a better grip, she pulled the knife towards her, ripping into the werewolf's flesh, carving her way around it. She could see a gap in its flesh. She pulled harder. The beast backed its way into a tree, trying to crush her beneath its weight and the hard surface. She nearly lost her grip on the knife as it grew so slippery from all the blood. It howled in pain and fell down to all fours. Daria sat on its back, pulling on its dog-like ears to expose the throat better. She pictured what it looked like from down the road and smiled, thinking about someone finding her riding on the back of a werewolf. It's funny how the mind wanders at the weirdest times, she thought. She reached around as far as she could and replanted the knife into the werewolf's throat. Its frantic movements had begun to slow, and she finally had some hope she might come out of this alive. The werewolf fell over on its side and she lost her grip. The knife was under the body. Disgusted with even the thought of doing so, she wrapped her undamaged arm under the jaw of the beast and yanked upwards as hard as she could. Tissue ripped and gave way, and the beast wasn't fighting anymore. She adjusted and got a grip with both hands and yanked. She heard a loud pop, and the head came loose. She fell over backwards, still clutching the severed head in her hands. She dropped it and got back to her feet. She stumbled around the body back to Brandon. But it was too late. He was dead. She wiped blood from her arm on his flannel shirt and removed his belt for a tourniquet. She looked at the monster that had ruined her life in the light from the full moon and spit on it. A few moments later, she'd started the fire up again and walked back to the road to grab the body of the monster to burn. When she arrived, there was no creature. A naked, middle-aged man's severed head stared back at her as she dragged its body to the fire. She wasn't taking any chances. The smell of the burning body was too much to bear, and she headed back to the road to see if she could get her car unstuck. She tried to rock it back and forth, but it wasn't going to budge. She gave up and looked down the logging road. It was about 2 miles to the highway. She could walk that and hope to hitch for a ride back to the city. She put one foot in front of the other and started out down the road. The winding path was illuminated from the full moon through the break in the trees above. After about 3 minutes, she saw a fire and hope swelled up inside her. There was another camp. She could hitch a ride with them and get out of here. As she approached the site, she could smell a sweet smell. It was nearly intoxicating. What was that? She thought. Was it s'mores? It was more enticing than anything she'd smelled before. She approached the campsite slowly, peering through the trees at the campers within. Ow, Thomas! That really hurt! Look, I'm bleeding! Came a female voice from within. I'm sorry, babe, I was only joking. She heard a male voice call out. She licked her lips at the smell and was startled to find her canine teeth felt so much bigger. She felt something moving under her skin and watched in surprised horror as her nose grew into a snout. What was that noise? Daria heard the woman say. It was hard to make it out, now that all the other forest sounds were suddenly louder. She stepped into a clearing, trying to calm the campers, but the woman's scream surprised her. Werewolf! The woman screamed and pointed at her, but she didn't notice, because she was focused on the woman's bleeding wound.
They Don't Drive Cars by Scott S. Phillips.
Aaron had been hoping to sit through the entire Leave It to Beaver marathon on TV Land without interruption, at least until he had to leave for work. But by 2 a.m., his belly was asserting that food was better than the beaver. He'd already exhausted his supply of snacks, not thinking that the bag of salsa verde Doritos should have been held in reserve for just such an emergency. His stomach gurgled aggressively. One of those microwave breakfast sandwiches from Freddy's all night would go down real smooth, beaver or no. It was tough to bail on the show when the Beeve's pals were about to dick him by wearing their normal mom-approved clothes to school instead of the cool monster shirts the fellas had picked up the day before, but Aaron could deny his hunger no longer. He slipped on his shoes, grabbed the car keys, and lit out, leaving the TV on so as not to miss a second when he came back. Canned laughter echoed as he shut the door behind him. Aaron knew he was lucky to have a place like Freddy's all night, considering the entire population of Charlton, New Mexico, was about the size of the cast of Leave It to Beaver. He'd been the local paper boy for almost 10 years now, which meant working during the wee hours and sleeping while the sun was up, and Freddy's had kept him in late-night cokes and junk food. During that time, Aaron had never seen another human being in the place. Besides Freddy, anyway, after 11 p.m. He lived in constant fear that the old man would get fed up with it and start closing at midnight. A peculiar wail emanated from Aaron's stomach. "Jesus," he said, patting his burgeoning gut and steering with one finger. "Getting chubby at 25. Didn't change his feelings about that chicken sandwich, though. The roads were still wet from the most recent rainstorm, which meant another night of wrestling the newspapers into their little plastic sleeves. Aaron hated the things, and was grateful that rain didn't come to Charlton very often. Aaron pulled into the parking lot at Freddy's. As usual, the place was a tomb. Swarms of bugs battered themselves against the lights out front, filling the quiet night with a soft, steady thunking sound. As he stepped out of the car, Aaron noticed the rack of STP near the front door had been knocked over, bottles of fuel additives strewn across the walk. He paused to clean the mess up. There was a small trail of thick, dark liquid splattered across the pavement, but Aaron couldn't track down which bottle had sprung a leak, and just stuck them all back on the rack. The new electric eye Freddy had bought set off a chime as Aaron entered the store. The old man was nowhere to be seen. "Hey, Freddy, how's tricks?" Aaron said, a little louder than he meant to. After a few seconds, Aaron lifted his foot and thrust it back and forth through the beam of the electric eye, setting off the chime a few more times. "You in the shitter?" He poked his head around a couple of the aisles, then glanced towards the counter. Both restroom keys still hung from their nails. Heading to the back of the store, Aaron tapped on the storeroom door. "Freddy?" He put his ear to the door, listening for some sound of the old man. Remembering the upturned STP rack, Aaron quickly walked the entire length of the store, the electric eye chiming again as he went outside. Rounding the corner of the building, Aaron felt his stomach do the hokey pokey. There was a shitload of blood slung from hell to breakfast back by the restroom doors. Aaron took a couple steps back, stopped, turned his head to stare at the spilled STP. Only it wasn't STP. "Oh, Freddy." He shuffled towards the mess. Crouching, Aaron rested his hands on his knees, his eyes fixed on a fat June bug wallowing in a particularly large splatter. Then the guy came out of nowhere, slamming into Aaron and sending them both tumbling ass over tea kettle through the smeared blood and into the alley behind the store. Rolling to a stop in a puddle of grease-slicked rainwater, the two men came up in a gory tangle. Terrified, Aaron flailed wildly with both fists, trying to fend off his attacker. The guy yelped as a blow connected with his nose. "Asshole!" he shrieked, blood gushing from his nostril. "Let me go!" Aaron continued to sling fists with abandon as the guy struggled to disentangle himself. Wrestling a leg free, he awkwardly kicked Aaron in the chest and scrambled away. "They're gonna get us!" Blood was coursing from the man's nose, dribbling onto his already stained shirt. Aaron sat up in the puddle, finally recognizing the man. "Lucas? What the hell? Wait!" Lucas had made his feet and was sprinting blindly down the alley. "Screw you!" he yelled back. Further down the alley, a rectangle of pale light spilled out through a gap between two buildings, silhouetting Lucas as he fled. Aaron jumped to his feet, wincing at a sharp pain in his knee, and took off after him. Lucas Dutat was the only customer on Aaron's route who always gave him a Christmas bonus, and he figured he better smooth over that bloody nose. As Lucas ran into the strip of light, the creatures took him down. Aaron skidded to a halt, panting, eyes wide with shock. The things, dozens of them, each one no more than 8 inches tall, moved as a unit like a school of fish, flooding out from between the two buildings and swarming over Lucas's thrashing body. He shrieked as he disappeared beneath the frenzied horde. Aaron stared, useless, as the things darted in and out of the throng, tearing at the man. The creatures moved so fast he couldn't get a clear look at them. Even the two standing at the edge of the swarm, heads swiveling like prairie dogs standing guard, seemed almost to vibrate with barely contained energy. As suddenly as they had appeared, the creatures began scurrying away, headed back between the buildings. As the swarm dissipated, Aaron could see Lucas's shredded remains. One claw-like hand uplifted, flesh torn from the fingers. The last creature, one of the guards, darted in and snapped up a treat in its tiny jaws. The thing ran off, a length of intestine trailing behind it. Aaron stood in silence for a long moment. When he released the breath he'd been holding, the sound made him jump. "Holy shit," he muttered. He took a step forward, then froze. One of the things had flitted back into the alley and was staring at him, its tiny head cocking at a dozen different angles, like a dog on Dexedrine. Aaron held his breath again, felt in his pocket for his car keys. Another creature darted in to stand next to the first, their heads moving in unison. Aaron turned tail and ran like hell. Instantly, the two creatures took off after him, the entire swarm spilling around the corner behind them as if caught in their jet stream. Feet pounding the damp pavement, Aaron tugged his car keys from his pocket, fumbled them. The keyring clattered to the ground at his feet, caught to the toe of his shoe and went skidding across the asphalt to wind up in a puddle of blood. Without slowing down, Aaron scooped up the keys and hauled ass to the car. He flung the door open and jumped in just as the swarm began pouring out of the alley, skittering towards him. He jammed the key into the ignition and slammed the car into reverse as the engine caught. The car laid rubber, obscuring the creatures in a cloud of smoke. Aaron wiped a bloody hand on his pants and gripped the steering wheel as the car bounced over the curb and into the street. Dropping it into drive, Aaron peeled out again. He watched in the rearview mirror as the goddamn things poured into the street, ran through a confused circle, and then scurried off to disappear amongst the buildings again. So now what? Aaron's gaze flicked from the road ahead to the bloodstains on his shirt. He was practically wheezing, sucking air like an old man climbing stairs. There wasn't even a police station in Charlton. Nearest cop was 60 miles down the highway in Estancia. And, what cop would believe Aaron's story anyway? A bunch of quivering little monsters with lots of teeth ate a guy while he watched? He suddenly felt like Steve McQueen in The Blob. He needed somebody to back him up. Aaron spun the wheel, whipping his car into a left turn. He was impressed that the old beater had performed so well under pressure. The car had a tendency to choke and die when asked to accelerate away from a fast food drive-thru window. Another left took him onto Howard Road, where his friend Noel lived. There were no curbs out here. Aaron rolled the car to a stop in Noel's muddy front yard and jumped out. Tromping to the door, Aaron banged with one hand and rang the doorbell with the other. After a short barrage of this noise, a light came on in the bedroom, and Noel's angry, narrow face appeared through the parted curtains. Aaron very faintly heard the words, "What the fuck?" and the curtains closed once again. A few seconds later, Noel opened the door, still in the act of zipping his pants. "Man, you better not be waking me up to help you with your fucking paper route," he grumbled, voice thick with sleep. Aaron pushed past his friend, leaving muddy footprints as he entered the house. "I need to use your phone, and you've got to help me." "You wake me up at 2:30 to teach you how to use a phone?" Noel's crusty eyes followed the trail of mud as it extended down the hall and into the kitchen. "Look at that shit, man." He shuffled off after Aaron, shaking his head in annoyance. In the kitchen, Aaron had pulled Noel's phone book from the drawer and was flipping pages. "What's the number for the cops?" "I don't know. 911?" Noel said, dropping his bony butt into a chair. "What's going on?" Aaron stabbed 3 digits and waited. Lucas Dutat got killed by some kind of freaky things, and I think they got Freddy too. You're all bloody, Noel mentioned, finally noticing Aaron's filthy shirt. An operator picked up and Aaron talked fast, hoping to avoid too many questions. I'm over in Charlton. Somebody's been killed outside Freddy's all night. No, it was animals, coyotes or something, a whole pack of them. He looked over at Noel, who was staring at him like he was a lunatic. About what he expected. Yeah, I'll wait here for you, thanks. Aaron cradled the receiver. Coyotes? Noel asked. Aaron shook his head. I need you to come with me. Aw, man, Noel said. Aaron's butt cheeks nibbled the seat cushion as he guided his car into Freddy's parking lot once again. There was no sign of the little creatures, but who knew where the bastards might be hiding? So what are these things again? Noel mumbled through a yawn. I told you I don't know. I didn't get a clear look at them. They're like a bunch of piranhas or something. But they walk? No, they run like striped-ass apes. The car came to a stop in the same parking space it had occupied earlier. Noel reached for his door handle. Aaron frantically grabbed his arm. Wait. Staring out the window, Aaron unbuckled his seatbelt, then turned to face Noel. All right. Try to keep quiet and stay with me. Don't go wandering off by yourself, okay? Noel rubbed a meaty nugget of sleep from his eye and flicked it onto the dashboard. Aaron's lip curled. Sorry, Noel said. Did you hear me? Don't worry. Satisfied, Aaron lifted his door handle and slowly pushed the door open. The hinges howled like a wildcat in heat. Shit fire, Aaron hissed. Noel had better luck with his door. It swung open with only the slightest squeak, and he leaned out, peering around. Confident there were no strolling piranha lurking nearby, he stepped out. The two men met in front of the car, backs to each other, mindful of the darkness around them. Let's get a flashlight, Aaron said. I don't want to run into those things in the dark. Aaron and Noel entered the store. The chime went off. Both men leaped skyward. They came down, gasping, looking at each other in embarrassment. Recovering, Aaron found the aisle he wanted and selected a cheap flashlight, then went to the counter and grabbed batteries. I don't know where Freddy is, but Lucas is out in the alley. Aaron unscrewed the flashlight cap and dropped the batteries in. He flicked the light on, played it around. So, why do we have to go look at him? Glancing around furtively, Noel snatched a Kit Kat bar. I don't want to see some chewed-up dead guy. Just play along, will ya? Let's go! Aaron started for the door, setting off the chime again. Jesus! Noel yelped. Why the hell did Freddy install this damn thing? Aaron held the door for Noel. He's got that thing with his bowels. Kids hang around outside till they saw him go in the can, then run in and steal candy bars. Noel bit into his pilfered Kit Kat and followed Aaron around the corner of the building. His eyes widened when he saw the blood smeared across the pavement. Man, you weren't kidding. Cautiously, Aaron led Noel to the building next door to Freddy's, where he flattened against the wall and poked his head out into the alley. Lucas's ravaged corpse still lay in the fragment of light not far away. Aaron gestured for Noel to follow, and they stepped into the alley, quietly moving towards the body. As they passed the dumpster, shared by Freddy's and the business next door, Noel poked his head over the rim, looking for anything dive-worthy. Oh shit, he whispered. Noel pointed into the dumpster. I think this might be Freddy. Aaron hesitantly approached the dumpster and looked in. A pair of half-empty eye sockets stared back at him. It looked like Freddy's wispy gray hair, but the face had been eaten away. Bits of muscle and stringy flesh dangling from the blood-smeared bone. A crappy set of absurdly white dentures were wedged into the jaws. Those were definitely Freddy's. Aaron turned away, all the junk he'd eaten during Leave It to Beaver rising in his gorge. He must have crawled in there trying to get away from him, he choked. Noel stared at the Kit Kat bar in his trembling hand. Reverently, he dropped it into the dumpster, returning it to its rightful owner. Not far away, a dog launched into a fit of ferocious barking. That's Jasper's dog, Aaron said. He took off running down the alley. Noel dithered for a second, then followed. As they raced past Lucas's corpse, the dog's barking was cut short by a yelp of pain. Aaron shot Noel a look and quickened his pace. An 8-foot wooden fence surrounded Jasper's gravel yard. It had originally been a 6-footer, but Riley, Jasper's guard dog, had a habit of jumping it whenever anyone walked by. The dog would then follow them all over town, as long as the petting kept up anyway, leaving the yard unprotected. Reaching the fence, Aaron skidded to a halt. Noel came up beside him. They could hear soft, wet sounds on the other side, and something else. Something scuttling around, moving fast. Aaron handed Noel the flashlight and jumped up to grab the top of the fence, straining to keep any noise to a minimum. He carefully poked his head over the fence and peered into the gravel yard. "Jesus Christ," he whispered. "Get up here." Noel clicked the flashlight off and stuck it in his pocket. Jumping, he hoisted himself alongside Aaron. As his eyes cleared the top of the fence, he suddenly wanted very badly to go home. I gotta piss," he muttered, unblinking. Jasper's dog, a brawny retriever, was in the process of being hollowed out and stripped to the bone. The creatures swarmed over the fallen dog, tiny jaws rapidly nipping out juicy chunks of meat. As before, 2 of the things stood guard, heads cocking and swiveling in all directions. Aaron stared in bewilderment at the pale-skinned creatures. While they still moved too fast for him to make out any real detail, he was close enough this time to see the fleshy quills that sprouted from their backs, running from between their bulging black eyes to the tips of their thick, plaited tails. Thin antennae, like those of a cockroach, whiplashed above their heads. Aaron thought he could see some sort of filament surrounding their mouths, filtering each bit of the dog as they greedily devoured it. "What do you think they are?" Noel whispered. Aaron tensed at the sound of Noel's voice, ready to beat feet, but the creatures didn't seem to have heard, or weren't interested. "We've been getting a lot of rain," he said quietly. "That doesn't happen much around here. I heard about these little crab things. Their eggs can sit in the dirt for like 100 years, then when it rains, they hatch out, kinda like sea monkeys. Except, they don't drive cars," Noel pointed out. "Sea monkeys don't drive cars?" "I saw an ad in a comic book where they were driving a little convertible." "Man, that's just for the rubes," Aaron said. "Sea monkeys are some kind of shrimp. They don't do shit." Noel was about to argue the point when he slipped, his foot banging loudly against the fence. Their pellet-like eyes locking on Aaron and Noel, the 2 creatures on guard instantly sent up the alarm, chittering horribly. "Run like hell," Aaron said, dropping to the ground. Noel clung to the fence, staring stupidly as the things swept from the dog's corpse and scurried towards him. His nose bounced off the fence as Aaron yanked him to the ground. "I said run!" Aaron and Noel hightailed it down the alley. The creatures thudded into the fence like ham-sized hailstones, scuffling against the barrier as they attempted to clamber up it. Some of them began gnawing at the wood. This time, Aaron held his keys in a white-knuckled grip as he pulled them from his pocket. "They're out! They're out!" Noel screeched, gawking over his shoulder. Aaron glanced back. Sure as hell, the things were pouring through a hole at the base of the fence and running after them. Then his foot sank into something gooey, and he did a faceplant into the pavement, flinging his keys away as he hit. Moving too fast to avoid it, Noel drove a foot into Aaron's crotch, launching himself over his pal and coming down hard. Wincing at the agonizing pain centered in his groin, Aaron rolled onto his ass and sat up. One of his shoes was buttered with thick gore. He tripped over Lucas's corpse. "For crying out loud!" Aaron griped. The creatures were about 20 yards away and moving fast, ready to dive into the sumptuous feast laid before them. Aaron let out an exasperated sigh. If he just hadn't eaten those fucking Doritos. Noel propped himself on his hands and knees and screamed girlishly, whipping towards his friend. Aaron noticed the flashlight tucked in Noel's pocket. Aaron looked back at the creatures, imagining them licking their freakish little chops as Noel scrambled to his feet. Aaron tackled him, yanking the flashlight from his pocket. "What the fuck, man?" Noel shrieked. "I thought of something sea monkeys do," Aaron said. He sat up again, aimed the flashlight toward the creatures, and flicked it on, and illuminated the swarm. To no effect, other than that he could now see very clearly what was about to dine on his guts. "I just want to Thank you for waking my ass up so I could be a part of this, Noel said. Aaron swung the flashlight beam away from the creatures, putting a circle of light on the wall, making a sudden right turn, and the creatures darted toward the light and away from Aaron and Noel. Aaron grinned. Playing the light across the pavement, Aaron led the swarm of flesh-eaters on a winding chase back and forth in the alley. The things had seemingly forgot their prey, intent only on capturing that dot of light. Noel watched the creatures zip about, his mouth hanging open. Who do we know that has a basement? Aaron asked. 20 minutes later, Aaron and Noel were walking up the drive to Phil Gomez's place with a shitload of nasty creatures in tow. The things hadn't veered from their stubborn pursuit of the flashlight beam during the entire walk to Phil's. As they reached the front door, Aaron played the light around in the field, keeping the creatures occupied while Noel knocked. It took Phil a few minutes to answer. He was righteously pissed. What the hell is this all about? He wheezed, brushing his thickly pomaded hair out of its sleepy dew. Take a look, Aaron said, gesturing toward the flashlight beam. Phil squinted. What are those, squirrels? Noel started to speak, but Aaron cut him off. Yeah, we need to store them in your basement. What the hell for? They're rabid. Bet some folks gotta keep them penned up until animal control can get here. Shit, Phil said. He backed into the house, allowing Aaron and Noel to enter. While Noel ran to open the basement door, Aaron led the creatures inside. Phil bent to stare at the things as they skittered past his feet. Don't get too close, Aaron cautioned. Those aren't squirrels, Phil said. Radioactive, Aaron explained. Phil hissed through his teeth, getting it. Aaron moved into the kitchen and stepped aside. The things obediently followed the flashlight beam through the basement door and down the stairs. When the last one passed, Noel slammed the door shut and threw the bolt. With the hypnotic effect of the light gone, the creatures instantly went berserk, slamming into the door and banging around the basement like a truckload of civet cats with a hose turned on them. I suggest we nail some cookie sheets or something over the door so they can't chew through it, Aaron said, listening to the gnawing sounds emanating from below. A week later, Aaron sat on the taped-together swivel stool at Freddy's all night, his feet propped up on the counter and the portable TV tuned to a rerun of Jenny Jones. In an effort to help out Freddy's widow, Aaron had taken over the graveyard shift at the all-night, relinquishing his paperboy duties. The new paperboy wasn't as regular a customer at the store as Aaron had been. Most nights, Aaron's only customer was himself. Gave him lots of time to snack and watch the tube. He looked up from the TV as the electric eye chimed. Noel strode towards the counter, dripping wet and feeling the gentle buzz of a few after-work beers. Do you hear about Phil? He asked, grabbing a Kit Kat bar and tearing the wrapper open. Aw, shit, Aaron said, worried. So far, nobody had been able to figure out what the creatures were, or where they came from, or whether there were more. No, nothing bad. He's still got all those damn scientists over at his place doing their research thing on the little bastards, but he's stirring up trouble. How so? He won't let them take the things away. Says they're in his basement and they belong to him. He wants to open some kind of monster museum, put them on display, and charge admission. Thinks he's going to put Charlton on the map. Aaron considered it for a second. Damn, if I'd thought of that, I'd have put the things in my own basement. You don't have a basement? Noel said, starting for the door. You gotta pay for that, Aaron said, indicating the candy bar. Noel grinned and walked out, setting off the chime again. Aaron stared after his friend for a long moment, gazing out into the rainy night. Probably wouldn't be another customer for the whole shift. Abruptly, he left the counter, threw a chicken sandwich into the microwave, and went to the door, where he began the process of lowering the electric eye to radioactive squirrel level.
The Devil Knows Three Chords by John Oak Dalton, a weekly spooky original.
Chester Kilbuck and Bobby Lee Starr were one of the hottest bluegrass duos of the 50s and early 60s, but it all ended in a dumpster behind the Avalon Ballroom in San Francisco in 1968. Like a lot of bluegrass musicians at the time, they started in the Bluegrass Boys in the late 40s and then joined the Foggy Mountain Boys in the early 50s before setting off on their own as Kilbuck and Starr. Chester and Bobby Lee couldn't have been more different. and thus made an unlikely team. Chester was married 3 or 4 times and had several kids that hated him, and several more he wouldn't admit to having and who didn't know he was their daddy. Bobby Lee was still married to his first wife Marion, and they had a son, Johnny, who was born blind in 1946 and who Bobby Lee lived and died for. Chester followed the old ways and the old music, but Bobby Lee saw things differently when his son started playing folk music with a couple of other guys. Bobby Lee wanted to add some more Bob Dylan and Graham Parsons to their song list, but Chester said that would never get them on the Porter Wagoner show, and they would get booed out of the Grand Ole Opry. Bobby Lee got through a lot of his disagreements with Chester by bringing Johnny on the road with him when he was old enough, and Johnny became a great mandolin player in his own right. So in the same way that they wanted to leave Bill Monroe and then leave Flatt and Scruggs, Johnny wanted to forge out on his own. It was the way of things, and Bobby Lee could not deny his son. But his son still needed him. So when Johnny Starr made a deal for his own band with the Avalon Ballroom, which was the premier venue in San Francisco at the center of everything happening in 1968, he might have mentioned his dad would come and play too. The Avalon promised Kilbuck and Starr top billing, and Johnny's band Lemon Dirty Fingernails second, ahead of the Stone Ponies and the Lewis and Clark Expedition. Chester was very angry with the deal, but went along with it. And as it happened, Kilbuck and Starr killed it in front of all these young people who were turning on to the Bakersfield Sound and the Byrds and Dylan. And suddenly, Bobby Lee could see a future for the duo, a future beyond the long county fair tours, a future beyond waiting for someone to tap their shoulder for the Opry. Bobby Lee waited backstage for his son, who was still out talking to friends, and it was good that he was late because he found out quickly Chester was still fuming. Bobby Lee found, at the little rickety table in the dressing room, his son had left a water bottle with a note that said, "Drink me," and a plate of food with a note that said, "Eat me." It was punched out in Braille with the little stylus and slate both father and son had learned to use. Bobby Lee was drinking down the water when Chester banged the door open. Bobby Lee looked at him with a smile and a squint. "I thought you slipped off with that little gal in the front row in those short shorts," Bobby Lee said. Chester's frown deepened. "Hell, that gal had more armpit hair than I do. You couldn't tell who was the girl and who was the boys with all that long hair out there." "They loved us, Chester," Bobby Lee said. "They should love their goddamn country. Your son's a cripple and has an excuse, but the rest of them boys should be over in Vietnam fighting communism," Chester proclaimed. That killed off Bobby Lee's good feeling. "It'd be nice if you could be happy with one thing in this world," Bobby Lee muttered, but Chester wasn't listening, as usual. "That one hairy SOB that plays with Johnny has a dog he calls Roy a Cuff," Chester added. "He means that with respect, Chester," Bobby Lee said. "You don't name a hound dog after Roy a Cuff," Chester shot back. Bobby Lee shrugged. "These young folks, they got their own thing going on out here," Bobby Lee said. Chester looked at him with narrowed eyes and lit a lucky strike. "They ain't our people, Bobby Lee. Our people are in Oklahoma and Iowa and every little town between there and Nashville. This whole state could fall off into the ocean and good riddance to 'em all." Bobby Lee looked at his partner full in the face. "Johnny is my son, and he's living out here. And he's got a band he calls Lemon Dirty Fingernails. And that ain't a band name, although one word is accurate." Bobby Lee swallowed hard and began to sweat. Bobby Lee wasn't sure, but it looked like the walls were sweating too. "I didn't do what I did to end up playing to a room full of draft dodgers and drug addicts," Chester said. Bobby Lee frowned. "What did you do, Chester?" Bobby Lee thought the flowered wallpaper behind Chester was starting to bloom. Chester looked at him. "You think Robert Johnson was the only man ever met the devil at the crossroads? Blues music is in the roots of the soil, but so is country music. Those roots are even deeper. You don't think a bluegrass man could find his way to those crossroads?" Chester's normally red face, flushed with anger and drink, became even redder. What do you think is at them crossroads? Behind him, the flowers bloomed, black. Do you think what career we have come from good looks and your sweet nature? Bobby Lee watched a cold smile come across Chester's face, full of yellow teeth. And then, as Bobby Lee watched, a pair of horns began to grow out of his forehead. Chester's voice came in a hard rasp. Let me ask you another question. You knew me back when we both lived in the Cumberland homesteads up in those mountains. When you'd know my family ever have money for a fiddle? When did you ever see me practice on one when I wasn't already good? In answer, Bobby Lee picked up the bottle again and smashed it into Chester's face. Chester fell with a growl, and Bobby Lee was on him in a flash, choking him, and after a few moments, Chester's eyes bulged, and the horns receded, and Bobby Lee quit his work. The walls quit sweating and blooming, and Chester looked like a normal person again, and Bobby Lee realized this was going to be hard to explain. So Bobby Lee dragged Chester out the back door into an alley and heaved him up into a dumpster and hoped that was going to be enough. Chester was heavy, and it was slow going as the ground beneath Bobby Lee seemed to buck and heave. Bobby Lee was grateful there wasn't anyone lounging at the mouth of the alley during his work. The crowd had dispersed, and with them, the good vibes, and suddenly the Avalon was just a crumbling old building. He got back into the tiny dressing room just ahead of his son, who came in beaming. Pops, it was quite a night, Johnny said. Bobby Lee steadied his voice. It was. I'm proud of you, Bobby Lee said. Where's Uncle Chester? Bobby Lee wiped at his brow. Oh, he found some trouble to get into, I reckon. Johnny nodded, then reached out a hand. Pops, you're sweating and you sound funny. You drink that water I left for you? Sure, why? Johnny nodded more seriously and slowly. I'm sorry, I wanted to get back here sooner. I wanted to go on that trip with you. What trip? I dosed that water, Pops. I thought we could tune in together tonight to celebrate. It looks like you started without me, but I can walk you through the rest of the way. Just remember, everybody here's a friend. This place is full of love tonight. Bobby Lee sat down hard. You didn't eat the brownies? Cool. You eat one and I'll eat one and we'll be on this trip together. I can see things when I trip, Pops. If you can dig that. Dig was a funny word to Bobby Lee. He had dumped, not dug, a place for Chester to rest. Bobby Lee started laughing. Pops? Bobby Lee couldn't stop laughing all night. They got onto the Opry after all when they did a tribute show for Chester Kilbuck. Bobby Lee took Johnny to Nudi's Rodeo Tailors in Hollywood and got matching rhinestone suits for the gig. Earl Scruggs showed up and played with them. Mother Maybelle Carter was there, and so was Doc Watson. Doc Watson brought his son Merle, and Scruggs brought his sons Randy and Gary, and that made it more special for Bobby Lee. Roy Acuff was the MC, and it was just as well nobody in Johnny's band mentioned they had a dog named after him. The summer of love didn't seem to last a summer even. Johnny's band got broken up by the draft after all, and then broken up for good by the Viet Cong and Dien Bien Phu. Some people said the summer of love ended with the violence at Altamont Speedway, with the Rolling Stones and the Hells Angels and everything that went down. Some people pointed to the murder of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., and some the killing of Bobby Kennedy. Some even said it ended when a hippie girl tricked Chester Kilbuck into going into an alley with her, where a bunch of her friends cornered him and beat him to death for his take at the Avalon Ballroom that night. The Avalon closed just a few months later and got converted into a movie theater. The first movie they showed was The Love Bug with Dean Jones. Bobby Lee took his son on the road for a short while, but Emmylou Harris called for him to record and tour with her, and once more, Bobby Lee could not deny his son. Chester was 3/4 outlaw, but he was the one with the business sense, and Bobby Lee was the one that always got lost in the music. That is why Bobby Lee felt that if Chester made a deal, he should keep it. So Bobby Lee kept doing the circuit, the fairs and the VFWs, and the high school gyms, and if he was doing a show in a nice small town on a Sunday, somebody would always invite him back to their house for fried chicken. As the years went on, Bobby Lee began to understand more of what might have happened that night at the Avalon Ballroom. But he was never really quite sure. Because if you sing the old songs that people wanted to hear, the gospel and the hymns, you had to believe it. You had to believe it, or the audience would know. When you sang, "Will the Circle Be Broken?" you had to feel that there was a better home awaiting by and by. So if you believed in one place, it only made sense you believed in the opposite place. There had to be an opposite, just like Kilbuck was the opposite of Star. But they only worked their best together. So if Chester Kilbuck had really stood at the crossroads and made a promise, it was better to keep that promise than cross your fingers and hope that none of it was real. The Black Cat by Edgar Allan Poe. For the most wild, yet homely narrative which I am about to pen, I neither expect nor solicit belief. Mad indeed I would be to expect it, in a case where my very senses reject their own evidence. Yet, mad am I not? And very surely do I not dream. But tomorrow I die, and today I would unburthen my soul. My immediate purpose is to place before the world plainly, succinctly, and without comment a series of mere household events. In their consequences, these events have terrified, have tortured, have destroyed me. Yet I will not attempt to expound them. To me, they have presented little but horror. To many, they will seem less terrible than Baroque's. Hereafter, perhaps, some intellect may be found which will reduce my phantasm to the commonplace. Some intellect more calm, more logical, and far less excitable than my own, which will perceive, in the circumstances I detail with awe, nothing more than an ordinary succession of very natural causes and effects. From my infancy I was noted for the docility and humanity of my disposition. My tenderness of heart was even so conspicuous as to make me the jest of my companions. I was especially fond of animals, and was indulged by my parents with a great variety of pets. With these I spent most of my time, and never was so happy as when feeding and caressing them. This peculiarity of character grew with my growth, and, in my manhood, I derived from it one of my principal sources of pleasure. To those who have cherished an affection for a faithful and sagacious dog, I need hardly be at the trouble of explaining the nature or the intensity of the gratification thus derivable. There is something in the unselfish and self-sacrificing love of a brute which goes directly to the heart of him who has had frequent occasion to test the paltry friendship and gossamer fidelity of mere man. I married early and was happy to find my wife a disposition not uncongenial with my own. Observing my partiality for domestic pets, she lost no opportunity of procuring those of the most agreeable kind. We had birds, goldfish, a fine dog, rabbits, a small monkey, and a cat. This latter was a remarkably large and beautiful animal, entirely black and sagacious to an astonishing degree. In speaking of his intelligence, my wife, who at heart was not a little tinctured by superstition, made frequent allusion to the ancient popular notion, which regarded all black cats as witches in disguise. Not that she was ever serious upon this point, and I mention the matter at all for no better reason than that it happens, just now, to be remembered. Pluto, this was the cat's name, was my favorite pet and playmate. I alone fed him, and he attended me wherever I went about the house. It was even with difficulty that I could prevent him from following me through the streets. Our friendship lasted in this manner for several years, during which my general temperament and character, through the instrumentality of the fiend intemperance, had, I blush to confess this, experienced a radical alteration for the worse. I grew day by day more moody, more irritable, more regardless of the feelings of others. I suffered myself to use intemperance language to my wife. At length, I even offered her personal violence. My pets, of course, were made to feel the change in my disposition. I not only neglected, but ill-used them. For Pluto, however, I still retained sufficient regard to restrain me from maltreating him, as I made no scruple of the maltreating the rabbits, the monkey, or even the dog, when by accident, or through affection, they came in my way. But my disease grew upon me, for what disease is like alcohol? And at length even Pluto, who was now becoming old and consequently somewhat peevish, even Pluto began to experience the effects of my ill temper. One night, returning home much intoxicated from one of my haunts about town, I fancied that the cat avoided my presence. I seized him, when, in his fright at my violence, he inflicted a slight wound upon my hand with his teeth. The fury of a demon instantly possessed me. I knew myself no longer. My original soul seemed at once to take its flight from my body, and a more than fiendish malevolence, gin-nurtured, thrilled every fibre of my frame. I took from my waistcoat pocket a penknife, opened it, grasped the poor beast by the throat, and deliberately cut one of its eyes from the socket. I blush, I burn, I shudder, while I pen the damnable atrocity. When reason returned with the morning, when I had slept off the fumes of the night's debauch, I experienced a sentiment, half of horror, half of remorse, for the crime of which I had been guilty. But it was, at best, a feeble and equivocal feeling, and the soul remained untouched. I again plunged into excess and soon drowned in wine all memory of the deed. In the meantime, the cat slowly recovered. The socket of the lost eye presented, it is true, a frightful appearance, but he no longer appeared to suffer any pain. He went about the house as usual, but, as might be expected, fled in extreme terror at my approach. I had so much of my old heart left as to be at first grieved by this evident dislike on the part of a creature which had once so loved me. But this feeling soon gave place to irritation, and then came, as if to my final and irrevocable overthrow, the spirit of perverseness. Of this spirit philosophy takes no account, yet I am not more sure that my soul lives than I am that perverseness is one of the primitive impulses of the human heart. One of the indivisible primary faculties, or sentiments, which give direction to the character of man. Who has not, 100 times, found himself committing a vile or a silly action for no other reason than because he knows he should not? Have we not perpetual inclination, in the teeth of our best judgment, to violate that which is law, merely because we understand it to be such? This spirit of perverseness, I say, came to my final overthrow. It was this unfathomable longing of the soul to vex itself, to offer violence to its own nature, to do wrong for wrong's sake only, that urged me to continue and finally to consummate the injury I had inflicted upon the unoffending brute. One morning, in cool blood, I slipped a noose about its neck and hung it to the limb of a tree. Hung it with the tears streaming from my eyes, and with the bitterest remorse at my heart. Hung it because I knew that it had loved me, and because I felt it had given me no reason of offense. Hung it because I knew that in doing so I was committing a sin. A deadly sin that would so jeopardize my immortal soul as to place it, if such a thing were possible, even beyond the reach of the infinite mercy of the most merciful and most terrible God. On the night of the day on which this cruel deed was done, I was aroused from sleep by the cry of fire. The curtains of my bed were in flames. The whole house was blazing. It was with great difficulty that my wife, a servant, and myself made our escape from the conflagration. The destruction was complete, my entire worldly wealth was swallowed up, and I resigned myself, thenceforth, to despair. I am above the weakness of seeking to establish a sequence of cause and effect between the disaster and the atrocity, but I am detailing a chain of facts, and wish not to leave even a possible link imperfect. On the day succeeding the fire, I visited the ruins. The walls, with one exception, had fallen in. This exception was found in a compartment wall, not very thick, which stood about the middle of the house, and against which had rested the head of my bed. The plastering had here, in great measure, resisted the action of the fire, a fact which I attributed to its having been recently spread. About this wall a dense crowd were collected, and many persons seemed to be examining a particular portion of it with very minute and eager attention. The words strange, singular, and other similar expressions excited my curiosity. I approached and saw, as if graven in bas-relief, upon the white surface, the figure of a gigantic cat. The impression was given with an accuracy truly marvelous. There was a rope about the animal's neck. When I first beheld this apparition, for I could scarcely regard it as less, my wonder and my terror were extreme. But at length reflection came to my aid. The cat, I remembered, had been hung in a garden adjacent to the house. Upon the alarm of fire, this garden had been immediately filled by the crowd, by someone of whom the animal must have been cut from the tree and thrown, through an open window, into my chamber. This had probably been done with the view of arousing me from sleep. The falling of the other walls had compressed the victim of my cruelty into the substance of freshly spread plaster, the lime of which, with the fumes and the ammonia from the carcass, had then accomplished the portraiture as I saw it. Although I thus readily accounted to my reason, if not altogether to my conscience, for the startling fact just detailed, it did not the less fail to make a deep impression upon my fancy. For months I could not rid myself of the phantasm of the cat, and, during this period, there came back into my spirit a half-sentiment that seemed, but was not, remorse. I went so far as to regret the loss of the animal, and to look about me, among the vile haunts which I now habitually frequented, for another pet of the same species, and of somewhat similar appearance, with which to supply its place. One night, as I sat, half stupefied in a den of more than infamy, my attention was suddenly drawn to some black object, reposing upon the head of one of the immense hogsheads of gin or of rum, which constituted the chief furniture of the apartment. I had been looking steadily at the top of this hogshead for some minutes, and what now caused me surprise was the fact that I had not sooner perceived the object thereupon. I approached it and touched it with my hand. It was a black cat, a very large one, fully as large as Pluto, and closely resembling him in every aspect but one. Pluto had not a white hair upon any portion of his body, but this cat had a large, although indefinite, splotch of white, covering nearly the whole region of the breast. Upon my touching him, he immediately arose, purred loudly, rubbed against my hand, and appeared delighted with my notice. This, then, was the very creature of which I was in search. I at once offered to purchase it of the landlord, but this person made no claim to it, knew nothing of it, had never seen it before. I continued my caresses, and, when I prepared to go home, the animal evinced a disposition to accompany me. I permitted it to do so, occasionally stooping and patting it as I proceeded. When it reached the house, it domesticated itself at once, and became immediately a great favorite with my wife. For my own part, I soon found a dislike to it arising within me. This was just the reverse of what I had anticipated, but, I know not how or why it was, its evident fondness for myself rather disgusted and annoyed. By slow degrees, these feelings of disgust and annoyance rose into the bitterness of hatred. I avoided the creature, a certain sense of shame and the remembrance of my former deed of cruelty. Preventing me from physically abusing it, I did not, for some weeks, strike or otherwise violently ill-use it, but gradually, very gradually, I came to look upon it with unutterable loathing, and to flee silently from its odious presence as if from the breath of a pestilence. What added, no doubt, to my hatred of the beast was the discovery, on the morning after I brought it home, that, like Pluto, it also had been deprived of one of its eyes. This circumstance, however, only endeared it to my wife who, as I have already said, possessed, in a high degree, that humanity of feeling which had once been my distinguishing trait, and the source of many of my simplest and purest pleasures. With my aversion to this cat, however, its partiality for myself seemed to increase. It followed my footsteps with a pertinacity which it would be difficult to make the reader comprehend. Whenever I sat, it would crouch beneath my chair, or spring upon my knees, covering me with its loathsome caresses. If I arose to walk, it would get between my feet and thus nearly throw me down, or, fastening its long sharp claws in my dress, clamber in this manner to my breast. At such times, although I longed to destroy it with a blow, I was yet withheld from doing so, partly by a memory of my former crime, but chiefly, let me confess it at once, by absolute dread of the beast. This dread was not exactly a dread of physical evil, and yet I should be at a loss how otherwise to define it. I am almost ashamed to own, yes, even in this felon's cell, I am almost ashamed to own that the terror and horror with which the animal inspired me had been heightened by one of the merest chimeras it would be possible to conceive. My wife had called my attention, more than once, to the character of the mark of white hair of which I have spoken, and which constituted the sole visible difference between the strange beast and the one I had destroyed. The reader will remember about this mark, although large, had been originally very indefinite, but by slow degrees nearly imperceptible, and which for a long time my reason struggled to reject as fanciful. It had, at length, assumed a rigorous distinctness of outline. It was now the representation of an object that I shudder to name, and for this, above all, I loathed and dreaded and would have rid myself of the monster had I dared. It was now, I say, the image of a ghastly thing, of the gallows. Oh, mournful and terrible engine of horror and of crime, of agony and of death! And now was I indeed wretched beyond the wretchedness of mere humanity, and a brute beast whose fellow I had contemptuously destroyed, a brute beast to work out for me a man, fashioned in the image of the high God. So much of insufferable woe. Alas, neither by day nor by night knew I the blessing of rest any more. During the former the creature left me no moment alone, and in the latter I started hourly from dreams of utterable fear, to find the hot breath of the thing upon my face, and its vast weight, an incarnate nightmare that I had no power to shake off, incumbent eternally upon my heart. Beneath the pressure of torments such as these, the feeble remnant of the good within me succumbed. Evil thoughts became my sole intimates. The darkest and most evil of thoughts, the moodiness of my usual temper increased to hatred of all things and of all mankind. While from the sudden, frequent, and ungovernable outbursts of a fury to which I now blindly abandoned myself, my uncomplaining wife, alas, was the most usual and the most patient of sufferers. One day she accompanied me, upon some household errand, into the cellar of the old building which our property compelled us to inhabit. The cat followed me down the steep stairs and, nearly throwing me headlong, exasperated me to madness. Uplifting an axe and forgetting, in my wrath, the childish dread which had hitherto stayed my hand, I aimed a blow at the animal which, of course, would have proved instantly fatal had it descended as I wished. But this blow was arrested by the hand of my wife. Goaded by the interference into a rage more than demoniacal, I withdrew my arm from her grasp and buried the axe in her brain. She fell dead upon the spot, without a groan. This hideous murder accomplished, I set myself forthwith, and with entire deliberation to the task of concealing the body. I knew that I could not remove it from the house, either by day or by night, without the risk of being observed by the neighbors. Many projects entered my mind. At one period, I thought of cutting the corpse into minute fragments and destroying them by fire. At another, I resolved to dig a grave for it in the floor of the cellar. Again, I deliberated about casting it into the well in the yard, about packing it into a box as if merchandise, with the usual arrangements, and so getting a porter to take it from my house. Finally, I hit upon what I considered a far better expedient than either of these. I determined to wall it up in the cellar, as the monks of the Middle Ages are recorded to have walled up their victims. For a purpose such as this, the cellar was well adapted. Its walls were loosely constructed and had lately been plastered, throughout with a rough plaster which the dampness of the atmosphere had prevented from hardening. Moreover, in one of the walls was a projection caused by a false chimney or fireplace that had been filled up and made to resemble the rest of the cellar. I made no doubt that I could readily displace the bricks at this point, insert the corpse, and wall the whole up as before, so that no eye could detect anything suspicious. And in this calculation I was not deceived. By means of a crowbar I easily dislodged the bricks and, having carefully deposited the body against the inner wall, I propped it in that position while, with little trouble, I relaid the whole structure as it originally stood. Having procured mortar, sand, and hair with every possible precaution, I prepared a plaster which could not be distinguished from the old, and with this I very carefully went over the new brickwork. When I had finished, I felt satisfied that all was right. The wall did not present the slightest appearance of having been disturbed. The rubbish on the floor was picked up with the minutest of care. I looked around triumphantly and said to myself, "Here, at least, then, my labor has not been in vain." My next step was to look for the beast which had been the cause of so much wretchedness, for I had, at length, firmly resolved to put it to death. Had I been able to meet with it, at the moment there could have been no doubt of its fate, but it appeared that the crafty animal had been alarmed at the violence of my previous anger, and forbore to present itself in my present mood. It is impossible to describe or to imagine the deep, the blissful sense of relief which the absence of that detested creature occasioned in my bosom. It did not make its appearance during the night, and thus, for one night at least, since its introduction into the house, I soundly and tranquilly slept. I slept even with the burden of murder upon my soul. The second and third day passed, and still my tormentor came not. Once again, I breathed as a free man. The monster, in terror, had fled the premises forever. I should behold it no more. My happiness was supreme. The guilt of my dark deed disturbed me but little. Some few inquiries had been made, but these had been readily answered. Even a search had been instituted, but, of course, nothing was to be discovered. I looked upon my future felicity as secured. Upon the fourth day of the assassination, a party of police came, very unexpectedly, into the house, and proceeded again to make a rigorous investigation of the premises. Secure, however, in the inscrutability of my place of concealment, I felt no embarrassment whatsoever. The officers bade me accompany them in their search. They left no nook or corner unexplored. At length, for the third or fourth time, they descended into the cellar. I quivered not in a muscle. My heart beat calmly as that of one who slumbers in innocence. I walked the cellar from end to end, I folded my arms upon my bosom, and roamed easily to and fro. The police were thoroughly satisfied and prepared to depart. The glee at my heart was too strong to be restrained. I burned to say if but one word by way of triumph, and to render doubly sure their assurance of my guiltlessness. "Gentlemen," I said at last as the party ascended the steps, "I delight to have allayed your suspicions. I wish you all health and a little more courtesy. By the by, gentlemen, this is a very well-constructed house." In the rabid desire to say something easily, I scarcely knew what I uttered at all. "I may say, an excellently well-constructed house. These walls, are you going, gentlemen? These walls are solidly put together." And here, through the mere frenzy of bravado, I rapped heavily with a cane which I held in my hand upon that very portion of the brickwork behind which stood the corpse of the wife of my bosom. But may God shield and deliver me from the fangs of the arch-fiend. No sooner had the reverberation of my blows sunk into silence than I was answered by a voice from within the tomb, by a cry, at first muffled and broken, like the sobbing of a child, and then quickly swelling into one long, loud, and continuous scream, utterly anomalous and inhuman. A howl, a wailing shriek, half of horror and half of triumph, such as might have arisen only out of hell, conjointly from the throats of the damned in their agony, of the demons that exult in the damnation. Of my own thoughts, it is folly to speak. Swooning, I staggered to the opposite wall. For one instant, the party upon the stairs remained motionless, through extremity of terror and of awe. In the next, a dozen stout arms were toiling at the wall. It felt bodily. The corpse, already greatly decayed and clotted with gore, stood erect before the eyes of the spectators. Upon its head, with red extended mouth and a solitary eye of fire, sat the hideous beast whose craft had seduced me into murder, and whose informing voice had consigned me to the hangman. I had walled the monster up within the tomb. A Sunken Heart in Hino Bay by Jeff Carpenter. All life emerged, crawled out from the sea. Now, I don't know what's crawling out. Hino Bay High School Science Biology Class, Monday, 2:43 p.m. Ayumi scribbles into her notebook, hunched over her desk, protecting her work. Her eyes are obscured by black horn rims matching her long jet black hair tied into a ponytail. "Are you in grade 3? A girl beside her with dyed brown hair grabs the notebook off Ayumi's desk. The pen leaves a streak across the page. She turns to the second girl and shows her the notebook. The second girl makes a sour face, gesturing dismissively at the drawings in a lined notebook page. Cartoons. A girl sunbathing in a boat reading a book, and below her a myriad of sea creatures frolicking in the deep, an octopus and crab feasting on something. The girl points at a figure farther down the page, a masked scuba diver rising to the surface holding something in his hand. "Oh my God, is that Mr. Harada? What is that in his hand? What has he got? A pearl? A present? For you?" She and her friend laugh at the suggestion. Ayumi tries to grab it. "Give it back. He'd only kiss you if you had gills and a tail. She already smells like she does. Give it back." There's a crack at the front of the class. The students' heads turn to the front. The teacher rests his hand on a book atop some scattered papers on his desk. "Ayumi, please see me after class." "Ooh." The two girlfriends coo in chorus. Ayumi holds a stack of textbooks in crossed arms close to her chest. "I'm not sure what's come over you. You were disturbing the class today, and you haven't handed in your assignment yet. Usually you're a very well-behaved, punctual student. What's gotten into you?" She can't meet his eyes. "Tomorrow, Mr. Harada. Tomorrow." Ayumi's household, Monday, 6:49 p.m. The melted chocolate cools in the bowl on the double boiler. On the counter beside the stove are a box of sea salt, a jar of raspberry jam, a bowl of herring roe, a collection of spoons, and heart-shaped molds. Ayumi's grandfather walks up behind her, looking over her shoulder, surprises her. For a boy? It's good you take an interest in normal school life outside of the tales you read in your books. It's good you spend time with people your own age. Dead authors and old men like me are not ideal companions for young girls. Ayumi ignores her grandfather and increases her focus on spooning the jam into the cooled chocolate molds. With intense deliberation, she plucks 2 individual eggs from the herring roe and placing them side by side in the raspberry jam. Squishing them together in the gooey jam, they leak their briny golden insides into the surrounding compote. She sprinkles a pinch of sea salt into the molds, finishing her creation with a flourish. Could I have a taste of that chocolate, though? Reminds me of your grandmother. Tuesday, Valentine's Day, 1:56 p.m. A girl bumps into Ayumi in the hall. She drops her books and makes a desperate grab as the red cardboard box folded into the shape of a clamshell slips from her fingers. As she bends over to pick them up, she notices a boy, a strong, athletic boy from her gym class, looking at her with a kind of faint smile she hasn't seen before, and she sees that her skirt is riding up high on her legs. She straightens up and pulls her skirt down. The boy still has the funny look on his face, and he looks weak somehow, as if all his strength has leaked away. Just by looking at her, she feels flushed and rushes to class. What's this? Mr. Harada flips the cardboard clamshell open on his desk, revealing the chocolates within. Ayumi looks at the Valentine's Day present on display, one of the heart chocolates cracked from the fall. It's for you. Ayumi, I can't accept this. You know it is inappropriate for a student to offer such gifts to her teacher. I'm sorry, it looks like you put a lot of work into this gift, but I just can't. Ayumi hugs her books tight and shuffles to her seat. Otani, the grizzled old janitor, totters into the classroom and empties the waste paper basket by the teacher's desk. He winks at the gang of girls huddled together, gossiping and giggling. One of the girls with dyed brown hair leans over to Ayumi and hisses at her. If you want an older man, I'm pretty sure Mr. Otani is available. But better act quick before one of us snatches him up first. The huddle of girls convulses with laughter as Otani staggers out the door. Ayumi looks up from her book and over at Mr. Harada's desk. From her vantage point, she can see that one of the chocolates is missing. There is a space there. It is undeniable. Did she just see Mr. Harada lick his lips? Did he really? Ayumi watches intently, her elbows on her desk, chin resting on her knuckles, in rapt attention. My last dive, I saw definite changes. The outflow from these chemical plants is causing untold damage to the ecosystem. I'm finding noticeable mutations in the local sea life. Overlong exposure to this pollution is ravaging local populations. I've decided to devote my time recording and cataloging these mutations. We have to do something to change this. We all have to do something. What I'm doing is cataloging the mutations. He plops a Ziploc bag holding a fist-sized thing enveloped in gelatinous syrup on the desk. It is a creature curled into a fetal ball. 2 appendages pierce the syrupy envelope, terminating its claws. Know what this is? No guesses. It's a fish. Does it look like a fish to you? The students shake their heads. I don't think so. I found this swimming off the breakwater in Hino Bay. Well, it was trying to swim, more like paddling in a circle. Those bastards, those blameless industrialists in the plant on the shore, they've turned Hino Bay into a living science experiment. All life emerged. It crawled out of the sea. Now I don't know what's crawling out. He turns back to the specimen. This is the caudal fin, the tail of the so-called fish. An iridescent turquoise caudal fin unfurls in the swirling sea-green water. It swishes to and fro, back and forth, lazily propelling the creature upward. Breaking the surface, she notices that the creature is her. She is the creature, her bare human body above the water, her scaly torso and tapered tail beneath the waves, trailing off into the darkness and the murky depths below. Her long black hair flows out behind her, slowly undulating in the motion of the ripples. She feels the water rise in a soft swell, and he is there, beside her in the black rubber wetsuit. A gentle wave pushes them closer together. He pulls off his face mask and removes the regulator from his mouth. He presses it against her lips. Breathe, breathe, he urges. She opens her mouth, letting him inside her, and breathes in, breathes deep, and she feels herself going down, down into unconsciousness. Ayumi opens her eyes. She smiles and squeezes the pillow tight to her body. Wednesday, 3:02 p.m. The daughter of the Dragon King was Ningyo, Princess of the Deep. She could assume various forms and would often take the form of a beautiful woman who could put any man who ventured into the sea under her spell. Ayumi stands at the front of the class. Her magic pearls could turn... Ayumi, the assignment was supposed to be about sea life. Real, actual sea life. Dragons don't exist. Why would you... What made you do your assignment on that? I'm going to be forced to give you an F. Please see me after class. Ayumi tries to hold back a faint smile. He slumps back in his chair, pulls off his tie, loosens his collar, unbuttons the bottom button on his shirt. He leans forward. She can see down his open shirt. There are iridescent scales catching the light on his neck, spreading out and down to his chest. Mr. Harada? Yes, Ayumi. Do you think people can change? She pivots on her legs, twisting back and forth. Yes, of course. Change into something so wonderful, so strange that you don't know what they might become? What are you talking about? Kiss me. Mr. Harada stared at her. Kiss me. Why couldn't she say it out loud? Her lips strain white against her teeth. She bites her lower lip until she is sure blood will pop and trickle down her chin. She drops a potty training manual on the teacher's desk. What's this? I'm going to get my diving certificate. Really? It's an intensive course. You sure it won't interfere with your school studies? No, sir. I always think of you with your nose in the books, not outside getting your hands dirty. He gives her an approving smile. Always think of you. Always think of you. Always. You. It's kind of late in the year to undertake such a big thing like this, don't you think? She takes off her glasses and twirls them in her fingers. She looks straight at Harada. I dreamed that we were swimming together last night, and you swam up to me and looked deep into my eyes and said, You are the queen of the sea, and the sea is the mother of life, all life. And you held me close, and you put your lips on... Ayumi, this isn't appropriate. You're my student, and I'm your teacher. I want you to teach me real things, not the things I can get from books on my own. Spending so much time in the water maybe is not such a good idea. But we have to. I'll grow scales. We'll both be as free as the fishes. We'll change into them. We'll be living in the ocean as sea creatures forever. You must never, never speak about this again to anyone. Do you understand? Ayumi jams her lips shut and looks at the floor. Ayumi? Please let me go swimming with you. Silence. I promise not to talk about these things again. I'll think about it. Ayumi's household, Thursday, 6:45 p.m. Ayumi takes book after book from her bookcase and puts them down beside the others on her bed. She flips through them, smiles a faint smile, then with the reverence of a funeral, places them in a large cardboard box marked with a black pen on the side. 500 yen each. Hino Bay Recreation Center, 10:54 a.m. Ayumi plunges into the swimming pool. The weight belt sinks her to the bottom. The instructor gives her the thumbs up, then turns and ignores her just like he did after she gave him the money from selling all her favorite books. She looks around, surrounded by water. Everyone else is so far away. She is alone. If anything went wrong... She closes her eyes. Her heart pounds in her head. Blood rushes in her ears. She hyperventilates. Her eyes are big. She's going to drown down here. She sucks in water with her air. She sputters and coughs, blinded by bubbles escaping from her mouth. She drops her weights and scrambles to the surface. The diving instructor swims over to her. You panicked. He hands Ayumi her weight belt. This time, breathe slow. Breathe deep. Keep calm. Relax. Nothing's going to get you. Sometimes it helps to tell yourself a story to keep your mind focused. Hinobe High School, Monday, 2 p.m. Ayumi wears a gold badge embroidered on her jacket. She carries a certificate between her stack of textbooks. She wears a big smile on her face as she walks straight to the science classroom. She takes her seat. A strange woman is at the front desk. Her smile fades. She raises her hand. Where's Mr. Harada? He is on indefinite leave. My name is Mrs. Kotani, and I'm the replacement teacher for this class. Hino Bay, Breakwater, Tuesday, 2:43 p.m. Shouldn't you be in school? Teacher's not here today. A taxi idles, parked but running in a slot by the seawall. Ayumi struggles with the air tank as she pulls them up out of the trunk. You need a hand with that, miss? Just a couple of trips. She hauls the gear down to the breakwater. Swim fins, mask under her arms, oxygen tank hanging off of one shoulder. The dive tank slips off her shoulder, bangs off her hip bone, bounces off and rebounds into her legs, giving a dull blow to her knee and shin. She cries out, stumbles, and drops the tank, which rolls on the ground. You alone? She turns back to look at him. Miss, you alone? I heard it's not good to dive all by yourself. Oh, I've got someone. She makes it down to the end of the breakwater. She clambers over the jagged boulders. Ayumi spots a black shape bobbing in the water about 150 meters offshore. It must be him. She dons her scuba gear, nervously strapping and clicking it all into place. She hobbles into the sea, lapping onto the rocks. Once she's up to her chest, she begins paddling out to sea. She looks out toward the horizon. The black shape is gone. She can't see him anymore. She puts the regulator in her mouth and ducks under the water. It's cold and dark. She breathes in, but short and shallow. She coughs. She has to come up for air. She spits out salty seawater and scans the horizon again. Nothing. She's going to have to go out there. Her heart pounds beneath her wetsuit. This is it. She clears her mask and goes under. She swims in slow, steady strokes. She can't help feeling she's being shadowed by something not so far below her. But she fights the enshrouding panic, swallows her fear, and breathes in long, deep breaths. She flashes back to books she's read about the sea. Most of them not factual accounts, of course. Deep treasures hidden within the protective maws of giant clams. Fierce mortal battles between giant squids and deep-diving whales, and the jealous octopus dragging divers to their deaths for daring to encroach on its submarine territory. But she kind of remembers the true story Mr. Harada told her of Ningyo. Or was that her dream? In any case, she's having trouble remembering it completely. It was about a girl who swam out to sea, alone, to find treasure? A pearl? No, it was to find her lover, missing at sea. And yes, she finally does find him. He's alive. But he's not alone. He's caught in the embrace of Ningyo. The man's name is Harada, and who is Ningyo? Ningyo pulls Harada close, the water lapping against their bare bodies, writhing against him, rubbing off a patina of iridescent scales onto his face and neck. She kisses him all over, runs her tongue along his arm, licks his fingers. Harada twists his head, looks over his shoulder, eyes the girl from within the arms of the tight embrace. Ningyo turns to see what he's looking at. She hisses a sibilant sigh. Oh, you brought a pretty one. A little scrawny, perhaps. Pleased to meet you. I am Ningyo, the first and the last, and you will know the truth of that soon enough. I'm Ayumi. Get out of that silly suit of yours. Can't be truly free in the sea until you feel the caress of the salt water on your skin. The girl hugs herself. It's too cold. Nonsense. How will you ever feel what it is to be a woman if you can't be naked beside a man? Ayumi looks at Harada. She lets her mask sink to the depths below. Ningyo helps her out of her wetsuit. A chemical slick surrounds them, warming the water. As Harada reaches to touch Ayumi, the girl feels Ningyo come up behind her and envelop her. She wraps her arms around Ayumi and pulls her down. Somewhere, an octopus embraces its prey and drags it down to the bottom, holds it down until it drowns, then feasts on it at its leisure. A crab feeds on the scavenged remains of a muscular organ, still beating. A heart. A sunken heart. The chemical spill reaches the sea floor. The precipice coating everything it touches. A jointed limb telescopes out of the organ and snatches up the crab in its terminating claw. An aortic valve opens up in a tooth-studded maw that bites down on the crustacean, swallowing it whole. An eyelid opens on the vein covering of the organ. An eye blinks, and the bubble of a tear trickles out of its corner and races to the surface to expire in the air. The heart sprouts 3 more limbs and crawls away along the sea bottom, fading into the murky darkness. An empty wetsuit floats on the surface of the sea, bobbing in the gentle swells of the unchanging, ever-changing ocean.
Debbie, Deborah by Shane Migliavacca.
The cat thinks I'm fucking nuts. She may be right. I'm wearing my nicest dress, Dean Martin is on the stereo, and I have a gun to my head. I'm dancing with my dead husband on Valentine's Day. Angel, our cat, died 3 days ago. Her ashes sit on the mantel in an urn next to my husband's. I see her on her favorite spot on the couch, watching me. She really is an angel now. I pull the hammer of the revolver back. I'm ready to join them. Click. Son of a bitch. Empty. Good job, Deborah. I forgot the fucking bullets. I drop the snub nose on the coffee table. I haven't found where Johnny hid the bullets. He bought the gun for me, worried about us being all alone out here in the boondocks. What good is a gun if the bullets are hidden? Excuse me, Mr. Rapist, while I find the bullets to shoot you. Maybe Johnny never got around to buying any. Ain't that a kick in the head, Dean? I drop to the couch, defeated. My mind isn't what it used to be. Grief and despair have pushed everything out to the point that I have trouble dealing with the day-to-day shit. It's for the best, I suppose. I'm not a religious woman, but I'd like to think there was something waiting, you know? After that, I could be with them in some kind of way. If there is a God and suicide is a sin, I better not risk it. Being sent to hell, I'd never see them again. If you ask me, this is hell. This world. Johnny, my Johnny, I miss that lopsided grin of yours. The way your stubble felt when you kissed me. How your hair fell across your eyes when you woke up. The touch of your coarse hands on my shoulders. Gone. All gone. 5.5 years ago, a drunk driver named Dave Robbins. Johnny had been on his way home from work when the bastard ran a red light and struck Johnny's car. I still remember the trooper showing up at work. He stood there in his uniform, looking so out of place. His words were unintelligible as my heart pounded in my ears. They gave that man 10 years in prison. 10 fucking years! He took away our future, and they gave him 10 years. He got out in 4 for good behavior. Good fucking behavior. I dreamed about killing him for so long. How I'd do it, how I'd drag it out, make him suffer. I'd even toyed with the idea of killing his family in front of him. But no, there was Angel to think of. The cat, a housewarming present from Johnny, got me through that first grim year. She was there for me when I got home from another dreary day at work, happy to see me, purring her feline heart out. She was such a tiny little thing when he surprised me with her. She hid under the couch for the first couple of days until one night I sat on the couch watching the evening news, waiting for Johnny to come home from work. I felt something small and warm curl up next to me. Now she's gone too. I'm left all alone in this house that used to represent our future together. A house that's become a tomb. The house was so empty and vast when I'd come home from the vet carrying little Angel's ashes in a small container. Nobody there to greet me at the door. I dread the thought of coming home after a day at work to this empty, godforsaken place. But I'll have to. I took a couple sick days, told Emily I had a bug. They don't need to know the real reason. Most of them look at me with some sort of pity, walking on eggshells around me. The others treat me as if this sickness in my heart can simply be sent away, that I should get over it and move on. There is no moving on. I could take some medication, I guess, something to help me, at the cost of this hornet's nest of pain in my stomach, the pain that helps me remember them, that keeps them in my thoughts. Would I lose their memory in a haze of medication? The record ends. I stare at the snub nose. I should really find those bullets. There's other ways I could do it. Pills, sure, or that old razor blade in the bathtub bit. Those are easy enough, I suppose. Hanging myself is off the table. I can't tie knots for shit. Besides, some idiot might think I was trying to get off and died by accident. Shit. Fuck it. The phone rings. I pick it up, looking at the number. It's Catherine Wade from work, probably checking up on me. Hello, Cat. How are you feeling, trooper? She answers in her unbearably cheery voice. I lie. Oh, okay, just a bit of a bug. You need anything? No, I'm fine, thanks. I want to hate her for caring. But damn it, I just can't. The phone crackles with static. Aren't you forgetting something, Deb? Another voice asks. Cat? You there? I can hear something metallic on the other end. Have you checked the basement? Who is this? I ask, my voice trembling, but no answer. God damn it, who is this? Are you okay, Deb? Cat asks, sounding a bit shaken. Yeah, just this bug. I think I need a nap. Before she can finish saying goodbye, I hang up. What just happened? I'm not even sure. I take a deep breath. I get off the couch. Maybe I should just go buy some fucking bullets. Looking out the window, I see I'm not going out anywhere today. The snow is coming down in a heavy white blanket. Frustrated, I turn the TV on. They're calling it the Valentine's Day blizzard, the weatherman proclaimed, as if he was a proud father praising his golden child. These cocksuckers really piss me off in how much they get off on bad weather. I think they get hard over delivering bad news. Expect record snowfalls. Expect me not to give a fuck, I say, wishing about now the gun was loaded so I could shoot the TV. I never hated anybody till Johnny died. Now I can't stand anyone, most of all myself. The smiling weatherman is replaced by a nicely dressed Chinese woman. The day's other big story, all but one of the escaped convicts have been captured. Police gather round an overturned prison bus in a ditch as the anchorwoman goes over the details. Police are still searching for Charles Lee Andrew, convicted serial killer and rapist. He's considered highly dangerous should you spot him. Why do these assholes always have 3 names? Is it a serial killer thing? They linger on his face. He's Handsome enough except for the scar over his left eye. Crazy burns hot in those eyes. Even in a photograph you can feel his stare just penetrating your soul. Bored, I walk out to the kitchen. A drink maybe, and a sandwich. Dirty dishes clog one of the two sinks. I've let the house go to shit. Haven't felt like cleaning since the cat died. I pour myself a glass of brandy and make a roast beef sandwich. I hold a stainless steel knife in my hands, catching my reflection on the blade. The house isn't the only thing that's gone to shit. I look terrible. My hair's a mess. There's bags under my eyes. Fuck it all. Why should I care how I look? It's all a sick joke. The blade quivers in my hand. So sharp. One of those as seen on TV jobs you get at a Save Mart. Why, I bet if I just took the knife and sliced... Debbie... A sweet sing-song voice echoes out from the living room. The TV? Has to be. A coincidence. Deb. The voice giggles. Who's there? I call out, feeling a bit embarrassed because it's most likely the TV. I grip the knife, stepping into the short hallway. I walk towards the living room. I can hear a soap opera on the TV. I stop and listen. Under the din of dialogue from the TV, I hear the wind outside, the tick-tick sound of snow and freezing rain against the windows. And then, floorboards creaking with the unmistakable sound of someone walking over them. Debbie, the voice giggles again. Come and find me. I storm into the living room ready to confront the weirdo intruder. You picked the wrong fucking time. Empty. I switch the TV off and I listen again. Maybe my mind finally has hitched a ride to Crazy Town. The house is still, silent, save for the wind and snow outside. The furnace in the basement rumbles on, making me flinch. I laugh like a maniac. Tears sting my eyes as laughter gives way to crying. I really have fucking flipped out. Wiping them away, I see them there, reflected in the black of the TV screen. Watching me from the hall, darting away before I can turn. Scrambling to my feet, I grab the empty gun and give chase. I can hear them upstairs. Yesterday upon the stair I met a man who wasn't there. He wasn't there again today. Oh, how I wish he'd go away. The voice sang out from somewhere upstairs. I know that poem. From a long time ago, when I was a little girl. I creep up the stairs. No easy feat since they're creaky as hell. A door slams shut somewhere upstairs. How the hell did they get in? I didn't hear anything. Everything is locked. I didn't forget something, right? With a knife in one hand and an empty gun in the other, maybe I can scare the living crap out of them. Yeah, right. Why am I scared? I was thinking about ending my life moments ago. No, it's not death that frightens me. It's what could happen in place of that. Rape, being maimed, being paralyzed, a coma. Those things frighten me. A living hell I can't escape. I search the upstairs trying to look as badass as possible with an empty gun. That's when it hits me. I am fucking nuts. There's not a living soul up here. I search every room, every nook, every cranny, under the beds, in the closets. Not a sign of anybody being here other than me. Nothing out of place, nothing touched. Feeling tired, I walk into the bathroom connected to the bedroom. I run cold water over my face and stare at my haggard reflection in the mirror. Through the open door, I see the bed. Sitting there, legs hanging over the side, a dark figure. Watching me. I spin around, nearly slipping on the tiled floor. Who the fuck? I blurt out. The dark, featureless figure, almost an outline of a young woman, its long hair and pigtails hang down on black shoulders. It tilts its head and waves. Hey, Debbie, long time no see. I gawk at it for a few minutes, speechless. There's something about this thing, this girl, that seems familiar. Something's been buzzing around the back of my head all day, wanting to get out. Is this it? I should feel scared, yet I don't. I feel oddly reassured. What's wrong, sunshine? No hello for good old Maddie? Maddie? I stammer, my mouth suddenly dry. Was that you running around the house? None other. Don't you remember, Deb? How we used to? I rub my head. There's a stabbing pain. Something wants out. Poor old Deb went and grew up. It's a delusion, that's all. I walk out of the bathroom waving my arms about. Go away, you're a figment of my deteriorating mental state. You're not real. Good old Maddie slides off the bed, sauntering towards me. Not real, she pokes me with an ebony finger. That real enough for you? I flinch as I involuntarily back up. You made me. Poor little Deb. Her parents always fighting. Nobody at school likes her. She reads too much. She's too much of a tomboy. Boo-hoo. Maddie mocks me, making a tearful face. Somebody needed a friend, and Maddie got the call. Her voice suddenly changes, becoming cold. Until somebody tossed me aside. Maddie backs away from me, her gaze locked on me. But I didn't go away. Couldn't. That figure in the corner of your eye, that shadow in the dark room, that was me. She does a little jig. You can't kill yourself, Deb. I won't let you. If I made you, I can unmake you. I grab a small ceramic statue on the dresser and throw it at this Maddie. It bounces off her head when I expected it to pass right through. Ow! She hollers, the manic joyfulness gone from her voice. Bitch! She runs out of the bedroom holding her head. I can hear her feet on the stairs as she goes down. Looking down at the plush royal blue carpet, I see a trail of crimson. Blood. I follow Maddie's blood downstairs to the kitchen. Bloody handprints on the door frame welcome me as I enter. Maddie is bent over the sink, washing the blood off of her forehead with a wet towel. Fuck you, Deb. You always did have a temper. She turned to glare at me, a gash of bright crimson and her black forehead. She holds the wet towel to it as she finishes off my glass of brandy, leaving behind bloody fingerprints on the glass. I'm sorry, I think. You can feel pain? Well, no, duh. Of course I can feel pain. She pours herself more brandy, gulping it down in one go. This is some good shit, by the way. Got any bandages? I go to the downstairs bathroom, grabbing some bandages from the medicine cabinet. When I come back, Maddie and her bloodstains are gone. Suddenly, I feel lightheaded. My head is buzzing. I take more aspirin than the recommended dosage. Lying down on the couch, I feel as if I'm melting into it, becoming one with the upholstery. I wake up sometime later. The sun is low in the sky. Snow still falling, but not as heavy as before. My head feels better now. Maybe that was all a dream. The snub nose sits on the coffee table next to the knife. I'd left those upstairs. Yes, it was all a dream. I'd just fallen asleep on the couch and dreamed the whole damn thing. A fever dream. The floorboards upstairs creak, and my heart skips a beat. This is an old house, it's just settling, that's all. I pick up the gun. Still no bullets. That hasn't changed. What also hasn't changed is it's still fucking Valentine's Day. Why couldn't I have just slept through the rest of it, instead of the day that won't end? Dragging on, not letting me forget what I've lost. I remember one Valentine's Day. Johnny made his specialty for dinner. Spaghetti and salad. We watched an old Western on the TV, something starring the guy that played Superman's dad. It had been an exhausting week for both of us, and we fell asleep on the couch halfway through the film, my head on his shoulder. The holiday didn't end up in a moment of passion. It ended in a moment of mundane tenderness. And I wouldn't trade it for anything. A knock at the front door startles me out of my fond memory. I wait, holding my breath. Perhaps it was just a noise and not somebody at the door. Some snow falling off the roof or the like. Then another knock comes, ruining my fabrication, followed rapidly by a third. Hello? A man asks from the other side of the door. Is anybody there? Don't answer it, Maddie says, dropping into the recliner in the corner, the chair's old springs straining from the sudden weight. Fuck me, I blurted out in surprise. Where did you come from? I notice her features have become more defined now, the darkness lessening somewhat. Her head no longer has a bandage, nor a bloody gash. I've been hovering about, sleepyhead. She tilts the recliner back. You know you talk in your sleep? Maddie looks up at the ceiling. Who's Rex? Johnny used to kid me about talking in my sleep. Rex, why does that name seem familiar? Hello? The knocking at the door becomes more aggressive. I can hear you in there. Please come to the door. The man pauses. His voice sounds strained. I need help. I pick up the empty gun, holding it like a magical charm capable of warding off evil as I approach the front door. I look through the peephole at the man outside. He stands on the porch, a desperate look etched on his face. His hair looks recently shaved off, and he's wearing snow-covered clothes and a Band-Aid on his forehead over his left eye. The man looked over his shoulder anxiously before turning back to the door. Please, you have to hurry, the man pleads as he knocks again. I reach for the deadbolt. I wouldn't do it, Maddie warns me. Shush. I turn the lock on the door, only partly convinced there's really someone out there and it's not another delusion. I pull open the door a little, peeking through the crack at this unwelcome stranger. His clothes look ill-fitting, a size or two too big for his frame. Behind him I notice his tracks through the ankle-deep snow. Yes? You took long enough, the man grumbles. Excuse me? The man shivers looking around. I'm freezing out here. Can I come in? Can I trust him? Should I? What are you doing way out here in a storm? Suddenly, violently, he pushes the door open, knocking me to the floor. I land hard on my back. The air pushes out of my lungs, the empty gun sliding across the floor. I don't have time for your shit, he angrily screams as he slams the door shut. Gasping for air, I try to get to my feet, get a weapon. It's no use. The man pushes me to the floor with a snow-covered boot. Is there anyone here? Are you alone? His head darts back and forth as he takes in the room. He gives me another love tap from his booted foot. Before retrieving the gun from the floor, he checks the cylinder, laughing. What were you gonna do, wave this around and use harsh language to scare me? Maddie slides up behind him. Told you not to let him in. I didn't let him in, I managed, able to breathe again. The man looks around, perplexed. The fuck you talking about, lady? What do you want? I ask. I don't have any money. Oh, we'll see about that. He pulls me up, dragging me to the couch. Both our eyes go to the knife on the coffee table before meeting again. He hurls me into the couch. When I manage to sit up, he hits me in the face. Hard. Hard enough that the world goes black. When my eyes open again, the man stands over me, the knife in his hand. Just what the hell were you up to here? He leans forward, giving me a good view of the knife. I'll ask you again. Is there anybody else here? I shake my head, noticing I've been tied to a dining room chair in the living room. I can taste blood on my lips. If you're lying, I can make it very unpleasant for you. I glare at him, more angry at myself than him. For once I should have listened to the delusion prancing around my house. As he looks down at me, I recognize who's invaded my home. Charles Lee Andrew, serial killer and rapist. With this revelation, a stark fear creeps into my belly. Yes, I want to die, but not like this, and not by his hand. I'm gonna go poke around. You sit tight. He goes to leave and stops. Last chance. There's nobody here, right? Because if there is, they're fucked. I shake my head again. Satisfied, he leaves me alone as he searches the house. Our house. Johnny and me and little Angel. He has no right to be here. Fear begins to give way to anger, this time directed towards this interloper. I can hear him in the kitchen, opening and closing the fridge. He walks back into the room eating a leftover chicken leg. Good chicken. You make it? He smirks a greasy chicken smile. I stare holes through him, imagining his body being riddled with bullets, jerking around in a death dance as flesh and bone are shredded in a hail of lead. Of course, that would leave a hell of a mess, one I really wouldn't want to clean up. You know, you look like shit, he remarks, setting a plate with the half-finished chicken leg down at the coffee table. I mean, other than where I socked you in the kisser. I watched as he looks out the window. This is perfect. With the storm and this place being in the middle of nowhere in East Jesus, The cops won't be around. I can definitely lie low and catch a breath. He bends down close to me and locks me in his gaze. And I definitely plan on having some fun before I go. He tries kissing me on the lips. I manage to pull away and he kisses my cheek. I turn my head in disgust, seeing Johnny's urn on the mantel. I start to cry. I don't want him to see this. Not my Johnny. The bastard notices my tears, sees the urn and the picture of Johnny next to it. Aw, what are you crying about, sweet cheeks? He picks up the picture, gawking at it with those soulless eyes before turning his attention to the urn. This your dead hubby? Fuck you, I spit out between sobs. You will. Don't worry. You will. He drops the picture to the floor, shattering the glass. First, I think I'll look around and then freshen up. Maybe take a nice shit and see if you still have some of your old man's duds. Seeing your little shrine here, I'm willing to bet that's a yes. And then I'm left alone. Left alone to think about this mess I'm in. Mess. It's a fucking nightmare. I can hear him moving about the first floor, ransacking the place and making comments, stoking the boiling anger inside me. I struggle against the ropes holding me to this chair. I flex my muscles, imagining myself bursting through the ropes with sheer force of will. When this fails, I slump in the chair, tired and defeated. Maybe I will die this day, just not how I envisioned. Come on, you can do it, kiddo! Maddie sits down on the floor in front of me. Easy for you to fucking say, I grumble. Why don't you help me? She lies down on her side, propped up on one elbow. It don't work like that. Gotta do it yourself. That fucking figures. Cheese it, Maddie warns me. I could hear him coming back down the hall. After a tense couple of minutes waiting, he appears in the doorway. Not much down here. Got a question, though. What's with the lock on the basement door? I shrug. I don't know. Doesn't everybody have that? Sure, I'll deal with that later. For now, I'm headed upstairs. Hope this shithole gets better on the second floor. Maddie sticks her tongue out as he walks away. What a dick! She turns back to me. Come on, now's your chance while he's screwing around upstairs. I'm thinking, I say before letting out a loud fart. Maddie backs away, waving at the air. Oh, fuck, really? Sorry, just the stress. I think something died, Maddie coughs. You could kill him with that reek. Sure, you can smell that, yet you can't help me. Hey, I don't make the rules. She stands, holding her nose. I'm gonna sit this one out. Maddie leaves. Finally, a chance to think. I can hear him upstairs doing God knows what. Maddie's right. I have to get free. Unable to do anything but look around the room and think, I start to form a desperate plan. By the time he comes back downstairs dressed in some of Johnny's clothes, night had fallen outside, and I had a plan. He now has a piece of paper in his hand. He holds it out, showing me a newspaper clipping about a missing man. Who's this? You got all these clippings about the search for this guy. He picks up Johnny's picture from the floor, shattered glass falling off. Don't look like your husband, he grins. Did you have something on the side? My heart races. Somewhere deep in my mind, a loud banging starts. A door that desperately wants to open begins to crack. I know who you are. Charles Lee Andrew. You're on the run. He grins, a devil's grin. My reputation precedes me. Then you know how dangerous I am. I know you're just a sad, sick shit who gets off hurting women. Then you should be nice to me. I ignore his words, watching how my words hit him. What's wrong? Daddy beat you? Mommy didn't love you enough? Boo fucking who, Charlie? I fake cry. This was too much for him. He storms over to the mantel, grabbing Johnny's urn. Shut your fucking mouth, whore! He opens the urn, forcing my husband's remains into my mouth. I choke on the ashes, my eyes burning. Finished, he throws the urn down across the room. That's one way to suck your husband, the son of a bitch laughs. I stain for air, coughing out clouds of black. That's all you got, pussy boy? I say, hoping to push him further. I bet Mommy used to touch you and call you her special little boy, and you liked it. Give you a nice hard one, did it? I smile with ash-covered lips. No, maybe it was Daddy who did the touching. cunt, he screams, every letter filled with venom. Lifting me and the chair off the ground, he slams me down on the floor. I scream out in pain as my arms are pinned to the floor by my own weight. Not wasting any time, my now numb hand gropes around on the carpet. Come on. They have to be here somewhere. Those shards of glass from Johnny's picture. If I can just grab one and get enough time to use it. But this enraged asshole isn't giving me much of a chance. He looms over me, kicking at my downed body. I need to get a look at the floor. Thankfully, this douchebag didn't see fit to tie my legs to the chair. I kick out. After a couple of tries, I score a direct hit, hitting him in the balls, doubling the bastard over and buying me some time. I roll over onto my knees, my eyes searching the carpet. There. A couple of big shards of glass. I roll over onto my back, trying to keep the gap of the chair's back even with the glass. I keep my eyes glued to the bastard as my fingers run over the floor, feeling for more. Charlie glares at me as he clutches himself in pain. The jagged glass cuts into my fingers when I find it. I poke my arms a couple of times as I line the glass up with my bonds, the glass slicing into my hands as easy as it does the rope restraining me. I feel my hands come free as Charlie limps toward me. Anger so intense I can feel its heat, boils out of his very being. Freed of the chair, I push away from it, kicking it into his path. Pained, he barely dodges it. His face red with rage, Charlie lunges at me, his hands at my throat. I strike out with a shard of glass. Thank you, officer, I appreciate it. I smile at the trooper on my porch. Just doing our job, ma'am. The storm really hindered our search. Well, as you can see, I really got snowed in here. Not that it matters. You're the first visitor I've had in ages. After a little small talk, the trooper leaves. I watch him leave, locking the door as he drives off. I lucked out. I was shoveling off the porch when the trooper showed up. My cut hands were covered up by black and purple gloves. If he'd seen them, would he have known? Would he have probed further? I don't know. I pick up a set of keys from the stand by the front door, my hands still sensitive as they begin to heal. I walk to the basement door, unlocking the silver padlock and stepping down into the darkness. The nauseating smell of feces and piss burn my eyes and nose. I need to buy a couple dozen air fresheners for down here. My hand runs over the wall, stopping at the light switch. The basement lights hiss to life below me. I feel as if a great milestone has been taken off my shoulders. During that fight with Charles Lee Andrew, the door, buried deep in the back of my mind, finally flew open. Just in time, too. I step onto the cold cement floor and I'm greeted by a pitiful, sobbing grunt. Music to my ears. How are we doing today, Charlie? Chained to a wall in a pair of stained briefs, my new pet groans into his cloth gag, his bare chest and back a map of scars and bruises. I wheel out my tray of toys, selecting a nasty-looking box cutter. Are we ready for playtime? Charles Lee Andrew, once a feared killer, tries to plead through his cloth gag, no doubt begging me to let him go. Don't worry, love. The cops don't even think you're in this county anymore. From the other side of the basement, chains rattled as he stirred. A thin, filthy man emerged from the shadows, crawling on all fours. His knees bore the scars of 2 bullet wounds. Don't worry, Rex. Mommy won't forget you again, I coo. I turn back to Charlie. I think Rex is a little jealous of you. Don't worry, you two will have plenty of time to get to know each other. Perched on the stairs, Maddie watches with delight as I begin to slice. Hister Hysteria by Joe Salt. Alicia lay in the dark, someplace warm and damp. She felt heavy, almost like being underwater. Her movement was slow, the resistance in the air around her making her feel tired. She looked around at her surroundings. Strange shapes were barely visible in the dark, jutted at bizarre angles. What were they? Where was she? The last thing she remembered was getting ready for bed, brushing her teeth and changing into her comfy yellow pajamas she'd had since she was 15. Was this some sort of alien abduction? She half-joked to herself. Hello? She called out into the space around her. becoming aware at how total the silence was until she spoke. A few seconds passed and she felt her heart start to race. She was alone. A dread came over her as the hairs on the back of her neck stood at attention. Throughout her life, she hated being alone. She loved being around people and learning their stories. She loved learning how other people thought and their points of view. It fascinated her. There was no one now for her to talk to. She was alone with her own thoughts, and that was scary enough for her. Growing up with no self-esteem wasn't unique to Alicia, but the constant failures in her writing career took its toll on her until she gave up and just took the first job she could find to pay the bills. She worked at a pet store for a little over minimum wage. That was where she met John. He was a slacker that would always make her laugh with his minimum wage, minimum effort attitude. Slowly, the time she spent writing was less and less. She couldn't remember the last time she wrote anything. She sat up on the bed she was laying on. Her abdomen hurt. Instinctively, she placed her right hand on the pain and pulled it back as an electric sharpness shot through her body. Her hand felt odd. There was something on her hand, but it was too dark to see. It felt tacky, and her thoughts instantly went to blood. This time, with more caution, she ran her fingers over her abdomen. There was definitely an injury there. Blood drying. Was her wound fresh? The blood didn't feel warm to her. A tear began to form in her eye. There was a scuttling in the dark. Something off to the right. How big was this room, she wondered. Hello? She called out again. Is someone there? Again, she heard the shuffling. She strained to see in the almost complete darkness. Alicia held her breath for a moment, trying to pick out the sound, but it had stopped. It was almost like it knew she was listening for it. She clutched her stomach and headed towards one of the shapes she could make out in the dark. The tile floor was cold on her bare feet. 2 steps later, she felt a sharp pain in her foot and fell to the floor with a gasp of pain. Her stomach felt like fire as well from the drop. She ran her hand down to her foot and found a piece of broken glass embedded in the flesh of her heel. Alicia tried to grip it with her hands, but they were still coated with blood. It took several tries before she pulled the glass out. She held it up to her face, but there wasn't enough light to see the culprit of her foot pain. She wondered if her stomach was injured by the same glass. Did she fall through a window? The shuffling came again, and another noise. She couldn't make it out. Alicia stared in the direction of the noise and tried to pull her legs under her, protectively. Pain raced up her legs as she realized the floor was covered in broken glass. She winced, but tried to remain silent, listening for the only sound that wasn't her. It was horrifying and comforting all in one. She wasn't alone, but what was with her in this room? The shuffling was still faint, but she felt like it was getting closer. Who was out there? She ran her fingers gingerly down her legs, plucking out the small pieces of glass as she heard the shuffling getting ever closer. "Who are you?" she screamed into the darkness, frustration fueling the yell. A small noise, a gurgle maybe? What the hell is going on? She threw the handful of glass she had in the direction of the sounds as she tried to fight back the tears forming. She wouldn't admit it to another living being, but she was terrified. Inside, she mocked herself. She hated being alone, but now she wasn't, and she hated it even more. The irony wasn't lost on her. "Come on, Alicia, you stupid bitch, get it together," she whispered and tried to find a clear part of the floor to put her hand down so she could get back to her feet and leave this place. Suddenly, there was a flash, and for just a second, she could see. It was so quick it didn't really register enough to make sense. The light was so bright. A loud crash followed, a thunderstorm, she thought. She shuffled towards the shape in the dark, the only other visible thing that existed at the moment. She heard the other shuffling stop for a second. Alicia's imagination ran away with her, and she pictured the thing in the dark to be listening, to hone in on her in the dark. She stopped moving. She stopped breathing. If she could stop existing at that moment, she feared she might take that option. She looked at the shape, the island of substance in the sea of darkness, the only piece of reality in this insane situation. It was roughly the size of a table, she thought. Only a few feet away now, but so was the shuffling, and getting closer. As quietly as she could, she backed herself up to the table and faced the shuffling noise, waiting for another flash of lightning, another glimpse of her situation. 10 seconds passed as she heard the rain falling outside, but no lightning. It was as if the universe was toying with her. The shuffling was so close, she tensed up. Finally, a flash appeared and she screamed, not a scream like at a funhouse, but a cold-blooded, bone-chilling scream of sheer terror. She finally saw what was scuffling towards her. It was, It couldn't be, she thought. I finally lost it. I went nuts and now I'm trapped in this hell. A smile began to form as she thought of the absurdity of it all. Another flash. That fear returned as her eyes fixed on it, only 3 feet from her own. There it was, not imagined. A fetus, dragging its umbilical cord. The cord was frayed at the end. Chewed, she thought, with horror as she took in the scene. Darkness closed in and she prayed for the first time in her life. Prayed that another flash would appear and not leave her alone. Prayed for the abomination she saw was just a figment of her imagination. Whether through divine intervention or the force of Mother Nature, her prayers were answered as another flash illuminated the trashed doctor's office she was currently occupying. The fetus's face was facing her, its mouth opening and closing in silent screams. Its tiny face resembled her own, she noticed, as her heart skipped a beat. Was this her child? She clutched her stomach and, on the next flash, looked down at the hospital gown, covered in blood, she was wearing. Was this where the wound came from? Alicia gripped the cold metal table and pulled herself up with a grunt. Fire filled her as she laid on her belly and looked over the edge of the table. The fetus was still there, moving closer and closer, a trail of blood behind it, its eyes focused on hers. They were the same green color as her own, its tiny arms pulling it closer and closer. "Mother?" it asked, in her own voice. "Why didn't you love me, Mother?" Alicia's spine froze in place. She couldn't move. She couldn't speak. Fear had locked her down on top of that table. Darkness. "No words for your daughter, Mother?" the fetus said as it crawled closer to the table. Alicia had to peer straight over the edge to see it. She was so glad she was on top of the table, a safe place from the monster below. "I don't have a daughter," Alicia managed to spit out between short, scared breaths. A flash of lightning illuminated the room. "Then what am I, Mother?" the fetus asked, and sat up, crossing its legs. "Am I not real?" Darkness. You can't be real!" Alicia yelled out. A flash of light lit up the fetus's face. "Oh no? Do I not bleed?" the fetus said, gesturing around with its chubby arms at the floor around it. "Oh wait, this is mostly your blood, even though when you shed it, it was both of ours," the fetus explained, rubbing the blood into its skin. It sighed at her and picked up a piece of broken glass in its tiny hand. Its eyes met hers as it ran the glass across its wrist. Blood poured out of the wound. "There we go," it said, and giggled in a baby's voice. "I do have my own." Darkness. "What the hell are you?" Alicia yelled out, sitting up on the table to get farther away from the monstrosity below. "I thought it was obvious," the fetus said, raising itself to its feet in the light of a strike. It started to swing the umbilical cord around. With each revolution, it grew a few inches. After a couple of seconds, the fetus let go of the cord, and the end shot out above Alicia in the darkness. She heard a wet slap above her. Another flash of lightning showed her a hospital light above her. The cord wrapping around the handle reminded her of Indiana Jones's whip. She turned back towards the fetus but almost fell off the table in recoiled fear. It was now on the table with her. The storm outside intensified. Flashes were coming almost regularly now. It was a strobe light at a party, and just as noisy with the thunder. Still, she had no problem hearing the fetus speak. "No hug for your daughter? You're not a very good mother, mother," the fetus said, and took a tiny footstep toward her. A bloody footprint was left on the stainless steel table. "Stay where you are!" Alicia yelled out. A crack of thunder added punctuation to her angry demand. "But mother, I'm hungry," the fetus said and smiled, a smile of wicked teeth, jagged and black. She followed the fetus's gaze until she realized it was looking at her chest. "No," she whispered, her voice cracking in fear. "Am I to starve now?" the fetus asked, taking another step closer. "It wasn't bad enough you tore me out, but you want to watch me wither away and die? Did I do something awful to you in a past life, mother?" A surge of adrenaline flowed through Alicia, and she kicked out, sending the fetus flying into the darkness. She heard the thud as it landed somewhere near the bed she woke on. Then she heard a laugh. It was so much like her own, she lost sight on the fetus in the shadows of the room. "Stay away from me!" she yelled out, and used the next flash to find the door. She raced off the table towards it. She heard feet slapping on broken glass and tile, and when she reached the handle, she grabbed the soft, bloody torso of the fetus. She felt the umbilical cord in her hand, like cold, wet penne pasta. "A mother's touch," the fetus said with a sarcastic sneer. "I expected it to be warmer. Tell me, mother, why did you remove me from the oven? I wasn't done cooking yet." "I didn't do this!" she yelled. "Well, it certainly wasn't me. I was floating around having a great dream. Then I was awoken when you yanked me out." The fetus finished with a yell and bit her hand. She drew it back, but the fetus clutched on and jumped up her arm. She grabbed the door and yanked it open, hoping for help, for a savior. But there was just more darkness. The hall she imagined to be full of people, doctors and nurses helping people, was only a dark tunnel. "Feed me, mother. I hunger," it said, and stabbed into her breast with a piece of broken glass. She screamed out in pain and blood began to run down her chest. "Feed me!" "Alicia," a voice called out. She didn't recognize it. "Alicia, your surgery was a success. Wake up now." Alicia opened her eyes, and the darkness left. She looked into the face of a nurse over her bed. "Your hysterectomy was a success. How do you feel?" She reached her hands down to her stomach and felt pain. "We had to remove the uterus through an incision. Your small frame made it impossible to come out your vagina. You will be sore for a while, but you'll be fine. I think we minimized any chance of scarring," the nurse said with a smile. Alicia started to laugh. Each spasm sent pain racing through her. It was just an anesthesia dream. She was fine. The fetus was just her imagination. She sighed with relief and ran her fingers through her hair. Her hand fell to her breast. She peeked under her hospital gown. There was a cut across her breast. She looked back up at the nurse, but she was alone in the room. She turned her attention to the door and watched it as it slowly closed, cutting out the light. Then she heard the shuffling on the floor. I Had Mothman's Baby by Daniel Wilder, a weekly spooky original. Earl entered the mobile home located in Lot 151 of the Comf-E trailer park at roughly 9:45 a.m., but the inside of that residence was as black as a moonless night, save for a few beams of light that weakly pierced the room from some random cigarette burn holes on the makeshift blackout curtains that hung from rods starting to bow from the weight. The air was sweet with the heady elixir of dollar store wine gone sour, weed, and what could possibly be a week-old filet-o-fish sandwich from the local Big M. And of course, that old hoary chestnut, piss. Not content with the redneck aromatherapy he was getting at no charge, Earl turned on the flashlight on his smartphone to discover he wasn't in a mere trailer. Oh no, this was surely the den of some dragon that had confused absolute shit for treasure. Everywhere he shined the light, there were piles of pizza boxes, beer cans, and tabloids. Hello? He cried with a trembling voice. Only silence. Well, silence and a cat hissing somewhere from under a nearby mountain of debris answered his call. Suddenly, from his left, he saw what at first appeared to be a scarecrow with large black eyes leap from behind a lazy boy festooned with porno mags and half-empty jars of Vaseline. As the creature charged him and smashed him to the ground, he saw it was, in truth, a scrawny woman wearing large sunglasses. Jesus, Verline, you scared the unholy hell out of me! Shut your cocksucker and turn that damn light off, Verline hissed. Earl complied and Verline grabbed his hand with a grip like iron and led him through the filth to the kitchen. Though how she saw where they were going in the inky darkness, with those glasses on no less, he couldn't say. Soon Earl found himself sitting at Verline's table in her completely dark kitchen, which, amazingly, didn't smell as bad as the previous room. Mainly just some unidentified wet paper smell filled the air. You, look well, Earl managed. Bullshit, Verline spat. Literally, the flecks of phlegm she dislodged hit Earl in thick, hot globs. I look like a plop of cat barf left to dry on a hot August sidewalk. Did you call me here just to discuss your looks? No, I called you here because you're the only one I fucked in Stumpville Holler with any kind of media clout. Statistically, that doesn't seem extremely improbable, Earl said, itching his crotch by reflex. Look, I know you're calling me a whore with your fancy learning words, and you ain't wrong neither, but damn it, I have a story of the century here. Here in the comfy? No, you idiot, in all of Stumpville Holler. Hell, maybe the entire world. You know the Leader Gazette doesn't pay for stories. I'm not in it for any cash. I want to warn other girls so they don't make the same mistakes I have. I think over half the girls have made the mistakes you have with the same men. Fair, but the mistake I made last was with no man that ever walked this earth. Christ, I'll bite. Lay it on me. It was round about last Thur. Earl pressed record on his phone's video option, though why he chose that, in a pitch-black room, is a mystery for another day. Okay, you can start now. Damn it, I already did. Well, take two then. Fine. It was around about last Thur. Oh, turds, my battery died. Feel for your left. There's a charger cord right there. For a 10? I don't know. It's for one of them with the small hole. Should work. Let me see. For crap's sake, Earl, this story is going to rip reality to bits, and here we are monkey fucking around with your phone? Can't you just write shit down? I could, but my wrist cramps when I write by hand too much, plus it's completely dark in here. The sound of Earl's phone connecting to a viable charging source rang out. See? All good. Okay. Go. It was around about last Thursday, and I went down to Sly's for a drink. I had a few and started to zone out watching the $1 Million movie. That's when the door flew open and he walked in. He was dressed in a large fur coat and he wore a hat and scarf that covered his head. I couldn't see any detail about him at all, but goddamn did he get me horny. Local whore wants to screw. How's that for a headline? Laugh it up, Brainiac. You won't be laughing soon. Is that a threat? Consider it a promise. Oh, I always liked it when you played rough. Well, buckle up, sweetheart, because old Verlene is going to take you to some tough turf pronto. Anyway, over he saunters and he sits right down at the bar next to me, and I was mesmerized, only at the time I didn't realize it was that wing powder of his that was making me swoon so hard. Wing powder? Yeah, you see, this fellow was more moth than man. Moth? Man, like the Mothman from over in Point Pleasant? They both spat after the mention of their ages-old rival town. The very same. Well, what was he doing in Stumpville Holler? From my experience, looking to get laid. He certainly picked the right gal. I should take offense, but when you're right, you're right. Anyway, I'm getting ahead of myself, so he parks it next to me, and we begin with the small talk. He tells me he's a vacuum cleaner salesman working for Indrid Cold, LLC, selling the suckers door to door. And he just picked up the Stumpville Holler territory. Funny thing, though, he doesn't so much tell me this, but rather puts the information straight into my mind. Nothing much there to get in the way of his message. I don't have to take this shit from you. You totally do, though. Yeah, she said knowingly. Continue. Anyway, he tells me his whole life story, how he grew up as an outcast, how his first kiss was with his cousin. Gross. Should I remind you that we are cousins? Good point. Long story short, I invite him back here and he took off that coat, but I instantly realized he was just unfurling a pair of big old moth wings that he used to mimic a coat. What about the hat and scarf? Those were real. Amazing, right? But I assure you that what was underneath was anything but human. But you did it with him anyways? Remember that powder I mentioned earlier? That crap flew everywhere when he spread those damned wings, and I was powerless as that devil dust covered me. I had flashes of Patrick Swayze in baseball, and when I woke up in the morning, my lover from beyond the stars had vanished. But my belly was swollen, and I had a case of the puke, something fierce. You were pregnant? Yeah, and extremely allergic to sunlight, hence the curtains. Still am, too. So this pregnancy? It went quick, yeah. A day or two of craving pickles and sub sauce, a few days of crying, but it was legit. I peed on a stick or two and it all checked out. Did you consult a doctor? No, hell no! What would I tell them? Hey doc, I think I have some alien larva in my womb. Care to take a look or spray some Raid up that bitch? I see your point. So I holed up here, and I got the urge to make a nest right quick, so I hoarded anything that brought me any sense of being at ease. Junk food, porn, and there was one craving I couldn't resist. Vaseline. I ate that shit like a high-quality French onion dip, spread across crackers, chips, anything that could get in my mouth faster and faster. Not to mention lip balm. Strange and, nauseating. Don't judge a woman what is with child. Never would I dream of it, my fair lady. You know, the fact that you speak like Shakespeare and live in a festering armpit like Stumpville Holler makes you look like a bigger award-losing dumbass than all of us in town combined, right? You resemble that remark more than most. Thank you. That's mighty sweet of you. Now, where was I? Eating chapstick as one so often does. Huh? Oh, right, the Vaseline. So I ate that stuff for days, at least 2 of them, and then finally I fell asleep. You were awake for 48 hours eating petroleum jelly the entire time? Sure was. It never occurred to you that that was strange? It occurred, I just didn't care. It was that damn powder, I tell you. I'm sensing you've had plenty of powder lately. Damn you, Earl, I am not high. Right, yeah. Then what happened? Well, sometime during my nap, I sat up in bed and puked that jelly up all over my cooch. I think I'll change that to groin in the piece if that's okay with you. Do what you must, Earl. Just make sure people heed my words. I'll do my level-headed best, Verleen. So anyway, I woke up with my pubes itching something fierce. Then they came out in clumps, but I saved them in a jar just in case you think eggheads may need to give them a once-over after they read your piece. After this goes live, I may need to weave them into a coat to stay warm on the streets I'll doubtlessly be living on. You always was a kinky one, Earl. You get that from our grandmother. Both crossed themselves at the mere mention of the woman. That's when I noticed my entire private area was swollen and growing longer. That barf jelly had made my skin stretchy and helped keep things well lubricated. What does it say that's the second most gross thing I associate you with? What's number one, the sperm burp incident? Earl shivered. Yes, may it never be spoken of again. May it never be spoken of again, Verleen repeated in agreement, shivering as well. Shall we continue? Against all common sense, I'm gonna have to say yes. Things kept getting longer and longer until my whole lower half looked like a throbbing potato with two tiny legs kicking on either side. And then... yeah... well, things kept vibrating and churning until my vag opened up wide as a hound's yawn and a big old egg rolled on out. You, laid an egg? Yes, Mel Tillis, I sure did. What did you do with it? Well, once my parts shrunk back down, I sat on it. Sat on it? Yup, right in my lazy boy. For how long? I don't know, a few hours, a few days. Anyway, pretty soon that egg got to rocking and rolling, and before long it started to crack right open. Earl pinched the bridge of his nose and sighed. He waved for Verleen to continue. I don't know what I was expecting to crawl out of that shell-covered hell, but a giant maggot wasn't it, that's for sure. Earl gagged, but quickly regained his cool when he remembered the massively unreliable narrator spinning this yarn. Are you fucking me? Not yet. Is that still on the table? No, God no. I meant, are you just making this up? Seriously, what on earth would I stand to gain from this? My vagina looks like a basketball hoop and I literally screwed a space monster. This is a new low even for me. Point taken. So your larva, my baby, your baby, my apologies, accepted. Anyway, what about it? What did you do with it? I fed it, first of all. Like, with your breast? No, I gave it a plate of wings and a cores to wash it down. Yes, with my breast, and guess what? It leaked pure petroleum jelly. It was like liquid gold for my offspring. Then what? Well, that was 2 days ago, and after that I discovered a fun fact. My pride and joy was attracted to light. And I also couldn't help but notice it had shed its skin and now looked like a charming cross between a toddler and a gypsy moth. That's when I decided to take a mental health break and shut out the world beyond these trailer walls. Earl had to admire the near Greek tragedy laid out before him, child sired by a godlike being to a mortal woman, albeit one that oozed Vaseline from her nipples, but still a mortal woman besodden with a being she could scarcely understand, a star-lost wonder stranded on a cruel earth. I imagine it's hungry again. You want to see the little fucker? Wait, it's here now? Sure, where else would it be? This is its home sweet home. I don't know, it never crossed my mind that it would be here. It is, here, let me turn on some lights. A flashlight beam cut through the darkness. From somewhere deep within the mobile home came the sound of refuse being knocked asunder. Here, boy, here, Aloysius. You named it after Grandpa? I promised my mama I would. The sound of multiple skittering footsteps filled the trailer. Verleen swung the flashlight in wild arcs, one of which illuminated her face. Earl recoiled at the sight of her parchment skin and radiation-burned eyes, now devoid of sunglasses, that wept tears of opal-colored pus down her sunken cheeks. Here, Al, come out and meet your cousin Earl, now. The footfalls grew even closer until suddenly they stopped just left of where Verleen was sitting. She turned the beam on her spawn. Isn't he a sight? Earl felt the vomit rise and splash against the back of his teeth, but against all odds he managed to swallow his puke down with a mighty gulp. There in the flashlight illumination stood a being, part insect, part human, and the nastiest element of both. It looked at him with eyes equal parts his grandmother and a gypsy moth he squashed on his prized begonias a few weeks back. It's beautiful, ain't he? It was no sooner than when Verlene uttered those words that her baby's eyes lit up like two rubies forged in hell's inferno. Oh, he's doing his thing on you. Look away, Earl. I can't. Don't look him in the eye. It was too late for any warning. Earl had looked into those eyes and he was transfixed like a deer in headlights. Al, you stop that this instant. Earl's eyes swelled and began seeping a viscous fluid that smelled of tuna fish and cinnamon. What is happening? I think he's fixing to... Before Verlene could finish her words, Al had extended his razor-sharp proboscis and jammed it through Earl's skull. Stop eating your cousin, you son of a bitch! Verlene was too late in her reprimand, as Al siphoned Earl's cerebral fluid, not to mention various other bodily fluids, in a fraction of a second, and left only a withered husk in his wake. Earl's corpse fell to the litter-strewn floor in an unceremonious heap. Al retracted his feeding tube and cuddled up in his mother's arms, purring softly. Damn it! Now where am I going to find anybody else to tell our story? Al burped and nuzzled close. Oh well, maybe I can rub my goods against someone from the Gazette. It's only a town over. She spat a glob of thick phlegm on the floor. But beggars can't be choosers when it comes to publicity. Ain't that right, baby? Al cooed softly and drifted off to sleep. Rude Awakenings by Rob Fields. Shawnee Gerald never had a problem getting to bed on time. In fact, she was usually in bed by 11 when she had to work the next morning. When she didn't have to work, she would stay up late, which meant sleeping in late. But today wasn't one of those days. Shawnee smiled softly, no doubt having an exciting dream, but her smile faded when she finally heard her smartphone ringing. She opened her eyes slowly, sat up, grabbed her phone and muttered, "Whoever is calling me better have a good reason for it." "Hello," she snapped. "Shawnee, get in here," a female voice said quickly on the other end. "Bev?" Shawnee asked. "Get in here," Bev repeated. "You're an hour late for work." Shawnee gasped. "An hour late?" "Yes," Bev confirmed. "Hurry, get in here. Brent is pissed." Just a second, Bev," Shawnee muttered. Shawnee looked down at her clock. It was almost noon. She pressed the alarm check button. The display read 10 a.m., just the way it should have. This was the second day in a row her alarm clock had refused to cooperate. "Tell Brent I'll be right in," Shawnee muttered. Shawnee walked into the mall's bookstore where she worked. When Bev saw her, she quickly motioned for her to come to the checkout counter. "Brent wants to see you. Stat," Bev said. "He's really pissed." "Shawnee Gerald?" a masculine voice called out. The two girls turned to see a man in his mid-20s standing near the backroom entrance, his eyes seemingly burned right through Shawnee. "Hi, Brent," Shawnee weakly murmured. He held up a hand to silence her. "In my office. Now." Bev gave Shawnee a look that, wished her luck. After work, Shawnee pulled her car up to the closest plaza from her house. She quickly parked the car, got out, Bev in tow, and pulled on the doors of the department store, but found them locked. "Fuck!" Shawnee turned and leaned against one of the doors. "This sucks! I should have been watching the time! Fuck!" "Aren't there other places nearby that sell clocks?" Bev asked. "Yeah, but they're closed by now," Shawnee muttered. "And I don't want some cheap piece of shit. I need a good clock, and loud." "You say you're looking for a loud alarm clock?" a voice called out nearby. The girls turned to see a man in his late 40s standing in the doorway of a store next door. The man had graying hair and looked pleasant enough, but there was something about him that just didn't feel right. Shawnee couldn't say anything to Bev about it right then, but she wasn't about to turn down the possibility for getting a working alarm clock tonight. "Yeah," Shawnee answered. "I need one that'll wake me up, and it's gotta be loud." "Why don't you step inside for a little bit?" the man suggested. "I think I can help you." As the girls walked toward the store, they looked up and saw the sign above the door. Tinker's. The man motioned for them to enter as he held the door open. The store was filled with what appeared to be many used electronic items. "I've never seen this place before," Bev said. "Me neither," Shawnee agreed. "Because people don't think to look here for things when they need them," the man said. "I have an alarm clock in the back that I think you might be interested in." "Sure," Shawnee answered. He turned and walked into the back room. Seconds later, he returned with a small electronic clock. "Would you like to examine it?" Tinker asked. "Sure," Shawnee answered. Tinker handed the alarm clock to her. It appeared to be a standard GE brand electronic alarm clock. "If you wish to buy this one, I can make you a really good deal," Tinker offered. "What kind of deal?" "I'll sell it to you for $5. "I'll take it." "Excellent." Tinker motioned to the register to ring up the purchase. Tinker saw the girls to the door. Once they were out and returning to their car, he closed his shop. At 8 o'clock the next morning, the alarm on her new clock kicked on. The repeated blaring woke Shawnee up immediately. She quickly turned and pushed the alarm stop button. Shawnee stared at the clock for a moment. Then she took a deep breath and smiled. She got out of bed, grabbed her work clothes, and headed to the bathroom to get ready. Shawnee walked in through the employee entrance to the bookstore with a good 15 minutes to spare. "Hi, Brent," Shawnee murmured. "Well, look who's here," he exclaimed. "Looks like you get to keep your job," he added jokingly, "for at least another day." It seemed 8 o'clock came almost immediately after she fell asleep that night. Shawnee shrieked and suddenly sat bolt upright in bed. She quickly reached over and shut the alarm off. The alarm had all but scared her half to death. After she collected herself, she got out of bed and looked at the clock. "You seem louder today than you were yesterday," she said to the clock. She picked it up and found the volume control knob. It was still where she had set it. She turned the volume down slightly and put the clock back down. Thursday morning came. When Shawnee's alarm went off, it was so loud that she shot right awake and fell out of bed trying to slap the alarm stop button. When Shawnee stepped out of the house, she heard the front door of her neighbor's house open. Mr. Sizemore stepped outside and glared at her with the most hateful eyes. "You the one making all that racket this early in the goddamn morning?" he snapped accusingly. "What racket?" Shawnee answered, confused. "What racket?" He pointed sharply up to her bedroom window. "That fucking racket you've been making at 8 every morning since Tuesday!" "I don't know what you're talking about, Mr. Sizemore. The only sound that's been going off at around that time is my clock. Now, if you'll excuse me, I don't want to be late for work." Mr. Sizemore pointed sharply at her. "I shouldn't have to hear all that shit every day like that, especially this early in the goddamn morning!" He stormed back into his house and slammed the door shut. Shawnee rolled her eyes as she stepped off the porch. Whatever. She got into her car and headed off to work. The next day's alarm was so loud that Shawnee screamed from fright. But this time the alarm wasn't sounding off in continuous blares. It was one continuing blare. She reached over to the clock and pressed the alarm stop button. The alarm didn't shut off. "Shut up!" she screamed, pressing the button again. "Shut up!" She pressed the alarm stop button one more time. Finally, there was silence. As soon as she walked outside, she was greeted by an unfriendly, familiar voice. "I warned you about that fucking racket, young lady!" Mr. Sizemore snapped. "But I didn't do it!" Shawnee almost shouted. Just then, her other neighbor, an elderly woman, came out onto her porch and shouted at her. "Listen, you! If I have to put up with that loud racket at this time of the morning one more time, I'm going to call the police!" "But it wasn't me!" Shawnee protested. The old woman ignored her and stormed back into her house, slamming the door shut behind her. Shawnee then realized that some of the other neighbors were looking over at her house, probably for the same reason. She also realized there was only one thing that could have possibly been making all the noise: her new alarm clock. She turned and walked back into the house, walked back upstairs and into her bedroom. She went to the alarm clock and unplugged it from the wall outlet. She needed to return it to Tinker's and get a refund. As the girls were shelving the new books that came in, Shawnee told Bev about her clock and how her neighbors had complained or stared at her. Bev just looked at her. "I'm not making this up," Shawnee exclaimed. "That new clock is loud enough to wake the whole neighborhood." "Shawnee, I've got a suggestion." Bev held up her index finger. "Why don't you just turn the alarm down?" "I did, 2 days in a row." Shawnee was frustrated. "But when the alarm went off this morning, it was so loud I woke up just like that, and both my next-door neighbors gave me hell about it." Bev's face then lit up. "Let's take it back to the store and tell Tinker about it. But first, I have to hear it." "Oh, I don't know, Bev." "Come on, bring it over tonight. The girls are coming over. We can annoy them too." "Okay," Shawnee said, reluctantly. That night, the girls gathered at Bev's house. Bev lived in a large house just outside of town. Her closest neighbors were in the graveyard across the road. In addition to Shawnee, Bev had invited 2 close friends to her sleepover. The first was Mary Deakins, a slender, geeky girl who was always game for anything exciting. And then there was Pam Westley, a girl who lived on the mischievous side. "Your alarm clock really wakes up your neighbors?" Pam asked Shawnee. "Uh-huh," Shawnee answered. "Well," Bev motioned at the clock. Shawnee looked at the device, shrugged, and set the alarm to go off in a minute's time. And it did. Louder than ever before. "Shawnee, your alarm clock really rules!" Pam cheered. "Shut up!" a voice shouted, seemingly coming from nowhere. "Can't a guy get any sleep around here?" Another voice, a raspy one, called out. "Turn that blasted thing off!" another voice shouted. The girls started in fright. Mary rose and went to the nearest window. "Holy shit!" Mary screamed. Shawnee saw that Mary was frantically pointing to the graveyard across the street. And then she screamed too. Corpses were coming up out of the ground. Some of them were already shambling past the graveyard entrance. "Turn that thing off! Shut up, shut up! Who dares awaken us from our eternal sleep? I'm gonna kill whoever's making that noise!" Shawnee quickly turned and yanked the clock plug from the wall. The alarm was still blaring. Shawnee shrieked and fumbled with the volume control knob. She turned it in the direction of a lower setting, but nothing was happening. Bev raced to the front door and locked it. I'll get the back door," Pam shouted, running for it. "Get the side door too," Bev shouted back. Mary looked out through the front door's window and saw the living dead were in the yard now, some almost to the front porch. Bev screamed, "They're here!" "What the fuck are we gonna do?" Shawnee shouted. Bev turned to her. "Turn that fucking clock off!" I'm trying!" Shawnee pressed all the buttons on the clock repeatedly, but the alarm still wouldn't stop blaring. Pam returned. The doors are all locked," she turned to Shawnee. "Turn off that clock! This isn't funny anymore." "I'm trying," Shawnee repeated. "Try harder," Pam shouted. "Give me that!" Bev snatched the clock from Shawnee. Bev held it up high before flinging it to the hard floor. The clock smashed against it with a loud bang. The alarm still didn't stop blaring, and the clock wasn't even damaged. By now, the girls were putting their hands to their ears to try and block out the horrible racket. Pam hollered out, "They're at the front window!" "There are more at the door," Shawnee added. "What the fuck are we gonna do?" Bev cried. "Out the back," Mary suggested quickly. Shawnee grabbed the clock and followed the others out the back door. The living dead were now in the backyard. The girls ran off the back porch before the dead could block them in. A zombie wearing a Civil War-style uniform almost grabbed Shawnee. "Turn that blasted thing off!" it rasped in a shout at her. "Let us sleep in eternal peace," a female zombie wearing a tattered white wedding gown added. Shawnee was really frustrated. She took the alarm clock by the cord and swung it hard and fast onto the hard stone walkway. When the clock hit, it was still not damaged. Nor did the blaring stop. "Where can we go?" Mary shouted. "Those things are everywhere." Pam turned to Shawnee. "Will you shut that fucking thing off?" "I'm trying!" Shawnee screamed. The girls ran into the garage through the side door. Bev locked it behind them. She turned to Shawnee. "Grab a hammer or something and smash that fucking clock." Shawnee saw a sledgehammer on a nearby workbench and grabbed it. Throwing the clock down, she lifted the heavy hammer up over her head. With a loud scream, she swung the hammer down at the accursed clock. She hit it right on the mark. But the clock was still undamaged and still blaring loudly. "I don't believe this shit!" Shawnee cried. Everybody looked at the still undamaged clock. The dead had surrounded the garage. The female zombie wearing the tattered wedding gown shattered one of the garage windows with a single blow. Glass shards flew inside. "We're coming in," the female zombie gurgled. "You will all suffer for awaking us." Then it reached both of its decaying arms inside and cradled the lethal object that was hanging on a nearby utensil rack. "She's got an axe!" Shawnee screamed frantically. "We're coming in!" the zombie cheered, gurgling. The girls screamed as the zombie started chopping away. Shawnee continued to smash the alarm clock with the sledgehammer, but no matter how hard she swung, no matter how many times she hit it, the clock would neither stop blaring nor be destroyed for anything. The zombie bride had finally chopped its way through the garage door. Another zombie smashed its way through the side door window and stuck its hand inside to unlock the door. Mary quickly grabbed a nearby mallet, ran to the side door, and bashed the zombie's head. The zombie cried out and looked up at Mary. Then it screamed loudly at her. Mary screamed in terror with the zombie. She screamed even louder as the door broke off, with the zombie Mary hit now walking inside. Shawnee gave up trying to smash the clock. Seeing it was pointless, she dropped the sledgehammer and picked up the clock. As she did, she saw a small rectangular outline on the clock's bottom. Of course, Shawnee thought. These alarm clocks have a battery backup in case the plug is pulled out of the wall or the power goes out at home. The zombie bride raised the axe, intent on striking Shawnee. Just as she had opened the battery backup compartment, one hard jerk severed the industrial-strength 9-volt battery from its connectors. The clock had finally stopped blaring. The zombies turned and started shambling back toward the graveyard. Shawnee knew what she was doing after work the next day. When work was over, the girls punched out, got into Bev's car, and headed for Tinker's. "I hope you can get your money back," Bev said. "You've got the receipt?" Shawnee groaned. "I don't care about that. I just want this fucking thing gone." The girls suddenly stopped, dead in their tracks. "Bullshit," Shawnee cried in shock. Bev was just as shocked. The store that was once Tinker's was only an empty suite now. Shawnee pointed sharply to the empty suite. "I bought this clock here, Bev. I know I did." "You don't have to convince me, Shawnee. I was here with you." "But how did he move out so quickly?" Shawnee shrugged wearily and threw the clock where the shop once stood, turned, and walked away. As the girls walked off, Tinker reached down and picked up the clock. He held it up in front of him and laughed, and laughed, and laughed.
The Warehouse of Blood by Shane Migliavacca.
April 13th, 1979. It's 1 a.m. on Friday the 13th, and I've been awake for 2 days. Will the 13th hold good luck for me? We'll see. My long brown hair needs a good combing. Haven't been back in the apartment in 3 days, and I think my bra is starting to stink of BO. I'm sitting here on a wood crate and my butt has fallen asleep. I've been following Teddy Stoneberry all night. Teddy's been the talk of the town lately. Only surviving son of Peter and Dorothy Stoneberry. Peter owns a huge shipping empire. Teddy's twin brother Chuck died in a fire when the boys were 10, which left Teddy to inherit everything. His younger sister Anne ran off with her female tennis instructor last year. Word was the folks disowned her after that. Lately, Teddy has been seen gallivanting about town with a model by the name of Susie S. No last name, just S. Guess that makes her interesting. Susie became a lot more interesting a week ago when she went missing. At first, it was looked at as another Susie lost weekend coke binge. Then her purse showed up in a gutter on 43rd Street. Everything intact, not even a penny missing. So, robbery wasn't a motive. If it was a kidnapping, why hasn't anybody come forward? Pretty soon, all signs were pointing at good old Teddy. He was known to have quite a little temper. The popular theory was they got in a fight over her drug habit and hit her a little too hard. Poor Susie is most likely stuffed in a crate on one of Daddy's cargo ships, halfway to Singapore. The other theory, Susie's old flame, J.J. Brown, he of a fifth-rate punk band called Motherfuckers from Mars, killed her in a jealous rage. I don't buy that theory myself. Teddy is involved somehow. I can feel it in my gut. I watch as he enters a warehouse owned by the family, not far from the pier. I can hear the water crashing against the side of a nearby cargo ship. There's a chill in the air, forcing me to pull my denim jacket tighter. Its furry collar prickly against my neck. I pull my wool wide-brimmed hat down. "Time to snoop, Sam," I say to myself, watching my breath twirl in the cold night air. I slip off the box, worming my way past the stack of crates I was hiding behind. My butt and legs are asleep from sitting there, causing me to limp along for a few seconds before the blood gets flowing again. This is my favorite time of any story I'm investigating. Digging up dirt, sneaking around, butting in where I'm not wanted. Might not be respectable, but sure as hell is fun, though. If I can catch him red-handed, I'll have the scoop of the year. I'll be done with these shitty little news stories I've been covering for a year and a half. Just because I'm a woman, the chief gives me the most boring stories imaginable. Flower festivals and craft fairs. Fucking really? Catch him red-handed doing God knows what. I figure he wouldn't have the body stashed here, right? Maybe he's got something of hers here. It's slim, but it's better than nothing. Teddy entered using a door marked office. Too risky trying to enter through there. Maybe I can find another way in, an open window or something. Preferably nothing that involves climbing. Me and heights don't get along too well since that case with that embezzling councilman in the high-rise balconies. Oh, I'm in luck. I find a dumpster around the side of the warehouse. Above it is a large window. There's a horrible smell coming from the dumpster. The image of Susie's decomposing body pops into my head. Shit. No two ways about it. Now I gotta look. Fishing the small flashlight from my jacket, never leave home without it, I lift the lid of the dumpster. Thank God I've got my riding gloves on. I shine the flashlight over the contents of the dumpster. There's a few black trash bags, some empty beer cans, some flattened cardboard boxes, and, something else. I can only see a little bit of it. Red. Bright red. Could it be Susie? I try to push some of the garbage out of the way, but it's too far down. I really, really do not want to climb down there. I ease the lid back down and go hunting for something to extend my reach. After a little looking, I find a broken board from a wooden pallet. I head back to the dumpster and use it to push aside some of the trash while holding the flashlight in my other hand. Laying there under everything is what remains of a fair-sized dog. The greasy cheeseburger I had for lunch almost makes a return appearance. I throw the board in and lower the lid. God, the dog looks like it was skinned. Not only skinned, but there's chunks missing, like somebody carved Fido up for lunch meat. Who the hell would do that? Teddy got a dog meat fetish? That would be far out. It'd make a hell of a headline. I decide to go back to why I'm here, checking out this warehouse and where Teddy got off to. I climb up onto the dumpster lid. The cold metal creaks under my weight. One too many cheeseburgers. I try the window, but there's a wire mesh protecting it. That's what a high crime rate gets you. Worse yet, the glass is frosted, so peeking isn't possible. Damn their security and secrecy. I stand there, frustrated, trying to come up with another plan. That's when I hear a loud scream from inside. Shit! I jump down off the dumpster, trying not to break a leg in the process. I run around the side of the warehouse to where I saw the door marked office. Before I can pull it open, the door flies open of its own accord, knocking me on my ass and pushing the air from my lungs. In the commotion, I see a vague man-sized figure standing in the doorway, backlit with the light from within. I hear a groaning noise as it rushes past me. I try to get a good look as it runs away, but I'm too slow. I'm fairly sure it wasn't Teddy, but that's about all I'm sure of. I look off in the direction it went. I can try and follow, or go in the warehouse. I decide to go into the warehouse. Whoever knocked me down left bloody footprints. What is going on here? Just to be safe, I pull a small double-barreled Derringer pistol from my jacket. I keep it for close encounters. Better safe than sorry. The mayor might be cleaning up the city, making it safer for the good people, but it can still be pretty dirty. I pull open the door. There's a modest office inside with desks, carpet, and filing cabinets. The bloody footprints mar an otherwise decent carpet. Shame. Making my way through the office, following the bloody footprints back to their source leads me into a hallway. The blood leads down the hallway to the main warehouse area. Aisle upon aisle of metal shelves, about 10 feet high, each one crammed with boxes and crates of various sizes and shapes as far as the eye can see. The blood trail ends in a large pool in the center of one of the aisles. There's nobody, just a hat. Looks like the kind a security guard might wear. A pained moan comes from somewhere in the back. The guard, maybe? I try to follow the sound, but get lost among the aisles. After a little fruitless searching, I give up. "Hello?" I call out. "Where are you?" Then I add, "I'm here to help." I was actually here snooping. They don't need to know that. There's no answer. I try a couple more times, holding my breath and waiting for an answer, when finally, "Here," the voice says weakly. A man's voice. "I'm here." "Keep talking to me, buddy," I holler back. "I'll find you." After a few minutes, I find a very beat-up Teddy Stoneberry in the rear of the warehouse. He's slumped against a wood crate, a large gash on his forehead, another on his chest. His hair is matted with blood. "What happened?" I ask, kneeling down by him. "Who," he mutters, "who are you?" I need a good lie. "Jenny Smith. I was passing by. Heard a scream? Not good, but it'll do." He's barely with it anyway. His wounds look pretty bad. He needs help, but the reporter in me overrides my natural instinct to help. "Who did this to you?" I ask. His only answer is a groan, his eyes closing as he slumps forward. I check him. Still alive. Trying to wake him, I shake him a little. "Come on, Teddy, stay with me." He groans again, his eyes opening and promptly closing once more. Fuck. Wanting to stop his bleeding somehow, I scan the area for a rag or something. That's when I see the room behind a stack of crates. Almost hidden away. I rush over. The room is dark. I pull out my flashlight. Looks like someone was being kept here. There's a stained mattress on the floor and some blankets. There's also a bowl with hunks of bloody meat. The smell of rotting meat and urine is overpowering. I back away, trying not to vomit. That goddamn cheeseburger won't stay down. God, were they keeping Susie here? What the fuck did they do to her? I go back over to Teddy, suddenly not caring about helping him anymore. Angry, I shake him hard till he moans, his eyes fluttering open. "Who did you have here?" "Who?" he mumbles, his head drooping forward. Hey, I slap his face, leaving a red mark. "Stay awake, Teddy, come on. Who was in that room? Susie?" He laughs, coughing on his blood. "Susie who? Susie Q?" "In that room," I point. "Were you keeping her there?" Teddy coughs, spitting out some blood, right onto my cheek. Thanks. He grabs my left arm tight. Brother's here," he says before finally going out again. His grip goes slack, his hand falling to his lap. "Brother? Your brother's dead." I say, even though he can't hear me. Off in the distance, somewhere in the warehouse, there's an excited whoop. Then, one by one, each row of lights goes out, leaving Teddy and I in the darkness.
Play, want to play.
A hideous voice calls out from somewhere in the pitch blackness. Tick, tick, tick. Something runs through the warehouse. I click the flashlight on, the light beam dances around as my arm trembles. In my other hand, I grip the pistol tight. It's only 2 shots, but right now, it's all I got.
Play.
I jump as a box comes crashing down off of one of the shelves a few feet behind me. I shine the flashlight upwards and catch a glimpse of a mangled bare foot as somebody runs along the top of the shelves. I hear a noise and stop, dead in my tracks. Another large crate crashes into the floor in front of me. I raise my arms as wood splinters and bottles fly at me. I drop the flashlight in the process. As it rolls away from me, I catch a brief glimpse of an open space on one of the bottom shelves to my left. I use it to dart through into the next aisle, anything to distance myself from whoever is up there. I cross the next aisle until I come to another row of shelves. I press my back against it, using my hand in the darkness to inch along it, trying to head in the direction of the hallway. Drip, drip, drip. I stop moving. Water? A leak, maybe? Drip, drip, drip. Nearby. Reaching out in front of me, a drop hits my hand. Warm. I pull my hand back.
Doll.
It's right over there. A large, rough hand tries to grab me by the head, knocking my hat off. I push away from the shelves, trying to run, but they grab at my hair, yanking me back.
Don't break, Dolly.
It says. The pistol. It's only 2 shots. In the dark, I'd be firing blind, but I've got to risk it. I angle it up towards where I think it is, listening for its breathing. I squeeze the trigger, a bright flash in the darkness and an explosion of sound. Over the ringing of my ears, I hear it let out a loud scream, letting me go in the process. This is all I need as I run. There's light ahead. I'm not sure if it's from outside or just my eyes reacting to the muzzle flash of the pistol. At this point, I don't care which it is. Running towards it, I hit something in the darkness. I go down on my knees, hard. Frantically, I pull myself up, limping forward towards the light. The light is all I have. Closer. Closer. I reach the light. It's the office. Adrenaline surges through me as a way out looms ahead. I reach for the metal bar of the door. My hands feel the coolness of it. Freedom. Then reality's large, rough hands grab me by the hair, yanking me away from the door.
Bad doll.
My hands fly out, grabbing at anything to hold on to. They latch onto the corner of a desk. I kick at my attacker, digging my boots into their legs and bare feet. Howling in frustration, they throw me over one of the desks. I tumble over, colliding with a chair, and crash to the carpeted floor. I lie there. The carpet really is nice. I could take a nap here.
Dolly?
No, don't lie down and die. Fight! I see it there, just under the desk. A letter opener. I pull myself towards it, fingers outstretched. Crawl, Sam. Almost there.
Bad Dolly.
A shadow falls over me. It's here. Got it. My fingers wrapped around the plastic handle of the letter opener. I roll over, coming face to face with it. With him. He looks down at me. His face was once handsome, but it's marred by horrible scars now. Old burns healed over. Drool hangs from his lip like a pendulum. Sparse tufts of hair dot his fire-ravaged head, the right cheek of which is partially burned away, leaving a gaping hole. Jagged bone poking through. Savage, bloody teeth line his mouth. How can somebody live like that? He reaches for me, his large, coarse left hand caked in dried blood. The right arm hangs limp, a large, bloody wound just below the shoulder. Is that where I shot him?
Broken Dolly.
He says, the words whistling through his exposed cheek, his hand gently stroking my face.
I fix.
He grabs me by the throat, his grip tightening. Lord, he's going to pop my head off. I lash out with the letter opener, stabbing him in the neck with the blade, the handle snapping off in the process. He stumbles back, the blade stuck in his neck. He pulls it out, blood jetting in big red spurts. I pick myself up off the floor, barely able to stand, gasping for air. He looks at me, panicked as his life drains away. Sadness in his eyes.
Pretty.
He says, reaching out with his hand before tumbling backwards into a desk. He comes to a rest on the carpet, blood pooling around him. Damn, now the carpet's going to really be ruined. I stumble outside, the cold air waking me up, its bitterness rushing through my lungs. I hear sirens in the distance. Are they coming here? I could go to my motorcycle, it's parked not far from here, stashed behind a shipping container. Disappear or stay? After a few moments of debating, I decide to stay. I really don't feel like walking. I sit down on the cold concrete and wait. 3 hours later, I sit at a desk in the 12th Precinct Police Station, sipping a very bad cup of coffee. It couldn't be more welcome at this moment. What a Fool Believes by the Doobie Brothers is playing on one of the detectives' radios. The hardwood chair under my ass isn't doing me any favors. I thought that crate was bad. I'm gonna feel like shit tomorrow. The police have grilled me over and over. There was no use lying to them about why I was there. I already have a bad reputation with the boys in blue. From what I've gathered, Teddy is still alive. The thing that knocked me down outside the warehouse and left behind a trail of blood? Turns out that was a security guard at the warehouse. Got half his face bit off. Seems Teddy was paying him under the table, keeping his burnt brother there under lock and key. At least, that's who I think it was. Did that crazy Meatloaf kill Susie? I think so, even though I have no proof and no way of proving it. Maybe Loaf was the dirty family secret, a secret that got free. But it's not a story I'll ever get to tell. Teddy's family lawyer showed up about an hour ago. After some words with the detectives, I was given a choice. Keep quiet or face numerous charges, including trespassing, gun possession, and murder. What a fucking laugh that is. Sure, I shouldn't have been there, but Loaf? That was self-defense. But I don't have the money to fight Teddy's team of lawyers, and I sure as hell don't like the thought of prison bars. Jimmy Quinn, my very put-upon sidekick and photog, comes marching up to the stairs outside the detective's bullpen, looking like I just woke him up from either a great dream or a hangover. He raises his arm up. This is becoming all too common, Sam. I shrug. What can I say? He runs a hand through his messy hair. Weren't you supposed to be covering a spring flower show? Show got canceled. I take a last sip of the coffee before standing. Get my motorcycle? He tosses me the keys. Right where you said it would be. Would you drive? I ask, stretching and yawning. I'll ride in the sidecar. We walk towards the stairs. You know there's an all-night Chinese place down the block from my place? Good old Quinn. Always trying. Maybe one of these days I'll give in. Maybe. All night, huh? Well, I could go for some General Tso's chicken. And then? He asks, looking a little awkward, hope in his eyes. Then I'm going home to sleep. Alone. I could see how disappointed he was. Think I'll get chewed out by the chief? I ask, already knowing the answer. For sure. Outside, the cold air hits my face. I couldn't get the image of poor Loaf out of my head, and the thought that poor Susie would never have justice. As tired as I am, I don't think sleep will come easy tonight.
Basket Hound by Scott S. Phillips.
Oral Hamlin stared up at the night sky, wondering if the flying monkey would ever come back. This was his favorite part of the day, round about 2 a.m. when it came time to empty the spittoons. They reeked, of course, from the rotten-toothed spit of 100 cowboys and cheap chewing tobacco. On occasion, a drunk would piss in one rather than stagger out back to the outhouse, and the stink got a hell of a lot worse when someone had puked in one of them. But even that, Oral could live with, because being the designated dumper of spittoons meant he got to go outside by himself. Mr. Tevens didn't much let Oral go outside on his own otherwise, day or night. Oral carried a lantern in one hand and a spittoon in the other. It was black as hell out there, and he didn't want to fall in that trench again. Some nights, when the moon was real bright, he didn't need the lantern, but bringing it meant he had to make 4 trips to empty the spittoons, and he was happy for every one of them. Early on, right after Oral was given the task as a responsibility Mr. Tevens felt he could handle, the saloon's bartender, a one-eyed, crotchety son of a bitch named Branlin, insisted he dump all the spittoons into a big bucket and carry that out, 1 trip, easy and done. Oral consistently made a point of spilling the contents of the spittoons while dumping them into the bucket, and Branlin eventually gave up on the idea. Oral suspected Mr. Tevens had caught on to his scheme, but the older man never mentioned it. When it came time to dump the chamber pots from upstairs, though, Oral didn't bring the lantern. He didn't much enjoy taking the chamber pots out, and with one in each of the upstairs rooms, except for Mr. Tevens' office, Oral wanted it over with as quickly as possible. Oral was 17 years old and had been with Mr. Tevens since he was 8, when Oral's daddy beat him senseless, and he pretty much stuck that way. It was just after the war, and Mr. Tevens had come west minus a leg, but full of big dreams, looking to make his fortune in the liquor and whore trade. He was literally stepping off the train when he saw Oral trip and fall in the mud, doing great disservice to his best clothes, but nothing to incur the sort of whipping his daddy unleashed as a result. Mr. Tevens hop-stepped on his wooden leg into the middle of the dust-up and threw a beating on Oral's daddy that left the man with a limp of his own, not to mention a busted-up face that would ensure he'd remember what he'd done every time he looked in the mirror till the day he died. The beating also did wonders for Mr. Tevens' standing in the town, since no one much liked Oral's daddy and felt it was a long time coming. Tevens had purchased the stone house, which Oral thought was funny since the place was made out of wood, the larger of the town's 2 saloons, and the only one that came equipped with prostitutes and Branlin. Tevens moved into one of the upstairs rooms, and when Oral wandered into the joint a few days later, his daddy having run off in the night, Tevens took him in. Oral's room was basically a closet at the end of the hall with a cot in it, but he lived there happily ever since. "What you gazing at, kid?" Oral jumped, slopping some of the spittoon's contents onto the ground. Standing a dozen or so yards away was a man, watching him. Oral raised the lantern, trying to get a better look, but the light refused to cooperate, as if it were sliding off the figure. "Who's that there?" Oral asked, voice unsteady. "Ain't scared, are ya?" "No," Oral lied. After a moment, the man walked towards Oral. When he was a few feet away, the light from the lantern took hold, illuminating his features. Whip-thin, about 5.5 feet tall. Oral was relieved to see the man was shorter than him, clad in dusty gray trousers, stained shirt with frilled cuffs, and a black leather vest. His bowler hat was tilted far back on his head, like he was walking away from it, and it was struggling to keep up. Unlike the rest of his clothing, his boots were new, but covered in dust. His eyes were close together, deep-set, and focused on Oral in a way that made him uncomfortable, like he was in trouble for something. The man's lips pulled back in a smile that bunched up the weathered skin on the sides of his face like a wash rag being wrung out. "Name's Malcolm. George Malcolm." Malcolm George Malcolm, Oral thought. First name same as the last. No, that ain't right. He just said it funny is all. George Malcolm. "Pleased to meet you, Mr. Malcolm." Oral went to stick out a hand, realized they were both full, then settled on a nod towards the man. "My name's Hamlin. Oral Hamlin." "Why you out here in the night with a cuspidor full of Christ knows what, son?" "Just spit and chew is all." Oral said, taking a quick look to be sure. It's my job. One of 'em. Malcolm cocked an eye at Oral. You some kinda simpleton? No, sir. Took an injury as a boy, somewhat scrambled my brain. You sound like a simpleton. Oral frowned. No, sir. Setting the lantern down on the ground, he upended the spittoon over the trench he'd dug a few days prior, the foul-smelling stew of saliva and tobacco, and, as Malcolm pointed out, Christ knows what, spattered into the thicker sludge in the bottom of the trench. I have a job, and I do okay for myself, I reckon. He straightened, fixing Malcolm with a stern gaze. Didn't mean no offense, son. This job of yours, I'm guessing it's in a saloon or some other joint serves liquor? Yes, sir, the Stone House, not 100 paces from where we stand now. Mind if I walk with you? Oral puzzled on it for a moment. Again, I meant no offense, Malcolm said, bowing slightly, and I could sure stand to pour some whiskey into myself. No, it ain't that, Oral said. Just that Brandlin's closing up the bar about now. I don't think he'd turn away your business, though. Malcolm made a sweeping gesture toward the nearby buildings. Then if you're finished pouring out your slop, by all means lead the way, son. Oral started back to the stone house, Malcolm falling into step next to him. After a few paces, Oral glanced at the man, catching the tail end of an odd expression that sent something wriggling up Oral's spine to settle coldly at the base of his skull. The only time he'd felt anything similar was when his daddy was about to go on a tear. Ain't my place to pry, what with us having just met and all, Mr. Malcolm, but I was wondering why you'd be out walking in the desert late at night like this. Malcolm took so long to answer, Oral thought he hadn't heard the question and was about to ask again, when the man finally spoke. Guess I got lost just a little bit. Was on my way from Bell's Creek. Oral wanted to press him further, but they'd reached the back door of the stone house, and Malcolm took the opportunity to steer things in a different direction. How many in there, son? Yourself included. Oral hung the lantern on a hook near the back door. Just a few, plus the whores, and some or all of 'em might be with customers. He made to open the door, but Malcolm's hand darted out, grabbing the handle. You know that ain't no real answer, don't you, boy? Malcolm said, making another of his fancy gestures as he opened the door to allow Oral in. Oral gave Malcolm a confused look as he stepped past him, entering a narrow, dark hallway. Lamplight from the saloon's main room spilled in at the other end. There's the 3 of us plus 4 whores and whatever men they's with, Oral said. We got 2 girls wait tables, but they gone home a while ago. Malcolm stepped into the hall, closing the door behind him. Fine, let's have that drink. Oral led the way down the hall into the main room of the saloon, its dozen or so tables empty at this late hour. To their right was a staircase to the upper floor. On the left was the bar, an L-shaped counter with wooden stools running the length of it. Liquor bottles topped the shelves behind the bar, and a carefully lettered sign read, Tabs for liquor only, not whores. Brandlin, looking 600 years old but meaner than hell, a puckered scar where his left eye had been, wiped the bar with a towel that looked as unpleasant as he did. His gray hair hung stringy past his shoulders, and his cheeks, trenched with age, were covered in salt and pepper stubble. His single eye settled on Oral and Malcolm, and he stopped wiping to stare at them. What's this you brung in? Brandlin said. Found him out back, Oral said. He was hoping he could get a drink. Or 2, Malcolm said, stepping up to the bar and proffering a hand. Malcolm. George Malcolm. He done it again, Oral thought. Brandlin's eye looked at the hand, then at Malcolm's face. He wiped his hand right with the bar towel and shook with him. Well, Mr. Malcolm, technically we's closed for business, but I think we can accommodate you, if you got money, of course. A pocketful, Malcolm said, stepping up and resting his elbows on the bar. Whiskey, please. Don't care how cheap or how shitty. We don't serve shitty whiskey in this joint. Malcolm turned his head to find Mr. Tevens coming down the stairs, stepping with his good leg, then swinging the wooden one after. With the saloon closed, he'd taken off the jacket, but still wore the rest of his favorite white suit, the vest unbuttoned. Tevens was about 35, probably handsome if you gave him half a chance, black hair slicked back and long sideburns neatly trimmed. That's what I like to hear, Malcolm said, removing his hat and setting it on the bar. Oral set the spittoon down in its place at the end of the bar and started for the next one, midway along, not far from where Malcolm was leaning. Branlin poured a shot of whiskey and pushed it toward Malcolm as Stevens reached the bottom of the stairs. Malcolm lifted the glass. "Lose that leg in the war?" "Infection took it," Stevens said. "Injury itself weren't too bad." Malcolm raised the glass, as if to toast. "Ain't you a fine trio? Short a leg, an eye, and a brain." He knocked back the shot, swallowing hard. "Ain't polite to make light of those showing you hospitality after hours," Stevens said. "Apologies." Malcolm banged the glass down on the bar and looked at Branlin. "How about another of those?" Branlin looked past him at Stevens, who nodded. Branlin filled the glass. "So what's your story, Mr. Malcolm? Like I was telling your chambermaid here, I got lost on my way from Bell's Creek. Walking," Oral said. "And I ain't a chambermaid." He picked up the spittoon, careful to get a good grip, as it was always the fullest being in the middle of the bar. "You walked from Bell's Creek?" Stevens asked. "That's a good 20 miles, ain't it?" "Took me a good while." Malcolm swigged the second shot of whiskey, smacked his lips. "Sounds like a load of old bullshit to me," Branlin said. Malcolm slowly rolled the shot glass back and forth between thumb and forefinger, watching the tiny bit of liquid left there is to slide around the inside. "I think," he said, pausing to tip his head way back and throw that last drop down his throat, "we've gotten off on the wrong foot here, fellas." He gently set the glass on the bar, his eyes locked on Branlin's single peeper, then casually slid it towards him, nodding for a refill. Oral tensed, fearing trouble. The cranky bartender was not one to be trifled with, something he'd learned a long time ago. Mr. Stevens gestured to Branlin to fill the glass. "I think what my bartender is getting at, Mr. Malcolm, is how you come to be lost in the desert for what must have been a long, hot stretch, and first thing you ask for is whiskey, not water." "You got a rule or something? Thirsty man must drink water?" Malcolm twisted, looking around the room. "'Cause I don't see a sign." "Just odds all," Stevens said. Malcolm turned back to the bar and picked up the refilled shot glass. With an eye on Stevens, he knocked it back and set the glass down again. "Hits the spot just fine." Oral could see the desire to give Malcolm George Malcolm the bum's rush burning in Mr. Stevens' eyes. First thing he'd have to do once this all settled out was apologize for bringing the stranger into the saloon. Meanwhile, he still had 3 spittoons needed emptying, but he wasn't sure he should leave, just in case there was some kind of fight and Mr. Stevens and Branlin needed him. This situation was his fault, after all. "You staying long, Mr. Malcolm?" Stevens asked. Off Malcolm's expression, he added, "In town, I mean." "Haven't made up my mind yet," Malcolm said. "Don't exactly seem like the most hospitable place." He gestured to Branlin to pour another shot. "Have to see how I feel after my business is concluded." "And what business might that be? Maybe I can aid you in your endeavors," Stevens said. "As you might imagine, a man in my line of work is fairly well connected." "Anything to hasten me on my journey, I suppose," Malcolm said. He lifted the shot glass, this time sipping the whiskey. Showing Stevens he wasn't in a hurry, Oral thought. Branlin used the tone of voice he fell into when it was near time to eject a troublemaker. Spoke up again. "Sip away, friend. Bar's closing and that's your last drink." Malcolm eyed the bartender for a moment, then gently set the glass down. "My business," Malcolm said, "is sales." He tucked a hand inside his vest, freezing when Branlin reached beneath the bar, coming up with the Colt Banker's Special, the barrel leveled at Malcolm's chest. Malcolm's gaze flicked from the Colt to Branlin's single eye. "Did I mention the word inhospitable recently?" He kept his hand inside his vest, unmoving. Oral took a cautious step away from the bar, positioning himself out of the line of fire. Or so he hoped, if things went further south. "Let's not get carried away here, boys," Mr. Stevens said. His hand had instinctively moved for his own gun, only to find it gone. Upstairs on his desk, still in the holster. "Why don't you finish that drink, Mr. Malcolm, and then be on your way so we can close up for the night?" Malcolm kept his eyes on Branlin's. "I believe that sounds acceptable. If it's all right with everyone, I'd like to slowly extract my hand. There will be something in it, but I assure you now, it's not a gun or knife." "You just be damn sure it happens slow," Brandlin said. Malcolm took his time pulling his hand from his vest. There was indeed something held in it. "You were curious about my business," Malcolm said, smiling. He opened his hand. In the palm lay a short, cylindrical object, hollow, about 4 inches long and an inch in diameter, blotchy yellowish-white in color, with dark streaks running along its length. One end was notched around the circumference, creating a ring of sharpened teeth. Oral, Tevens, and Brandlin all took a hesitant step or two closer to get a better look. "What is it?" Oral asked on tiptoe now, leaning forward, not wanting to get too close to the stranger, but curious as hell about the object he held. "Tool of my trade," Malcolm said. "Some kind of carved bone or something?" Tevens asked. Brandlin, his gun still pointed at Malcolm but nearly forgotten, squinted his single eye and peered at the object. "I got no idea what that is. You sell these dingwhoppers?" "No," Malcolm said. "I sell what comes out of it." Malcolm sprang up like some kind of monster insect, boots slamming onto the bar and grabbing a handful of Brandlin's hair as the bartender's gun went off. Oral saw a spurt of gore as the bullet punched through Malcolm's back and continued up into the ceiling. Someone on the second floor screamed. Unfazed by the gunshot wound, Malcolm grinned down at Brandlin from his perch on the bar and viciously jammed the mysterious object into Brandlin's throat. The bartender gurgled, staggering back, and Malcolm casually plucked the gun from his hand. "Son of a bitch!" Tevens rushed at Malcolm. "Hey now," Malcolm said, not looking at Tevens but swinging the pistol around to stop him in his tracks. "Let's see what happens. What do you say?" Choking, Brandlin clutched at the object protruding from his throat. A small amount of blood trickled through the opening, but surprisingly little, considering the wound. Oral heard doors opening upstairs, shuffling footsteps as people reacted to the gunshot and the yelling. A couple of the braver whores appeared at the top of the stairs, along with one of the tricks. None of them seemed inclined to intervene. "Here we go," Malcolm said. He spun atop the bar and plopped down on his ass, facing Oral and Tevens. Keeping the gun on them, he used his other hand to deftly unbutton his shirt about halfway down, revealing a circular black disc about 3 inches across embedded in the center of his chest. The flesh puckered around it. At the edge of the disc was a tiny knob like the winding stem of a pocket watch. Malcolm delicately twisted the knob in the center of the disc, irised open. Oral thought he could hear anguished whispers from within Malcolm's chest. Brandlin let out a soft moan as he toppled forward, catching himself on the bar. He looked to Mr. Tevens, desperate, as a pale bluish mist began to seep from the end of the tube jammed into his neck. The mist swirled up and around Malcolm, then snaked its way into the hole in Malcolm's chest. That's the stuff," Malcolm muttered, as the cloud of mist continued to pour from Brandlin's body and wind its way into Malcolm's. Brandlin's face grew ashen and withered, the skin sinking in to cling to his skull. His good eye bulged from the socket, pushing past the shriveled eyelids. Oral and Tevens stared on in horror, accompanied by a slightly comical sputtering. The last of the mist dribbled from the tube in Brandlin's neck and whirled around Malcolm to disappear within him. Brandlin's body collapsed to the floor with a sound like a sack of dry leaves. There was silence for a moment. Then Malcolm hopped down from the bar. "Ain't that about the craziest thing you ever did see?" "What in God's name did you do to him?" Tevens hollered. "What was that? That smoke, what came out of him?" "That, my friend," Malcolm said, giving another of his little theatrical flourishes, "was your bartender's tainted soul." Tevens sucked in a deep breath, the air whistling through his clenched teeth. "Then you some kind of devil, then?" "No, sir, not at all. I'm as human as either of you standing here." Malcolm sat down on a bar stool again. "What I am is more of a broker." Tevens nodded towards the bloody bullet wound in Malcolm's chest. "That gunshot didn't even faze you. What kind of human is that?" "Funny, ain't it?" Malcolm glanced at the bullet hole. "Second time I've been shot with no real ill effect. Stings a little, I must admit, but hell, gunshot like that, I ought to be laying here toes up. Seems to be something about having souls stored up in me. I got a couple others in there before I sucked up your buddy. Couple of folks I run into on my way here from Bell's Creek. Malcolm snatched up the bottle of whiskey from the bar. I can tell you, though, I've been shot when it wasn't so pleasant. He took a swig, put the bottle down, and wiped his mouth on the back of his hand. No, sir, I ain't no devil, but I seen plenty of 'em out there. You sell 'em the souls you take, Oral said. Malcolm smiled at him. I must say, the simpleton keeps surprising me. Oral scowled, wanting to say something, but nervous about the gun in Malcolm's hand. How'd you come to be in this particular line of work? Stevens asked. Well, now, that's a tale, Malcolm said, but I'll see if I can give you the short version. Towards the end of the war, I run into this old darky, a voodoo woman, she called herself. I didn't believe her at first, but I done a little something pissed her off, and next thing I know, I'm stumbling around like a drunkard. Only I ain't imbibed none. I passed out, and when I come around, I got this thing in my chest. Little old darky woman tells me she put a curse on me for what I'd done. She was the first one down my new soul gullet. Weren't long I start running into those devils I spoke of. Turns out most of 'em are in the market for an easy soul or two. Was the war brought 'em, you know. Oral didn't like the idea of devils wandering around freely. And more than that, he didn't like the idea of Malcolm going any damn place with Branlin's soul inside of him. He looked at Mr. Stevens. I'm sorry I brung this fella in, sir. It's all right, Oral, Mr. Stevens said. Hell yeah, it is, Malcolm said. You was just being a good Christian soul. He grinned again. And speaking of which, I expect the soul of a man owns a whorehouse that's probably a dime a dozen, not to mention his whores. Oral shivered as Malcolm turned his gaze upon him, looking him up and down. But a fella like this'n? Well, he might fetch a decent price. The moans from within the hole in Malcolm's chest rose in pitch, as if the souls locked away in there were excited about having the company. Mr. Stevens sneered at Malcolm. They's any kind of human left in you, you'd let him go. He's just a kid. Malcolm slowly shook his head. I'm afraid I can't do that. I've got a business to run, after all. Oral struggled to keep the fear from showing on his face. I've seen crazier, he said. What now? The thing you did, taking Branlin's soul like that? You asked us if it was the craziest thing we ever seen. I'm telling you, I seen crazier. Malcolm looked at Mr. Stevens amused. He gestured towards Oral with the gun. This'n, I tell you, to Oral he said, all right, son, what in this great big world of ours could you possibly have seen that's crazier than what you witnessed moments ago? Oral gripped the edge of the spittoon, felt the thick, foul-smelling liquid inside the slop against his fingertips. Seen a flying monkey once. Malcolm stared at him for a long moment, his mouth opened slightly. Out back here, Oral said, where me and you met. A flying monkey? Malcolm said. Not flying like a bird, floating kinda like a leaf on a breeze, and glowing. Oral shot a nervous glance at Mr. Stevens, worried that the older man would think he was out of his full mind. It was a little maybe half my size, didn't have no hair like a usual monkey, just kinda pinkish skin all over, came floating up out of the desert, looking at me and kinda smiling like it wanted to be friendly. Oral's eyes narrowed. Not a phony, mean smile like you've got. Malcolm's amused expression faded. So you and this floatin' and glowin' monkey became the best of pals, I take it. And where's your pink little buddy now? Maybe upstairs with one of the whores? Oral hadn't felt this way since before his daddy run off. He didn't care for it, not one bit. He floated away after a few minutes. I ain't seen him since. Now what kind of a friend is that? Malcolm slid off his bar stool and walked over to Oral. Sounds like you might have got into the liquor that night, boy. Or maybe you just dreamed the whole damn thing. No, sir, Oral said. This was a couple months back. I ain't told no one. I was out late, had to take Johnson out. That's my dog, Johnson. He's a basket hound. He's real old and don't get around so well. A basket hound? Malcolm shouted. God damn, you are a simpleton, son. Basket hound. He shook his head, laughing. It's Bassett. Oral swung the spittoon as hard as he could into the side of Malcolm's head. Stunned, Malcolm dropped the pistol and stumbled back, tripping over his own feet. He fell, the back of his head thudding on the wooden floor. Oral's foot came down on his throat, grinding down into his windpipe. Malcolm let out a strangled gasp. Oral leaned over the man and started pouring the muck from the spittoon into the opening in his chest. Even with a foot on his throat, Malcolm managed to shriek in pain as the viscous crud slopped into him. He tried to get his hand up, turn the knob to shut the opening, but Oral knocked it away. Twisting in agony, Malcolm's gaze fell upon a skinny, ancient dog laying in a basket under the stairs, head lifted, watching Malcolm incuriously. Oral lifted his foot from Malcolm's throat. Wheezing, Malcolm tried to wriggle away as Tevens loomed over him. A large knife. Or maybe it was a short sword, hard to tell, his vision blurred the way it was, in his hand. Tevens swung the blade. It took 2 tries to separate Malcolm's head from his body. It rolled to one side, Malcolm's dying eyes falling once again on the dog beneath the stairs. Johnson lowered his head to the edge of the basket, still watching, disinterested, as Malcolm's eyes fluttered, then closed. Oral poured the rest of the slop into Malcolm's chest until the opening overflowed, then stepped away from the lifeless body, breathing hard, not taking his eyes off the corpse. "I have a job, and I do okay for myself," Oral said. Just a Dream by Joe Salmo. David sat up in the cold darkness of his room, unable to breathe. His Superman underoos were soaked with a cold sweat. He listened in the darkness, wide-eyed, but heard nothing. He tried to scream, but nothing came out. It must have only been a dream, he thought, as rational thought returned to his 8-year-old mind. He laid back down on the bottom bunk, finally able to breathe. His brother William started to snore above him. At least his sleep was undisturbed. This was the 4th night this week that David woke in this manner. He looked down on the floor over the edge of his bed adorned in Thundercat's bedsheets. On the floor he saw his stuffed owl named Woodsy. Woodsy had a small radio embedded inside its stomach, and when he got scared in the darkness, he could turn the radio on low and hear another human voice. It helped, sometimes. The radio kept him company until light started to shine through the window. He was already awake when William's alarm went off. It was summertime, but William took a summer job working with the neighbor, helping on his farm. David watched as his brother climbed down the wooden ladder built into the front of their beds. "William?" he asked. "What are you doing up? It's 5 a.m., William said, running his hand through his hair. "Bad dream again?" "Yeah, this time it was worse. They made it inside," David said. "Don't worry. Even if they get inside, they can't hurt you. I won't let them," William said, smiling at his younger brother. "Your snoring sounded like Kit from Knight Rider," David said in response. "And I'm sure that would scare them off. See? No problem," William joked and headed for the small bathroom attached to their room to get ready for work on the farm. "So reassuring," David said, pulling his blanket off the bed and walking out to the living room. He climbed onto the couch and closed his eyes. "Tonight maybe I'll sleep out here. Maybe the dreams can't find me," David thought, as sleep overtook him. When David's eyes opened, the first thing he noticed was how bright it was. The TV was on, and the god-awful show Guiding Light was on. He could smell French toast being cooked in the kitchen and knew his mom was making breakfast. He twisted his head around to look through the open arch into the kitchen. He heard clanking as he watched his mother set the table for breakfast, her eyes glued to their television. The cinnamon she added to the eggs made his mouth water, and David got up and headed to the kitchen. "Good morning, honey," his mother said with a smile. "Rough night?" "Yeah, I had a bad dream," David replied. "Oh, I'm sorry, baby. Did coming out to the couch help?" she asked. "A little, yeah. Can I sleep there tonight?" David asked. "Not tonight. Your father is having some friends over, and they'll be watching the game," his mother said. "It's okay. I can watch the game with them," David said, hopefully. "Not tonight. I'm sorry." "Did your brother get off to work this morning?" she asked. "Yeah, he said he would be home for lunch today," David said. "He wants bologna." "Did he really?" his mother asked with a smile. Your brother asked for your favorite sandwich for lunch? I thought he hated bologna, his mother said. Well, he didn't come out and exactly say it. It was kind of implied, David said. Uh-huh, his mother said, placing 2 pieces of French toast on his plate. Eat up. I've got to go to the store and you have to come with me, she said. Do I have to? David whined. Yes, you're too young to stay by yourself, she said. After dinner, David went to his room to play with his Castle Grayskull playset. His brother came in shortly after and turned on his radio that sat on a shelf opposite their beds. Soon, Pat Benatar's unique voice came from the speakers mounted on the wall. Do you have to listen to that so loud? David asked. Sure do. Sorry, William said, climbing up onto his bunk. David sighed. He put his action figures into his toy box and closed up the castle. Sometimes his brother could be a real jerk. He wished they didn't have to share rooms, but their house just wasn't big enough. He left their shared room to hang out in the living room. When he got there, it was full of people he'd never seen before, all of them smoking, with drinks in their hands. The game was on the TV. What are you doing out here? His father asked, smiling. William is listening to music so loud I can't hear my action figures talk to each other, David said with a pout. Well, I'll have a talk with him. You shouldn't be out here with all of us adults, his father said, putting out his non-filtered Lucky Strike cigarette. David let his father lead him back to his room. He knew he would get it from his brother once his father left. William, turn that shit down, David's father yelled. Come on, it's not even that loud, William retorted. You have to share your room with your brother. Try to find a happy medium, will ya? I got guests over and it's a cloud of smoke. No place for a kid, their father said. All right, fine. Can I go over to Brian's? William asked. He asked me to spend the night. No, David said. Yeah, it's fine with me. Just check with your mother. Why do you care, Davy? Their father asked. I would be all alone tonight, he said. He didn't want to show his dad he was afraid of the dark. Exactly. You can play as late as you want. I promise, his father said and winked, like he was doing David a favor. Cool, let me call Brian, William said and left the room. David watched his brother leave the room, carrying his chances of a good night's sleep. His father left to return to his friends, and suddenly, the shadows in the corners of the room seemed more sinister. 3 hours later, David sat in his bed with a flashlight and a Spider-Man comic. His mom had tucked him in, but he got back up. She had noticed the light spilling under the door into the hall, so he had to pilfer the flashlight from under the bathroom sink. He secretly wished Spider-Man was real and could save him from the bad dreams. He yawned as he turned the pages. It didn't take long for his week of little sleep to catch up to him, and less than 20 minutes later, he was asleep. David's eyes suddenly flipped open. The room was completely dark. He turned his head and looked at the clock on the radio across the room. 2:15. Oh no, he thought. It was the same time every night. He listened and heard the sound of the tires on the gravel driveway. He jumped up and ran to the window. He saw the black car with no headlights coming up the driveway. The car looked like an old hearse with black tinted windows. There wasn't a single color on the car besides black. The bumper, lights, hubcaps, everything covered in black. The car stopped about 20 feet from the house. He watched as the doors opened and 4 beings stepped out. They were tall and skinny, wearing what looked like tuxedos, but without a shirt underneath. Their pale skin almost shone in the moonlight. He couldn't make out their faces. It wasn't that they didn't have one, it's just it was fuzzy. Like when the reception goes out on their TV and his father swears and has to adjust the rabbit ears. Fuzzy except for their mouths. They didn't have lips. The mouths were almost completely circle, lined with sharp, glistening teeth rows of them like a shark's mouth, only round. They didn't make a sound as they lined up next to each other in the driveway. They more glided when they walked towards the house, in complete unison. Swirls of fog flickered with red, yellow, and orange lights, parted for them as they closed the gap between the car and the house. He watched as they came straight towards his room, not the front door. He ducked under the covers. David started to shake. It had to be a dream. It's only a dream, he thought. "Wake up!" he yelled inside his head. There was no sound from outside the blankets. He wanted to peek so badly, but couldn't muster up the courage to do so. A minute passed, then 2. Still no sound from outside the blankets. He looked at the Thundercats on his sheets and wished he had their courage. He tried to calm his breathing, fearing that the blankets moving up and down would alert them to his hiding place. He imagined them in his room looking in the toy box for him and checking the small bathroom. He moved his arms slowly as he could, hoping they wouldn't notice the movement if it was slow enough. He held his breath for a second. Still no sounds came from the room. Was it possible they couldn't get inside his room? The dream never went that far. They would peer into his windows like he was on display for them, like some kind of zoo. Suddenly, the blankets were yanked off of him. He looked up at the top of the bunk bed, no longer against the wall. Mist filled his room, flickering red, orange, and yellow light reflecting on the white wisps. On each side were 2 of the beings, people, aliens, demons, whatever. They bent their pale heads under the top bunk. David was paralyzed with fear. He couldn't move. He felt his pajama top rise up and tuck itself under his chin. His eyes opened as wide as they could as the one closest to him on the right side reached into a pocket on the black suit it wore. David's imagination ran wild with what it had in there. Some torture device? He followed the movement of the thing's pale hand, the only muscle he could move, as it pulled something out of the pocket. He saw a flash of yellow before the creature hid it behind its pale palm. What the hell was that? David thought. It looked like... It couldn't be. Could it? David's look grew confused as the creature put the item in its right hand. It was! It was the yellow screwdriver from his Fisher-Price tool set. His dad bought him when he tried to help his father fix the furnace one year. The creature brought the plastic screwdriver out and over his stomach. All 4 of the creatures tilted their heads to the side at the same time, making a shiver run down David's spine. The creature with the screwdriver drove it down into his flesh and pulled it down, essentially making an autopsy incision in his own chest. He watched in horror as a creature on each side peeled back his skin. Another creature from the right side pulled a Fisher-Price hammer from his pocket, its oversized red plastic head on the end of the dowel looking maroon in the darkness. It swung the hammer down into David's chest cavity. He felt the impact on his bone. He heard a crack on the second swing. He tried to call out for his parents, but only the sound of air escaping his mouth came out. A tear formed on his left eye. He watched as the other 2 began to poke and prod inside his chest cavity. He felt them tug on things inside. He tried to struggle but was either paralyzed with fear or some other means. He couldn't do anything but watch. The creatures never spoke or communicated with each other in any way. They just worked on him, like they had done 1,000,000 times. A moment later, David heard another sound. The sound of a car on the gravel outside. The creatures heard it too. They all looked up at each other in unison and dissipated into a white mist. Suddenly David could move. He sat up straight in bed and screamed, a real, honest-to-goodness, blood-curdling scream. Within seconds his mother was in the room flipping on the light. "What's wrong, honey?" she said with concern in her voice. David sat there, panting, covered in sweat. "Honey?" she asked. She ran to his side and put her hand on his head. "Are you okay?" David came out of it a minute later and felt his chest. There was nothing there. He was normal. He heard a knock at the front door and turned toward his mother. "What's going on?" he asked. "I don't know. Stay here. I'll find out," she said and started to leave. "No, don't leave me," he said. His mom's face showed the struggle between concern for David and curiosity at the door. They both heard David's father grumbling as he headed to the door after the second knock. David left the bed and headed for the window on the driveway side. There was a police car there. He thought about telling the police about the creatures, but then felt silly. It had to have been a dream. His chest was fine. He snuck out of his room and hid behind an end table to listen to the conversation the police was having with his father. "Come on, Dad. I'm sure you did the same thing when you were a kid." He heard William's voice, but it sounded weird, like in slow motion. "You're 16 years old, and you lied to us. You told us you were staying at Brian's," his father said angrily. He thanked the officer and heard the door slam. David fell back to the doorway, just in case they came his way. His brother looked dizzy as he made his way towards the bathroom, David's father leading him. His mother came over to the doorway, making his position. "Honey, come on back to bed. William will be joining you soon. Your brother will keep the bad dreams away," she said. "It was so real this time. They got inside," David said, but she wasn't listening. She led him back to his room. "Joan, William is going to sleep on the couch tonight. I don't want him falling out of bed drunk," David heard his father say. He reluctantly climbed into his sheets, and his mom ducked down next to the bed and began to tuck him in. "Don't worry, honey. It was only a dream," she said. "I know, Mom," David said to appease her. He felt something under him on the bed. He reached under as his mom shut out the light and began to close the door. He looked at what was in his hand, expecting the flashlight. It was the yellow screwdriver. A graven cold settled into David's bones. A bead of sweat broke on his brow, and he tried to pull the blankets over his head. But he couldn't move. His room began to fill with white mist. The Devil Reaps the Harvest by John Oak Dalton. The laboratory at the end of the dead-end road had been closed for so long now that people had forgotten all about it, or tried to forget about it, and now everybody said it was an abandoned factory. It was there that Peter O'Day was supposed to meet a guy who had a couple of kidneys and a beer cooler. So Peter parked in a weed-choked employee lot and walked about a quarter of a mile into the woods, where the old laboratory sat. There, he was meeting Octavius. Octavius sounded like a mad scientist's name, and as it happened, Octavius kind of was a mad scientist. He had worked at the lab long ago, doing things that are frowned upon in the mainstream medical world, but that gig dried up. He ended up harvesting organs, which wasn't much of a step down. He still liked meeting people there for the handoff, because his greatest triumphs had been at that lab. Also his greatest failures, but those were buried here, and there, around the property. Peter had a bag of money, and Octavius had a cooler with organs in it and a New England Patriots sticker on it, so that went down about like you'd expect. Peter was a .com guy the bubble never burst on, so he had plenty of money and could jump the transplant list and buy a new kidney for their little girl, Alondra. People with money can pretty much do what they want. Just look at celebrities. They do drugs and get married 8 or 10 times, but can adopt all the kids they want and go on TV talking about various causes. If they did all the same things but lived in that trailer park on the other edge of town, the one called Morningside, but everybody actually called it Homicide, nobody would give them kids or want them on TV talking about their causes. When Peter took the Patriots cooler from Octavius that had a kidney and a spare for Alondra, his hands were shaking pretty badly, and some of the blood sloshed out from under the lid and onto his shoes and into the dirt. and it wasn't until that very moment that Peter sort of realized what the hell he was doing. Octavius stepped back easily and missed the sloshing, but he was used to blood spraying out all over the place. Peter nodded and walked away, but Octavius stayed where he was, to his misfortune. He had parked behind the old lab on an access road everybody had forgotten about, too, because he did not want Peter or anybody else to see the car he drove. Peter was hardly out of sight when something just under Octavius's feet, where the blood was soaking in, sniffed and swallowed and opened its eyes. If this lab had been that good at black science, they'd still be in business, but they weren't, so they made the mistake of burying their problems instead of burning them in a big bonfire so that there would be no trace. Or, in this case, so something could not bite and claw its way with long fingernails and sharp teeth out of the dirt and grab Octavius by the ankles, then pull him to the ground and bite him right on his face. But his face was kind of bony, so it started working on some of the soft parts. Peter had stopped not far away to call his wife, but never heard a damn thing. It was ironic because as soon as that creature's hand popped out of the dirt, Octavius's heart popped like a balloon. All those times Octavius had arranged for guys to meet Russian women off the internet for a night of passion, only for those guys to wake up in the hotel tub packed in ice, or dumped in a landfill and never waking up at all. All those times Octavius never knew he needed an organ himself. He ignored the shortness of breath and the tingling in his fingers and all the rest. Like I said, if they were better at science, they would still have been in business, and if they weren't also lazy, they would have buried these things deeper. Peter's wife was named Stacy and was waiting in a big McMansion out in the suburbs for news of Alondra's kidney. Do I even need to say that this was his second wife? And very young? We're halfway there, Peter told her. It's not like a pig kidney or anything, she asked. How would I know? I don't know, she fretted. Look, this guy came highly recommended, and when it comes to Alondra, we don't have another choice. I know, said Stacy, and there was a lot in those words. And those two words were all the feelings Stacy had growing for little Alondra, and all the feelings Peter lacked. But Peter did what he had to do. What Peter had to do next was walk out of the edge of the overgrown parking lot and wait for a guy from the transplant organization he'd paid off. Actually, this guy, whose name was Rollo, knew Octavius quite well, but neither man wanted anyone to know they were connected. Rollo had worked in that lab too, back in the day. Not so much in the sciences as in the more nebulous parts of the organization. Octavius could have just given the organ to Rollo, but Octavius and Rollo always wanted a middleman. It wasn't foolproof, but it was better than nothing. Look, just go to the hospital and wait, Peter said. The guy is on his way here, and then he is going to be bringing the kidneys within the hour. Okay, said Stacy, but there was so much she could not face. She knew she was staying right where she was. Okay, and Peter hung up. Peter had only taken a few steps before he saw something moving in the trees, just out of the corner of his eye. Of course, Peter was thinking it was a cop, or the FBI, or maybe an investigative reporter trying to entrap him and put him on TV with all the pedophiles. So Peter stepped off the road and hid behind a tree, which was stupid because, unlike cops and FBI agents and reporters, what was shambling towards him could smell the blood on his shoes. Peter peeked around the tree and realized he was wrong about the cops and the reporters because how this person was dressed, how this shape was dressed, was in things Goodwill would not take. They looked like clothes somebody took out of a compost pile. Peter started moving quickly through the trees, trying not to slosh the beer cooler too much, and cut cross-country towards the parking lot. All the bones and muscles and ligaments in the things sniffing along behind Peter, which seemed barely connected to each other, still let the thing move faster than you would think. But it would not have mattered if Peter had watched where he was going, which he did not, so he overshot the parking lot and thrashed deeper into the woods. And the thing that could smell his bloody footprints, who saw the shoe prints glowing like fire, kept on coming. Peter saw the bland gray concrete block of the lab building looming in front of him, and he realized he'd been a dumbass and circled back on himself. He was ultimately a tech guy. He'd never been much out in nature and did not really know how to navigate even a small forest of trees, much less tell one from another. And he'd never seen a dead body. But he recognized that Octavius was dead when he saw what was left of him in the small clearing where they had met up minutes ago. The chewed parts and the parts that should have been tucked inside but were glistening in the sun. The thing behind Peter was getting closer. So close now Peter could hear a slurping noise. And Peter turned and looked. And what he saw sent his heart plummeting and his balls scurrying up inside himself to meet it, and his butthole slammed shut with the finality of a coffin lid. Peter dropped the beer cooler, and this time a lot more blood sloshed out than was good, and the thing moved faster somehow. Peter grabbed the cooler back up and started running. Peter was running, and the only place he knew he was running was away, wherever that was. And he was bouncing off of trunks and getting whipped in the face by branches and all that because instead of joining Boy Scouts, he had taught himself computer programming. He was richer, but very close to being dead, so some of his life choices seemed poorer today. He kept splashing blood out of that cooler, and that wasn't great for Alondra, but more importantly for Peter, it wasn't great for him at all. So Peter stopped and opened the cooler. He plunged his hand in and grabbed out a kidney that was in a leaky sandwich bag, and he flung that kidney in a long red arc that hit the thing's chest with a wet sound and plopped into the grass. And the creature looked down at it with yellow eyes, and it gave Peter a chance to catch his breath. Then the creature showed broken teeth and reached down with those long nails and grabbed the kidney up. And it went down in one gulp, and Peter threw up in his mouth a little. When Peter ran this time, he didn't even pick up the cooler. The thing tipped the cooler back and gulped the other kidney down, and that bought Peter a little more time. Peter ran and looked back, and sure enough, in a minute or two he saw that raggedy shape moving between the trees again. Peter was looking back when his foot touched asphalt, and he was out on a country road. The woman driving the minivan was leaning over pushing the Hocus Pocus DVD into the dashboard for her kids in the back seat to watch for the millionth time, so she didn't even tap the brake before she hit Peter head on. Rather than explain what that looked like, it's simpler to say the kids never asked to watch Hocus Pocus ever again. As it happens, Rollo was not too far behind the woman in a truck that looked like a medical vehicle, but really wasn't. Rollo was very quick on his feet and looked like he had a lot of authority. He bet on ponies with the same authority, but no common sense, which is what got him into this bad situation to begin with. It didn't take much for Rollo to convince the stunned woman that he was going to take care of everything, and she was free to go. He would even contact her insurance company for her. She wrote everything down on a piece of paper with tears in her eyes. Of course, as soon as she drove away, he chucked that paper in a cup of cold coffee he'd left on the dash. Rollo set to looking around for that cooler and started back into the tree line. He didn't find it, but he found a shambling, shuffling creature with blood dripping off of a lipless, leering mouth and grasping, clawed hands stained with blood. Rollo was a bad gambler, but he'd been a good crooked cop and a decent EMT who stole drugs, so he took a snub-nosed .32 he kept under his shirt tail in the back and shot that thing in both its yellow eyes. It fell down, as you might suspect, and did not get back up. Then Rollo found the empty, bloody cooler with the Patriot sticker on it. His mind remained remarkably clear, and he knew what he had to do. Rollo did a very good job at the transplant center, which was his real job now, but he paid special attention when he was getting a fat envelope on the side. Rollo pulled Peter's body up into the back of the white truck, that if you squinted your eyes at it, might be a medical vehicle. He had some tools back there that could have medical uses, The back of his truck was not as clean as some places, but it was not as dirty as the back room of that massage parlor where Rollo knew Octavius had done a little surgery. If he hadn't already been a decent EMT, he could have used YouTube. Stacy had been sitting very still in her spacious living room when the doorbell rang. She answered it, her hands trembling. Two stone-faced men in dark suits stared at her. "Stacy O'Day?" one asked. It was more of a statement than a question. "Yes, is this about Alondra?" she asked. "In a manner of speaking," the man showed her a piece of official-looking paper. "This is a warrant to search your house." Stacy took a step back. "But Alondra's in the hospital. She needs a transplant. It's on its way. Why is this happening right now?" The man looked at her. "That's just it. The hospital checked. There's no record that Alondra was officially adopted from anywhere." Stacy swallowed hard. "There's no record she was ever enrolled in school." Stacy got her feet under her. She's homeschooled. Your neighbors have a lot to say. One of them says they saw a mattress on the floor in the basement, next to an ironing board and a stack of laundry." Stacy shook her head. "We're painting her room." "So, can you show me that room?" he asked. "Like I said, it's being painted." The cop gave her a 1,000-yard stare. "You're not the first housewife that needed a little help around the place." Tears showed in Stacy's eyes. "She's living better than she was in that hellhole orphanage." "She will be. She's in surgery, and the kidney looks like it's going to take." Stacy leaned against the wall with relief, which surprised the two cops. "But she's not coming back here," the cop added. Stacy stood up straight. "If I didn't care, I wouldn't have pushed to get her that kidney when she got sick." The cop had cold eyes. "What else could you do? I reckon you didn't keep the receipt." Stacy processed this. She looked the cop full in the face. "This whole thing, it started out differently than it ended, with Alondra. At least for me." Stacy making that statement was the only thing that kept the cops from cuffing her and banging her head on the door when they lowered her into the back seat. They let her walk out on her own free will, but she did not see that McMansion again for a long time. The cops assumed Peter had run out on Stacy and all of their problems. Nobody ever found a trace of him. They were soon distracted by a very large fire at an old factory in the woods outside of town, which burned a big tract of land. Rollo had a steady hand and a clear head, and got a bonus for all his quick thinking. Didn't change his luck at the track, but you can't have it all. The Rest Area by Rob Fields. Brad and Robbie were traveling along U.S. Route 23 while coming back from the Ohio State Fair one Saturday evening late in the summer. The two friends were talking about all the fun they had while at the fair, when eventually they came to a very dark part of the freeway nearly devoid of traffic. As Robbie was driving, Brad came up with a mischievous idea. He grinned slightly and turned to face Robbie. "Hey, Robbie, have you heard the stories about Aaron Rudder? He's supposed to be an axe murderer who just escaped from the state mental hospital, you know?" Robbie sighed, but kept his eyes on the road. "It's been said that he's hacked up about 10 people around this area in the last 2 days," Brad continued, talking in a more quiet, eerie voice. Robbie muttered a sigh. "You are so weird, man," Brad continued. "Rumor also has it that he eats his victims, too." Robbie tried to ignore him, but Brad kept on going. "Sometimes he even fillets them." Robbie groaned. "Would you please shut up?" Brad just laughed. "Oh, Robbie, you scare way too easy." Robbie didn't pay any attention. They continued on down the freeway. Eventually, they passed a sign that said that a rest area was about 1 mile ahead. "Hey, Robbie, could you pull off at the rest area when we get to it?" Brad asked. "I need to use the bathroom." Robbie sighed. "I guess." When they got to the rest area's off-ramp, Robbie pulled off the freeway and parked the car. They both got out. "I'll just be a few minutes," Brad said. "Take your time," Robbie replied. Brad walked to the men's restroom and went in. After taking a piss, he washed his hands and came back outside. He looked to the car to see Robbie wasn't in it. Suddenly, he heard something snap not too far off in the distance. He waited there for a moment. When he didn't hear anything, he started walking back toward the car. Suddenly, he heard another snap. Only, it was closer this time. "Robbie?" Brad uttered. "Is that you?" There was no answer. "Robbie?" Brad repeated, now sounding tense. There was still no answer. He heard another snap. As before, it was closer. Brad was feeling really uneasy. Then, as if on impulse, he turned and headed toward the area where the vending machines were. As he was about to open the door and head in, he heard yet another snap, and again, it was closer. He turned around to look behind him. Suddenly, a figure leapt out from nearby. Brad felt a straight edge strike him at the back of his right shoulder blade. He was struck again almost immediately. Brad screamed with each chop, and again, and again, and again. Chop, 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 the axe murderer shouted with glee. Brad then realized something wasn't right. For one thing, he didn't feel anything actually cutting into his skin. Second, he recognized who it was that was attacking him. Brad quickly turned around to see him. "Robbie!" Brad shouted. "It was you?" Robbie burst out into wild laughter. "It was you all the time?" Brad cried. Robbie managed to collect himself. He pointed to Brad. "You should have seen your face." Brad's face twisted in anger. "I could just kill you." Robbie stopped laughing and became serious. "Oh, but it was okay for you to keep carrying on about Aaron Rudder in the car, huh?" When Brad heard this, he calmed down knowing Robbie was right. He sighed. "All right, we're even." "All right," Robbie agreed. "Let's get out of here and get home." "Sure." As they were walking back to the car, Brad said, "You know, that was clever how you broke those sticks on the way to the vending machines." Robbie looked at Brad oddly. "I didn't break any sticks, man." Brad looked at him in surprise. "You didn't?" "No," Robbie answered. "I was hiding behind the car. When I saw you going to the vending area, I came out from behind the car and got you. I know I didn't break any sticks." Now Brad was really confused. "Then if it wasn't you—"
I did.
A deep, rumbling voice not belonging to either of them answered from behind them. They quickly turned around to see a big man with an axe in his hands, and he was smiling at them in a very demented way.
So nice of you guys to show up for a late night dinner,
the man said to them in a crazed tone. Robbie and Brad knew at once who this man was, and they screamed in terror. They quickly turned and ran for their car. Aaron Rudder was right behind them. As Robbie tried to get into the car, he heard the slam and immediately saw the axe blade embedded in the roof of the car. Brad was already a long way away from the car. Robbie lashed out and kicked Rudder in the stomach to stun him. Then he turned away from the car and ran himself. "Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit," Robbie gasped as he ran for all he was worth, so much so that he was feeling his own heart pounding. Robbie and Brad were both running into the woods behind the rest area in separate directions. They both knew Rudder would likely catch up to them. Robbie pressed himself up against a tree to try and catch his breath. "I've got to find Brad," he thought as he continued to catch his breath, trying to make as little noise as possible as he quickly tried to process the hell he currently found himself in. Suddenly, Robbie screeched as he just barely avoided the axe blade that damn near embedded itself into his throat. He pushed himself away from the tree and resumed running. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Aaron Rudder trying to pull the axe out of the tree. Robbie knew he didn't have much time before this insane psycho would be after him again, and he still had to find Brad. Robbie bolted into the darkness, barely avoiding oncoming trees. He knew he had to try to get back to the car, somehow. He needed to get to his cell phone, which he remembered leaving in one of the cup holders. Or better yet, maybe he could get the hell out of the place. Rationality set in quickly, and he knew he couldn't just leave Brad behind. "What the fuck am I gonna do?" he demanded of himself. Robbie backed himself up against another large tree. Again, he tried to take breaths without being too loud and alerting Rudder to his location, if he didn't know already. Okay, you gotta think straight now," he mouthed to himself. "Okay, where are you? You gotta think straight now. Where is the car? Where is it?" He took one more long, deep breath and decided to try to get back to the rest area and get to the car. Robbie looked both ways to make sure that Aaron Rudder wasn't ready to chop off his head again, and slowly pushed himself away from the tree and turned around. Cautiously, he started to make his way back to the car. After several careful steps, he muttered a curse as he heard the stick that broke under his foot. "Fuck," he mouthed to himself. "Shit." Robbie forced himself to keep moving, pissed at Brad for not shutting the fuck up about the insane psycho. And just why the batshit crazy fucking hell did Aaron Rudder really have to even be at that rest area? Robbie didn't used to believe in things like fate, but now he wasn't so sure. Maybe Brad is on his way back to the car, he mouthed to himself. Robbie moved from one tree to another, cautiously, carefully, quietly. Snap! "God damn it," Robbie whispered loudly when he felt another stick break under his shoe. Robbie forced himself to remain focused and saw the lights in the distance. This had to be the rest area. What else was lit up brightly at that part of outer Marion, Ohio at that hour of night? He kept looking left, right, having eyes in the back of his head, face front. The lights were so close and so far away. Robbie also considered that Aaron Rudder might even be waiting at the car for either one of them. Okay, maybe Rudder wasn't hanging out at the car, but it was possible that he was keeping an eye on it. Okay, I just have to get to my cell phone, Robbie thought. Or if Brad is there, we can get the hell out of here. Robbie felt in his pockets. He felt some relief in knowing that he still had the keys on him, but then he never just left his keys in the car, for any reason. He still had his wallet, not that he could buy Rudder off, right? But I just had to leave my fucking cell phone in my car. Of all the fucking things I could leave in my car, I just had to leave my fucking cell phone. How fucking dumb can I get? Robbie decided there was no point in crying over spilled milk. He continued to creep further towards the rest area. He started to feel as if the rest area was moving further away from him. He shook his head quickly and kept moving. After agonizing minutes, Robbie had finally returned to the rest area. He moved to the back wall and made his way around to get back to the front. He was in such a big hurry to get to the main entrance that he didn't see the person had suddenly placed a hand on his shoulder. Robbie shrieked and started to run. "Robbie!" He quickly stopped when he saw it was Brad. The two of them both backed themselves up against the wall and looked each other over. Robbie looked at Brad as if saying, "You're alive." Brad nodded in acknowledgement. They turned and started to creep along the wall until they were both looking out at the parking lot. A lone car suddenly sped by the rest area. Both of them looked around to see if Aaron Rudder was nearby. When they didn't see him, they cautiously moved out into the open and made their way towards the car. When they reached it, they quickly got into the car and pulled the doors shut. Robbie locked all the doors with a simple push of a switch on his inside door. He moved to start the car. No keys. Robbie remembered that he had them in his pocket. He quickly dug for them and pulled them out. As he slid the ignition key in, Brad screamed, and the driver's side window shattered. Glass exploded all over Robbie and Brad.
Leaving so soon?
Rudder grumbled.
It's still dinner time.
Robbie didn't even think about it. He quickly turned the ignition key and started the car. He quickly shifted into reverse and sped out of the parking lot. Rudder raised his axe and gave chase. Robbie put the car in drive and hit the gas. They'd only gone a little bit when they felt something hit the trunk. Brad turned around. "He hit the trunk with that axe!" Robbie hit the brakes. "What the fuck are you doing?" Brad yelled at Robbie. "Hang on." Robbie pulled the car in reverse again and hit the gas. This time, both of them saw Rudder holding on to his axe handle as Robbie backed the car closer and closer until boom! "Shit!" Brad cried. Shit was right. Robbie managed to get Aaron Rudder off of the car, but at the cost of backing into a utility pole, which caused the trunk to come open. The axe came loose and landed near the back window. At that moment, another car pulled into the rest area. Brad quickly got out and frantically waved to the people in the other car. "Get the hell out of here!" Brad took a few steps and pushed the trunk lid shut. Surprisingly, it didn't come open again. He got back in the car. "Go!" Robbie shifted the gears and floored the accelerator. The tires squealed as the two of them pulled away from the rest area. Robbie had hit 100 miles per hour by the time he'd merged onto US Route 23 North. He didn't slow the car down again until he cleared the Marion bypass and reached State Route 4. From there, they would turn towards Bucyrus and head for home. Later, after dropping Brad off, Robbie walked into his house. Robbie shrieked when he felt something leap out at him. Robbie realized where he was again, and whom he was holding. "Oh, hey, doggy," he said. "You gotta stop coming at me like that," he sighed. "Come on, let's go to bed." "Whew," Robbie said to himself. "Well, at least we left that crazy motherfucker back at that rest area." From there, Robbie went into his room and got ready for bed. When he got into bed, his dog still seemed restless, but still managed to get a few solid licks in. "Come on, buddy, stop with the licking already and go to sleep." That was the last thing Robbie remembered before he was dead to the world. Licking is what woke Robbie up from a sound sleep. Robbie groaned as he felt the gentle licking on the side of his face. Then Robbie realized something was off when he smelled something weird as the dog kept licking. Barbecue sauce? Robbie tried to move, but he realized quickly that he couldn't. He quickly woke up fully and took in his surroundings. He saw that he was outside, in the backyard. He also realized he was getting hotter. That was when he felt his own flesh starting to burn. Robbie was tied and gagged on his own barbecue grill.
Oh, hi.
A horrible, familiar grumbling voice said in his ear.
So glad you woke up. Dinner will be ready soon.
Robbie looked up and saw Aaron Rudder, wearing an apron and dipping the brush back into the barbecue sauce.
You worked up quite an appetite in me.
Rudder continued.
Just a few more strokes, and all done.
Robbie couldn't really think anymore as the flames started to lick and burn his flesh. Aaron Rudder would finally get his dinner. The God Tongue by Dan Wilder. Born without a tongue to grant him the power of speech, Ezra had long been the target of derision by his peers. So much so that when his beloved mother had breathed her last, he abandoned the home in which he was raised and took to the hills and forests that bordered the microcosm of the world's backwoods notions that was the town of Jaden's Cross. Once there, Ezra built himself a modest cabin financed with his meager inheritance, where he could find solace away from the chorus of mocking voices. Living off the land, Ezra killed only that which he could consume, and his growling stomach, coupled with his barren icebox, had told him it was high time to venture out into the crisp autumnal evening. After long, fruitless hours, Ezra had seen nary a hint of prey, and though the moon hung swollen in the sky, a mist had begun to encroach upon the landscape of stoic pines that pointed like accusing fingers at the heavens. Ezra exhaled wearily and sat down at the base of the nearest pine. The miasma played seductively at his neck and chin, causing his skin to turn to gooseflesh as the fog was a great deal cooler than the air that surrounded it. Ezra closed his eyes for a moment and let the symphony of the forest fill his ears. And, for minutes, it did just that, until his placid repose was shattered by the sound of a twig breaking that echoed through the cool air like the report of a shotgun being discharged. Ezra's eyes snapped open, and, as his gaze furtively darted to and fro, he spied majestic antlers rising from the fog. In a fluid motion he rose to his feet and brought the sight of his Remington rifle to bear on the dark shape that stood just below the mist. Ezra squeezed the trigger, sending fire and thunder forth into the night, and as soon as they appeared, the antlers fell. He bolted forward through the swirling gray, which seemed to recoil from his advancing form as if fearful of his presence to his quarry. As he approached, the fog had now parted and refused to trespass where the beast lay. And while Ezra was unable to give voice to his shock, his slack jaw and bulging eyes more than conveyed his emotions, for while he expected to find a stag, he instead found a caricature of a man, albeit a man with antlers. Ezra kneeled and rolled the creature on its back. Its lifeless eyes were large, dark, and set wide upon a face covered in coarse fur. It wore little in the way of clothing, just a simple robe from which extended limbs that resembled a dog's leg, that ended in long, tapered fingers tipped with crimson nails. It was in one such appendage that the creature clutched what at first appeared to Ezra to be a smooth ebony stone. He reached for the object and found it malleable and warm. More flesh than mineral. As he turned the artifact over and over in his palm, the mist began to slowly creep back, and with it came the inhuman wailing. Ezra panicked as the mist around him produced its litany of grief, which resulted in a mad flight through the dense pines. As he ran, Ezra could feel the miasma strike his legs as it began to solidify into long, lashing tendrils. As if that wasn't disconcerting enough, the wailing had now transformed into protracted screams of pure rage. Onward he flew, tripping and struggling as the fog continued its battery. Finally, he saw the familiar outline of his cabin in the clearing just beyond the forest. He threw his weight against the unlocked front door and exploded into his domain. In an instant, he slammed shut the door, threw the bolt into place, and collapsed to the floor in a crumpled mass of pure exhaustion. He sat for minutes as hot tears ran down his cheeks, and his heart beat so fast and hard that at any other time he would have been sure he was having a heart attack. Indeed, his hammering pulse was all he could hear, and it was that fact that made him realize that whatever outre abominations he had left behind in the woods, they had decided not to stray from that realm. Finally, he gained control of his faculties, moving his hands to his face to rub the last vestiges of tears from his eyes. Ezra realized he still clutched that preternatural stone, and where once it was merely matte black, now it glowed a brilliant gold from 1,000 hairline cracks that crossed its surface like arteries no wider than a human hair. Ezra was entranced by the artifact, so entranced he failed to notice the mist that had crept ever closer along the floorboards as it issued forth from the small wood-burning stove behind him. Ever onward it came, crawling up his back until finally it plunged deep into his brain via his left ear canal. Ezra's brain exploded with 1,000 images of a history, not his own. He saw an endless array of beings, more beast than man, hideous and beautiful in equal measure. He floated onward through a great city beneath the forest floor. Finally, he saw a diaphanous stag, over 20 feet high, its head adorned with 7 sets of antlers. The image swirled and rippled as the sight of that ebony edifice he held filled his field of vision. Ezra felt his arm move of its own accord, and while he struggled to make it remain at rest, he was powerless to stop its ascent or the action which followed. His hand simply placed the glowing midnight-hued object into his mouth, which had mechanically opened to accept it. For the briefest of seconds he could taste infinity, and with that he could feel a new organ grow inside him. A tongue, which pulsed and throbbed within his mouth. His first words were a scream. Then came blackness.
"You murdered the historian. You must take his place."
The voice echoed so loud in his mind that it snapped him awake. Ezra found himself lying on the cold floor of his cabin. "Historian?" he said involuntarily. His eyes grew wide as the memory of the dark tongue which had replaced his own missing organ flowed into his head. With a start, he lifted himself from the floor and sped to the bathroom. Examining himself in the mirror, he opened his mouth to view that demon tissue, which he seemed to know by some arcane intuition was connected to that ancient stag. There sat the obsidian stone-like mass of the previous night, but now it pulsed and throbbed with an unearthly power which flowed through those golden veins which now had spread throughout the interior of his mouth. Ezra began clawing at the offending member, but to no avail. The flesh, though supple, was completely unyielding. His thoughts locked upon its removal. Ezra ran to the kitchen to procure a large steak knife. As he steeled his nerves, Ezra stuck out his tongue and brought the blade into place for the amputation. The air split with static before he could begin that dreaded surgery. The small shortwave radio, his one mechanical distraction which provided for him a chance to voyeuristically listen to the voices of others without being pressed to respond in kind, had come to life from its home atop his rough-hewn dining room table. As he dashed into the room, his eyes beheld yet another incomprehensible sight. The mist, now solidified into the contours of a vaguely humanoid shape, save for the long horns protruding from its incorporeal forehead. It hunched over the device and exhaled streams of vapor directly into the microphone. From somewhere, that sounded both close and at the opposite end of the galaxy, came a sound that at first was not unlike the purring of a large cat, but quickly turned into a low, guttural growl before finally becoming words that simply could not have been formed by human lips.
Pass on, old friend. We are coming.
Ezra reached for the figure, which dissipated into the ether at his touch, accompanied by a chorus of melodic laughter. He grabbed for the microphone in one hand, and with the other tried furiously to find the proper channel to connect him with the one agency he felt would be able to help him fend off whatever malevolence was creeping his way. The town militia of Jaden's Cross. Finally, he arrived at the proper frequency, and parted his dry lips to do that which had eluded him, these many years. Pressing the button which would allow his voice to travel the waves, Ezra began to speak. What followed was not one voice, but legion. Some were mere growls, others came like gently chirping birds, and a few were close to human yet still possessing a preternatural timbre. But above all rang the impossibly deep tones of their god. For the stag did speak, the great animal whose voice was known when the universe was a mere speck of dust hanging like a mote in the eye of infinity. With that, the radio exploded in a shower of acrid smoke and sparks that knocked Ezra to the floor. Ezra began to weep, yet the sound of crying that issued from his mouth was again the product of that unholy throng. Unable to retain his tenuous grasp on sanity, he was determined to rip the organ from his mouth with his bare hands that he noticed were covered in runes and glyphs carved deep upon the surface of his skin. Furiously, he flew again to the bathroom, where he exhaled in shock at the face that met his gaze within the mirror. Like his hands and every other scrap of visible flesh, he was covered in those strange markings. Ezra clawed at the skin, which gave way in thin sheets to reveal layers of fresh dermis below marked the same as the skin above. He attempted to scream, but what came instead was the shouting of every supernatural being that had ever or will ever walk the earth, all proclaiming their name to the midnight that lie just beyond the cabin's roof. Ezra ran towards the door of the cabin, the ancient instinct to flee that which we do not, or simply cannot understand, overtaking him. But suddenly, he could move forward no more, as that demon mist once more held him firm where it issued from between the floorboards of the cabin to solidify into its humanoid form, the shifting arms of which wrapped tightly around its panic-stricken prey.
You murdered me,
it whispered seductively.
Now you shall walk eternally into that resplendent ebony with your brethren.
Ezra struggled for a moment until a sound, distant at first yet growing ever nearer, began to fill the room. The pounding of hooves upon cold ground. The front door exploded in a maelstrom of splinters as a menagerie appeared that was equal parts animal and man, and the worst of both, Ezra once again succumbed to the ebon darkness. Over the next hours, Ezra would occasionally regain consciousness, and while the moonlight illuminated only endless miles of forest, it also revealed the talon-tipped hands that held him aloft, as well as the nightmares they belonged to. Finally, he came to. The group had stopped before a long-forgotten farmhouse. Even in the waning moonlight, the house looked impossibly ancient and beyond any hope of repair. One of the creatures to his left loped forward and threw open the large storm doors, whose hinges creaked and protested and led Ezra down into the darkness. They walked for what seemed several minutes through the inky blackness. Occasionally, Ezra could swear that he felt hot breath on the back of his neck, or a gentle touch of something inhuman reaching toward him from the darkness. Soon in the distance a faint light could be seen, which grew brighter and brighter, until Ezra could make out the lithe silhouette of his guide. They arrived in a large circular room which was carved from the earth itself. A multitude of doorways dotted the walls, and in the darkness of each, Ezra could see indescribable shapes moving ever closer in the light. Finally, all were revealed as creatures which may have been constructed of wild daydreams, absinthe visions, and children's chalk drawings gathered in the chamber. Ezra shrunk under their gaze, for here, as in the world above, he felt the outsider.
Say hello to your new family.
Something croaked from the assemblage. A being, more owl than man, stepped from the crowd and stared at Ezra for what seemed like days. As it looked, it would crane its head from side to side and snap its great beak open and shut. Ezra stood, stock still. Suddenly, it dawned on him that the beast wasn't figuring out the best way to pluck out his eyes. Rather, it was reading the glyphs that adorned his face. He gasped as the owl spoke.
You tell the story of my family?
Ezra could only stare at the being, dumbfounded.
No,
Came a voice from the throng.
he tells the tale of the Fleet Claws. I can read it even from here. And the Moon Wraiths.
Came a response from the crowd.
No, he tells the story of us all. Look!
Ezra looked down at his hands, which had started to unravel into long flesh scrolls which were soon picked up by the discolored fingers, talons, and tentacles, the owners of which read aloud and babbled excitedly of the stories contained therein, of their sacred lineage, as well as their futures. Soon Ezra was unraveling from every piece of exposed skin, some of which drifted to the ground as torn pages from an ancient tome. More creatures arrived and picked up the pages, laughing as they celebrated all that made them. Onward and onward the pages and scrolls fell, until finally all that was left of Ezra were the pages themselves. Each tribesman held a page or scroll of their own, and each cherished the sacred words they contained.
The stranger came to speak to us all, and what words he has brought us.
Echoes by Shane Migliavaca. I first met him last week, though I'd heard about the new guy in town before that. Castle, New York was the smallest of small towns. Word travels fast when somebody new moves to town. Travis looked like he stepped out of one of those 50s biker films, and last Thursday, when he walked into the diner I work at, I couldn't take my eyes off him, and he knew it. He caught me looking at him and smiled that sly smile of his. My eyes darted away, and I tried to make it look like I was working around the diner, but it was too late. He strode over to me. "Hello there," he said. "Hey." I tried to sound confident, like I didn't give a fuck, but my voice cracked. He smiled at me. "Can I get a chocolate milkshake to go?" "Sure." I heard they're like, wow, here. I started making the shake as he leaned on the counter. He looked at his reflection in the glass case of donuts, adjusting his perfect hair. "Yeah, they're really good," I said, unsuccessfully thinking of something cool to say. "Lived here all your life?" he asked. "Unfortunately." "Ain't so bad. I've been to worse." I finished the shake and brought it over to him. He gave me a wink and took a sip. Before I could say anything, he slid a $10 bill across the counter. A large silver ring gleamed on his hand. He turned and started to leave. "Let me get your change." "The rest is for you, Dolly." I watched him go. Dolly? I felt a bit offended, but at the same time I was feeling something else. Love? Lust? Whatever it was, it made me somewhat forgiving of the Dolly remark. "So that's the new guy. Not bad." I turned and it was my coworker and friend Bren. She adjusted her raven hair. "What did he say to you, Ronnie?" "Nothing much, just wanted a milkshake." "Yeah, yours." We both laughed. Bren has this obnoxious laugh that usually ends up making me laugh even harder. The next day he didn't show up, but the day after that, he was there again. This time wanting a milkshake and a burger. No matter who waited on him, he always ended up talking to me, usually asking me about some town idiosyncrasy or whatnot, always coming in at the same time, every other day. It continued like this for a month. We'd small talk a little and then he'd leave. I never saw him outside of the diner. Then one day, he changed the routine. I got off work one sunny Monday afternoon and Travis was waiting for me. He was leaning ever so slightly against the side of the diner. He smiled at me. "Hey," I said. "Hey," he answered. He flicked out a metal lighter and lit a slim cigarette. "So what do you do for a kick around here?" "There's the movie theater or the bowling alley." No, you." He took a puff. Me? Not much." "Nah? Dang shame. Pretty little girl like you." Thanks." The flattery made me blush. Was he hitting on me? I sucked at this kind of thing. I wasn't sure if he wanted me to say anything. "I haven't found much in town to get excited about. Dullsville, really." He took a long drag on his cigarette. "So I was wondering if, you want to hang." I thought for a second. He's asking me out. I suck at dating. He's good looking and seems nice, but there's no way a date between us won't end in embarrassment for me, and perhaps him too. How can I talk him out of it? It's kind of been a rough day, you know? Mondays, I just want to go back home and chill. It don't have to be today. "Oh, cool. So, want to see a flick?" he said. "Show the new guy the sights?" "Sure." Am I really going to do this? Yeah, I guess I was. Why not? I deserve some fun, right? Right. You do. Bren was always trying to get me to go out. This would really shock her. Tomorrow night good? I thought about it. Did you know I didn't have to work the day after? Sure. Aces. It's a date then. I'll let you pick the flick. Cool? Yeah. He looked at me. You should always have your hair like that. I touched my hair. I forgot I tied it back at work. This was probably the first time he saw it loose. It's so beautiful and red, like a rose. Thanks. My face lit up as I blushed. Great. Gotta run, babe. Be seeing you. He did a little point at me and winked before leaving, the spurs on the back of his cowboy boots jangling as he went. What had I got myself into? Our first date went well, as did the next three. Before I realized it, we were a thing in town. I think Bren was jealous. For our fifth date, Travis wanted to take me on a picnic to Harmony Lake. It would be our first date in a less public space. I wasn't too worried. On every date, Travis had been quite the gentleman. I was getting ready in the apartment I share with Bren. I stood doing my hair, over and over again. You look good, let it go, she said. I turned from the mirror and presented myself. You think? I said, twirling around in my new dress. You're hideous. Hilarious. Seriously, hun, you look amazeballs. She hugged me. Have fun at the lake. Try not to get too lucky. Hey, it's been a while, but not that long. Travis picked me up in his 1957 Plymouth Fury. It was a convertible. The thing looked like a shark that decided to crawl out of the ocean and start looking for meals on land. He tooted the horn as he pulled up. You look stunning, babe, he said. Ever the gentleman, he wouldn't let me into the car unless he got out and opened the door for me. Some old song was playing on the car radio. In fact, I don't think he ever listened to anything after the 50s. We headed out of town as The King sang on the radio. I can't get over your car, Travis, I said. It looks so good for its age. I'd take care of this baby. Means a lot to me. Sentimental value. I keep her cherry. Try to get maximum performance. He steps on the gas and we're moving a little too fast through town. I look at him nervously as he speeds up. Don't sweat it, Rose. I got this. Travis had started calling me Rose. Honestly, I didn't mind. He took my hand. I think today is going to be special. The lake looked beautiful in the summer sun as we walked to a nice secluded spot under a large tree. Travis left the car radio on. Down in the willow garden, where me and my love did meet. He set down a large blanket. My dear, he said, ushering me to the blanket. We brought quite the selection of food. Travis popped open a bottle of wine. Was that weird for a picnic? He caught me making a face. Don't tell me you don't drink wine. No, just seems like a bit much for an afternoon picnic. Well, it's a celebration too, babe. It is? What are we celebrating? 5 dates. I laugh. Okay, I'll drink to that. My love, she did not know. The song played on as he poured us each a glass of wine. We eat, and I take a couple sips of wine. I haven't had much in the way of wine, but this is really good. I wonder where he dug it up around here. As we eat, we talk, mostly about me. He always has so many questions. Every time I ask him something about him, he seems sad, almost on the verge of tears. I don't want to bring up any bad memories. As we talk, my head starts to feel light, which was a dreadful sign. What's up, Ronnie? Wow, getting a head rush. I try to stand up, but my legs feel like rubber. Travis catches me as I come crashing back down. On the radio, the song keeps repeating. A dreadful sign. He brushes the hair out of my face and gives me a sad smile. I'm so sorry, doll. What? Sorry about... I stammer. My mouth doesn't want to move. I'm sorry. You have to die. All beauty must die. It's my curse. I summon up all my strength and push away from Travis. He tries to grab me and I scratch his face with my nails. Trying to stand again, I fall to my knees. The world begins shaking apart at the seams. My eyelids feel heavy. Every time I blink, it feels like it'll be my last. Maybe if I just sleep, it'll be better. I'll wake up from this nightmare. No, fight it. I start crawling on all fours, dragging myself, digging my nails into the ground. I have to get away, have to fight, have to get to the car. A dreadful sign. I see someone standing by Travis's car. I can't make them out. Why won't they? Help! Please! Rose, no one can help. I'm sorry. He grabs me by the leg, pulling me back. Travis turns me over, glaring at me. The scratches on his face aren't bleeding. I like playing with you, Rose, he said, but my dear, you're breaking my heart. Fuck you! I try to hit him, but I have no strength left. Why won't that person do something? He stands up, pulling a large knife from his leather jacket. I could gut you, but that's no fun. Not anymore. He looks at his reflection on the knife blade. He adjusts his hair. I used to find his vanity cute. Bastard. The poison isn't killing you, just making it hard for you to do anything. Why? Why not? I tried to move my head to see if that person was still standing there. A dreadful sign. Why is that song repeating? Is that an effect from the drugs? Travis notices me trying to look at the car. I can hear him talking to somebody, I think. Go away, he says. You're not welcome here. He turns the radio off. Who was that? Who was he talking to? After what seems like hours, Travis comes back holding a large cinder block and rope. Comfortable, doll? Go to hell, I manage, my mouth starting to fail me. Travis just laughs. Be right back. He walks off, carrying the cinder block and rope. My mind races. Move! Move! But I can't. It's physically impossible. I try to will myself, picturing my spirit leaving my body, flying over the trees, finding Bren or my folks, telling them what's happening here. If I want it strong enough, I can make it happen. Run! Flee! I will my spirit to soar! He comes back, standing over me. He reaches down and grabs my legs. Going for a little trip, my beautiful Rose. He drags me across the ground. I can see the grass ending as we go over a rocky area, but I can't feel any of it. I can't feel his hands on my legs, just a great numbness. We go up a small hill near the beach. He stops dragging me. We're here. We don't have much time left together. He kneels down and touches my face, wiping away my tears. He pulls out 2 coins and puts one on each of my eyes. I blink my eyes and they slide off. He gets frustrated. Why did you do that? They're for your journey over. He takes them and sticks them in one of my hands, balling it into a fist. I see the cinder block with the rope tied to it near my feet. He crawls over to it and ties the rope to my legs. No, no, no. He's gonna drown me. You've been a blast. He picks up the cinder block and walks to the edge of the hill overlooking the lake. I scream, but my throat fails me. I can barely make more than a crackling noise. He hefts the block up. He sighs, parting, sweet sorrow, and whatnot. He throws the block over the side and I can hear the rope quickly chasing after it, knowing that any second I'll be following it. And then I'm falling, followed by the slam of hitting the water. I sink, my lungs quickly filling with water. I welcome it. Please, let there be peace. I feel so tired. I just want it to be over. I can see the sunlight trickling down through the water. Darkness starts to creep into my vision until the light is swallowed by it. I wake, unable to move, my heart racing. Where am I? I'm in my room, laying on my bed. I hear a noise, a crackling hiss, almost like static. My eyes catch movement in the darkness. The thing nears the edge of my bed. My heart pounds faster and faster. Am I having a heart attack? A low whispering hiss comes from the shade at the foot of my bed. Not a dream. Heed the sign. And then the world went back to normal. I could move again. I wiped the sweat from my forehead. My heartbeat started to slow. I curled up in a ball on the bed, pulling the blankets over me. For the longest time, I didn't move, fearing that thing was waiting for me in the darkness. Eventually, I drifted off to sleep again. I woke and my room was lit by the light of early morning. Had it just been a dream? A nightmare? I get up, dangling my legs over the side of the bed. Was this all a nightmare brought on by being nervous over my big date with Travis? I stand in the shower, almost in a trance, as the water pours over me. I've taken plenty of showers before, but this just seems weird. The water feels like it's closing in on me. I hear the jarring sound of static. Through the shower curtain, I see a dark shape move. The thing from my nightmare. It's back for me. I back against the shower wall. The wet tiles are cold against my back. I run my hands over them, looking for escape. A voice snaps me back to reality. You almost done? Bren says, annoyance in her voice. Water will be freaking cold. Sorry, almost done. I hear the door slam shut. All dread has faded away, and I just feel like a shit for hogging the shower. I get out and dry off quick, trying not to waste any more time. I leave the bathroom, a towel wrapped around me. Bren is waiting for me by the door. You okay? Why? What were you doing in the shower so long? Daydreaming? Or a little pre-date gratification? I shoot her a look, and Bren does that laugh of hers. I'm sorry, Ronnie. I know you're all stressed. She gives me a kiss on the cheek and goes into the bathroom, shutting the door behind her. I hear the lock click. Guess I should have done that. At work, it's no easier. My mind drifts all day, thinking about our date this afternoon. The day moves in slow motion. What seemed like hours were, in fact, minutes when I looked at the clock, and Everything I did at work seemed like the wrong thing. Giving people the wrong order, spilling drinks. I shouldn't be this stressed over a date. No, it was that dream, that nightmare. I consider calling the picnic off, but by the time my shift is over, I've reconsidered. Maybe I could turn this day around. When we get back to the apartment, I strip out of my waitress uniform and splash some water on my face. The water seems to engulf the room for the briefest of seconds, but the hallucination quickly fades. Am I losing my mind? The lake looked beautiful in the summer sun. We found a nice secluded spot under a large tree. Travis left the car nearby. He had the top down and the radio on. Down in the willow garden, where me and my love did meet. He sat down a large basket. My dear, he said, ushering me to the blanket with a wave of his hand. We'd brought quite the selection of food. Travis popped open a bottle of wine. Was that weird for a picnic? He caught me making a face. Have we done this before? Don't tell me you don't drink wine. No, just seems a bit much for a afternoon picnic. Well, it's a celebration too, babe. My love, she did not know. I put my hand up. I'm sorry, but I don't think I should. I'm feeling a little sick. Sick? Everything okay? I just had a rough night. Bad nightmare. He touches my hand. I don't know why this makes me flinch. He looks at me, puzzled. What kind of nightmare? I think I was drowning, and there was this figure there. When I woke up, I swear it was still there. You know, he starts pouring wine into the glasses. I think you need a little nip of wine, my rose. No, really, it's okay. It'll help your nerves. Okay, maybe just a little. Travis hands me one of the glasses. There's the sound of static cutting through the air, like someone's adjusting the radio. A dreadful sign. I look over at Travis's car and see it there. The thing from my nightmare. The glass of wine falls from my hand. It hits the ground, rolling and spilling all over the blanket. The song skips, or repeats. A dreadful sign. Not a dream, it said. Heed the sign. At first, I don't realize I'm screaming until I see Travis's face. He grimaces. He grabs me, clapping a hand over my mouth. He holds me so tight, I start to tear up. Shut the fuck up, would you? I try to pull away, but his hands are like iron clamps. I can see the anger in his eyes. He looks over to the thing standing next to the car. A dreadful sign. That's not going to help you, Ronnie, dear, he says, his voice never wavering. It's just an echo. As if robbed of its power, the thing evaporates into the air. He tightens his grip. Tears stream down my cheeks, soaking his hand. I see the wine bottle lying there, just out of reach of my free hand. I could hit him with it. Listen to yourself. You're gonna hit him? This is nuts. It has to be a game, right? No, it's not. I just need a weapon. To get away. I rake his face with my fingernails, scratching jagged lines down his face. For all the world, it sounded like running your nails over stone. He lets go of me, and I lunge for the wine bottle. As I reach for the bottle, he grabs me by the belt of my jeans. The bottle slips from my hands as he yanks me towards him, rolling just out of reach. I dig my feet and hands into the ground, pulling myself towards the bottle, the sun reflecting off of it. Like some magical weapon, it beckoned to me. My arms and legs burned as I strained. Almost. My fingers brushed off the smooth neck of the bottle. Why won't you let me help you? Travis says. Help me? I'm gonna free you of all this bullshit. I manage a last bit of strength and grab the goddamn bottle. I swing it and hit him square in the side of the head. Unlike in the movies, the bottle doesn't break. Travis lets go of me. I hit him again and again. The bottle doesn't break. He falls to the ground, momentarily stunned. I bring the bottle down again on his head for good measure. This time, it shatters. I turn and run for his car. As I reach the car, Travis appears, pulling a large knife from his leather jacket. I didn't want to make a mess, Rose. He touches the wounds on his face. Gonna have to fix these. I slide into the driver's seat. Yes, the keys are there. I start the car. It roars to life. I hit the gas, aiming right for Travis. This is insane. Am I in a never-ending nightmare? I ram into him, sending his body flying up onto the hood. He smashes through the windshield, his face contorted in a wicked smile. Hold hands, you lovebirds, he says. The car plunges into the lake. Water rushes in as we sink. The nightmare. I'm going to drown here. With him. A shard of broken window floats by me as we sink down. I grab it. The jagged edges cut into my hand. I take it, jabbing it into his eye. He lets go of me. He smiles at me as I push him away. I swim through the open top. For however long I live, I don't think I'll ever forget that smile. The jagged shard embedded in his eye. Travis and his car sinking to the bottom. I pull myself onto the beach. I think I pass out for a while, lying there in the dirt, soaking wet. I wake with a start and see a shadow fall across me. I look up and see that thing, the thing from my nightmare standing over me. Its face and arms are blue and bloated. Its face vaguely feminine. Its remaining hair, rotten, hangs down in long strands. It wore a dress. My dress.
Cats Out of the Bag by Morgan Moore.
The sound of tires screeching tore through the air as a Mitsubishi Lancer came to a sudden and jerky stop. Bursting out of the driver's side of the car came a girl of about 15. She made her way to the back of the car as her passenger, a girl as well, joined her. The two girls looked down at the ground and saw a black cat in rough shape. Its midsection had been crushed in and its brains oozed out. Oh shit, the former driver croaked out, panic flooding over her face. What's the matter? Her friend asked. It's only a cat. No, it's not just a cat. It's my brother's cat, she explained as her face grew red and her voice jumped between panic and frustration. Oh, well, shit is right then. You're screwed, Michelle. Like I didn't figure that one out, Ariana, Michelle nearly shouted at her friend. It didn't take her long to figure it out at all. The cat had been living with Michelle and her family for a couple of months now. They had noticed it coming around the neighborhood and specifically that it was hanging around their house. Michelle's mom figured it was maybe because some old cat food from their last cat might still be in the yard, since it lived outside, or that it was just trying to find scraps from the garbage. Cats in general always seemed to roam around their neighborhood, and so they paid no attention to it. That is, until the darn thing somehow got itself stuck in their attic. Her dad managed to get it down, and once it saw her brother Mark, it became attached to him, and vice versa. Mark loved the cat, and never let it outside out of fear that it, which he later named Monk, would leave and never come back. To the credit of Mark and her parents, the cat was never let out, and they did everything they could to make sure it couldn't escape. Unfortunately, it seemed they didn't do the best of jobs today. Michelle didn't know how Monk got out. She could only guess that maybe she and Ariana didn't shut a door as well as they normally would in their rush to go meet up with some friends. No matter how the cat got out, it did, and in their focus on friends and fun, didn't pay attention as Monk began to cross the road in front of them. They only knew they had run over the poor cat as they did the deed. Damn it, what am I going to do? Michelle questioned. The two teenagers looked again at the cat, their stomachs churning at the grotesque image. Ariana was the first to break the silence. Just get rid of it. It's just a dead cat. Nobody saw us hit the stupid thing, so just throw it away somewhere and problem solved. Michelle looked at her friend in astonishment. You want me to just dump it? You want me to just dump my brother's cat? Her voice grew in anger. Well, yeah, it's not like he'll know you did it. He'll figure it just ran away or something. You do realize how protective he is of that stupid thing, right? He goes apeshit if it even looks like it might escape or get hurt. Look, Ariana started, in a soothing tone. Mistakes happen. Maybe we didn't close the door all the way. Maybe the wind blew it open enough for it to escape. Heck, you said the cat once got in your attic. Maybe it did a similar thing this time. Point being, shit happens and cats are tricky little shits. He will never know and never has to know. The two girls looked down at the cat again, the image of its corpse becoming a bit easier to handle. Michelle had to admit that Ariana had a point. To the best of their knowledge, no one had seen them hit the cat, and even if they did, they wouldn't know whose it was. Michelle sighed and took a deep breath. You're right. Shit happens. Besides, cats tend to just leave anyway, Michelle opined. See? Now you're thinking. Plus, it's a black cat. They're unlucky. Maybe it rubbed some of that bad luck on him, Ariana suggested, as a smile grew on her face. Hell, it crossed your path. Maybe you've been marked for bad luck now, she added, with a small snicker. Oh, shut up and help me get rid of this stupid thing, Michelle returned. The two girls leaned down and picked up the cat, their faces twisted in disgust as the unfortunate animal's blood ran through their fingers and down their arms, a final warmth before the coldness of death. They moved quickly over to Michelle's car and put the cat in the back seat. Each girl gave a quick look around the area before getting in the car and speeding off. Later, the girls arrived on a secluded bike path and, once deep into it, threw Monk's body into a group of trees before running back to the car. Once inside, Michelle and Ariana looked at each other. After a moment, they nodded their heads and drove away, off to spend time with their friends. It didn't take long for Mark to notice. That night, when Michelle came home, he found her parents and Mark trying to hunt down the cat. Mark was in an outright frenzy. Her parents explained that Monk had somehow ran out from the house and they couldn't find her. They had driven and walked around the neighborhood and had even asked some of the neighbors, but neither they nor anybody knew where the cat may have gone. This brought some relief to Michelle, enough so that she was able to fall into a deep, guilt-free slumber that night. As the days went on, the search for Monk grew. Her folks put up posters throughout town and made posts on social media, asking friends to keep an eye out, and Michelle did so as well, never letting on that the cat's blood was on her hands. Mark, however, went from searching in a frenzy to searching in flat-out hysteria. He would stay up all night looking around the neighborhood, putting out her favorite treats to try to lure her back in. This led to him skipping school to continue the search, something which both the school and their parents became more than upset about. This resulted in Michelle's parents trying to rein in the grief, to regain the control, to make restrictions on the time allotted to searching for the feline. All this did was make Mark angrier at the situation. And while he would go to school, the random unprovoked fights he instigated proved he had nothing but hostility regarding the situation of losing his beloved cat. Days became weeks, and then weeks became a month, and no sign of Monk had yet to surface. Not that one ever would. It was at this point that Michelle and Mark's parents simply stopped looking and caring. They kept reminding people on social media about the reward, but the intensity they first had vanished. And they simply came to the conclusion Monk was gone forever. Michelle went through the motions of her normal life, but the guilt was bubbling more and more as she watched her brother become more obsessed and depressed over Monk being gone. Whenever she and Ariana hung out, they would never bring it up, only acknowledging it every so often with a knowing look. Even in private, they never discussed it, save for Ariana asking how Mark was doing and leaving it at that. And so their days became ever more hellish. Mark was falling into a deep depression, and Michelle was overwhelmed with guilt and shame that continually churned inside her. Any cat she saw made her think of Monk. When she would be alone in the dark, she could swear she saw the cat moving in the darkness, waiting for an opportunity to strike and exact revenge on her. Soon, it was becoming clear to her that she was falling into a pit of paranoia. In the back of her mind, she thought that it was due to the folly of her and Ariana, their rush to go meet with friends that gave Monk the chance to sneak out. At first, she would blame Mark for not teaching the dumb thing to not even approach a door, let alone to fear going back outside now that it had a home. But in the end, there was no clear sign as to how the door was able to open enough, and why Monk decided to go out for a stroll. The only thing crystal clear was that it was Michelle who ran over the poor thing. It was Michelle who went along with the idea to simply just dispose of the body. It was Michelle who made the decision to not tell her parents what had happened, and it was she that made the decision to not tell her brother. No matter how she spun it in her head, no matter what Ariana told her, no matter what, it was purely and simply Michelle at fault, and she was tired of the guilt she felt. After about 2 months of searching, Michelle decided it was time to come clean about the whole situation. She came home from school one day and saw a note from her parents saying that they'd be gone for the weekend to visit some relatives. The siblings were on their own. Michelle went upstairs to tell her brother about it and saw him sitting on his bed, his face distraught and filled with sadness. Now was the time to tell him. Michelle knocked on his door and her brother turned his head some to see what the cause of the noise was. "Mind if I come in?" "No," Mark replied, solemnly, as he returned his gaze downward. Michelle walked over to his bed and sat down. She never really enjoyed being in her brother's room. It always smelled putrid, even with both him and Mom going through cans of air freshener and wax melts. Her parents theorized it was due to Mark's room having a little crawl space that tended to catch a lot of water whenever it rained, and so the smell probably came from the rotting wood. Ariana had once said her brother's room smelled too, and that it's normal for all boys to have rooms that stink. Even if all that was true, Michelle doubted it could be as bad as this. "Mom and Dad are gone for the weekend, so it's just the two of us. What do you want for dinner?" she asked. "I don't care," her brother replied in a flat tone. Okay," Michelle replied. The two sat there in silence for a bit, until Michelle caught a glimpse of her brother's face. His eyes were red from tears, something which she and everybody else who saw him had noticed on just about a daily basis. She had to tell him. Now was the time. It may have been better to wait until her parents returned, but she simply had to get it out, and now. "Hey, Mark," Michelle squeaked out. Mark looked over at his sister, his face still painted in sadness. She took a big gulp and looked over towards the door of his room and began to tell him everything. From how she and Ariana ran Monk over, to how they disposed of the poor feline, and to how she hasn't told anybody until now about any of it. During the course of telling him, Michelle refused to even take a look at Mark out of fear of how he'd react and lose her courage to talk about it. Eventually, after about a half an hour, Michelle finished her story and took a deep breath. She turned to look at her brother, afraid of the venomous anger he would more than likely have in his eyes. However, she did not find that. Instead, she found him still looking at the floor. The only change she could notice was that his expression was now one of blankness, drained of all emotion. This confused Michelle immensely. Where was the anger, the sadness? Nothing she expected and had prepared herself for was there. "Mark," she began quietly, "are you okay?" Her younger brother took a deep breath and finally spoke out, his tone normal as if he was speaking about the weather or some other boring normal topic. "Yeah, I'm fine." This surprised her even more. "Are you sure?" Michelle stammered out. "Yeah, it sucks. It really does. I love Monk, and yeah, I'm mad about it, but I understand. You were scared like anybody or any animal would be in a similar situation. I don't think I'll understand why you didn't come forward about it, but I get you were scared and probably didn't know how to tell me. I can't say I forgive you right now, but maybe down the road I can, Mark explained calmly and collectively, looking at his older sister while doing so. Michelle was utterly surprised by this. She was expecting a violent outburst of anger and grief, but instead, she got this, just plain old-fashioned understanding. It just about brought her to tears, but she was able to control herself. All right then, well, I'm sorry for everything, really. I'll leave you alone now and let you know when dinner's ready. Michelle stood up and began to make her way out of the room. Before she could fully exit, though, Mark spoke up. Michelle, could you do me one favor, real quick? He asked. Sure thing. What do you need? She responded with a smile. Would you go spray some air freshener in the crawl space? It smells really bad. With a smile, she left the room and returned with a can of air freshener. Michelle made her way over to the closet and got on her hands and knees and pulled away a trunk Mark always kept in front of the door to the crawl space, most likely so that Monk would never get in there. She opened the door and a wave of foul odor assaulted her senses, it smelling like something was dead in there. As she started spraying, though, Michelle looked inside of the crawl space, something which she had never done before. Her spraying stopped, and her face became awash with horror. Inside of the crawl space were the corpses of cats. Lots of them. Ones she could faintly recognize as previous cats the family had. Before she could fully react, Mark used her stunned state to his advantage and pushed her into the crawl space. Michelle's body sank some on the dead bodies, the odor overtaking her as she started to scream. Filled with panic, she tried to turn herself around towards the door, her hands pressing and clawing away at the corpses. Once she finally did turn herself around, she saw Mark, his face devoid of emotion, but his eyes filled with a gleeful anger. Don't worry, sis. I'll let Mom and Dad know you went out with some friends and, well, I didn't see you after that. Who knows? Maybe I'll tell the truth. Or maybe, just maybe, it's better if I act like my older, more mature sister. He spoke all of this with a contempt and joy in his voice she could not believe. Before she could even move an inch towards the door, Mark slammed it shut and moved the trunk back in its position as the doorstop and makeshift lock. He began to laugh as he did so. Michelle clawed at the door and screamed, but it wouldn't budge. She screamed and screamed and screamed as she slowly began to realize that this was her fate. That indeed, Ariana was right about Monk rubbing some bad luck onto her. That this crawl space, that this cat graveyard of her brother's, would be her new home. Forever. AIDS Mary by Rob Fields. Raymond Burr reached his girlfriend's off-campus apartment. He looked at the tenant listings and pressed the buzzer button next to M. Wright. Moments later, he was buzzed in. He went down the hall to the corresponding apartment and knocked on the door. It opened shortly after. Raymond's girlfriend stood there, dressed in an oversized t-shirt. Anne. Hi, Raymond said. Hey. She stepped aside to let him in. Raymond kissed Anne on the lips. Then it turned into a more passionate kiss. Anne began to moan a little. When Raymond felt her hands in his hair, he moved a hand to grope one of her breasts. Suddenly, Anne gasped. Raymond, stop, she commanded. When he wouldn't relent, she grabbed his hair. Get off of me, God damn it! When he realized that she was serious, he obeyed. She glared at him. Is this all you want from me when we're together? Is that all we are to you and your fucking fraternity brothers? Sex toys? He groaned in frustration. Jesus, Anne, what the fuck? You join a convent or something? It used to be you wanting to fuck all the time. Now you're all holier than thou. He groaned again. You've been like this for weeks. I'm trying to be patient, but I'm at my end. You want to break up? Anne started crying. I'm sorry, Raymond. I just don't think I can be sexual with you anymore. She looked at him sharply. Do you love me? Tell me the truth. He took a deep breath. You know I love you. I do. But you gotta tell me what's wrong. A long silence. I'm late. Late? What do you mean? Her glare was stronger. I'm late, as in, I missed my period, as in, I got pregnant. His eyes grew wide. You're pregnant? She went to the bathroom and returned with 3 sticks in her hand, 2 white and 1 pink. I got pregnant. 3 different tests. He took the sticks from her, all showing plus signs. Then he looked back at her. You're sure? She glared at him again. You want me to take another test? You want to fuck me again, just to make sure they're right? He threw the sticks down and grabbed her shoulders. That's enough. When he saw her fear, he quickly released her. Let's talk. What's there to say? She whispered. A long pause came. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Raymond asked. She groaned. I didn't want a baby. She wiped away tears, then pointed to the door. Get the fuck out. Without another word, she stormed into the bathroom and slammed the door. The lock clicked soon after. Raymond returned to his dorm. He wanted to comfort Anne, but he didn't know what to say. He couldn't bear to hear Anne sobbing behind her bathroom door. Suddenly, his smartphone rang. He answered it. What? Turn on the news, man. Do it now. Marcus, I don't have time for this.
Mary's here. She's on our campus. Jeff's dead.
Raymond quickly reached for the TV remote. He turned the news on and recognized the building where the news cameras were. It was the Delta Omega Kappa fraternity house on the other side of Strickfield University. As the reporter talked about the incident, the camera switched to a bedroom inside the house.
Did you see it on the mirror? It was in Carl's room, too.
The camera stopped on the mirror and zoomed in. Raymond remembered hearing about this same message 2 days ago. The message was written in red lipstick. The words in the message were identical. Welcome to my world of AIDS.
Hey, you still there, dude?
Raymond found his voice. I'll be right over. Raymond met up with Marcus in front of the DOK house. Just seeing his look of horror sent a shiver down his spine. Marcus grabbed his arm. The rest of us are over at Masterson Hall. The 2 fraternity brothers walked to the other side of campus. When they entered the building, Raymond saw that there were only 2 others there. When they stopped, Raymond turned to Marcus. You said the rest of us were here. This is the rest of us, Raymond. Carl was on the news 2 days ago. The cops found his body at the Lemley Hotel off the main highway. The gun was in his hand and the rest of his head was all over the fucking walls. Carl saw Mary's message on the mirror and he blew his heads off. AIDS Mary. Raymond wanted to laugh. AIDS Mary? Then he regarded all of them. How do you people know her fucking name? Is there something you want to tell me? You should be afraid too, James Clark stammered. She'll come for you too. She'll come for all of us, Marv Vernon added. Ain't no coincidence she got Carl, then Jeff. He stood up. That fucking bitch has AIDS, and now she wants to give it to us? We know what she looks like, but she still got Carl and Jeff to fuck her anyway. Raymond raised his hand. How do you know she screwed them? Were you there? Their bodies were found naked, Marcus said. Didn't you watch the report on Carl? Why would she put that fucking message on the mirrors? She definitely fucked both of them. Raymond was frustrated. Assholes, you need to talk to me. Why is this AIDS Mary after everybody in our fraternity? A brief silence. Then one of them said, "We raped her." Raymond's heart dropped into his stomach. What? I said we raped her. That's what I thought you said. Raymond took a deep breath. Okay, tell me more. Marcus sat down with the others. Earlier this semester, while we were taking a makeup exam, we went out looking for girls. We found this high school chick in a bar, drunk as shit. We brought her back to the house. We felt playful and started touching her. When she backed off, we grabbed her and took her down to the floor. She wasn't as drunk as we thought since she tried fighting us off. Raymond groaned. Unfucking believable. Except it wasn't just her, it was them. As in, it wasn't just Mary. Raymond's jaw dropped. Jesus Christ. How many girls did you rape that night? 3? 5? 100? 2, Marv replied. Just 2. Raymond faked a smile. Okay, you raped 2 girls. Where'd you get the other one? A girl saw us through a window. She ran, but we caught her and, I can't believe this shit! Raymond roared in anger. So, another girl saw you, was gonna blow the whistle, and what happened after you finished with her? We took Mary back to her high school and left her there. The other girl ran off. We were all still drunk, so we don't really remember what she looked like. Raymond waved his hand frantically. Okay, how do you know it's this AIDS Mary? How do you know it's not the other girl? Marcus handed Raymond a letter he had been holding. Open it. Raymond opened the envelope and removed the paper. It was the results of a hospital AIDS test, which was positive. The recipient was Mary Richter. Raymond gave the items back. Okay, but what I really want to know, which one of you motherfuckers gave it to her? The guys looked at each other in bewilderment. Raymond laughed scornfully. Are you fucking serious? He calmed down. You shitheels raped 2 girls. You have a hospital report saying one of them's got full-blown AIDS. It never occurred to you that one of you has it? There were no replies. Raymond sighed. Okay, I'll add something. You dumbasses probably all have it now. You all took turns with Mary, right? When the others looked at each other in horror, he knew he had them. You gotta get your sorry asses to a hospital, stat. If you all have AIDS, you know why. Raymond raised his finger. Then, turn yourselves into the police and confess to everything. AIDS Mary's still out there, right? She knows you shitheads, what you did to her. You'll all be lipstick on mirrors eventually. Me? I'm leaving. I got problems of my own, and I'm done with this fucking fraternity. AIDS Mary ain't coming for me since I wasn't in on the rape. Have a nice life, gentlemen. Without another word, Raymond left Masterson Hall and walked back to his dorm. A week later, Raymond was in his room, still trying to talk to Anne. This time it was on a video chat. Clearly, she was still down about her pregnancy. Not wanting to talk any further, she disconnected on him. He decided to turn on the news. He nearly dropped the remote when he saw the top story. Like the other DOK brothers, James had been found in his room, wrist slit. A familiar message was written on the full-length mirror in lipstick. Welcome to my world of AIDS. Raymond turned off the TV and raced to see if the other frat brothers were still alive. When he reached the fraternity house, he ran inside and shouted for them. No reply. He raced upstairs, When he reached Marv's room, he looked in. The room was empty. He moved to Marcus's room. Empty. Now he was worried. From past experiences, he knew there was always a frat brother at the house. Raymond moved through the rest of the house. As he was about to leave, he remembered the basement and headed to that door. Upon reaching it, he opened the door and flipped the light switch. Nothing. He turned and headed to the kitchen. He flipped the switches there. Nothing. He went to a drawer and pulled out a knife. He returned to the basement and descended slowly. Once off the bottom step, he looked around uneasily. He saw the back room and walked quietly towards it. He peeked in and saw that Marcus was tied to the bed, in his boxers. When Marcus saw him, his eyes widened and he made a muffled sound. Raymond raced to Marcus and removed the tape from his mouth. "Marcus, what the fuck?" Marcus shrieked. "It's her, Raymond! She's here!" "Hi, boys," another voice called out from nearby. A few seconds later, the intruder, a female, stepped out from behind a full-length mirror. "Mary Richter," Raymond cried. She was wearing very sexy, revealing lingerie. "In the flesh," she purred. She looked at Raymond. "I don't believe I know you." Suddenly, she raised her finger. "Wait a minute. You're Raymond. Your name's on the charter. You shouldn't have come here. But I guess it doesn't matter. I would have found and killed you anyway." "For what?" Raymond demanded. "You belong to this fucking fraternity. Okay, you weren't here when I was raped, but you are a brother. I got the others. You're the last one." He heard Marcus say, "Yeah, Raymond, she just screwed me. She gave me that shit she's carrying." "You people gave me this shit," Mary shouted, "when you raped me!" Raymond raised his hands. "How did you get everybody if they already knew who you were?" "Wasn't hard," she laughed at her success. "You guys only think with your dicks, right? It was so easy to use shit from the theater department at my school. I could be a completely different girl with a wig, different clothes, stuffing my bra. Then I just found the bastards and fucked them. The easiest part of all." She took hold of the mirror and turned it around. Raymond and Marcus read the same message, written in lipstick. "Welcome to my world of AIDS." "This message can work for you too, Raymond," Mary said. She then produced a gun and pointed it at him. "I won't fuck you. You two can have a suicide pact. At least, that's what the police will think." "Don't do this," Raymond begged. "Why?" Mary snapped. "You didn't rape me, but that doesn't mean you get a pass. You'll leave here and call the police. Those motherfuckers raped me that night," she shouted now. "I had my whole life ahead of me. I'm not even out of high school, and your fucking fraternity brothers brought me here and raped me. I cried, begged them to stop. They totally destroyed me, made me bleed, made sure I would never have a life. I'm dying, Raymond. There's no cure. So I'm getting my revenge before I die." "Why do you need to kill me then?" Raymond fired back. "I was clear on the other side of campus that night. I would have never let these guys rape you." He sighed. "I'm not apologizing for these bastards." "Raymond," Marcus started. "Fuck you, Marcus! Mary's right! You fuckers got exactly what you deserved!" Raymond dropped the knife. "You want to kill me? Then I hope you can explain to my girlfriend and my unborn child why." Mary's mouth opened a little. "You have a girlfriend? And you're having a baby?" She put the back of her hand on her forehead. "I really feel sick. I think I'm gonna die soon. I haven't taken any medications. I couldn't afford any, especially after my parents kicked me out. I don't want to live like this." She lowered the gun and sniffled again. "Would you really have stopped these guys that night? If I would have been here that night, you're damn right I would have." He started to move toward the couch. When she quickly raised the gun, he raised his hand. "I'm just getting this blanket." She lowered the gun. He picked up the blanket and shook it open. He approached Mary and draped it around her. She took it and finished covering herself. After she did, she moaned and collapsed. Raymond caught her and lowered her to the floor. "I'll call for an ambulance," he told her. "What's the point?" Mary choked and began to cry. "Why?" She looked up at the ceiling. "Why did they have to kill me?" Raymond eased Mary into his arms and let her cry as much as she wanted. He really felt horrible inside. True, he wasn't involved with the rape, but as part of this fraternity, he felt he might as well have been. He took the gun away from Mary without a struggle. Then he pulled out his smartphone and called 911. Hours later, Raymond returned to his dorm. He found Anne sitting on the bed. For the first time in so long, she smiled for him. "Anne? I just saw the news. You stopped AIDS Mary." She took his hand. "Are you okay? I know I've been so awful to you these last few months, and I'm so sorry." Raymond sat with her. He squeezed her hands. "I love you so much, Anne. I'm ready to be a father for our baby. I'm here for you." She leaned forward and kissed him. After several kisses, she pulled her sweatshirt off. "Let's make love." He looked astonished. "Are you sure?" She undid the button on the front of her bra and exposed her breasts. Soon they undressed each other and got under the sheets. Falling asleep together was the last thing that Raymond remembered. In the morning, Raymond woke up. Anne was gone. Next to him was a flash drive with a note taped to it. "Play me." He picked it up, went to his computer. After inserting the drive, the video appeared. It was Anne. "Hi, Raymond. Before I go any further, I left an envelope on the desk. Look inside." He turned and found the envelope. He opened it and found a hospital results sheet, similar to Mary Richter's. As he looked it over, he saw that it was a pregnancy test. Then he felt a second page just underneath it. He looked the page over. It was a second test. And then his jaw dropped. Anne talked as if on cue. "Yes, Raymond. Now you know why I didn't want to sleep with you these past few months. I was pregnant, and it wasn't yours. I really did want to have a baby with you, so I went off the pill. Our anniversary came, I stopped by your fraternity to get you. Then I remembered you were taking your makeup exam. As I was leaving, I heard a girl crying out. I discovered your brothers raping that poor girl. One of them saw me and I ran. They caught me and pulled me into the house. Your brothers raped me too, Raymond." She wiped away a tear. "They gave me AIDS and got me pregnant that night. Mary rightfully killed those motherfuckers. I ended up having an abortion since the baby would have been born with the disease. But I've got a new purpose now. From now until I die, I am going to sleep with as many men as I possibly can. You men violated me and basically killed me. What I once did for you out of love, I do so now in revenge. AIDS Mary will live on, Raymond. Or don't you remember my full name?" He gulped, looked down at her test results. He read the name carefully. Mary Ann Wright. Then he looked back at the monitor. "One final thing, Raymond. Look at the bathroom mirror." She blew him a scornful kiss to end the video. He stood up and raced to the bathroom. He turned on the light and saw the message on the mirror in the same shade of lipstick. "Welcome to my world of AIDS." The Dinner Guests by Shane Migliavacca. Orville Trench admired his reflection in the car window. He missed his long black ponytail and beard. His hair was cut short now. He ran a hand over his smooth chin. He'd had that beard so long, it was like cutting off a limb. But it had to go. It was time to get a new car, too. The old one would be drawing too much attention soon. Cherry Kowalski, the love of his life, appeared in the reflection. Her eyes were large, piercing, and dark. Dark to match her long, wild black hair, streaked with purple and green, that hung to her shoulders. She twirled one of the long strands of hair around her index finger. Hanging around her neck was a simple silver necklace. A small plastic baby arm dangled from it. "You look good," she said. "I didn't ask." "Fuck you," she laughed loudly, giving her lover double middle fingers. Orville spun around, grabbing her by the shoulders. His eyes narrowed. Oh yes. Yes indeed. He scanned the parking lot of the convenience store. There were only 3 cars here. An old pickup truck, a rusting black Camaro, and a fairly new SUV. Not much to pick from. Shouldn't be that many people inside. He looked at the sign over the door. It read, "Quick Save Mart." It would be quick, all right. He couldn't wait to get out of East Fuckwit, New York. Orville touched the cold steel under his jacket. A Colt Trooper MK3, like the sheriff carried in Walking Tall, the 70s one. He loved that film. Not that shit remake with that Nancy boy wrestler. It hung from a shoulder holster under his jacket. A flaming devil face was emblazoned across the jacket's back. Just as he expected, the door had a little bell that chimed when it opened. He sized up the store. Orville liked to think of himself as a hunter, though what he hunted, you didn't buy a license for. The store was typical. 5 aisles of various overpriced crap, cold drinks in the back, and some not-so-fresh-looking coffee. The kid behind the counter, who couldn't be older than 20, didn't even look up from his cell phone when they entered. He was dressed to the nines in M&M cast-offs. Another white boy wannabe. He'd be easy enough. Picking through the beer was a bear of a man. Dirty coveralls, baseball cap, and a long graying beard. Had to be the pickup driver. This one could be trouble. He'd be the first. The last customer was a young woman, mid-20s. 2 in the afternoon and she's wearing fucking pajamas. Orville shakes his head. Too bad for her, she wasn't his type. "Anything look good for you, hun?" he asks Cherry. "Slim pickings." The big man came up to the counter, carrying 2 six-packs. He set them on the counter. It took a couple seconds before the kid looked up from his phone. "That all, Mr. Scott?" the kid asked. "For now. You know that damned phone gonna turn you into a zombie, Jimmy. All you kids just stare at 'em all the time, sucking your minds out." "Not just kids doing it. Seen plenty of adults, too." Scott opens his wallet. "Goddamn right about that. The wife is always doing that Facebook shit. Why you think I got these for tonight?" The two have a laugh. Cherry makes a mock vomiting face to Orville. Orville mouths, "Which one?" Cherry nods towards large Mr. Scott. "Gonna start off Friday night right?" Scott says. Cherry slides up next to him. She leans against the counter, showing Jimmy her cleavage. His eyes go right to it. "How's about speeding up all the talky-talky?" she says. "Excuse me, young lady," Scott says. "No need to be fucking rude." Orville stood next to the coffee pot watching Cherry do her thing. He poured himself a cup, dropping in a ton of creamer and sugar, gulping down the cup in one go. "I just want to make a purchase and go, not listen to your fucking life story," she says, noticing she's not even holding anything. Cherry quickly grabs a handful of Slim Jims. "These delicious treats, yum yum." Scott shakes his head and turns back to Jimmy. "What do I owe you?" Orville lets his eye flicker over the female shopper. She'd selected some chips and now stood in front of the soda cooler, oblivious to the fun up front. Scott paid Jimmy and turned to leave, picking up his beer. Cherry blocked his way. "Excuse me, miss." No, you don't get to leave until you apologize." Cherry stomped her booted foot hard on the floor. "Just get out of my way, crazy bitch." He tried to push past her. Angry, Cherry clawed him. opening red trenches on the left side of his face. "Bitch!" Scott dropped both of his six-packs to the floor with a crash. Some of the cans exploded in a foamy blast. He made an unsuccessful grab at Cherry. "Too slow," she laughed. Scott lunged at Cherry only to come face to face with Orville's Colt Trooper. Orville smiled, a wicked smile, as he pulled the hammer back. "Hands off my girl." He pulled the trigger, sending Scott's brains all over the newspaper rack. Scott fell to the ground, twitching. Lying on his back, Orville fired a couple more shots into the dying man's chest. He saw Jimmy behind the counter, his face slack with dull horror. Orville pointed the Colt at him. "Stay planted right there, zit boy. You move, you die." The boy nodded. "Shit, Ori, he was mine," Cherry pouts. "And you took too long." The female shopper screamed at the top of her lungs and bolted. Orville sighs. "Get her." Cherry let out a blood-curdling scream and pursued her prey. Cherry grabbed cans from one of the shelves and hurled them at the woman. "Where you going, baby?" A can hit one of the glass coolers, cracking it. Another one hit the woman's leg. She fell against a display of dog biscuits, knocking it over with a loud crash. Cherry picked up a loaf of bread and beat the woman with it. "Give up?" she laughed, pulling the woman up by her hair. Orville watches the sad spectacle, laughing. Out of the corner of his eye, Jimmy inches towards his phone on the back counter. "Don't even think about it, white chocolate." Cherry marched the pajama-clad shopper up to the counter. Upon seeing Scott lying on the ground in a pool of blood, the captive started to sob. "Oh God, don't hurt me." Orville looked at the woman. "Don't worry. Nobody's getting hurt as long as you give us a little ride." A glint of metal caught his eye. Too late, he saw Jimmy aiming a cheap pistol at him. The nervous boy squeezed the trigger, trying to fire one-handed. The pistol fired wild. The bullet whizzed past Orville and hit the female shopper in the throat. Orville took aim with the Colt and blasted Jimmy between the eyes. The boy slumped dead against a display of lotto tickets. "Damn," Orville says. "That was something." Orville looked over at the side of the counter at Jimmy. What brains he had leaking out of the wound above his eyes. Orville shot him again. "You get to have all the fun," Cherry pouts. He holsters the Colt. "Get some supplies for the road." Orville walked over to the body of the woman. He crouched down and turned her on her back. She stares up at him with lifeless eyes. He rummages through her pajama pockets and pulls out a pair of keys. He was about to stand when a bell dinged as a car pulled up to one of the pumps. He looked back at Cherry filling up a plastic bag with groceries. "Get down," he hissed. "We've got company." Orville peeked around an end cap of beef jerky. It was hard to make out the car or the driver since they were on the other side of the gas pumps, but he thought he saw a glimpse of long blonde hair. All the while Orville kept his eyes on the new arrival, they stepped from behind the pump. He was right. It was a girl about 18, long blonde hair, longer legs. Instantly, Orville felt his crotch come alive. God damn, he wanted to fuck her on the spot. This called for a change of plans. He'd planned on taking the woman in pajamas hostage, having her drive them somewhere secluded and lie low. But White Chocolate got trigger happy and fucked that up. So he'd settle for just taking her car and some supplies and hightailing it. But now Blondie had dropped into their laps, and if he was lucky, she'd be riding it later tonight. After he was done, Cherry could have a go. She'd like that. Orville licked his lips at the thought. From behind the counter, another urgent beep as the blonde pressed a button on the pump. Finally giving up, she walked frustrated towards the store. "Here we go," Orville whispered. The blonde pulled the door open, making the bell chime as she unknowingly stepped into hell. "Jimmy, you awake in here?" she asked a second before seeing the blood. "Jimmy?" "Nope." Orville stood, the Colt pointed at her. "Jimmy's on break." "Blood?" the girl said, biting her lip. "Did you?" "Sure did," Cherry said, as she walked towards them carrying an overstuffed bag of groceries. "How sweet. Fresh meat." "She's also going to be our ride out of here. Ain't you, baby?" The girl looked down at the bodies, then up at Orville and Cherry, dumbstruck. Right? Orville said, a bit annoyed. He took the blonde's chin with his hand and forced the girl to nod in agreement. Right! He took his hand away, leaving bloody fingerprints. Who are you? The girl asked, her voice quivering. I'm a demon, Orville answered, straight from hell. I eat up little girls, like you. You're gonna kill me. Depends. What's your name, sweetness? Lauren. Lauren Doler. Well, Lauren, where were you headed this fine afternoon? The girl took a deep breath. To my parents for dinner. To her parents for dinner, Cherry mocked. And where do said parents live? You don't want to go there, please. I'll take you anywhere else. Orville snapped his fingers. Where do they live? I don't want anybody to get hurt, she offered up. Orville snapped his fingers again. Where? Defeated, she sighed. Outside Hillbury, on Old Gorge Road. Sounds homey. Just the folks there, Sweet Pea? Yes, only child. He grabbed her ass. Great. Let's mount up. Road trip, Cherry said, doing a little dance. Lauren looked down at the dead bodies. You're just gonna leave them there? Like that? Cherry looked down at the bodies. They're dead, honey. They ain't got anything to worry about. Now move your ass. They filled up the gas tank of Lauren's Chevrolet hatchback and loaded up the back with several bags of groceries. Orville had formulated a new plan. They'd go to the parents' house, maybe spend a day or two laying low. This massacre would be all over the news. He could take the time to have some fun with Lauren. Orville looked over the car. We're all set, Sweet Pea. You know the way. You drive. Shotgun, Cherry shouted. Sorry, hun. I gotta keep an eye on our driver. You'll have to ride in the back seat. Oh, fuck, Cherry kicked the car tire. I never get shotgun. Orville slid into the passenger's side and glanced at the blonde. She had her blood-stained fingers near her mouth. Did she just lick the blood? No, couldn't be. Just a trick his eyes played on him. Orville watched the trees on both sides of the road pass by, their branches stretched out towards him like skeletal arms. It wasn't fall yet, but all the trees had lost their leaves. What's with the trees? He asked out loud to nobody in particular. Lauren, who was focused on the road, answered him. That's because of the original Hillberry. There was a chemical spill back in the 80s. Shit, really? Cherry said, poking her head in from the back seat. This spooked Lauren, whose hand slipped on the wheel. Easy there, girl, Orville said. He slipped his hand to Lauren's bare leg, running his hand up under her skirt. Can't have you crashing. Cherry slapped Orville on the shoulder. Lay off. Let her tell the story. Orville's hand moved away from Lauren's leg, allowing her to pull her skirt back down. There's no real story. Just some company spilled a bunch of chemicals near the town. Killed all the trees and grass, poisoned the water, a few people got sick. All the townsfolk moved to New Hillbury. She pointed past Orville. You can see part of the old town there, through the trees there. Orville and Cherry turned. As the dead trees flew by, a few dilapidated houses could be seen, weathered, abandoned, and forgotten to time. Your parents live all the way out here? It'll be much easier that way. Away from prying eyes. Orville smiled at this thought. No need to worry about all the screaming. My parents like it out in the country away from the hustle and bustle. They're a little old-fashioned. Orville let his eyes wander to the girl's chest. Her tits were nicely sized. He got hard as thoughts of burying his face in them ran through his mind. Not you, though, huh? You like the tight, cramped modern world. That's a hell of a commute for Daddy, Cherry piped in. Cherry knew what he was thinking, and it pissed her off. He could tell. Dad kind of works from home. Lucky him, Orville said. He looked at the sky growing dark as the evening crept in. The car sank into quiet as Orville turned his thoughts to what had to be done. The parents shouldn't be too hard to control. especially since he had the girl and the gun. Besides, in a day or two, the happy family would be dead as dog shit. Orville looked at the girl, seeing her as yet another decayed corpse left in his wake. "Too much quiet!" Cherry barked from the back seat. "Turn on some tunes, Ori." "Good idea," he said. He turned on the radio, cycling through the channels. Most of it was static. The first actual station he got was a religious one. A woman was preaching, screaming the words in a frenzy. Exodus 4:25, "You are indeed a bridegroom of blood to me." The woman's voice was raw, like her throat was bloody. "Ah, nope," Cherry interjected from the back seat. The next station he found was a pop station. Dubstep strained the car's speakers. "Hell fucking no!" The next station, Kenny G was playing his heart out. "Crap. Next." Orville switched it again. Black Sabbath's Paranoid assaulted their eardrums. "Hell yeah!" Cherry squealed. It was dark before they got to the house. Lauren drove without the headlights on until Orville said something. She was so nervous she must have forgot to turn them on. "I can take you anywhere," she pleaded. "Please, just don't involve my parents." "Really, I'm sorry, sweetness, but no." Even if he somehow took pity on her, it was too late now anyway. On the left side of the road, a large house loomed, lights burning quaintly in the windows. This had to be the place. It was the first man-made structure they'd seen in miles. Lauren pulled off the road down on a long dirt driveway. Off to the house's right, a large walled-in cemetery loomed, its stone walls, ancient and crumbling. "Whoa, creepy," Cherry said, pressing her face to the window. "A graveyard? Your parents live next to a fucking graveyard?" Orville asked. "Dad's the caretaker," Lauren answered, as she pulled up to the house. "When the town moved, the cemetery stayed. They still bury people from the new town here." They got out of the car. Orville glanced up at the house. It looked old, but in pretty good condition. Daddy probably had a lot of time on his hands to keep the place nice. "Won't Mom and Dad be surprised?" Cherry said, doing a little skip. "Lead the way, Princess." Orville reached into his jacket and pulled out an old switchblade. He held the blade to Lauren's side. "Don't think of being a hero. This old girl is Sally. Killed my first dog with her. She'll gut you all the same. Understand?" "Yes." "Good. Let's go meet the folks." Lauren pushed open the door, Orville right behind her. The house looked homey, he thought. Would be ashamed to make a mess of it. "Mom? Dad? I'm here." Orville could hear a TV playing in one of the rooms. The smell of something good cooking hung in the air. A middle-aged couple stepped into the room. Their looks of joy turned to questioning looks upon seeing their guests. "Honey? Who are these people?" the mother asked. The father looked at Orville, the recognition visible on his face. "Look who's come to dinner, Daddy dear," Orville says. "Behave." He flashes the Colt in its holster. "Oh, God," Mom stammered. "What do you want?" "Some grub would be cool." "They're the ones on the news. Serial killers," Lauren's father said. "Has our little rest stop made a splash already?" Orville said, putting his arm around Lauren. He could see the father's face light up with anger, and then helplessness. This thrilled Orville to no end. Orville might have to make Daddy watch as he fucked the girl's brains out. "Why don't we mosey into the dining room and eat?" Mom and Dad led the way as Orville walked with Lauren, Cherry following behind. "What are we having, Mom?" Orville asked. "Roast, but it's still in the oven," she answered, looking nervously at her husband. "I should get it." "Cherry, why don't you help Mom get the food?" Orville winked at the mother. "I'll entertain Pops." Cherry frowned. "Come on, you old bat." She took the woman roughly by the arm. "Where's the kitchen?" Orville pulled Lauren tight to him. He took a whiff of her hair and skin. "Your daughter smells great, Daddy. Ever have a piece?" He could see the hate burning in the man's eyes. Orville half wanted him to try something. He ran his hand roughly over Lauren's chest. Bet she tastes great, too. As he hoped, this was too much for Dad. Orville pushed Lauren out of the way and sent the girl sailing into a small stand. The father charged at Orville, swinging at him with his huge fist. Orville sidestepped the swing and grabbed the man by the throat. He slammed him down hard against a nearby table. The mother appeared in the doorway, Cherry right behind her. "Get the fuck back in the kitchen, Cherry!" Cherry did as she was told, pulling the woman back to the kitchen. Orville pulled out Sally and sliced a large gash across the man's right cheek. "Bad Dad." He took a quick glance at Lauren. "Hey, Princess, where's the basement?" Lauren stood, unsure on her feet. "Please don't hurt them. Just go." "Not gonna happen. Basement now, or Daddy loses an eye." Lauren led them to the basement door and nervously opened it. "What are you gonna do?" Lauren pleaded. Orville dragged her old man to the stairs. All Orville could see were some old wood stairs descending into darkness. "Can you fly, Daddy?" Orville took the man by the collar and threw him down the stairs. Lauren screamed her guts out as her father was swallowed up by the darkness. Orville thought he heard the sound of bones breaking as the man hit bottom. He looked at Lauren, tears streamed down her cheeks. "It's possible he survived. Maybe." She sobbed. "Why?" Orville licked his lips. "You don't want Mom to get the treatment, do you?" No. "Good. You'll do what I say then." She nodded. "Here's what I want." He knew she'd still have a room here. The kid moves out, but the folks always keep the room untouched. Stuffed animals sat on the bed, silent judgment on their furry faces. Orville turned on the radio on the girl's dresser. Stevie B's Postman song was on. Not sexy, but Orville didn't want to wait anymore. He pushed the stuffed animals off the bed, scattering them to the floor. He hopped on the old bed, its springs creaking in protest. "Okay, Sweet Pea. Showtime. Strip." Lauren gulped. Cherry watched the mom trying to prepare dinner like all hell hadn't just broke loose in the other room a few minutes ago. She had to hand it to the old bat. She could keep it under control. It had grown quiet now. What could be going on? Cherry thought. Before she investigated that, the smell of the roast caught her limited attention span fully. Cherry stabbed a big slice of it with her knife and took a large bite, sending juices dribbling down her chin. "So good, Mommy," she said. "I think I just came in my panties." The woman didn't answer. She cut off a slice to replace the one Cherry took. "Beef or pork?" Cherry asks. "I can't nail the taste." Putting down the carving knife, Mother cleaned off her hands with a towel. "Pork." "It's damn good, Mom." "Why do you do it?" "Hurt people." Cherry thought for a moment. "Because it's something to do." Lauren stood in her bra and panties, nervously trying to emulate a sexy dance. Orville watched. It was time. He could wait no longer. "Come here." She walked toward him, her face pale white. Orville was a little bit disappointed in her choice of plain pink panties and bra. He'd hoped they'd be something a little more exciting, or at least funny. Lauren sat down next to him, her body shaking. "Undo my pants." Cherry was getting a little nervous. Where was Ori? She didn't hear anything out in the dining room. Maybe Orville was getting rid of the dad. She watched Mother as she washed the carving knife. "When can we go out there?" she asked. "The food'll get cold." "Just hold your horses. Don't you have any other food to get ready?" It was weird. The whole time they were in the kitchen, she didn't see the woman prepare anything else. No vegetables, no potatoes, no stuffing, nothing. Did they only eat meat? The meat had made her thirsty. Cherry walked over to the fridge. She could go for something cold. It was too much to hope these fucks had beer. She pulled open the fridge door. Sitting there, on a large plate, was a severed human arm with a rather large chunk cut out from it. Cherry suddenly felt very weak. Behind her came noises no human ear should ever hear. the sound of flesh and bone stretching, moving. She spun around. The woman looked different now. Her skin grayish, her eyes black, long teeth protruded from her mouth, and her hands had become claws. "We can't eat just any flesh," she growled. "It has to be dead first," the father said, standing in the door. He was a little bloodied, but looking very much like his wife did now. The only thing between Orville and Lauren was his boxers and her underwear. He felt like a boy on Christmas morning. He told Lauren to pull down his boxers. They fell to the floor. "Here," he took her head, lowering it toward his excited dick. He leaned his head back, looking up at the ceiling. The girl was pretty good at this. There was a gunshot somewhere downstairs, followed by Cherry screaming in horror. "What the fuck?" But it was already too late. In the next instant, pain sliced through him. He felt something warm splash his chest. He was almost too terrified to look down. His crotch was covered in warm, red blood. The small stump where his dick had been was busy pumping more out. As he started to slip into shock, he looked at Lauren, whose body was undergoing a horrible change. She spat blood from her mouth along with his severed manhood.
I told you to leave us alone.
Orville could hear the heavenly chorus calling him. They sounded like howling wolves. Savior of the Sea by Splatter Joe Salma. Hannah dove behind the stainless steel cart in the hotel kitchen. The hissing sound continued in the hallway. She could see the shadow of the thing under the door where the hall light invaded the room. Revulsion rose inside her, and she placed her hand over her mouth, fearing an imminent vomit. How did this day turn into this? She asked herself. How does something like this happen? 2 days ago, she arrived in Portland for a dental convention. The hotel staff had been all friendly with her, and the doorman, the desk clerk, and even the maids wore a smile on their faces that first day. She went to the convention and sat through boring seminars all day and only wanted to return to her room for a long soak in the tub. But something had gone seriously wrong. The lobby was dark when she arrived. She used her cell phone to light her way towards the stairs. About halfway across the green carpet, she almost fell when she stepped in something wet. The carpet sloshed under her feet. She heard a groan behind the desk and made her way there by LED torchlight. There she found the clerk, laying behind the mahogany counter, clutching his stomach. She could see the red stains spreading on his white shirt. "I'll call for help," she whispered, but the clerk tugged on her leg with a bloody hand. "Run," he said, and the look in his eyes sent shivers down Hannah's spine. She turned back towards the door, and that was when she first caught a glimpse of it. The body was slick with moisture, translucent, and almost amorphous in design. But her eyes didn't fixate on its body. It had long appendages, 2 on each side where arms should be, but these looked more like tentacles. They had to be at least 10 feet long and flopped across the wet carpet like an unmanned fire hose. Its face reminded her of a squid, with a beak located centrally. It had no eyes on its slick face. She caught glimpses of sharp yellowish teeth when it opened its maw. 2 thick, squat legs held the atrocity upright, ending in clawed feet with 3 toes. It screeched at her, sounding like a movie version of a pterodactyl. It was blocking the door. There was nowhere to escape. She ran towards the back, behind the counter, passing the dying clerk on the way. He still clutched his stomach. She passed through the doorway into a hall leading to some banquet rooms the hotel used from time to time. She saw the sign for the kitchen at the end of the hall and ran towards it. Now, that creature had followed her. She whispered a prayer that it wouldn't come in the kitchen where she was hiding, but she saw its tentacles slide across the floor and push against the double swinging door. With a push, the door swung open and the creature probed the dark room with its tentacles. A nauseating smell reached Hannah as she tried not to freak out. She glances behind her looking for a way out. She carefully backed around the counter, looking over her shoulder as the tentacles grew closer and closer to her, probing for its prey. Her feet struck something solid, and she turned to find a counter behind her. Hanging on the edge was a magnetic strip with knives. She grabbed the biggest one she could find. Her eyes darted along the wall, and she saw the exit sign above a side door. She started to make her way along the tiled floor. She nearly jumped out of her skin when the tentacles of the monster struck the cart she had hid behind earlier, sending it crashing into the wall. She had to consciously keep herself from screaming. As she approached the door, she saw through the center island the creature in the aisle next to her. Its beak snapping at air as its 10-foot tentacles grasped anything it could. It knew she was in here, somewhere. It turned its eyeless face in her direction and screeched, sending a shower of black, sickly liquid onto her. A feeling of dread overcame her, and she tried to move, but it was like she was glued to the floor. She fought the feeling, the lethargy settling in her bones like sand filling an hourglass. The longer she was there, the harder it was getting. A tentacle came over the countertop, sending pots skittering on the floor near her feet, and this time a small yelp escaped her lips. The creature turned in her direction and stepped onto the counter with surprising agility. All 4 tentacles were now probing this side of the center island. With a surge of self-preservation, Hannah managed to get her muscles into motion. She darted for the side door with the exit sign. She heard the wet slap as the monster landed on the floor where she had been only seconds ago. She yanked hard on the doorknob of the wooden side door. It pulled open and she sighed in relief as she jumped through the opening, but she couldn't get all the way through. Something had her leg. She looked down in horror as the tentacle wrapped around her slim ankle. She pulled as hard as she could, getting leverage from the door jamb with her other foot. The tentacle suckers undulated, almost snake-like, and started to work their way up her calf muscle. She saw another tentacle in the doorway seeking her flesh. A small barb rose from the translucent skin of the tentacle, slowly, dripping with a green, viscous fluid. Hannah kicked wildly in panic and broke free from the suckers that left small bruises on her leg. She turned and scrambled into the small service hall and ran right into a man. They both tumbled to the floor. "We gotta go," she yelled as she heard the screech from the kitchen. "Come on now. Relax. You're okay," the man said, helping her to her feet. He was strong. He wore a black suit with an aquamarine button-down shirt. His black hair was slicked back to just about shoulder length. His bright green eyes entrapped her for a second. In that second, the monster went away. All pain went away. The world only consisted of this man. "Now tell me, what is all the fuss about?" he asked, stroking her hair. She practically melted from his touch. This man was her world now. "The monster," she said, suddenly remembering and turning in his arms. The creature stood 10 feet from them, its tentacles flailing, but not approaching any closer. "The spawn of Cetus will not harm you," the man said, and Hannah felt her worry fade. "No harm will come to you, if you play along." "Play along?" she said. "I have come here to find a bride, and I'm sorry if the spawn of Cetus frightened you. He can be a little overzealous in his wishes to please me," the man said. "That thing works for you?" she said. "In a sense, yes," he replied. Revulsion took a hold of Hannah, and she tried to push away from the man, but his strong arms held her tight. She remembered the knife in her hand and thought about plunging it into the man's ribs. Would that do the trick? She wondered. "What say you? Would you like to go home with me and be my queen?" The man asked, and held her out at arm's length, looking into her eyes. "I have a choice?" she asked. "Of course you do," he said with a laugh. "Free will is very important." Look, I just met you. Don't you think we should have a date first, maybe? See if we have any common interests? Hannah said, while looking for an escape route. You would deny me? He asked, raising an eyebrow. Well, you would have to at least meet my parents first, she quipped and gave him a half smile. She saw the rage start to consume his face. You jest at Pontus? The man said. This is a one-time offer. Take it seriously, he said angrily. The creature took a step towards her, screeching. Let me go, she said. You refuse your better? This is why your world is doomed, mortal, he said, shaking his head, but he still didn't let go. Maybe you think yourself above the Queen of the Sea. Maybe I should teach you a lesson in humility, he said, and nodded towards the creature who began to move forward, its tentacles grasping Hannah's ankles. With a quick tug, it pulled her from her feet, and she hit her head on the floor of the hallway, passing out. When she awoke, she was in a dark place, like a basement or cave. The stone wall didn't look like brick, but carved. She was laying on a slab of stone, held down by two of the spawn of Cetus's tentacles. The other two were still wrapped around her ankles. Shadows danced on the low stone ceiling, as she realized the light was reflected from moving water nearby. The smell of salt assaulted her nostrils. Good, you're awake. Much like the land animal, the horse that I hear about, maybe your spirit needs to be broken, Pontus said, and raised his arm to the creature and nodded. He stepped back into the shadow behind her until she couldn't see him anymore. The tentacles of the creature wrapped around her calf muscles and worked their way around, rising up her legs. She screamed and struggled against the bonds that held her, but they were solid. The undulating tentacles weren't a bad sensation. It was like a massage, only from a cold, clammy source. The part that bothered her more was where were they heading? She tried to lock her legs tight together as another foot of tentacle crawled its way up her, drawing the creature ever closer. The eyeless face stared back at her, not just blank of sight, but of emotion as well. Its beak was parted slightly as she saw the teeth inside, just in front of its tongue. The creature was only a few feet from Hannah now, and that's when she noticed something horrific. It wasn't the tentacles she had to worry about. A protruding mass of transparent flesh was growing between the squat legs of the creature. She screamed. The tentacles that were holding her legs suddenly pulled in opposite directions, spreading her legs wide. She cried out in pain of muscles and tendons not made to stretch that far as the creature made its way onto the table. She pulled against the tentacles holding her legs apart as hard as she could, but she couldn't budge them more than a few inches. The beast was too strong. That's when she noticed the knife laying on the slab next to her. It was only a few inches from her hand, as if Pontus didn't consider it a threat. She reached, spreading her fingers to gain another inch. She could touch the handle, but not enough to bring it to her hand. It wobbled from her touch. She tried to adjust her shoulder so that she could gain an inch or so, lowering her left shoulder down. That helped, and the top inch of her finger could touch the handle. She worked it back and forth, each wiggle gaining a fraction of an inch, as the monster now kneeled between her legs with its impossibly huge appendage dangerously close to her. Nowhere was Pontus. The darkness surrounding her had swallowed him up. She couldn't see or hear him as she struggled against her bonds and her slimy, supernatural rapist. Only a little more, and she could grasp the knife. Hannah felt the cold, slimy member strike her mid-thigh, and a whole new level of terror enveloped her. She nearly convulsed in elation when her fingers grasped solidly the plastic handle of the 9-inch knife. Quickly, she spun it around and slid the blade between her forearm and the creature's tentacles. With a push, the razor-sharp knife slid through the soft flesh, severing the limb and freeing her arm. A screech erupted from its beak. The sheer loudness made her cringe. She twisted quickly and freed her other arm with another swipe of the blade. Clear, thick fluid escaped the wounds on both tentacles of the monster. She sat up and plunged the steel into the monster's member with a two-handed thrust. The spawn of Cetus reeled back from the pain and slid off the table, taking the knife with it. Hannah quickly jumped to her feet and pulled her skirt down, relieved that the monster never finished what it set out to do. From this point of view, she could see that they were indeed in a cave. Salty seawater reflected light from a small opening at the far end of the cave about 30 feet away. She ran around the stone slab and looked for the knife in the pile of writhing tentacles. A quick glint from the light betrayed its presence, and she grasped it once again. She stabbed down into the face of the monster repeatedly, plunging all the way to the handle in its spongy, translucent flesh. The cold, clear fluid sprayed across her face with each strike, dripping from her chin. Hannah didn't stop stabbing until the monster stopped moving. She caught her breath and stood over the corpse of the atrocity. Her eyes panned the cave's shadows for Pontus, but he wasn't to be seen. With tears on her cheeks, she limped her way to the source of the light. The opening was 4 feet across and just at the water's surface. She crawled onto the smooth stone, worn from eons of tidal erosion, and slipped into the light. She was on a rocky coast, the ocean's expanse in front of her. To the right and left, it looked like more rocks and cliffs with no discernible escape route. Hannah laid there for a few moments, basking in the warmth of the sun about 15 feet from the cave entrance, trying to get her bearings. She had to get a better view of the coast to see which way to go, and the only way to do that was to swim out a little from the rocks. She clutched the knife tight in her hand and dove into the cold waters. 50 feet from the shore, she could make out a sandy beach section to her left and began to swim towards it. Her eyes kept darting back to that cave entrance, looking for any sign of the creature or Pontus, but she saw nothing as she made her way through the waves to the beach ahead. Once on dry land, she rested and looked herself over for wounds. Some minor cuts and scrapes, but nothing too bad. She tucked the knife into the belt on her skirt and headed towards the stand of trees in front of her. Suddenly, she heard a loud roar from the water. She spun on her bare feet and saw Pontus rising from the water about 100 feet out. He rose like he was on an elevator to the surface and hovered over the water, accelerating towards her. Hannah screamed and ran into the forest, pushing small branches out of her way. She heard him hit land as the wake he made crashed against the beach. "You cannot win," Pontus said in a booming voice. Hannah pushed through the thick underbrush in a near-blind panic, only trying to flee from the mad water god behind her. She nearly tumbled when the trees stopped, and she realized she was at a bay on the island. A wrecked pirate ship lay washed up on the beach. With a quick look over her shoulder, she dashed for the relative safety of the ship. Scrawled in white paint on the side of the hull was the name, Poseidon's Vengeance. She entered the captain's chambers just as she heard a crack and a thud from the forest line. Pontus emerged behind the fallen trees. "Enough of these games, bitch!" he called out with a sneer. No longer did he have mesmerizing eyes as she watched him through the broken portside window. Pontus scanned the nearby area for her. "Hiding will do you no good. I have all time," Pontus said, walking towards the wreckage. Hannah looked at the knife at her belt and knew it would be useless against Pontus. She looked around the cabin for a better weapon. Hanging on the wall, above the rotted mattress, was a large trident. She jumped up and grabbed it with both hands, yanking it free from its resting place. There were words inscribed down the heavy metal shaft. "The Earth Shaker." Hannah gripped the weapon in both hands as she heard Pontus step onto the worn wooden planks of the pirate ship. She knew it was useless to hide. He would find her. She mustered up all the courage she could and headed towards the doorway, trident first. Pontus was on deck, about 30 feet from her. He stood there full of confidence, looking at her with victory in his eyes. "Your insolence will not go unpunished, wife. But we have a long time to break you in, he said. Now drop that mortal weapon and bow to me. Hannah stood her ground, staring back into the eyes of the primordial god. She shifted her grip on the haft of the weapon, turning it in her hands. Pontus reacted immediately, eyes growing huge. Where did you find that? It can't be, he said, first taking a step forward, then one back, as if indecisive. Captain's quarters, she said, taking a step forward. She watched amazingly as Pontus took a step back towards the end of the ship. You don't know what you're messing with, the sea god said, keeping his distance from her. Hannah looked down at the haft. The earth shaker. The words rang out in her mind. The phrase sounded so familiar. Stay back, she said, hoping to sound stronger than she felt. It was a wonder her hands weren't shaking. This is your last chance. Put the trident down, Pontus said. Hannah gripped the haft and raised it, pointing the metal-tipped barbs at Pontus threateningly. I said, stay back, she said. Pontus took a step forward and smiled. You don't know what you have there, do you, little one? He said, the confidence back in his voice. I'm going to stab you with this sea fork, she quipped, raising it above her head. The weapon was heavier than she thought, and her arms began to wobble. You're too weak to be my bride. I will have to find another, Pontus said, and stepped closer. The weight of the trident was too much after everything she'd been through, and it started to slip from her hands. She brought her arms down, and gravity pulled the 3 tips down into the deck of the ship. The sound of metal entering wood was deafening, and the force made Hannah fall on her seat. But what it did to Pontus was the most exciting. The sea god was knocked clear over the side of the ship and out of sight of Hannah. Tremors started almost immediately, and she could see the trees on the beach shake with the fury of each one. She rose to her feet carefully, using the old sea-soaked wood of the ship as a brace against the impact. She made her way to the rail and looked for Pontus. She saw the sea god rise to his feet, his eyes all but aglow with hatred aimed at her. He stepped back towards the ship in the ankle-deep water, but one step was all he took. The ground shook harder, and Hannah had to hold onto the rail to keep herself upright. The water under Pontus quickly disappeared, and then the sand began to as well. The sea god looked down in surprise as a chasm began to open up beneath him. He quickly jumped backwards to the edge, trying to remain on solid ground. The opening spasmed, and a wall of water erupted and began to spin around Pontus. You can't take me! Don't you know who I am? He called out to the sky with hands stretched out. Hannah turned towards the trident still buried in the deck of the ship. The Earth Shaker, she said. Another nickname for Poseidon. The ship was called Poseidon's Revenge. She realized how it sounded familiar, as image from Myth and Legends class came back to her. Hannah fought against the shaking and made her way to the trident, gripping it with both hands to keep her balance. Pontus was screaming now, barely audible over the sound of rushing water that was forming a cyclone around him, the force of which was raising him above the earth. Hannah could now see the angry sea god looking at her over the rail of the ship. He struggled against the water, but didn't seem to be making any headway. She rose to her full height as the tremors stopped shaking the ship. A large man-shape made of water rose next to the cyclone, a sea foam beard adorning its face. Hannah looked on in awe at the beings in front of her. This new entity turned towards her. She pulled the trident out of the deck and tossed it towards the watery being, who grabbed it out of the air. It spun around and launched the trident directly into the chest of Pontus. The imprisoned sea god let out a blood-curdling scream as the trident pierced his body, nearly tearing him in two from the force. The cyclone suddenly stopped, and Pontus was dropped straight into the chasm below, disappearing from view. The watery figure turned towards Hannah and gave her a quick bow before splashing down into regular water. "Wait!" she called out, looking over the side of the ship for her savior. I want to thank you." There was no response, just the churning of the tidal waters around the wreck of the pirate ship. Hannah sighed and slumped down on the ancient deck. She must have fell asleep because the next thing she noticed, it was dark. She climbed off the ship, taking some of the old wooden planks with her. It took her some time to create a fire on the beach, but eventually she managed to get it alight with some friction. The warmth felt good. An hour later, a spotlight fell on her as a Coast Guard helicopter flew overhead. She was saved. She looked out over the moonlit water and thanked her protector, Poseidon. It took a little while for them to send down the rescue basket, but soon enough, she was safely on board and flying home. She vowed never to step into the ocean again.
The High Beam Initiation by Rob Fields.
It's Friday night, and I'm sitting in the back seat of a Ford Mustang as we're driving down a nearly deserted country road. As it turns out, I'm a pledge for the Sigma Kappa Beta fraternity. But wait, I'm a girl. You might be asking, shouldn't I be pledging a sorority? As it turns out, Strickfield University has all-male fraternities, all-female sororities, and a few co-ed fraternities. I've been told the Sigmas are one of the top fraternities to be a member of. I've been pledging this fraternity for a while now. While we do have fun, even as pledges, we've had to do a select few choice things we're not supposed to talk about. This car ride tonight is one of them. I'm sitting in between Blaine Nelson and Constance Vanderbilt, the two co-heads of this fraternity. Looking at us, you'd swear we were part of some rich people club. We're expected to wear our polo shirts, skirts for girls, and trousers for guys, and loafers with socks. We even have ascots around our necks. Since we're supposed to be prominent members of both the university and of society, we're expected to conduct ourselves as such. I glance over my shoulder and see the other car following behind us, a Dodge Charger. Then I look ahead again. Constance takes hold of my hand. "Don't worry, love. It won't be that bad once it's your initiation. Tonight, we're going to see what William Hartley will be doing, and what the few others before him did, and you next Friday," Blaine adds. We drive down the road for a little while longer. Then I notice it gets darker behind me. I look over my shoulder and see that the Charger now has its headlights off. I turn back around and am about to ask about that, but I notice that the lights are off now in this car, too. "It's all part of the initiation," Blaine tells me. "Nothing to worry about." Constance still holds my hand. "Don't be scared." I try to relax and just enjoy the ride. We're coming to a long stretch of straight road after a series of curves. Just ahead, a car comes towards us. "We have a possibility," Blaine kind of sings quietly. I'm about to ask him what he means, but then the car ahead of us flashes their brights. Normally, that's what people do when they want you to know you don't have your headlights on after dark. Constance squeezes my hand a little. "Get ready." After we pass the car, we suddenly screech into a hard turn, like in the movies. As we straighten and pursue the car that flashed us, the Charger also turns around and again follows behind us. Carson Van Horn, our driver, looks in the rearview mirror. "Yeah, it's her all right. We got her." We hit the gas. Now we move into the opposite lane and are soon next to the flashing car. I look to see who's driving. It's still too dark to see who's inside, but it does look like a girl, based on her long hair. Carson honks the horn, one blare after another, then it's one continuous blare. The flashing car tries to speed away, but it's no match for this Mustang. We speed up and soon drive past it. Suddenly, Carson hits the brakes and swerves in front of the other car. The other car brakes suddenly and swerves off the road. The Charger moves and stops right next to the passenger side door. I wonder why. I guess I'll soon find out. Constance pats my head. "Showtime, Caprice. Time to see how your initiation will be next Friday night." We get out of our cars. The girl gets out of her car. She turns to run, and then something just tears the night air. Was that a gun? The girl cries out, then she slams hard against her open door and tumbles over it. We all move over to the girl. All I can do is feel my heart pounding rapidly. Did somebody really shoot her? Good job, William, I hear Donna Blossom chime. Now finish the bitch. The girl whimpers in pain as we close in on her. I still can't see her face fully because there isn't much light. Also, the moon's not full. She tries to stand up, but William raises his pistol and shoots her again. The girl screams loudly. William steps up to her and shoots her once more. In the stomach. She groans and forces herself to sit up. Then she screams at us in defiance. You'll be fucking sorry! All of you! Constance lets go of my hand. Then she and Blaine lower themselves. No, bitch, Constance murmurs. You were the one who fucked up. You never challenge the Sigmas. Blaine chuckles. Yeah, calling the police on us for last Friday night's initiation? Seriously? Constance spits in the girl's face. You got our pledge expelled, you stupid cunt. We simply can't let that stand, can we? Go ahead, William, Blaine tells him. It's your show. William lashes out with his foot and kicks the girl in the face to send her full on her back. Then he aims his pistol and empties the rest into her face. I want to gasp and faint, but I'm too paralyzed right now. The full Sigmas gather around William and congratulate him. I don't really hear what they're saying. Did this really happen? A girl is killed in a cold-blooded initiation? It's almost like we did the gang ritual or some shit. I mean, I know our co-ed fraternity has issues with certain people on our campus, but did it have to come to this? Christ, my heart won't stop pounding. Donna grabs William and sucks face with him. Then I look up again and hear the others cheering Donna and William on. Then they get on the ground and start fucking right next to the girl's body. You're one of us, honey, Donna cheers to William. You're a full Sigma now. Yeah, Blaine assures him. Now you'll truly reap the benefits of being a Sigma. I lower myself and use my smartphone camera light on the body. Then I see the tattoo on the girl's inner right wrist. It looks like a figure 8 ribbon, but blue. I quickly stand up and move to the girl's car. Where are you going? Constance calls to me. We have to get rid of the evidence, right? I call back. I'm getting the girl's purse. Good call. I get in the girl's car. Her purse is sitting in the passenger side. I yank it over to me and pull out her wallet. Using my smartphone camera light, I learn whom William just killed. My eyes grow wide when I see it was Melody Carlisle. I fucking know this girl. She was a co-chair of an organization that operates on our campus. I can't say which one. Once the other co-chair, her fraternal twin sister Katie, learns of Melody's death, there's going to be some serious fucking hell to pay. I guarantee it. It's Friday again, and my initiation into the Sigmas is tonight. I've managed to do everything in my power to keep both my composure and a straight face. Even when I find myself walking past Melody's friends, I have to really give it my all to keep from going batshit crazy. Oh, those girls give me dirty looks. You know what I'm talking about. In fact, I'm in the restroom over at Kendall Hall when I finally realize that I've made a critical mistake. I'm alone, without a Sigma brother or sister. Suddenly, I hear the door being pulled shut. I turn to see Katie Carlisle and 2 other girls beside her. No doubt, there are 1 or 2 more standing outside, keeping people out. There's nowhere to run. Katie Carlisle is on me just like that. She backs me up against a wall and presses a hand over my shoulder to hold me there. Then she glares into my eyes and gives me a deadly smile. Her always purring, whispering voice cuts me to the bone. You were there last Friday night, Caprice. You didn't kill Melody, but you were there. I had no idea, I stammer. You're the only pledge, so why would you? Katie shakes her head slowly. And killing you isn't an option. I would never allow that. You need to make this right. But, I sputter. Katie leans in and gently brushes her lips to mine and pecks them. If you don't, you'll have so much to lose. All you've worked for, you'll have just pissed away. It doesn't have to be this way. You're not initiated, Sigma, yet. You still have time to do the right thing. I'll go to the police, I stammer. You can, but you'll still lose everything. Katie's face is still dangerously close to mine. And the police can't protect you. Not from us. If you really want to make things right, with yourself, with me. The two other girls gather in. There's no way out of this. It's Friday night now. It's my turn to become a full Sigma initiate. As with last Friday night, I'm sitting in between Blaine and Constance in the back of Carson's Mustang. Don't worry, love, Constance assures me. As before, she's holding and caressing my hand. I've been conditioning you all week. You've got this. I'll be okay, I assure her. Blaine hands me the semi-automatic pistol. Not the same one William used. Here you go. It's fully locked and loaded. I take my hand back from Constance and cradle the pistol, which feels very heavy. I caress it and know that this piece of hot metal is the key to unlocking my whole future. Once I complete my initiation, the world is my oyster. The Sigmas got intel that Katie Carlisle herself is going to be my target. She's supposed to be heading down this county road that we're turning onto right now. Supposedly, she takes this road when she wants to go home and visit her family. Remember, Katie and Melody are both high-profile girls on our campus. Amazing, huh? As Sigmas, we're supposed to be doing stupid shit like keggers and charity drives, but that's only a cover. Turns out that a select few fraternities and sororities are into way more than just academics. The Sigmas want to be tops, so they eliminate their rivals. I've dulled my emotions from what happened last Friday night. Just seeing William soaking it up as a full Sigma brother since he completed his initiation. He's sucking face with Donna in the front seat as she sits on his lap. He throws himself around now, just like the rest of the Sigmas. I sigh to myself. Just a little while longer. Soon, we see the lights of an oncoming car. This has to be our target. This has to be Katie Carlisle coming. Soon, so very soon, I'm going to solidify my destiny. I'm going to complete my initiation. No one and nothing will stop me. The headlights on both the Sigma vehicles are out. The oncoming car is approaching quicker. Then, the headlights flash. And again, after passing the car, Carson slams on the brakes and turns the Mustang sharply. The Charger follows suit once we're in pursuit. Carson floors the gas and quickly gets us within close proximity of what should be my conquest. As with Melody Carlisle, we get this other car pulled over. The Charger pulls up next to the passenger door, which I understand is to block it, to keep a victim from escaping that way. We get out of the Mustang and walk to the other car to see that Katie Carlisle is indeed sitting behind the wheel. I raise my pistol and aim it right at her. You picked the wrong fucking night to be out driving, you stupid bitch, I say to her. The moon is full tonight. Katie looks right at me and purrs back. Did I? Bitch, don't you understand what's going on here? I demand sharply. You and your bitches crossed the Sigmas way too many times. You don't seem to understand that we do whatever the fuck we want, without a fucking care in the world, without mercy. You should have just stayed on campus. Katie laughs. But if I did that, she even has the balls to get out of her car. If I did that, I'd miss your initiation, and that certainly is not an option. She steps right up to me. I want to stare deep into your eyes as you use that gun and complete your initiation. and stare deep into my eyes. She does. Katie's not the least bit afraid, and believe me, I haven't forgotten what she said to me when I was cornered in the restroom earlier this afternoon. I put the barrel of the pistol right in between her always exposed cleavage, right on her fucking heart. She stretches her arms out wide. You ready to complete your initiation, Caprice? I'm right here. She's still looking deep into my eyes. Do it. I immediately lock my emotions away and focus. It's initiation time. No backing out now. With lightning speed, I pull the pistol away from Katie. I turn, take quick aim at William, and fire 2 shots. The first bullet goes right between his eyes. The second one goes into his heart. The motherfucker is dead before he hits the ground. As Donna reacts, I raise my pistol and repeat the shots. The bitch is also dead before she hits the ground. The rest of the Sigmas give me a bewildered look. I raise my pistol to fire again, this time at Constance, but Katie stops me. No, you've completed your initiation, Caprice. You're officially one of us now. What the fuck is this? Carson yells. Caprice here was tapped long ago by our organization, Katie tells them. You see, we know you've been killing off people on campus for a while now. But when you killed my sister, you crossed a line you never cross with us. After talking to Caprice this afternoon, we knew she was a perfect fit. She always was. You fucking cunt! Constance yells at me. Katie looks her way. Before you so harshly judge her, you have to understand something about Caprice. She was never going to be a Sigma. There was no way we'd ever let her. Katie turns me to face her. Welcome, my new sister. You're a blue ribbon now. Katie then wraps her arms around me and draws me in for a deep, passionate kiss. When we stop, we turn to face the still bewildered Sigmas. Constance is confused. Blue ribbon? I lifted up my polo shirt, and Katie undoes a shoulder strap on her top. We use our smartphone lights to show our matching blue ribbon tattoos above our left breasts. Katie explains. The blue ribbons are what you would call a secret society. Our main purpose is to groom individuals to help control. How do you think people from our types of organizations get into our government and help keep it corrupt? What's that? Oh, I'm sorry, but I never said I was the hero of this story. Katie's the love of my life, I explain. Turns out, we had a huge fight months ago. I left the blue ribbons while I was training under them. I wasn't thinking straight when I let you people talk me into pledging Sigma. And when you killed Melody, Katie's twin sister, I felt I was as good as dead. I would never have let you go that easily, baby, Katie purrs. I love you. We have too much history together. She glares at the Sigmas now. And speaking of history, as if on cue, the doors to the charger open. The Sigmas are surprised to see all the girls getting out of the car. All blue ribbons. Oh, we took care of the rest of your fellow Sigmas earlier, Katie explains. The other blue ribbons gather around what's now left of the Sigmas. Caprice has completed her initiation and is officially one of us now, ladies, Katie announces. The rest of these Sigma fuckers are yours. Kill them however you like. You won't get away with this, Blaine yells. But we will, I tell them. Yeah, a few cars have passed by and probably saw what was going on, but they didn't see our faces. Too dark for that, even with the full moon. And we're way better than you Sigmas at covering up evidence. Once you're all dead, there will likely be an investigation. Katie continues. All people are going to know about your initiations is what we decide to spread around. We'll create a new local lore around Strickfield. People will soon come to call this legend the Gang High Beam Initiation. Katie and I both watch with glee as the Sigmas are cut down. The Sigmas at Strickfield University no longer exist, and as far as you're concerned, neither do the blue ribbons. And this initiation night has come to the end. Moonstruck by Mark Ferret Mullenhoff. 3:01. I groggily get up and reach for my phone on the charger. Having been asleep for about 45 minutes, I was slightly peeved. Thankfully, my boyfriend is still asleep, since he will be up in a couple of hours for work anyway. Looking at my phone, I see an emergency message stating, "Attention, do not look at the moon for any reason." My first thought is, why the hell is this being sent out as an emergency message? I look down the notification listing on my lock screen. Facebook has blown the fuck up with notifications just in the last 30 minutes. Hundreds of notifications and shares. Even Twitter has been going nuts. I see notifications from Facebook Messenger and even text messages, both from numbers known and unknown. 30 seconds later, my boyfriend's phone goes off. I move quickly to silence his phone. Free from the burdens of social media, he is missing out on notifications, but he also has numerous text messages from people we collectively know, and from unknown senders. As I am looking back at my phone, Rusty starts to awaken, having heard the piercing screech of the emergency message. He looks over and sees me with a puzzled look on my face. "What's wrong?" "I don't know," I reply. "My phone woke me up and there's this message saying to not look at the moon." I also have notifications from Twitter and Facebook, as well as text messages from over 50 people, prodding me to look outside. What a beautiful night out it is. Waking up a little more, Rusty starts to sit up, picking up his phone. He sees that he has a missed call from his brother Michael and starts to dial his number. Just as he's about to hit the call button, my phone starts ringing. My sister, Virginia, is calling me. I know she's usually still up, as she's one of the worst night owls I've ever met. I answer, knowing something bad is happening. I say with a hint of worry in my voice, "Virginia, what's wrong?" Anxiety already settled into her voice. Virginia blurts out, "Oh my God, Dean, you picked up, thank you. Have you heard about what's going on? I was playing my game when the power went out. I looked down at my phone and saw a whole bunch of Facebook notifications about the moon, and then got the emergency alert demanding we stay inside. I don't know what's happening." She rushes. I can tell she's barely able to contain her panic. "Okay, sis, calm down. I just woke up, so let me get my bearings. For now, stay away from the windows. Go ahead and wake Mom up, let her know what's going on, and I'll call you back as soon as I know anything." I try to be reassuring, but it's kind of hard over the phone. Hopefully Mom will be able to calm her down. "Hey, I love you," I tell her, hoping it helps to calm her down. "I love you too," she nervously mumbles back, and hangs up the phone. Looking over, Rusty is still on the phone, and from the sounds of things, he's talking about the same thing. I start to scroll through social media and news sites trying to figure out what's going on. I am afraid to look outside, not knowing what it is I will see. In that moment, an eerie feeling dawns on me. Where there has always been an underlining calm but consistent buzzing in the air, it was now absent. There are absolutely no noises coming from outside. Not even the sounds of bugs or wildlife are present. I notice that our fan is not on. The low hum of the television and the refrigerator are gone. It is never this quiet in our house at night. We had to have lost power, I think to myself. Looking at my phone screen, I am thankful that my phone reads full battery and that I have charged up my backup battery recently. I open Google to see if there are any news postings on the home feed. As I'm looking, Rusty gets off the phone. Michael says that something weird is happening outside his neighborhood. There are a whole bunch of people standing there, looking up at the sky. He reaches for the TV remote, but nothing happens when he hits the power button. "Don't bother," I say. "The power's out." I continue looking through the news feeds. Just then, Rusty starts to go for the door. As he unlocks it, I look up and say, "Don't. Let's see what we can find out first before we expose ourselves to whatever is out there." I click on a local news posting. The Post and Courier headline reads, "Killer Skies." Locals are currently baffled by a strange phenomenon in the skies tonight. Current reports state that citizens who have braved the outside are finding people either laying in the streets, seemingly dead, or just standing there, gazing into the unknown. Around 2:35 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, people reportedly started sending and receiving messages via text and social media about the beauty of the moon. Considering the moon set around 2:08 a.m., something else has drawn the attention of the populace. If you find anyone standing outside, it is advised by officials at this time to leave them alone, as they are reportedly becoming agitated and aggressive when moved. They also advise to stay indoors and away from windows. Covering any access to the outside is also advised at this time, blocking any view of the skyline. This is a developing story and will be updated when information becomes available. As I finish reading, I look at Rusty and see concern cross his face. Call your brother and warn him to stay away from the windows. I'll call Virginia and tell her the same. As I punch the next to last digit, we hear a loud explosion which sounds like it came from down the road. Thankfully, the windows didn't blow in. Shit, yells Rusty. He starts to reach for the door again, and I forcefully blurt out, "No! There's nothing we can do right now. If we go outside, even to look, we may become affected. I'll call 911, you call Michael, then call your parents." I proceed to call 911, and the line is busy. Considering everything that is happening tonight, it's no surprise. Still, not a great thought. I can only hope that no one was injured in that explosion. I call Virginia and my heart drops. Mom was asleep, but Dad was not, and he's nowhere in the house. I can't find him, she tells me frantically. Don't look outside. Stay away from the windows and doors and try to call him. Make sure Mom stays inside, I tell her. I tried that already, but it just goes straight to voicemail. I can tell she's starting to lose it. Virginia, I say sharply, I need you to calm down. Take Mom into the bedroom and stay there. Rusty and I will be there when we can. We'll find Dad, but right now, you and Mom need to stay safe. We will be there shortly. Thank the gods my brain kicks in when something happens. I slip into emergency mode like a professional. After the call, I start to have a little breakdown as plans start to settle into place. I never thought I would be as grateful as I am now. Rusty finishes his phone call and hugs me as I finish my cry. No words, just love and support. After I clean myself up a bit, he moves to the clothes pile and starts to get dressed. How are we going to get there without looking at the skyline? He asks. The thought had crossed my mind when I was having my mini breakdown. You have 2 broad-brimmed hats. We'll keep the brim low so all we see is the street ahead of us, so we can avoid anyone or anything in the road. We'll also take it very slow, since we won't be able to see that far ahead. We only need to worry about one bridge, so if we're lucky, nothing will be on it to get in our way, I explain. Thinking it over, he nods his head and says, It's as good a plan as any. After we finish dressing, we look around to make sure we don't need anything else. My eyes wander over to the washer in the corner where we keep the firearms, Frau and Igor, and the ammo boxes. Just to be on the safe side, I want to bring them along. With everything going on tonight, I'd feel a lot safer having something with a little bite to keep things at bay if things get hairy, I say to Rusty. He looks at me and replies, That was happening anyway, but at least we're on the same page. We load a couple of clips for the rifles and grab our knives from between the mattress and futon. I look over where Thor and Loki, our ferrets, are in their cage, looking longingly at us. With all the commotion of the last half hour, I'm not surprised we have their attention. Gods, has it only been 30 minutes? Feels like we've been going on for hours already, I think to myself. Time moves so much different in moments of stress, turmoil, and chaos. We'll be back, boys, I say as we walk to the door. I hope. We grab the hats off the pegs on the wall. They are the type that have the snaps on the sides to give the Aussie look on either side. We make sure they are not snapped, pull the brims as low as we can, allowing ourselves some sort of visual, and leave the apartment. I look around as Rusty locks the door, and the surrealness starts to set in. Across the marsh there is a fire raging from one of the houses over there. I can only imagine what happened to cause the explosion. I whisper a little prayer to whomever is listening that no one was hurt. As we start to walk toward the Jeep, the motion sensor light from apartment D comes on and we see someone standing in the front yard. It's our neighbor, Alex. He's just standing there, not moving. It doesn't even look like he's breathing. His head is pointed up like he's looking at the stars. I'm tall enough I can look at his eyes without looking up. I stagger back from what I see. Unbelievingly, Rusty catches me before I trip. "Let's go," I stammer. Hurriedly jogging towards the Jeep, I grab his arm. "You take shotgun, just in case we need to shoot our way through anything on the way over." I begin to pull out of the lot, keeping my eyes low so I don't see anything of the sky. This early in the morning, traffic is non-existent, but the streets are not empty. There are tons of people standing in the street, looking up at the sky, seemingly oblivious to anything around them, not moving, just standing there. Bodies litter doorways, sidewalks, and parking lots. There are even some hanging out of windows or laying crumpled at the base of some of the buildings, looking as if they jumped or fell from the windows. We must get to my family. As I navigate around the frozen entities in the road, Rusty asks me what I saw when I looked at Alex. "The impossible," I nervously mumble. I don't know what fucking happened, but his eyes were missing. "What?" he exclaims incredulously. He grips Frau as the horror of what is happening really starts to set in. Having seen what I just saw with Alex, I grab my phone, tears in my eyes, and begin calling my other siblings. "Dean, what the hell, dude? Do you know what time it is?" my brother Joseph says irritatingly. "Hold on," I say. "I'm going to add Kristen in on this," and I start to get our baby sister on the line. Thick with sleep, Kristen answers. "Hello?" I proceed to tell them everything that I've seen and read. I tell them I am on my way to Mom and Dad's, and that they need to make sure everyone at their place is away from the windows and safe inside. I'm thankful that I can get in touch with them and get them all inside and safe. I need to get Virginia and Mom. That's all that matters right now. Where the hell did my father go? I think to myself. Exiting the neighborhood, I see some of the carnage that was missing closer to our house. There are cars that have gone off the road and into businesses and others that have hit the light posts on the side of the road. There are even a few head-on collisions, bodies through windshields and hanging out of doors. I feel like I've entered a survival horror game or a movie, only this time, instead of great special effects, I know that I see actual blood and charred flesh. Some streets are not as packed. The Moonstruck haven't made it out in all areas. I must keep an eye out for the other vehicles that dot the road. Just as we get to the North Bridge, I start to go even slower. There isn't anyone on the bridge. Not now, at least. "Remember," I say to Rusty, "keep your eyes down. The dangerous part is the sides and crest of the bridge. I don't know if whatever did this is still out here, so we need to make sure our eyes are fixed on the road." I start to slowly proceed over the bridge. After we crest the bridge, we see a pile of cars has skidded into the marsh. It's always been a problem when it rains, and now is no exception. There is a car hanging off the edge of the bridge on our side, having breached the guardrail. There was also a collision in the middle of the bridge. I can't pass without hitting one of the vehicles. I slowly nudge the cars in the middle. It takes a few minutes, but I finally edge my way past. As I proceed down to the other side of the bridge, I find it easier to continue down the road. What normally takes 8 minutes to get to my parents' house has turned into a 48-minute crawl, and I am only 3/4 of the way there. I'm almost grateful that it is so late or early in the morning. This would have been impossible if this happened during daylight hours. I look over at Rusty. He is keeping a watchful, yet careful eye out. No one else seems to be out and about right now. The only things I must worry about are the Moonstruck in the road. And I have 2 more areas to go. Taking the back way, I know I'll have to deal with more people, but taking the ramp to the highway is too great of a risk because of the exposed skyline. My knuckles are white as I grip the steering wheel, and they're aching. I flex my fingers to get the blood flowing back to them. I get to the light after the bridge and look around carefully. Still no sign of anyone else on the roads. Just the occasional car in a ditch or wrapped around a traffic light. No one seems to be standing in the streets, but I know that's about to change when I go through the next neighborhood. It doesn't take long before the moonstruck are littered everywhere. Entering the residential areas, I was expecting to see more. I only hope I can get around them without seriously injuring anyone. Flashing back to Alex's gaping eye sockets, I shudder. I continue down the road slowly until I get to Harrison Avenue. It's the straightest possible course to my parents' neighborhood. I approach Harrison and see a line of people in the road just before the tree cover. To avoid them, I must drive into someone's yard to avoid hitting them. Darker under the trees, it is harder to avoid obstacles on the ground. I begin to feel some resistance as I try to drive forward. After a few seconds, it gives way, almost as if I'm driving through mud. I look out the driver's side window at the ground and feel bile rising into the back of my throat. A small, childlike body, maybe 12 years old, is now behind my front tire. I had to just run over somebody's baby. My hands start to shake on the steering wheel. Rusty grabs my arm, scaring the hell out of me. "What's wrong?" he asks. I just shake my head and press down on the gas to continue moving forward, ignoring the second bounce, silently crying. The canopy of trees overhead calms me down a little, and I take a moment to breathe. Navigating this house of horrors has been exhausting, and I remember that I only had 45 minutes of sleep. Something tells me it'll be a while longer before I may find the opportunity to rest. I run into another small clump of people, not nearly as tight as previous streets, but still just as immovable. We pass within a foot of a few of them, and still get no response. It is truly an eerie sight, seeing these people in numerous states of dress or undress, some even naked, and no reaction to our presence. I am reminded of watching Night of the Living Dead, and the only difference is that these people, very zombie-like, are not moving. It's almost creepier because it's almost like they're waiting for something. We exit the neighborhood. The entrance to my parents' neighborhood is just 500 feet down the road. There are no cars here, but there are a few more moonstruck. My curiosity runs amok at what their eyeless faces could possibly be looking at, or for, but I throttle down the urge. I need to get home. Quite a few more of them are littered throughout the area. Bodies are laying everywhere just like around our place. It seems that a small percentage of people are just straight up killed outright. Maybe the stress of losing their eyes is the cause. I'm 5 minutes from the house at my current speed. I want to go faster, but I don't want to hurt anyone in the way. Rusty is keeping an eye out, but thankfully, it is just people standing, doing nothing but staring without the tools to see anything. I turn onto my parents' street. There are only a couple of easily avoidable people here. My heart begins to beat as I see a familiar figure standing in the middle of the road. I pull into the driveway and run up to my father, tears in my eyes. I know that I can't touch him, but I call his name to see if he registers anything around him. "Jonathan," I plead, "wake up!" There's no response. Rusty grabs me by the wrist just before I touch him. He reminds me. They become aggressive. I nod and turn to walk to the house. Where is the neighbor's dog? Did they bring him in for the night? I notice that my sister's and mother's dogs don't bark as I open the gate. Something has them spooked, which means we're still in danger. Or does this thing affect animals as well? As I climb the stairs to get to the porch, something in the air changes. It's almost as if the world was holding its breath and slowly let it out in a gentle sigh. I reach for the door and open it. I start to close the door and look down at my phone. It's 4:59 a.m. It has taken us an hour and a half to drive 8 minutes up the street. Just as I shut the door and call out to Mom and Virginia, all hell breaks loose. 5 o'clock. A blood-curdling shriek pierces the eerie morning silence. I hurriedly lock the front door and tell everyone to get upstairs. Considering the narrow staircase, it's the most easily defensible position in the house. Virginia has Molly, her Pomeranian, in her arms, and Mom's chow mix, Flip-Flop, is right at her heels as they start heading up the stairs. Rusty follows them with me right behind him. Time does not permit me to worry about Dad. He is part of this, and I will protect Mom and Virginia from him. Please don't come back in here. My foot hits the first step and I hear a slam from the back of the house and a shatter of glass. Fuck, I didn't check the back door. With my heart in my throat, I listen for other sounds, malicious and benign. There is a shuffling coming from the rear of the house, along with a wet, snorting sound. Something is sniffing the air and it sounds stuck in their throat. Rusty, Virginia, and Mom are only halfway up the stairs. The sound of feet meeting metal draws the staggering thing closer. Through the light of the kitchen, I see the source of the snorting. The once clean, empty eye-socketed creature appears, now with blood pouring from those same sockets. What was once a horrible sight becoming even more grotesque. The snorting was this macabre creature sniffing something out through its own blood. I raise Igor and take aim. The sound of the others going up the stairs becomes a beacon. With a bloody bark, it springs forward with incredible speed. The .22 caliber bullet finds its target in the open mouth of its moonstruck victim. Its howl is cut short as the bang from the rifle in a tiny space makes my ears ring. Now deafened, I quickly run to the back and close the door, locking it so we don't receive another unwanted visitor. At least, from that direction. I get upstairs and Virginia and Mom are hiding in a bedroom on the right. Rusty stands at the top of the stairs vigilantly watching as I excuse myself past him into the other bedroom. As my hearing starts to return, I am piloted by nausea and vertigo. I barely make it to the back corner of the room before I throw up last night's dinner. Bile has a tendency of doing that. I have never taken a life before, and I wasn't sure if this counted, but to me, it was close enough. I clean off my mouth and head back to the landing with Rusty. Nonstop screaming comes through the windows from outside. It is the ragged screams of the truly terrified, who have awoken into a nightmare that they thought they left behind in their dreamscapes. There are occasional pops of a handgun and the bang of something bigger, but the screams are the only constant. I stand on the landing and keep an eye on the front door and porch window. If someone wanted to get in, it would be the easiest way. The lock would hold, but the window is such a breakable entry point. Who knows if these things that used to be statues have any reasoning capability? I think of those that had no chance. If people slept through the emergency signal that was sent 2 hours ago, has it really only been 2 hours? It sounded like everyone who had been moonstruck all screamed at the exact same time. So loud, even the deaf could have felt it, if not outright heard it. Cutting through even my own deafening heartbeat, my chest heaves. Anxiety completely overrides my body. The front door shakes as if a great weight is forced upon it. The door handle rattles, showing someone, or something, is trying to use it to get in. The deadbolt holds fast, stopping whomever is on the other side. I see a hand on the window behind my father's chair. The hand turns into a fist, draws back, and slams through the glass pane. Attached to the fist is the rest of the arm, torso, and body. The creature ignores any cuts it receives as it comes completely through the double-pane window. I can only assume the shot of the rifle grabbed its attention, which means more are on the way, and worse, my father. Looking up, I see my sword my parents got me when I was doing medieval reenactment hanging from the wall. I grab it, slowly drawing it from its scabbard. The good times with my replica of the Sword of Zorro are stripped away. Even without much of an edge, the point makes a useful weapon. Rusty is behind me when the window explodes. His touch on my back makes me jump, causing the hilt of the sword to hit the railing. Now inside, the bloody creature below me freezes and, with incredible speed, races toward the stairs. I bring the sword to bear. Luckily, the monstrous body trips on the first couple of stairs, navigating blindly, trying to sense the source of the noises it heard. Gripping the sword in my right hand, I bend over the landing railing and try to stab the creature through the top of its head. I miss the first time and hit the handrail, causing it to pause for a moment. This allows me to adjust my aim. I stab at the top of its head again, but my thrust doesn't have weight behind it, so I don't pierce its skull. It flinches back in pain and howls before scrambling up the stairs again. I wait for it to come into reach before stabbing it through its throat and pinning it to the wall behind it. I pull the sword out of the wall, and the corpse slides off the blade and flops down the metal stairs. Each time it lands on a step, a low, bell-like tone comes from the stairs that reverberates through my body and can definitely be heard from the road. If we happen to survive this will be a scene that will haunt me for days, months, or years to come. If not forever. I still hear screams from outside, but it has become less intense and harder to hear. Heading for the bedroom, I tell Mom and Virginia, "It's time to go. We have drawn too much attention, and it would probably be best to stay moving at this point." Rusty agrees. We have dealt with 2 of the Moonstruck, and more could be on the way. I give my sword to Mom. She's not young anymore, but she could still be able to swing it if the occasion calls. Exhaustion is setting in. The adrenaline that's been coursing through my body is starting to drain from my system, and I didn't get a whole lot of sleep before this nightmare began. Though I can feel a building flood of emotions starting to rise, I quash them, knowing we are not out of the woods yet. In this moment of calm, Mom asks, "What the hell is going on?" Virginia wakes me up. "We can't find your father. I'm told not to look outside, and something came into the house like it was looking for blood. Your sister is 2 steps from having a nervous breakdown, and you 2 have the look of being haunted. And where the hell is Jonathan?" I explain to her what I know. How something outside either kills you outright, or your eyes disappear and you become one of those moonstruck. I tell her about the text messages and social media notifications circulating, luring people outside, the emergency message that woke me up, the drive over, unable to stop myself. I tell her all of it. I stop at Dad. I pause, contemplating what to say to this woman who's been married to my father for over 40 years. She sees the look on my face as I try to find the words. She reaches out a hand and grips my arm. "It's okay. I can see it on your face. You don't need to say anything else," she whispers quietly. "You kids are my only current priority." A single tear rolls down her face. I want to be a little kid again and crawl into her arms and have her make the monsters go away. I have always known my mother to be strong, mentally and emotionally. In this moment, it reminds me of that strength I have always admired about her. She walks back to Virginia, who is starting to audibly break down. Mom takes Virginia into her arms and cradles her, trying her best to comfort her daughter during this time of utter darkness and sadness. Both dogs huddle next to her, leaning on her to give their own form of comfort. I make my way downstairs to move the body from the bottom landing, dragging it to the other body in the dining room. I find a cover to throw over both bodies. I tell everyone when it's safe to come down and we start to head for the back room. It's been quiet in the back of the house since locking it. I figure these things must have some reasoning ability to think to use a window if the door is locked. Suddenly, I hear a pounding on the door as the others make their way down the stairs to the back room. I motion them to hurry as the glass of the door shatters. One or more of them have come to find where the noises are coming from. Still keeping his eyes down and covered with his hat, Rusty quickly looks around and finds the backyard empty. It's still dark out, and we don't know if whatever did this is still out there. Mom and Virginia keep their eyes down and have a hand on Rusty's shoulder so he can lead them to the Jeep. Molly is in Virginia's arms, and Flip-Flop is keeping pace with Mom. I shut the back door to keep those things off us for just a few more moments and follow them. As I start to pass through the gates, a loud, guttural scream echoes above me as I feel something heavy fall on me. A blindingly explosive pain spreads between my neck and shoulder. Instantly, nausea and vertigo ravage my body and something else. I cannot help but cry out as I feel as if my neck is being shredded from my body. Simultaneous fire and ice rush through my face, my lungs, my veins. I cannot stop crying out. As sound and thought start to vacate everything I know, I look up to see my mother, Igor to her shoulder, screaming, "Jonathan!" The tearing at my shoulder, and time, as I know it, freeze for just a moment when Igor barks. I feel the presence next to my head disappear as bone, blood, and brain simply cease to exist. The body slumps down on top of me, gaining a lifelessness and a serenity that it lacked before. It's amazing how different 247 pounds feels when the only difference between the before and after is the spark of presence being gone. I feel arms grab either side of me and rush me to somewhere. I blink. I feel someone holding my head in their lap, pressing something warm and wet to my neck. I look out the window and realize that pre-dawn has given way to full dawn, and the light around us is gradually brightening. I can hear a female crying and another female talking with a male, loudly, but I still can't make out what they're saying. I feel I should know the names attached to those voices, but all I know is the cold seeping into my body, from the tips of my fingers to the bottom of my toes. I look outside, and I see a cloudless sky. Still a hint of star here and there, but it looks to be the start of a beautiful day. I close my eyes because I am so very tired. I only got 45 minutes of sleep last night. I just wish it wasn't so cold.
The Faithful by David O. Hanlon.
How long has it been since the gods answered a prayer? Rayburn Halsey checked his watch. It was still on Mars time and had been for 37 years since the flight began. More than 6 hours, that's for sure. For thousands of years, every culture on Earth reported interactions with gods, and then, one day, they just stopped talking to us. Go to your room, creation. You're grounded. Maybe we had it coming. Halsey sipped the juice packet and stared at the planet on his monitor. Swirling clouds obstructed any view of the surface, just as they had since their arrival. He tapped his fingers nervously on the console. Pilot Amber Mitchell deployed on the surface of Baron 117 exactly 5 hours ago. According to our most recent calculations, we have less than 26 weeks of supplies. There are 19 planets and 37 moons in the quarantine zone. That's not counting 4 outlying planetoids. Historical records are shady, to say the least. 500 years will do that. We must take the chance that whatever our forebears were afraid of didn't cover the entire system. It's illogical to even think it could. The door dilated behind him, and Mike Delane leaned in. Any word from Mitchell? Halsey flicked off the flight recorder. Preliminary numbers look good. It's cold, but above freezing. The atmosphere is breathable for the most part. Helium levels are a little higher, oxygen a little lower, so I want helmets on. I'm adjusting the ship's gravity slowly to match the surface numbers. I don't want anyone face-planting as soon as we hit the ground. Does that mean we're going? Delane's question was strained with uncertainty. Got any other ideas? We're still 13 months from our destination. We have a hold full of colonists that need to properly defrost. If we wait any longer, we're not going to have the supplies to do that. I'm not murdering 2,000 people because something went wrong out here during the dark age of space. Records show 3 planets and 2 moons were affected by the incident, but that's about all we've got to go on. It literally says, the incident, with no further information. A lot of records were lost during the war. People rushed to save our history and our art and forgot about things like NASA communication records. Delane shook his head and sighed. Kind of wish that they were the other way around right about now. I mean, whatever it was made them quarantine an entire solar system and we're smack dab in the middle of it all, but hey, Delane clapped his hands together. At least I saw that Warhol painting of some soup cans. Yeah, Halsey stretched in his seat. I'm gonna start waking the rest of the crew. Prep the dropship. We're going down to help Amber establish a landing zone. We're not even waiting for them to wake up? You want to sit here for another 36 hours babysitting popsicles? We need to get down there and make sure we have a place to set down. The Eden module flies a little better than a dog in a jetpack, so I want to make sure we have a very wide margin for error. Sure thing. Delane walked outside into the corridor and turned back. Hey, Rayburn? Yeah? Do you think anyone will ever find us? The automated door closed before Halsey could tell him no. Maybe gods did still answer prayers. The dropship rocked on its landing struts. Halsey and Delane watched through the view screen as the orange-brown dust settled and gave them their first clear view of the planet. There were tall, wide, coniferous trees spaced hundreds of yards apart. Yellow, egg-shaped cones sprouted from branches high above in nests of feathery chartreuse leaves. Great, tentacle-like roots tore up from the ground around them and joined together like a massive web. Each of the thick roots stood out of the dirt, 2 feet wide at their narrowest point, and 10 closest to the trunk. Well, looks like we have plenty of room to put the Eden down. No way we're using rovers with those roots, though. Delane looked over his shoulder at the six-wheeler. I was really looking forward to something going smoothly. Halsey unclipped his harness and laughed softly. Del, has it occurred to you that being stranded on a deserted planet is things going smoothly? That's depressing. Delane removed his restraints and crawled into the cargo hold with the rover. Halsey squeezed through after him. That was a re-entry vehicle that struck us. I played back the recording 30 times. Just some antique space junk that drifted into our lane. That kind of thing shouldn't happen, especially not out here. The odds of surviving it are even slimmer. I know, Rayburn. We're alive. And we shouldn't be. Maybe I should count us lucky, but I'm having a real hard time with that right about now. You know what I'm saying? I do. Helmet on. We're burning daylight. Both men fastened their helmets into place on the aluminum rings of their atmospheric suits and proceeded through the smaller side door of the ship. Halsey stepped out first and let his legs adjust fully to the gravity before taking a few tentative steps forward. Delane joined him and stretched, shaking his head as he did. The roots of the trees provided a constant obstacle as they advanced forward. That cloud coverage is really something. Halsey watched the citrine sky swirl and then checked his wrist-mounted tablet. We're almost a quarter of a mile south of Amber's lander. Strange. Not really. Those clouds could really obscure a signal, Delane reassured him. Not that. Amber's moving to the east for some reason. He swiped a finger across the screen and sent the image over to his partner. A red blip moved across the screen with an ever-growing number above it. She's moving at a pretty good clip. The navigational officer looked at the screen carefully, then up at the wild expanse of towering trees and rising, sweeping roots. How's she moving that fast across this terrain? That's a damn good question, Del. Want to hear a better one? Delane nodded, slowly, hesitantly. Shoot. Why is she moving that fast across this terrain? Halsey unhooked the rifle from his air pack and pulled back the charging handle. I really just wanted something to go smooth. Delane readied his weapon as well. The two men started to jog, mindful of the difference in gravity. They weaved their way through the roots, looking for low spots to hurdle whenever they could and boosting each other over the taller places. They arrived at Mitchell's lander almost 20 minutes later and were already exhausted. Their first impression wasn't a good one. The lander was a good size smaller than the dropship. They were designed to carry one member of the team to the planet and keep them alive for 3 days. It looked like an upside-down gemstone, pointed at the top and wide at the bottom. There was a chair that folded into something resembling a bed, and around that was boxes fixed to the floor with food, water, basic medical supplies, and a carbine for defense. A big red box served as the base of the chair and contained all the necessary tools for demolishing anything that might hinder the landing of the larger dropship. A bloody handprint on the polished shell of the lander was their first clue that something was wrong. Halsey signaled for Delane to move behind a root and cover him while he crept closer. The door squeaked on a light breeze, rocking softly at its hinge, and through the gap, Halsey could see brown hair splayed out across the floor. His stomach twisted in knots as he eased the door open with the barrel of his weapon. The thing on the floor was not Amber Mitchell. In fact, despite the similar hair, it was not even potentially the same species. It had 2 arms and 2 legs, but it was hard to tell where the furs it wore ended and its body hair began. A shock of brunette covered its face, or what was left of it. A few teeth and a dislodged eye were the only recognizable features anymore. A bloodied wrench was tossed into the corner. Everything else seemed to be in order. "Dell!" Delane popped out from his cover and sprinted to the lander. He looked inside and made an inarticulate squealing cough as a word failed to make it past his throat. "Yeah, that's what I thought." Halsey checked the tracking application again and saw the pilot had stopped moving a little over 3 miles to the east. "We're not alone on this planet. That thing," he jerked a thumb towards the corpse, "has friends. She left the water, carbine, and explosives. Amber's being chased. I'd stake my life on it." "I had my choice of assignments, and this is what I picked?" Delane waved for Halsey to follow him and walked gingerly up a route until its tallest point. "There's no way to run over all this. How is she moving that fast?" "Maybe she ditched her environmental gear." "Rayburn, we need to turn back." "Amber's in trouble." "No." Delane shook his head violently. "We're in trouble. There's no way to move through this mess, and when we do, we're going to be too far behind. Comms aren't working, and we're up against an indigenous force of unknown size and technology. We need to go back to the drop and rejoin the crew on the Wayfarer." "And Amber?" "We come back for her, in greater numbers." He put a hand on Halsey's shoulder. "I know what she means to you, but we don't have another option." Halsey walked eastward, shaking his head in disbelief. "We're not leaving one of ours to a bunch of savages." "It was wearing furs. So what?" Delane hopped down from the root and worked his way towards his friend. "That means there's wildlife to consider too, plus these damn trees." "What about the trees? Why aren't there any leaves on the ground?" Delane waved a hand at the treetops. "Where are the birds or bugs or whatever the hell should be living in them?" Halsey stopped and looked around. Despite seemingly endless rows, there weren't any shed leaves. No sounds came from above either. He knelt next to the tangle of roots and examined them closely for the first time. He pushed against one with a shiny gloved finger. It gave slightly to his touch, almost like rubber or thick leather. He turned his head up to the cones above. They were ovals, but with flatter sides and rows of finger-thick hairs lining them on 4 sides. The hairs blew gently in the wind, and a small hole pulsated on the very bottom of each. One of the cones opened from the bottom. Then its neighbors did the same. They seemed to swell and deflate, over and over. Each time they expanded, Halsey could see the masses of gelatinous orbs clinging inside the hard shells. There was a slight crackling as each one of the cones opened, and then a chorus of them followed as the surrounding trees repeated the process. Halsey stood and backed away from the tree slowly. "Dell?" "Yes?" "I think we should start running." Halsey sprinted as fast as he could. He clambered over tall roots and hurdled the short ones in a desperate attempt to outrun a feeling. He couldn't explain it, and he wasn't about to waste time trying to either. There was something wrong. Down to the very basic core of his understanding, something was just wrong, and he wanted away from it. He didn't even realize he dropped his rifle until he heard the scream behind him. Halsey slid to a stop and braced his hands on his knees. He dared himself to look over his shoulder, and when that didn't work, he stood upright and closed his eyes as tight as he could. He pictured the worst possible thing he could imagine, and spun on his heel. He decided to count to 10 before opening his eyes, and on the second attempt, that worked. Only, there was no horror. There was also no Delane. A rifle lay on the earth, and then a boot joined it with a dramatic plummet from somewhere above. He turned to run, And then everything spun wildly. His stomach lurched and everything distorted. The sudden jostling threatened to purge his stomach, and he reached for the helmet latches. Before he could flip them, something smashed against his head. The helmet spread the impact out, and a second blow turned off the lights. Rayburn Halsey awoke without his environmental suit, or anything else covering him. Goosebumps prickled across his naked body, as much from fear as from the frigid air. He stared up at the sky, but the ever-present clouds prevented any stars from shining through their burnt yellow fog. He could feel the dead earth rubbing against his bare back, but oddly didn't feel any sort of restraints holding him in place. A bizarre sound emanated around him like music, if only in its simplest form. Rattling, whistling, and something like bamboo wood chimes. He swallowed hard and forced his head to the left, where he found Delane. The navigational officer was equally naked and sobbing softly. Halsey rolled away from him, turning over to see Amber on the right. His hands clamped over his face as he screamed into his palms. Halsey curled up into a fetal position, hyperventilating. The team's pilot had been opened up and emptied. Her lifeless face was turned towards Halsey, and her organs were laid out across a decorative animal hide. Bowls made from stone, or possibly bone, held smoldering balls of herbs that sent lazy smoke trails into the night sky. Someone walked past Halsey, and he forced himself to look. It was one of the creatures that Amber killed in the lander. It pulled its long hair back out of its face and knelt beside Delane. Halsey couldn't see its face clearly, but caught a glimpse of a hard, reflective exoskeleton. Pale, veiny hands reached out from a fur robe and stroked Delane's face. Soon, you will enter the spirit realm so that you may be reborn. Halsey sat upright and waited for the voice again. That thing spoke his language? It turned and walked closer, sliding the bug-like mask away from a bearded human face. The man prodded Halsey's forehead with his fingertip. You came from the beyond, just as our ancestors did. How? Getting the word out was like regurgitating shards of glass. How is this possible? The roots of a nearby tree moved up and out of the soil, poking around until it found Amber's spleen and wrapped its delicate, spindly tip around the organ. A soft suckling sound resonated from it. They're not trees. Halsey slided away from the man like a frightened crab. Those aren't trees at all. The man smiled at him and signaled with his hands. 2 more people came from behind and seized his arms. Others moved around them and went to Delane, who screamed and squirmed as they stretched his legs and arms out and held him spread eagle. The man in charge pointed at Delane. He is scared, and I appreciate that. Your female companion was as well, but this is the only way they can become a part of the world. Once they are consumed, we will consummate their joining with the divine ones. We bring them into the world as fruit is delivered from the vine. This is insane. Please, you have to let me go. I am sorry, you do not understand. The man smiled at him genuinely. You will. When our people came from the beyond, they were lost here. They had no hope of survival, but were too scared to admit it. Their supplies dwindled until there was only enough for a few, so they took to killing one another to reduce the need, and it was then that they realized they were doomed, and so they prayed. The man held his hands into the sky, and the trees opened their cones above him. The leaves shuddered and a fog rose from the tops with a bugling roar. He smiled brightly and a single tear rolled down his cheek, getting lost in the tangles of his beard. He approached Halsey and stroked his face. Our gods answered their prayers. Father's Day by Shane Migliavacca. This section of the path scared Matt shitless. Not that he'd admit it to anyone, especially to Greg and Jenny, his 2 best friends, walking a little ways in front of him. Last year there had been a stabbing. A few years before that, a man's body had been discovered face down in Pierce Creek, not that far from here. Matt didn't believe in curses or bad luck, but there was a feeling he got in his gut whenever he passed through the area. He'd rather be at home playing video games today. His parents were visiting Matt's grandfather for Father's Day, and he'd have the whole house to himself. Instead, here he was. Matt blamed Jenny, specifically her tight blue jeans and nice smile. The three of them had been friends for years. Matt was fairly certain that Jenny had a thing for Greg, but Greg was oblivious to it. But it was only a matter of time before he noticed. Matt could feel his chance with Jenny slipping away if he didn't speak up soon. He winced as the two laughed about the same joke. "So, where the hell are we going?" Matt blurted out. Greg looked back over his shoulder. "Don't have a cow, dude. We're almost there." Jenny laughed, making Matt feel a bit annoyed. He kicked a stone off the path, watching it shoot off into the grass. The three walked in silence for a few minutes, until Greg stopped them. "And here we are." He pointed towards the left side of the trail. Matt's gaze followed his friend's gesture. There, through the trees, the roof of a house could be seen, its tiled roof weathered from age and the elements. "There?" Jenny asked. "Yup," Greg said proudly. They followed him off the path, pushing through some brush to get to the house. As they emerged into the house's overgrown backyard, its ramshackle condition became more apparent. "What a dump," Jenny observed. "We're not," Greg cut her off. "Sure as shit we are." "Why?" asked Matt, wishing he'd stayed home. "Because," Greg answered as he walked up the steps to the back door. "Don't you want to have some fun instead of jacking off to Saved by the Bell all day?" "Har, har," Matt responded. He felt a bit of anger boil through from his friend's consent prodding. He surprised himself when he flipped Greg off. "I didn't think you had it in you," somebody said, clapping. "Besides, I see you stroking it more to Power Rangers." They turned to see Dave Stover standing by the side of the house. A girl dressed in black stepped out from behind him. Her short brown hair was slicked straight back, and a black choker encircled her neck. "What are you doing here, Stover?" Matt asked. There was something about that smug, shit-eating grin that made Matt want to punch Stover's teeth in. Greg and Stover went way back. Why his friend would hang out with that ass was beyond Matt. "He's the reason we're here," Greg answered. Matt sighed. "Great." Stover introduced the girl. "This is Ember. She's going to help us play a little game." They followed Stover into the house. The back door opened easily. The smell of stale cat urine greeted them as they stepped into a bare kitchen. Jenny whispered in Matt's ear, "Ember? That's bullshit. Her name's Tracy Hollis. She's in my English lit class." The two softly chuckled. Stover took them down a musty hallway. The plaster walls were chipped and marked with graffiti. Chunks of broken plaster crunched underfoot. Matt wondered who'd lived here. There was nothing left to mark their time here. The hall opened up in a large room. At the room's center was a large circle of candles. Strange symbols were written on the floor within the circle. Matt felt strangely uneasy as he entered the room. He didn't believe in magic, but it didn't mean you went messing around with the shit. "What the hell?" Matt said. "I don't think we should fuck around with this stupid shit." "Relax, man," Greg reassured his friend. "Wait till you hear the story." "Let's find out first," Jenny added. "I want to find out what's up." Damn it. Matt didn't want to walk out with Jenny staying behind, partly because he'd look like a wimp, and partly because he worried about her. "Then let's get on with it," Matt grumbled. "What have we got to do?" Ember sat them around the circle, all holding hands, with him and Stover on either side of Ember. Matt felt a little nervous and shy taking the girl's pale hand. She smelled like sage and her lips were black as midnight. Staring into her eyes for a second, he forgot about Jenny. Stover cleared his throat before starting. "Man got home from the war and bought this house for him and his pregnant wife. They wanted to start a future here," Greg interrupted. "Which war?" "What?" Stover stammered. "Which war?" Stover's brow furrowed. "That one a long time ago in the 70s. Korea? Jenny asked. No, not that one from Rambo. Nam. Wasn't that in the 80s? Greg said, unsure. Frustrated, Stover grumbled. Does it fucking matter? Well, context, Greg said. Helps set the scene better, man. It was the fucking 70s, okay? Can I get on with the story? Nobody said anything. So the dude and his wife bought this house. A couple years later, they have a daughter. The three have a happy life for a bunch of years. Then the mom gets sick and dies. Aw, that blows, Jenny said. Stover ignored her, continuing on with the story. The father was left to raise the girl by himself, and he did the best he could, got a second job and shit. Stover leaned forward. Then one day, the father came home, worn out from a tough day. The daughter, 15 at the time, told him to take a nap in his favorite chair. Stover smiled. Right over there, indicating a corner of the room. She wanted to surprise him, make him some dinner, so she decided to walk to the convenience store down the path. What? Greg asked. I don't remember any store around here. Stover sighed. The vacant lot on Rathburn. Used to be a store there. They closed it because it was getting robbed too much. Oh, Greg nodded, mulling it over. Anyway, the father wakes up, Stover continued. He finds the house all dark. He calls for his daughter, and there's no answer. Jenny shifted nervously on the floor. Before he can go out to find her, there's a knock at the door. It's the police. The cops ask if she's there. The clerk at the shop called the cops after the girl was getting harassed by some boys. Well, days passed, and there was no trace of the girl. The father grew desperate. Matt glanced at Ember, who had her eyes closed. Was she meditating? Finally, one day, they found one of the girl's shoes near the hangout of a bunch of boys. The ones that had been giving the girl a hard time that night. Trouble is, there's no other evidence. The cops couldn't do shit. Matt looked over at Jenny, who was enjoying the story. His mind wandered as he briefly thought of Jenny, Ember, and him, all alone, together. The thought was a little too much for his hormones. He could feel things stirring that shouldn't be right now. He quickly turned his attention back to the story, trying to focus on Stover's words. This wasn't good enough for the father. So one by one, he captured and tortured the boys, killing every one of them with a hatchet he'd had in the war, save for one boy he let live. Why the one boy? Nobody knows. After the deed, he came home and hung himself in this very room. Stover laughed like a maniac. Did he find her? Jenny blurted out. Stover shrugged. Nobody knows. The father killed himself before anybody found out. The boy he let live was a nutcase. They have him locked away up in Walton. He's never uttered a word since. That was, quite a story, Matt said. A real bummer, Jenny added. What's it got to do with us? Matt asked. Since it's Father's Day, Stover smiled. I thought we'd try to contact the daughter's spirit with the help of Ember here. Maybe we can find out what happened to her. Really? Matt asked, sarcastically. For sure, Stover replied. Suddenly, Ember tightened her grip on their hands. Without thinking, Matt tightened his grip in response. The girl opened her eyes, making brief contact with him. Suddenly, Matt felt his face become warm, his chest tightened, and he found it hard to breathe. And then it passed. I'm ready, the girl said. Her gaze passed over each and every one of them in turn. It's important to remain in a circle, holding hands. We're safe. You don't want to be pulled away into the spirit world. Ember took a deep breath. I call upon the 4 elements, earth, water, fire, and air. Give me strength. The girl started to rock back and forth. Guide us over the bridge between this world and the next. The candles seemed to flicker briefly as a gust of wind passed through the room. I call upon the spirit of Samantha Swain. A low, warbling moan started up from somewhere in the house. Matt felt the hairs on his arms stand up. The air felt charged. There's a presence here, Ember said. There was an unearthly moan. From above the group, a loud bang sounded, making them all jump. Ember warned them, "Don't break contact." The otherworldly moan grew louder. The house itself creaked and groaned as if in pain. "Spirit, speak," Ember commanded. "Tell us your name." There was another unearthly wail of pain.
"My name is,"
a voice spoke.
"My name is Harry Reams."
Stover burst out into laughter. "The fuck?" Greg looked at the others dumbstruck. "Son of a bitch!" Matt shook his head. Stover fell backwards, laughing. "Oh, I got you, fucks!" He wiped a tear from his eye. "I had Ernie and Chad help me set it up." Between laughs, Stover told them how he and his two buddies rigged the house for sound, so the two could provide sounds and spooky voices from a hiding spot upstairs. "You son of a bitch!" Jenny scolded him. Ember looked around perplexed. "No, this isn't right. There was something. I felt it." The others, angered, paid no attention to the girl. Stover called to his buddies. The pair trudged down the stairs laughing loudly at the three's expense. "It's not that funny, assholes," Greg said, dejected. Oh, it is," Chad snickered. Aaron laughed. "Should see the looks on your dumb faces." Ember followed the three friends as they left the house. "Wait," she called after them. "I didn't know." There was something wrong. She could feel it. There had been something there with them. Something had slipped into their world. "Guys, listen," she pleaded. "I didn't know." Matt stepped onto the path before turning around. "So you got duped too. Join the club. Please listen, something did come through." Ember looked into Matt's eyes. Greg and Jenny had already started down the path. Greg turned and called to Matt. "Coming, man?" "I've had enough spooky shit for today. I didn't even want to be here." Matt turned and walked towards his friends. "Shit," Ember whispered to herself. Feeling somebody watching her, she turned towards the house. Standing next to the house was a dark figure. Was that Stover? Or one of his pals? Feeling fear creeping up her spine, Ember turned and hurried down the opposite direction of the path. Matt woke in a chair, his eyes blurry. When he tried to move, he realized he was being held in place by duct tape. As his vision focused, he could make out a bare bulb hanging from the ceiling. It swung back and forth, stopping from time to time in mid-swing. Just hanging there. The room appeared to be a basement. Somewhere in the darkness, water dripped, hitting the floor in a steady rhythm. He'd fallen asleep on the couch, watching TV. So how the hell had he gotten here? Before he could call out, he heard the scraping noise coming from the corner of the basement. He strained his neck, turning as far as he could to see a man sitting in the dark corner. The man appeared to be working on something. A red baseball cap covered the man's face in shadow. Matt tried to talk, ask the man what was going on. His mouth moved, but no words came out. The man stood and Matt could make out what the man was working on. In his hands he held a hatchet and a sharpening stone. The man raised his head up. Where his eyes and mouth should be were black holes. Gray mist seeped from the openings.
"Have you seen my daughter?"
The man asked, his voice garbled and hollow. Matt tried to answer, but still, his voice failed him. The man spoke again.
"Have you seen my daughter?"
He took one of Matt's hands, prying his fingers free from the arm of the chair. He brought down the hatchet on outstretched fingers and lopped them off. Matt sat up, a scream on his lips. He was on the couch, back at home. Outside, it was dark. His parents should be home soon, which was fine by him. That dream had been too freaky. That man with the hatchet. Was that the guy from Stover's story? Feeling suddenly vulnerable, Matt locked the front door. God, he hoped his parents got home soon. Ember sat in her room. She'd been quiet since getting home. She wanted to tell her folks how scared she was, what she feared had happened, but they wouldn't understand. After supper, she'd gone straight to her room. Ember sat on her bed, hoping she was wrong, and preparing to be right. She ripped sheets of blank paper from a notebook. Pricking her thumb with a pin, she wrote runic symbols on the paper strips. Vael, Drak, Tienen, she repeated, putting a strip up in each corner of her room. Taking a glass jar from her desk, Ember made a circle of salt around her bed, making sure not to break the line when she stepped over it. Sitting cross-legged on her bed, the girl waited. The clock struck 1 a.m. A blue shimmering on the edge of her room woke the girl. A dark figure stood in the corner, pushing against the barrier she had created. Fire, water, earth, and air. Give me strength, she chanted. The spirit strained the barrier as it tried to force its way through. She could make out its features. Black slit eyes on a head covered by a red baseball cap. A hatchet clutched in one of the spirit's hands. Ember continued chanting, till finally, 45 minutes later, the entity left, just as sudden as it had come. Exhausted, Ember fell back on her bed and slept till morning. She'd never been more relieved to see her parents than when she went down for breakfast. The spirit had only come for her last night, for she was the only one that could send it back. At school, something felt off. She looked for the others, but they weren't there. After chemistry, Ember overheard the cheerleaders, Becky, Carly, and Tony Lynn, talking near the stairs. I heard he never got home last night. Yeah, his parents are wicked freaked. Working up the courage, Ember approached the two girls. Who? She stammered. Becky's eyes narrowed. What do you want, Freakzilla? Who didn't show up? What's it to you, Morticia? Tony smirked. A little angry now, Ember spat out the question. Who fucking didn't show up? The girls looked at her a little shocked before answering. Stover, okay? Take it easy, bitch. Ember walked away without another word. She ditched the rest of her classes for the day. She had to find the other three, to save them from it. Why had she done it? To be popular? Accepted? Screw it. She couldn't sit here feeling sorry for herself. That thing needed to be sent back. When lunch period came, Ember snuck out. Ember found the three sitting outside under a big tree. Did they know? Had they heard about Stover? Out of breath, she walked towards them. Greg was the first to notice her. Here comes your girlfriend, he said to Matt. Please, guys, I need your help. Jenny took a bite of her sandwich. We're not interested, she said dismissively. Did you hear about Stover? Greg shrugged. He didn't show up today. He's always skipping. He never got home, Ember exclaimed. It got him, the entity we summoned, the spirit of that girl's father. Greg laughed. Bullshit. No, it's not. Last night it came for me. I saw its black eyes. Ember almost sobbed. Matt had sat silent as Ember had talked, but he finally spoke up. Did you say black eyes? Nervous and a little embarrassed, Matt told them his dream, how real it had felt, and how the description matched with what Ember had seen in her room. I think you two are both high, Greg joked. Been hitting the glue? It'll come for us, one by one, because our energy called it and we can send it back. Why do you think Stover is missing? I told you, he's just goofing off, Greg said. I don't know, Jenny said. Millie said she saw a couple of cops talking to the principal when she passed the office this morning. I'm not saying I believe in this magic shit, Matt said. But if it's true, what do? We have to go back to the house tonight and send it back. Ember waited by the basketball court on Madison Street, just a little ways from the entrance of the path. She was scared. It was getting dark and that thing could show up at any time. Where the hell were they? Then she heard a familiar voice bitching and moaning and saw them coming down the street. Why do we all have to go? Greg asked. Ember and Matt's eyes met, and they shared a little smile. Well, we're here, Matt said. Now what? We've got to get to the house. There's not much time. They made their way to the house with Greg bitching most of the way and Jenny needling him. Matt nervously looked around. He looked scared to Ember. Good. He'd be on his toes. She'd sensed something about Matt during the summoning. He didn't believe in magic, but still had a healthy respect for it. That energy would be vital for sending it back. His negative charge and her positive should repel the thing. Reaching the house, they flicked on a pair of flashlights. Ember felt relieved when she saw the runic symbols were still on the floor, where she'd drawn them. Taking the same glass jar from her bag, Ember created a circle of salt around the symbols, big enough so they could sit inside it and be protected. Matt and Jenny lit candles, placing one in front of each of them. They all held hands again as they sat there. Ember started to chant, calling upon the elements to aid them. Fire, water, earth, and air, give us strength. A low rumbling began somewhere in the bowels of the house. The candles flickered as a cold wind blew through the room. A door slammed open and closed in another room, followed by heavy, deliberate footfalls as something approached them. Ember looked at the others. Don't break the circle, no matter what. She rocked back and forth, feeling the energy of the others flowing through her. Vail, Drak, Tienen, send this malignant being back to the Netherrealm from which it came. Jenny screamed, almost bolting from where she sat. Matt and Greg had to keep hold of her. The badly mutilated body of Stover stood in the door frame. The corpse stumbled towards them. Stay calm, Elmer advised them. It can't hurt us. The spirit is trying to scare us. Stover's corpse stopped, inches from the circle, its dead eyes fixed on them. Mission fucking accomplished, Greg said.
Get out of this house.
An unnatural voice commanded from Stover's dead lips. The walls of the room cracked and blistered as a blinding white light emanated from within them. Ember could feel she was losing them to the spectacle going on around them. Focus your thoughts, Ember warned them. Close your eyes, pay it no heed, imagine pushing it away in your mind's eye. Ember closed her eyes, imagining their energy flowing from them like tendrils, striking the malignant evil they'd brought into the world. The floor seemed to fall away. Stopping suddenly, Ember felt the wind expelled from her lungs. Holy shit, Matt gasped. Her eyes flung open, Ember gaped in awe at what she saw. A blue vortex had formed above them. She opened them just in time to see Stover's body pulled into the maw above. The house started to rock as bits of it were pulled into the spinning mass of energy. The floorboards beneath them creaked as the boards strained from the pull of the vortex. Let's get the fuck out of here, Greg hollered. Ember had to agree as the house fell apart around them. The four held hands, forming a chain with Greg in the lead. They inched their way along the hallway. The pull lessened the further they got away from it. When they reached the foyer, they ran from the house, screaming their heads off, not stopping till they reached the path. The four turned and watched in silence as the house came apart until only the vortex remained. It too soon disappeared, collapsing in on itself. Fuck me, Greg said, panting. Don't see that every day, Matt added. A couple of weeks later, they were out of school for the summer. Matt was over at Ember's house. The two sat on her bed making out while her parents were at a party. The pair had started dating soon after that night, his infatuation with Jenny a distant memory. Matt came up for air. I wish summer could be like this the whole time. Ember smiled. Who says it can't? Matt had noticed her deck of tarot cards on the nightstand earlier. He took them and started shuffling them. "What are you doing?" Ember asked. "Consulting the cards." Matt smiled as he drew the first card, showing it to her. It was the Lovers. "How did you do that?" Ember asked. "It was easy," he said, drawing another card and handing it to her. Ember looked at it, her eyes wide with terror. The card depicted a collapsing tower. His voice crackled with energy as his eyes turned black.
As easy as finding a new home.
The Message by Rob Fields.
Imagine this. You're a 23-year-old girl who's got everything going for you. A very rich family, luxury and privilege, never wanting for anything, and a beautiful body. You can have any man you want. You're on top of the world. Interested? Okay, let's begin. You've passed every class while you were in school, without studying. Why should you have to study when you can just cruise along with your million-dollar body? You can just keep your pretty eyes on certain men, show generous amounts of cleavage, offer a handjob to the right teacher, all for those A's that you've never had to study for. You still here? Come on, stay with me. You graduate with a great GPA, but in order for you to take over the family business someday, you must continue your education. You agree to go to college. Like high school, you rely on your porn star body to get through each semester of university. Like you're actually going to crack open a book and read the assignments, right? You're even allowed to bring a laptop to take notes. But why? Why should you have to write anything? You're rich, you're privileged, you're entitled. Besides, your glorious nails cost a pretty penny. Hell, you can charm some geek into writing your papers, right? You still with me? Nice. You finish your first 3.5 years at Strickfield University with plenty of good grades. And all of your professors were guys. Coincidence? Or maybe because you know your sex appeal won't work on women, aside from lesbians or bisexuals. Also, you'll be damned if you lip lock with another female. Anyway, all your professors are male, because even college professors can let the little head think for the big head. We're moving along. Hang in there. The second semester of your pivotal senior year, things are a little more challenging. You're finding your looks are just not enough now. To get those all-important A's, you have to show your big titties, give more hand jobs, maybe give a really good blowjob, and for some professors who want even more, you'll actually have to spend the night with them. You haven't been a virgin since junior high, so what difference does fucking university professors old enough to be your dad make? Don't worry, it gets better. Stay with me. Now, you finally got that one professor. Yeah, that one. The one who doesn't care about your looks, your big tits, or your sexy body. He's a happily married man who loves his wife of 25 years, so the sight of you doesn't arouse his little head in the least. No matter what you do, you just can't win this professor over. You still refuse to take notes, do homework, or lift your pen to take exams. Your grades in his class are the worst. But you're privileged. You're entitled. You're rich. The world owes you. Hell, what this professor makes in a year is pocket change to you, right? You still want to keep going? Of course you do. You're desperate now. Sitting in the back, you've shown him your tits during class. You've even shown him you weren't wearing panties. In fact, you've even offered to suck your professor's cock more than once. Even more, you've offered to let him fuck you, and in some compromising places. You've even surprised him by waiting for him in his office, completely naked. Yet the fucking professor just will not surrender to you. He never once pops a chubby. What the fuck? Does he really love his wife that much? Nobody loves his wife for that many years. Your own parents are out fucking around on each other, for Christ's sake. Ah, you're still with me. Still loving all this juiciness. The professor's going to turn you into the dean for your erratic behavior. He'll tell him that you haven't done Anything, really. He certainly has your grades to show for it, including your blank exams. Because you're simply too entitled to put forth the effort. In fact, you're entitled to everything life has to offer. It's getting dark now. Turn on those smartphone flashes. Now, you've got a real problem. You can't let your parents see that you've actually failed a class. Didn't your parents tell you that if you didn't bring home the grades, they weren't going to keep you in school? If you're not ready to be a part of the family business, they'll cut you off. They'll send you out into the real world to make your own money. You'll no longer live in luxury. You'll no longer be entitled. You'll no longer be pampered and have the world at your feet. You'll be banished to the mortal realm with all the other bottom feeders who have to bust their asses just to make ends meet. There's only one thing left to do. Darker still, hope your smartphone batteries have a good charge. You talk to your scumbag boyfriend, knowing he's a scumbag, but he's always been there for you when you needed him. He listens intently as you tell him about the professor who's fucking up your whole world. Then he comes up with the perfect plan to help you get the grade you're entitled to. All it'll cost you is a little of your green and some quality time with your pink. Anything to keep you entitled. Really dark now. Hope your smartphone batteries aren't about ready to die. Your boyfriend knows the professor works in his office late on Fridays. He knows your professor always gets a Mountain Dew out of the soda machine beforehand. Not coffee. Not bottled water. A Mountain Dew. Probably the only unconventional thing about him. Having his office phone number, you make a desperate phone call. You tell him you need help and give him a false location. When he leaves, your boyfriend slithers into his office and roofies his Mountain Dew. Later, you and your boyfriend watch as the professor returns to his office, no doubt upset at your phone call. Oh, but he has no idea what awaits him in that green bottle. It's only a matter of time. We're at NC-17 content now, so you may want to put the kids to bed. You and your boyfriend take the sleeping professor to an empty classroom. It's Friday night, and nobody's around. You undo the professor's trousers and pull them down with his boxers. Up comes your dress. No panties. You finally get him nice and hard. And congratulations! You, a girl, just committed rape. You've got him by the balls. Literally. You both get him dressed and take him back to his office. Next, you both go back to your place. With the incriminating juices still inside you, your boyfriend beats the living shit out of you. It has to look like an actual rape, right? When he's finished, you call the police and tell them everything. Are you feeling pissed off yet, by the way? Good. You should. The professor is arrested. The police take samples from you both. They get a match, but they won't find the Mountain Dew with the roofie in it. Your boyfriend saw to that. His plan worked perfectly. Yes, his plan. Psst. He's actually smarter than you. So now, the professor's in jail. He's fired from Strickfield University. His wife leaves him after 25 happily married years. She wouldn't even listen to him, but he pled his case to her. He gets a trial by jury, is found guilty, and sentenced to life in prison. That night, he hangs himself, knowing he won't survive prison. Your boyfriend already got into the professor's computer to change your grade, but if it was that simple, then why ruin the man's life? Because you're entitled, and nobody fucks that up for you. Whew. Hey, you've made it all the way to this point, so, are you ready for the twist? I'm sure you are. Now, two things are established. You think you're entitled, and you're not too bright. Your boyfriend made the plan that led to the death of an innocent professor who wouldn't give you the grade you wanted, but neither of you had any idea that a certain girl was in that same class with you. Actually, I was in a couple. Boy, did you two ever stand out to me. Not only did I see you showing your titties and your cooch to Professor Rodney Simmons, I even saw you arguing with him in his office after that class. I suppose those things alone wouldn't trigger a red flag. It was after the newspapers revealed that Professor Simmons had committed suicide. I watched you both closely. Neither of you showed any remorse. I did my usual research and found the gradebook in Professor Simmons' office before anyone came to clean it out. I took pics on my smartphone, wearing gloves, of course. I also lifted fingerprints off the professor's laptop. Some belonged to the professor. The others belonged to Jacob Levine. Thanks to a fingerprint scanner I rigged up, I matched them with a special program I picked up on the darknet that gave me immediate access to fingerprints databases. Now, I just needed one thing. What the fuck? Genevieve Van Sant demanded. Where am I? Right where I want you, I replied, stepping out of the darkness. Genevieve spoke with her entitled voice. I know you. You're that criminal justice bitch people talk about all over campus. Wow, you actually know something, I replied. I'm surprised you know anything, considering how stupid you are. She struggled to get free. You can't scare me. Then she glared at me. You really fucked up. Once I talk to select people, you're fucked. You don't ever put your hands on me. Professor Simmons found that out. Oh, you mean when he raped you? I made air quotes to emphasize the end of my question. Genevieve protested. His spunk was inside me. He beat me within an inch of my life. He raped me. I waved her off. Please. I'm on a time crunch here, so let's wrap things up. You've got cops waiting outside? Genevieve sneered. You haven't got shit on me. I raised an eyebrow. No? I know your whole plan. The roofie, the real rape, the alleged beating. Genevieve gawked at me. Nobody was around. No one saw us. I shook my head slowly. I saw everything. Would it have killed you to have done your schoolwork? Because what you just did will kill you. I picked up some photographs and showed them to her. Wow, I'm surprised these pictures didn't end up on some porn site, I said. Porn's a multi-billion-dollar industry, you know. Genevieve shrieked when she saw herself in the act of raping the professor. Bullshit. The classroom we went to didn't have any security cameras. I picked up a nearby smartphone. This camera was there. It's your boyfriend's. I took it from him. I turned and flipped a switch. Another set of lights came on, and Genevieve gasped when she saw her boyfriend secured to a second table that was propped up. Yes, this is your boyfriend's loft, I said. I found roofies and other interesting shit in his room. Oh, and lots of videos of you two fucking. I raised my finger. Especially the one where you two pretty much confess to everything. I guess you'd call it victory sex? I cracked Jacob's passcode and found the photos. His big mistake was leaving his fingerprints. I held up a copy of the newspaper revealing that Professor Simmons had hung himself. This was all you and Jacob here. All because Simmons wouldn't just give you a grade. I showed her Professor Simmons' gradebook. It surprises me how many teachers still use these. Looking at the professor's laptop, you get poor grades throughout the semester, but end up getting an A overall. I opened the gradebook. Same poor grades here. Overall, you got an F. Oops! Imagine if your parents learned that you never studied 5 minutes since you got here. She rolled her eyes. I don't have to study. I'm Genevieve Van Sant. I rolled my eyes in return. Thank you. I know your name. In fact, I'll remember you and Jacob Levine forever, along with the hundreds of others who've made the unfortunate mistake of getting my attention. And speaking of attention, I suddenly heard someone, another guy, talking outside the door. It had to be Jacob's roommate. I determined that he was on a cell phone as I grabbed a nearby baseball bat and conked Genevieve. I turned off the lights and waited. He started to come into the loft. As I saw his hand pawing for the light switch, he quickly stopped. I really didn't want to kill an innocent. What? You serious? I left my shit at your place? He groaned. No, I'll come back. My term paper's in that folder. Due tomorrow, first thing. A pause. Sure, babe. I'll spend the night." The roommate pulled the door closed. I locked it up again and waited a bit before turning the lights back on. As Genevieve began to stir, I walked to her and slapped her. When she fully woke up, she shouted curses and struggled to free herself. Eventually, she stopped struggling and glared at me. I said to Genevieve, "Since you seem to think you're so entitled, since you're Genevieve Van Sant, I'm gonna kill you second." Genevieve snapped. "You won't kill us! You're a criminal justice prodigy who helps the police solve cases!" I raised my finger. Being a college student and a police intern is my day job. I've been doing my night job since I was 10 years old. Ironic, huh? I'm a police detective trainee who's also a serial killer. Sure, I could turn you both over to the police, but knowing your parents, Genevieve, they'd hire a top-notch lawyer for you. Or pay off the judge. You'd be free again, continuing to feel you're entitled. And your boyfriend would rot in jail because your parents won't give a shit about him. And Professor Simmons would still be dead and tarnished for a crime he never committed. "Fuck you," she screamed at me. "You're nothing, nothing. I'm Genevieve Van Sant. You're fucking nobody." I moved to my instrument table and picked up a big, sharp knife. I moved to Jacob. "Now, Jacob Levine, let the punishment fit the crime." Using my knife, I disemboweled Jacob. He didn't feel much since I roofied him with one of his own roofies. I make such a mess when I play. I turned to Genevieve. "And your fate," I showed her the newspaper again. "Here's a hint. It's already around your neck." Genevieve shook her head quickly. "No, you ruined a good man's life," I reminded her. "You broke up a wonderful marriage. You had no remorse whatsoever. Want some irony? I myself feel no emotions, but you do. And you are so horrible." She saw that I was ready to kick the chair out from underneath her feet. Her wrists and ankles were securely zip-tied. Genevieve shrieked, "You crazy bitch! I'm Genevieve Van Sant! My parents will find you! They'll kill you!" "Do you know how many people have told me that?" I asked. "You're not the first rich person I've killed, and you certainly won't be the last. I just killed a rich couple last week, and they had it coming for quite a while. But you are, without a doubt, the stupidest girl I've ever had to date. Weren't you listening? I just told you I don't feel emotions. But I have a name, too. I'm the Angel of Death. I'm guessing you don't read the newspapers, since you probably can't even read anyway. And now, Genevieve Van Sant, let the punishment fit the crime." I kicked the chair out from under her. Her eyes bulged and she tried to squirm. Her face turned red as she struggled to breathe. Soon, she just hung there. After a few more minutes, I took hold of her wrist. No pulse. The police would find the evidence easily. The boyfriend's smartphone, the homemade confession porn video, and the pictures will be quite sufficient. I took a shower to wash Jacob's blood off of me and put on fresh clothes before leaving the loft. I would take my soiled clothes with me and make my usual anonymous phone call to the Strickfield Police Department to tell them where they could find the bodies. The next afternoon, I was on scene as part of my police internship. Jacob's roommate was there, just babbling away. I think what got his attention was the message on the wall that I left for him, written in Jacob's blood.
Just be glad you didn't turn on the light.
A Dog and His Boy by David O'Hanlon. Rocco eyed the bags suspiciously as his boy brought them through the living room. He recognized the Starburst logo of Discount Demolition's Fireworks Emporium and shivered slightly. This was his third 4th of July since the adoption, and he'd already decided where he'd be cowering for most of the evening. When the big artillery shells went off, he would make his way to Ryan's closet where he could burrow into the safety of all the extra blankets. Rocco laid his head on his paw and snorted. Stupid humans, Rocco thought. Just because you can't bark doesn't mean you have to overcompensate with the big noisemakers. We still love you even though you're frail and feeble. Rocco climbed down from the couch and stretched away his morning nap in preparation of the coming game of fetch. Ryan always played fetch with him when he came home from school. Rocco wasn't sure why his human enjoyed throwing a ball or stick so many times, but if it brought him joy, then Rocco would gladly oblige the simple creature. There were more pressing issues to attend to first, however. Rocco dragged his butt across the living room floor all the way to the point the carpet ended and the linoleum began. It was a simple act, but one that required great skill nonetheless. If he misjudged his distance even slightly, he wouldn't get the whole itch before he ran out of plush, comfortable shag. Rocco trotted into the kitchen and Ryan dropped to his knees and held his arms open. "Come here, boy," his human called. Rocco jogged promptly to him and let the 10-year-old hug him and scratch him behind the ears and under his chin. Ryan asked him the usual questions, same every day. "Who's a good dog? Did you miss me while I was gone? Are you ready to go play? Would you like a milk bone?" Humans matured slower than dogs, so Rocco barked with increasing excitement to each question, and twice as much to make sure Ryan understood his willingness to accept a milk bone. There were few things as good as those delicious bone-shaped morsels. Real bones were nice, but all the flavor was on the outside, and Ryan's mother sprayed him with a hose the last time he attempted to acquire some from a squirrel that forgot its place in the food chain. Ryan's arm stretched to the kitchen table and the bag of fireworks swung like a clock pendulum in his chubby little fist. Rocco's head sagged at the sight. Ryan dumped out the contents. "Look what we've got, boy!" Ryan waved his hand at the stockpile. "I know you don't like the loud ones. I got us smoke balls, sparklers, and Roman candles so we can still have fireworks without it scaring you." The collie's eyebrow raised slightly. Humans weren't even polite enough to sniff each other's butts, but his boy had been considerate enough to get dog-friendly ordnance for his yearly war on peace and quiet. Rocco buried his head into Ryan's chest and nuzzled him softly. "I love my human." Rocco licked the boy's mouth to a chorus of excited giggles, especially when he doesn't wash off all the pizza from his face. Rocco chewed a mouthful of grass under his favorite tree. 2 games of fetch and 6 milk bones were playing hell on his stomach. The chocolate Ryan's mom dropped while making brownies might not have helped matters either. Rocco swallowed the weeds thoughtfully. He'd never seen Ryan eating those brownies. She kept her own personal stash and Rocco couldn't blame her. They made him feel great. And hungry. Why do humans eat things that make them want to eat more things? He pondered. Bacon doesn't make you want to eat anything other than more bacon. Bacon seems much healthier. Rocco vomited precisely as he intended, and then sprinted to Ryan's side. His boy was striking the fire maker next to a colorful ball. The fuse sparkled brilliantly and Ryan tossed it a few feet away. A plume of smoke rose from the orb with a soft hiss and a horrible stench. "Too bad you can't see the color, Rocco," Ryan said. "It's blue, kid." Rocco wasn't sure who decided dogs couldn't see color. He could see all 3 of them just fine. Ryan threw another of the smoke balls. It was brown. It was also anticlimactic. Rocco appreciated Ryan's efforts to include him in the festivities, but felt a little bad for him. The other kids were already starting in with their screeching rockets and boomsticks. Rocco's butt tucked in as he scurried closer to the boy and away from the ungodly explosion on the other side of the fence. Heathens. Rocco would try to tolerate it a bit longer so Ryan could enjoy his other goodies. The boy lit a pair of sparklers and danced about merrily, twirling patterns into the dimming sky. Rocco watched the devices spit gouts of color-changing flame and found himself impressed with the show. It seemed a useless invention, but it was making Ryan happy, so Rocco thought it was great. Almost as great as cartoons. Rocco's tail wagged excitedly. If Ryan had pizza at school, that meant it was Friday, which meant tomorrow was Saturday, and that meant it was cartoons and Lucky Charms day. It also meant he got to sleep on the bed all day. A sudden explosion brought him back to the present, and he yelped before curling into a ball at Ryan's feet. Ryan knelt next to him and stroked his ears. It's starting to get loud now, I guess. That means it's time for the big finale, Rocco. Let's do some Roman candles and then we'll go inside where it's quiet and safe. Rocco sprang up and danced in a happy circle. The sooner they went inside, the sooner it would be tomorrow. Ryan lifted one of the long sticks and pointed it into the air. Rocco observed the rest of them in their cellophane packaging while Ryan tried to light the fuse. The collie cocked his head at the tiny human words written on the side. He looked up at Ryan and then back at the warning. "I'm pretty sure this says not to hold it, kid," Rocco barked to get his attention. "Really, it says right there in plain human." Rocco picked up one of the tubes and poked at Ryan's leg. "It's not for fetch, silly." The boy laughed and struck the lighter again. The fuse sparkled to life. "I'm not trying to play fetch." Rocco growled urgently. "You're not supposed to—" The bang wasn't that loud. It was muffled by Ryan's closed fist. Rocco whined mournfully as his boy collapsed to the grass. Rocco sighed. Damn it. Ryan's mom came running outside to answer the child's screams. The shattered cardboard tube sputtered and smoked beside him. She scooped her son up and ran back to the house. Rocco started to follow when he remembered something that seemed important. He turned back to retrieve Ryan's thumb and bolted after them with the dismembered digit clutched gingerly between his teeth. The back door smacked him in the nose and he toppled off the steps. A series of explosions made him cower and he turned his eyes up to the fiery skyflowers blossoming overhead. He laid Ryan's thumb gently on the steps and scampered to his tree. He was locked out. His boy was injured on his watch. He failed to keep Ryan safe and now he was trapped outside, with the fireworks. It was a fitting punishment. He looked at the finger with its scorched knuckle and whimpered, "Please be okay, boy." Rocco curled into a ball beneath the tree's canopy. "I don't have thumbs, and I do all right. I'll teach you how to read human so it'll never happen again." It was well past dark, and the fireworks were coming faster than Rocco could count. Even the squirrels, the mental half-wits that they were, knew to hide from the human thunder. Rocco took it upon himself to personally destroy the remaining weapons of mass destruction. They tasted terrible, but it was a small price to pay to protect his boy. Ryan only had one thumb left, after all. "Hey, look it!" a shrill adolescent voice said through the knothole in the fence. "It's that stupid dog with the girly hair!" Rocco recognized the voice. Rocco hated Timmy Treadwell as much as he hated those damn Roman candle things. "It's a mane, you simpleton, like a lion, but better because I'm not a cat." "I saw that little wimp and his mom leave a while ago," another boy said. "Let's have some fun." If Timmy was outside, that meant Bud and Lenny were with him. After all, you can't have a dick without two balls hanging about. The high school trio was a scourge to the kids in the neighborhood. They chased Ryan home on more than one occasion until Rocco managed to get over the fence. A warm, fuzzy feeling hit the collie's stomach as he fondly remembered Bud urinating on himself. They knew better than to mess with his boy, after all. "Let's have some fun," Timmy said. Rocco heard the telltale hiss of a fuse lighting just before the whiz of the rocket-propelled firecracker shot overhead. His ears rang from the sharp explosion. Another one came streaking through the knothole a second later. Rocco snaked around his tree as the teens laughed maniacally on the other side of the fence. "Go with something bigger," Lenny cheered. "The big bad wolf is scared of a little pop-pop," Timmy goaded. "You know what, kid? You're right. We should have a little fun." Rocco stretched out behind the wide trunk of the tree and steeled his nerves. I've had it up to here with you stupid, sniveling, hairless fuckknuckles and your thumb-wrecking fireworks. Enough is enough. The rising Phoenix Freedom rocket with red, white, and blue effects screamed through the hole with the ferocity its name implied. Rocco was too sick of it all to care. He bolted from behind the tree, dipping under the boisterous bombardment as the device detonated overhead. An eye flicked in from the knothole. Rocco ran straight at it and then angled to the left, scurrying up the incline of Ryan's slide and launching himself into the air. Rocco's hair blew in the wind like the cloak of some masked avenger as he flew through the sky and landed on the sidewalk next to the three delinquents. I've always wondered, which part of human tastes like bacon? Rocco lowered his head and growled. I'll give you a head start. He barked once and sent the boys running. Rocco watched them sprinting along the sidewalk and wished he could laugh like Ryan. Teenage humans were by far the most awkward and uncoordinated prey he'd ever seen. He remembered when Ryan adopted him from the animal shelter. There were no needles or diodes or kooky old men in white coats like his old home. Those men weren't nice to him, like Ryan. They never let him watch cartoons either. And Rocco was a much better name than Domestic Infiltration Canine, or Dick, as the old men called him, even if he was named after an animated wallaby. But as bad as the old men treated him, they did let him hunt. 3 years was a long time for a dog. He hoped he still had it in him as his claws scraped across the concrete in anticipation of the kill. Lenny had gained weight since their last encounter. He would be well marbled, and it seemed a shame to not enjoy the spoils of the hunt, so Rocco decided to give him a momentary reprieve. He sprinted past the portly youth and focused his pursuit on Bud. Bud's hip chain swung wildly as he fought to keep his wide-legged jeans up over his hips. He failed miserably and fell on his face. Rocco slowed down a little and gave him some hope. Bud kicked his pants off and abandoned them as he shot across the street. Rocco hurtled the hood of a passing car to the bleating of its horn. Even their conveyances needed something to make up for their inability to bark, it seemed. Humans were such self-conscious animals. Bud ran around the corner and made a beeline toward the playground. Rocco never realized how close Ryan's school was to home. He could have been coming to see him this whole time. He'd do that when Ryan came home. And they had a merry-go-round, too. Rocco loved riding the one at the park with his boy. Focus, you have work to do, he reminded himself. Rocco watched Bud clamber over the fence and spill, bare-assed, into the playground. The dog stopped at the gate. Stupid dog! You can't get over this fence as easy, can you? Rocco lifted the hasp with his nose and sauntered through the gate. This Bud's for me, Rocco thought, with an amused bark. Oh, as far as last words go, Bud could have chosen better. The chase was over right there. A quick lunge and a quicker bite. Fireworks bloomed overhead as Rocco worked his muzzle inside the hoodlum's ribcage. He pulled his head back and licked his lips. Smoker lungs. Yuck. He sniffed the air. Where'd you get to, Lenny? Bud? Where'd you go, pal? Lenny called out in his nasal whine. Don't make it too hard on me or anything. Come on, Bud, quit goofing around, Timmy added. Rocco looked at the corpse and grabbed an ankle, dragging it into the culvert. Tiny lights shimmered in the darkness of the man-made cave. Rocco barked at the critters. The rotund little bandits scampered from the darkened corners and gathered around Bud's remains. Rocco vocalized some more and the creatures chittered happily. Raccoons and dogs have a similar language and similar tastes. They went to work of disposing his garbage while he returned to the hunt. Rocco crept along the houses trying to avoid the street lamps. The cacophonous celebration of independence made his ears ring and his head pound. He sniffed the air trying to ascertain his quarry's direction. The sulphurous fallout of the firecrackers drifted across the neighborhood in a fog that masked their pungent stench. He was sure they were near. A tube rolled across the sidewalk. Rocco looked at it quizzically. It looked just like the rolls Ryan's butt paper came on, except It had a fuse. Oh. The homemade firecracker detonated with a ferocity that drowned out everything else in the neighborhood. Bits of concrete pelted Rocco's fur, and the force of the blast made the street swirl chaotically before his eyes. He slumped over in the grass and stared up at the mulberry bush leaning over him. The scent of his smoldering mane drifted across his nose. "We got him, Lenny!" Timmy hollered. "Go make sure he's dead!" Lenny slid a long cardboard tube from his backpack and held the lighter close to the fuse. Roman candle. Rocco suppressed a growl. Sons of bitches brought the Roman candles. Rocco played dead and watched the teen draw closer. He waited for the moment to move. The porch light kicked on and the screen door's aluminum frame banged against the house as the homeowner came storming outside. Lenny looked up at the shouting old man wearing nothing but an open bathrobe and froze in place. Rocco's head popped up and his lips curled back away from his fangs. Well-maintained and pearly white thanks to his special dental treats. Lenny yelped and struck the lighter. "You little bastards want to shoot your dang-nab bangerangs at my house? I'll learn you something!" the geriatric shouted with his fist pumping in the air. Rocco lunged forward. Multicolored fireballs blasted from the tube in sequence. Rocco juked left, then right. He zigzagged between the pyrotechnic pummeling of the handheld terror. Lenny dropped the tube before it was even finished expending its payload and turned to run. Another explosion filled the air and Lenny howled in pain before collapsing to the ground. Rocco stood over the sobbing boy. His butt was bleeding and the subtle scent of salt tickled Rocco's nose. Jostling human manhood wiggled next to his head. The collie looked up slowly to see the homeowner standing next to him with the shotgun resting on his shoulder. "That's a good boy. This mean little crotch dumpling was chasing you with those stupid old fireworks, wasn't he?" The old man patted Rocco's head. "A bum full of rock salt will learn him right quick. Yes, sir." Rocco wasn't sure how he felt about the sudden turn of events, but Timmy was getting away. He licked the old man's hand in gratitude, and the bitter tinge of Ben Gay made his tongue go numb and loll from the side of his mouth. "Oh, you're a sweet boy. You better get on home before your kiddos start missing you." "Shit." He gave a bark of agreement. "Good call, crazy naked man. Ryan will be home soon." Rocco dashed along the sidewalk, honing in on Timmy's cologne and the bag full of high explosives. They didn't smell like Ryan's fireworks, they were more pungent. He remembered his time at the lab. Sometimes the hunts were augmented with different smells. The crackpots made him chase a group, but he could only attack the guy that smelled like drugs and bombs. Hey, wait a second. The memory of the scents came crashing back to him. That's why those brownies smelled so familiar. Rocco decided not to worry about the ingredients in the baked goods and to focus on the scent of gunpowder instead. Timmy was fast, for a human. The gravel driveway led him to the quaint little house and the odor of odious ordnances hung heavily over the yard. Rocco looked across the expanse for any sign of his prey, but it seemed as empty as it was vast. There was a shed sitting closer to the house, and he eased toward it when the silhouette of a backpack caught his eye. Rocco observed the shed again. A heavy lock hung from the door. No, that's not right, he realized. Timmy couldn't lock it back from the inside. He turned away and went to the bag. A structure rose from the middle of the yard a dozen feet away. Rocco circled the round stone tube sticking out of the ground. He put his paws on the lip and peered over the edge into the well. Timmy Treadwell hung over the edge and cried loudly at the sight of Rocco's mane blowing in the midnight breeze. The dog's dark eyes glanced at Timmy's hands, clinging desperately to the stonework. Not just at his hands, his thumbs. Rocco clamped down on Timmy's opposable digits one after the other, and the boy slipped away with a screech that disappeared as the water engulfed him. Gurgles and frenzied splashing echoed up the shaft. Until they didn't. Oh no, somebody help! Rocco trotted away, jolly. Timmy's fallen down the well. The blue sedan pulled into the driveway shortly after sunup. Rocco looked up, expecting another false alarm, but saw the puffy plume of hair bobbing on top of the driver's head and knew it was Ryan's mom. He gave the air a sniff to verify and found the stench of her Aquanet, a welcome torment. He discarded his bone over the side of the porch. The best part was on the outside anyway. She opened the back of the car and Ryan stepped out with his hand tightly wrapped in an oversized bandage. His face was sad, until he saw the ball of fur running to meet him. Ryan dropped to his knees as Rocco rushed into his arms. "I knew you'd be worried, boy." "Of course I was. You're my human. I'll always worry about you." "We're never having fireworks again." Ryan kissed the dog's snout. "I love you, Rocco." "I love you too." Ryan's mom screamed and it made both of them jump. Rocco spun quickly and relaxed. She was staring down at the thumbs he'd brought home to replace Ryan's. One of them was sure to fit.
People Can Lick Too by Rob Fields.
I was having some hot sex with my girlfriend, Jensen Mirren, in my bedroom at the house. We came here to finish our date. I'd been seeing Jensen since the start of junior year at Strickfield University, about 3 months after I broke up with Sylvia Charmer. Man, fuck. Just thinking about that. Creepy girl. Suddenly, I felt Jensen shove me off of her. I fell to the floor and was greeted by my dog, Sparky, who was usually lying underneath my bed. I got up and saw Jensen's angry look. "You're thinking about her again, Zach," she snapped. "I wasn't," I started to protest. "Yes, you were," she interrupted. "I know because you don't make love to me with passion whenever you're thinking about her." She looked at me like she'd just found out I was still sleeping with Sylvia. I mean, I wasn't. That was just how she looked. "I know I'm not as hot as her, I get it." I got back on the bed with her. A tear was streaming down her cheek. "Why do you still love her, Zach? You're with me, but you still love her. Why?" I quickly snatched Jensen to me. "I don't love her. I love you." Jensen shook her head quickly. No, you still keep thinking about Sylvia." Jensen pulled away from me and got off the bed. She grabbed her clothes and got dressed. Then she stormed out. I could hear her crying as she reached the front door and left. Sigh. Jensen was wrong. Okay, yes, I still thought about Sylvia Charmer, but not because I was still madly in love with her. Yes, Jensen was right about Sylvia being one nicely stacked girl. I mean, Sylvia was both hot and wild. Just seeing her flaming red hair and glowing green eyes was enough to put you under her spell. I mean, Sylvia could have had any guy she wanted, but she had her eyes on me the day we started our freshman year at Strickfield University. It started with us talking. Then it was a coffee date. Then we were at her house and in her bed. Right after the coffee date. For almost 2 years, the two of us burned each other's beds from all the hot sex we were having. And I know what you're thinking. Why would I break up with someone as sizzling as Sylvia Charmer? I'm sure you'd quickly point out that she's also rich and independent. But it's what you don't know. One day, after sophomore year was over, Sylvia invited me to her house to spend the afternoon with her. Her plan was for us to hang out at her indoor pool. I got to her house, let myself in like she texted me to do. I knew I'd find her in her bedroom. When I did find her, I about shit myself. She was lying on her bed in her bikini, and she had fucking snakes moving all over her body. Yeah, that's right. She had several snakes hissing and slithering all over her body. They weren't just any household snakes either, if there is such a thing. First one I noticed was the rattlesnake on her belly. I knew another one was a black mamba because we'd just seen one in the zoology lab on the other side of Strickfield University during a class. I'll never forget that king cobra. that was rubbing up against the side of her face. And don't even get me started on that huge boa constrictor. When I gasped, the snakes looked at me all at once. They didn't move to attack me, though. Sylvia just sat up casually. "Oh, hi, Zach." Then she picked up the king cobra like anybody could have easily done it. That was the whole creepy thing right there. None of those fucking snakes ever once attacked Sylvia. I didn't give Sylvia time to explain. I just turned and got the fuck out of that house and never looked back. In fact, I never went to Sylvia's part of town ever again. Sylvia tried to get with me to explain, but I didn't want to hear her. I blocked her number on my phone. I blocked her on social media. I wouldn't see her when she came to my house. I even avoided her on campus. I just wasn't going to deal with her creepy shit. It had taken a few months before Sylvia finally got the hint. Or so I thought. Getting to Jensen Mirren, I ended up taking a liking to her when she was assigned my lab partner in my zoology class at the start of junior year. Things started off about the same as with Sylvia. Just talking, a coffee date, but this time we went on a few actual real dates before we started sleeping together. I also found out later that this girl was rich too. Now, I don't want you thinking I only dated rich girls. That was just how things turned out. Sylvia Charmer soon came back into the picture. She found out I was seeing Jensen and decided to confront me. In fact, she surprised me in one of the campus science labs. I stayed late on a Friday afternoon to get some work done. I didn't even see she'd come into the lab until she was a good 6 feet away. And wouldn't you know it, she was cradling one of her fucking snakes, a copperhead. Sylvia's green eyes practically burned right through me. "So, this is how it is, Zach? I really thought you were a decent guy, but you're just like all the others. The second you find out what my one flaw is, you just turn tail and run. Not only run, but run into another girl's waiting tits." I staggered back when the copperhead looked right at me and started to move. Oh shit. Sylvia turned and gently put the snake down on one of the tables beside her. Petting its head, she told it, "You behave now, Copy, and stay right here." The snake just looked right at her as if it understood exactly what Sylvia told it to do. Then Sylvia turned her attention back to me. "Now, we're going to talk things through here. We were together for 2 years. You owe me that." I laid it out for her and told her how she creeped me out with her snakes. I drilled her by asking if she let her snakes roam free in her house. I even asked her what would have happened if one of them would have bit me while we would have been making love at her house. Sylvia looked pissed. "So, you dumped me just because of my snakes? My snakes are my pets, my friends. Nobody loves, appreciates, and understands snakes the way I do. My babies would never have hurt you in any way. Not unless you tried to hurt me or them." Her eyes burned right through me again. "I did nothing wrong except love you with all my heart and soul for 2 years. When I finally decided to reveal this part of who I am to you, you fucking turned your back on me. You really hurt me, Zach. Badly. Is that all I ever was to you? Hot sex?" I shook my head. "It wasn't like that, Sylvia. I really loved you, but seeing you like that with those snakes all over you, I'm sorry, but I just can't be with you." I didn't realize how dangerously close Sylvia was to me now. Her face was just a few inches from mine, her eyes gently wrapped around me. Before I knew it, those amazingly soft lips were right on mine. My mind drifted back to our first kiss after our coffee date. It was exactly like this. My arms moved around her on their own. I couldn't stop kissing her. Then I felt her tongue slithering into my mouth. I cried out in terror and shoved her so hard that she fell onto her side. I pointed down at her. "Get the fuck away from me!" Then her snake lifted itself and hissed loudly at me, making me scream. I picked up a lab pan and smashed the snake with it. I didn't even hear Sylvia's screams or protest. When the snake fell on the floor, I stomped on its head and crushed it. I didn't stop stomping until I knew for sure it was dead. My heart never pounded so hard in my life. I turned to look at Sylvia. Tears were streaming down her face as she slowly pulled herself up. "You bastard! You fucking son of a bitch!" Sylvia lashed out and shoved me as hard as she could. Now I was on the floor. "And to think I still loved you and wanted you back!" She lowered herself and gently cradled her bloody, dead snake into her arms. "Copy," she sobbed. Sylvia looked back at me. Her eyes burned through me, hotter than ever. "Hurting me was one thing, but you crossed the line today, Zach." Then she screamed, "I fucking hate you! I will get my revenge on you for Copy." She sobbed again as she left with her dead snake. Funny thing, ever since that day, Jensen had really been acting strange. She seemed more possessive now. She didn't wait for me to ask her out anymore. She'd come and approach me for dates. She even got more aggressive in the bedroom. She'd gotten to the point where she would actually grab my hair or run her nails down my back when we'd fuck. I was on my bed and kept thinking about everything that had happened that day in the lab with Sylvia and her snake. I let my arm drop off the bed when I felt something wet brush across my fingers. I gasped and quickly got off the bed and stood at the doorway. A few seconds later, I saw the head of my dog rise from the other side of the bed. "Jesus, Sparky!" I got back on the bed and let my German Shepherd climb up and lay down with me. Then I scratched his head the way I knew he liked it. Crazy dog, always under my bed. But no matter how many times Sparky was underneath my bed and licking my hand, I could never forget how Sylvia's eyes just kept burning through me whenever we crossed paths on campus. She'd said she'd get revenge on me for killing her snake, and now I had to deal with Jensen's possessiveness. The last time Jensen and I fucked, she grabbed my hair and literally slammed my head into the headboard. Then she said something that was hard to forget. "You're mine, Zach. You're mine and mine alone. Don't you ever forget that." I swear, she looked so evil when she said that. I still had the goose egg from the headboard to go with the fresh scratches on my back. "Man, Sparky, what have I gotten myself into with these girls?" I asked him. His response was to look at me and lick my hand again. A few weeks later, I came home to police cars and ambulances. I quickly raced to the front door, but a police officer wouldn't let me go in. He told me it wasn't safe. In fact, Sparky was standing next to the officer. Then I saw a few people who didn't quite fit the picture. Were those snake wranglers? I couldn't stop gulping as the officer told me what had happened. Apparently, my parents were unpacking from their business trip. My younger sister was doing her homework. There were fucking snakes in the house. Yeah, you heard right. I practically fell to my knees when I saw 3 body bags being loaded into 2 ambulances. It all happened so fast. One second I was talking to my parents over a video chat. The next, I'm finding out I'll never see my family again. The snake wranglers ended up finding and removing 12 poisonous snakes, all from the campus zoology lab. I knew it had to be Sylvia. She was the only one I knew who had any kind of access to snakes. Then, a funny thing crossed my mind. Don't ask me why, but here was some irony when it came to my family. They actually thought the world of Sylvia, but they couldn't stand Jensen. Sylvia and my sister got along great. My family never told me who to see, but they always voiced their feelings on all my girlfriends. Sylvia wanted revenge on me, but coming after my family like that? She went too far. The only way for me to stop Sylvia was to confront her. I was lying on my bed deciding how to do it. I put my hand down and felt Sparky lick it. I took a deep breath and got off the bed. I decided to get my dad's gun. Snakes or no snakes, things were going to end with Sylvia. Tonight. Suddenly, Jensen came into my room. She was wearing a very sexy dress and had a large purse hanging over her shoulder. "Jensen, now's not a good time," I told her. She responded by shoving me onto the bed. "From now on, you will make the time for me, Zach Jenner." Then she was on top of me and sitting on me. "You will only have time for me now, my love." Before I could protest, she struck and wrapped her hands around my neck. "I saw you kissing that fucking bitch in the science lab. How dare you go behind my back? I gave you my heart and my body. You're mine! Mine!" Her hands squeezed around my neck tighter. "Your family always hated me. Even your fucking sister was quite vocal to me. Your family would have separated us, and I could never allow that." Jensen let go of my neck and got off of me. She quickly snatched up her purse and glared at me. "I was never good enough for you, was I? It was always about Sylvia Kramer, wasn't it?" I stood up and looked at her with horror. "You killed my family?" Jensen raised the purse in front of her. "And now I'm going to kill you. If I can't have you, no one can, and Sylvia Charmer will take all the blame." When she opened the purse, a black mamba shot out and looked right at me. As close as Jensen was to me, I knew I was as good as dead once that snake bit me. Then I heard a loud bark as Sparky jumped onto my bed. "Sparky, no! Get out of here, boy!" The black mamba suddenly turned and sank its fangs into Jensen's forearm. She shrieked, "Oh God, no!" She dropped the purse and managed to get the snake off of her, but it quickly struck again and bit her face. I quickly shot across from my bed and opened my window. I got Sparky to go through, then I followed him. Good thing we were on the first floor. I looked back inside to see that Jensen had fallen to the floor. I got out my phone and called 911. The next night, I was sleeping in my bed. I woke up when I heard a loud dripping noise. I groaned and then put my hand down. As usual, Sparky licked it. I tried to get back to sleep, but that dripping was just too loud. I got out of bed and went across the hall to the bathroom. I turned on the light and screamed when I saw my dog was hanging on the shower nozzle by his neck. Sparky's blood was dripping onto the shower floor from his wounds. Then I saw the message on the mirror, written in Sparky's blood. "People can lick too." I felt my heart drop fast. I turned to see Sylvia Charmer standing in the doorway now, her boa constrictor wrapped around her like a fur. "Hi, Zach. I told you I'd have my revenge for you killing Copy." I was speechless. I knew Jensen was crazy. Dead now, but crazy. But Sylvia? Once again, Sylvia's green eyes burned right through me. Before I could say anything, she raised her leg and kicked me hard in the gut. I staggered backward and fell into the shower. I was lying in Sparky's blood, but what really scared the shit out of me now was seeing those sickening movements in Sparky's corpse right above me. My eyes were wide open and I gulped hard. "That's right, Zach. I got my revenge by killing your dog. What's sad is that I really loved Sparky and it hurt me to have to kill him, but you killed Copy." She produced a sharp knife, the one she'd killed Sparky with. "And my babies want revenge too. After all, Copy was family. Revenge is a bitch, isn't it? This is for Copy, you murdering piece of shit." Using the knife, she sliced open Sparky's stomach with one movement. I screamed like hell as a bunch of poisonous snakes hissed loudly as they dropped right on me. After feeling one snake bite after another, after another, after another, I knew this was the end.
The Worm Has Turned by David O'Hanlon.
Penn scratched at the burgundy paint of the park's picnic table with his thumbnail. He hated waiting almost as much as he hated being broke. Unfortunately for him, waiting was the only way his bills were getting paid. Penn's employment history consisted entirely of community service and 8 years on a prison farm. Carjacking and armed robbery didn't look great under the special skills portion of his resume, so he waited. "Hi," a tiny voice squeaked beside him. "I'm Ed." Penn looked over at the boy, who had slipped onto the bench beside him. He was scrawny, with oversized glasses and a shaggy mop of brown hair that filled the space between the lens and his eyes. His shirt was striped intentionally with horizontal bars of color, and unintentionally with vertical runs of ketchup. The offending condiment was drying around his mouth where it seemed to break away into the constellations of freckles that covered his entire face. Penn sighed. There was no way this kid had any friends to go bother instead of him. "You don't look like an Ed," Penn said. "Here with your folks?" "Nope," Ed replied. He stared up at Penn, clearly not intending on giving up more information. "What's your name, mister?" "Everyone calls me Penn." Penn hadn't meant to answer, but part of him felt the need to give the kid a break. Life clearly wasn't. "Shouldn't you be playing? The swings look fun," he suggested. "I'm allergic to just about everything, and I have basically no immune system," Ed shrugged his narrow shoulders. "The swings give me motion sickness anyway." "Then why are you at the park?" "Got nowhere else to be. Mom says her cats are allergic to me too and that I should give them a break. What about you?" Ed scooped the hair to the side of his glasses so he could see a little better. "You're too old for swings." "First of all, no one is too old for swings." Penn held up 2 fingers. "Secondly, I'm working." Ed nodded sagely. "What job has you sit in a park?" "The kind that requires solitude." "Oh," Ed sighed. "I'd be really good at that job." "Jesus Christ, kid." Penn pinched the bridge of his nose. "I've seen Lifetime movies that were less depressing than you are. Do you want some food?" "I just had 3 hot dogs," Ed chirped happily. Penn looked the frail little boy over suspiciously. "Where'd you put them? In your pockets?" "I have a really high metabolism. I can't gain weight." Ed's face soured, then perked back up. "It's kinda nice because I could eat all the ice cream I wanted, if I wasn't lactose intolerant." Penn's eyes rolled on their own. "Of course you are. Is there anything you don't have wrong with you?" "It's probably safe to say I don't have gigantism," Ed snickered. Penn's stone face cracked and he busted out laughing. He patted Ed on the shoulder. "Well done, kid." Ed poked Penn's right forearm. "That's a neato tattoo. Does it mean anything?" Penn glanced at the arabesque design whose floral pattern twisted from the back of his hand to just past his elbow, with a lion-like creature roaring in the center. "Yeah, it's Burmese. That's where my grandmother was from. She raised me, so I did this to remember her. She had an amulet with the same symbol that she wore everywhere. She said it was magic and protected her from evil." "That's nifty. Do you believe in magic?" "Not particularly. You?" "Of course." Ed took a bag of gummy worms from his cargo pants and set them on the table. "Today is National Gummy Worm Day." "That a real thing?" Penn asked. "Sure." Ed opened the bag and plucked out a red and green worm. He put it between his buck teeth and slurped it into his mouth with a giggle. Penn smiled at the boy. It wasn't an expression he got to use much. "I guess that's the kind of holiday I could get behind." "It's also Give Something Away Day." "I'm generally on the other side of that one." Penn snagged one of the boy's worms with a wink. "Then you're in luck." Ed took another bag of worms and set it in front of Penn. "I want to give you these." Penn's eyebrow lurched at the gesture. "Why?" "Because that way I can celebrate both holidays at once. It's more efficient." "No, I meant, why give them to me?" Penn stared at the bag like it might explode. "There's plenty of kids here." Ed turned on the little bench and waved a bony hand across the expanse of the park. Kids shrieked and ran around. Old men played chess under the trees. Couples picnicked in the open areas, and a group of teens sold pot next to the forgotten volleyball court. Ed slurped another worm. "We're the only two that are here alone," he said between chewy bites. "I think that makes you worth sharing with." "Correction, you're a Hallmark movie." Penn rubbed the kid's head. "Guess we're not alone now." "Thanks, Ed." "No problem." Ed pointed at a man walking toward them with a large envelope tucked under his arm and a gravestone expression on his square face. "That guy needs friends more than I do." "Oh shit." Penn stood up and dug in his pocket for a second. He pulled out his last $5 bill. "That's my boss. Happy Give Something Away Day. Now, go get you some non-dairy ice cream." "Don't forget your worms. I think you're gonna need them." Ed smiled and took the money. "Want to hang out tomorrow?" Penn tucked the gummy worms into his pocket and nodded. "Yeah, kid. We'll meet here tomorrow. Same time." Ed checked his watch, which was struggling to stay over his hand. "Roger that." Ed jumped up and hugged Penn around the waist. Penn stood perfectly still, not sure what to do before deciding on a simple pat on the back. "Stay safe, Ed." He walked away from the boy and went to meet the grim gentleman. "Bye, Penn." Ed waved frantically and trotted away. "Who the fuck is that?" the man asked with a nod in Ed's direction. "An undercover cop," Penn replied. "He's really good, don't you think?" "Listen, wise ass. I can find any number of cons to get in on this. I'm talking to you as a favor, so when I ask a question, you give a straight answer." "Chill, Richter." Penn took the envelope from him. "He's just a lonely kid looking for someone to talk to." "No shit, he's lonely. Look at the little loser," Richter said. "I've seen bigger abortions." Penn smacked his lips and turned the envelope over in his hand. "You know, just because we're criminals doesn't mean we have to be pricks." Richter smiled at him. It wasn't the kind of smile Penn shared with Ed. It was the kind Penn saw on inmates right before they stuck a sharpened toothbrush in someone's throat. The expression was a morbid scar across Richter's face, and his words oozed like septic pus. "I heard you tell him to be back here tomorrow. Maybe you were just being nice, but he'll be here regardless. You're going to do your homework and be ready for my boys to pick you up, and you're going to cut the biggest dick in the cell block routine." Richter pressed 2 fingers into Penn's chest and leaned closer. "Or tomorrow, I'm going to come here and I'm going to rip that little boy's guts out to decorate the goddamn seesaw. This job goes off, smooth and by the numbers. Say yes, sir, and get moving." Penn glanced at Ed, waiting in line for the ice cream. "Yes, sir." The job was not going smooth or by the numbers. Richter's boys showed up at Penn's apartment and took him to the fancy downtown apartments. The 3 of them rode the elevator to the 17th floor in their AES coveralls, with their respective equipment stashed in toolboxes marked with the electric company's logo. Only, the 17th floor didn't look like the pictures in Richter's packet. The 3 men panned their flashlights around the darkened space. Penn noticed the painter's drop clothes on the floor and the paper that masked the windows from the overspray first. Then he noticed the lack of overspray. Where there were supposed to be apartments, there was only exposed pipes, conduit, and 2x4s marking off their future locations. Not only were the units unlived in, but they were nowhere near ready to be painted. "Anyone else got a bad feeling about this?" Penn asked. "Zip it," the larger man on the crew said in a voice like shattering glass, high and coarse with an accent of danger it brought. "Maybe we got the wrong floor." "Yeah, I'm sure that's it," the others reassured him. Sweat beaded his brow above the snake tattoo that cut down the left side of his face. "We just got off on the wrong floor." "You're both idiots," Penn grunted. "Unless we're stealing power tools, we're in the wrong building. The package said this place was fully rented." "Obviously, they didn't count the floors that were under construction," the big one said. Penn leaned on the frame of a future kitchen counter and dug the bag of gummy worms from his pocket. "When one of you geniuses figures out which floor we're supposed to be on, let me know. How about that?" "What are you doing?" the man with the face tat asked. "Taking lunch." Penn put a pair of delectable worms in his mouth. He shook the bag in his direction. "I should probably share since it's Give Something Away Day." "That a real thing?" Snakeface asked. "Of course!" Penn swallowed half the mouthful. It's also Gummy Worm Day. No one thinks the drop clothes are out of place here? They're in the perfect place, someone said. The words carried through the darkened hallway like a chill breeze that slapped Penn across the face. He recognized the voice. It sounded different, but there was an unforgettable ice in the tone. It was the same tone he'd used when he threatened Ed at the park. Penn eased his toolbox onto the unfinished counter. Richter was hiding in the shadows. Penn's thumb worked the latch blindly while he tried to spot his benefactor. The metallic snap of the pistol action was all the sound they heard. The big man went down with a cry. The drop cloth soaked up the arterial spray as fast as it could gush from the hole in his neck. Another subsonic suppressed shot struck Snakeface in the knee, and a third caught him in the hip. The toolbox toppled with a crash, and Penn's hopes disappeared, as fast as the revolver skittering across the bare concrete. He dipped into the alcove and tossed his flashlight in a lazy arc so it looked like he ran away. The diversion didn't work. There wasn't another shot. The loud clack of a switch being thrown illuminated the construction site. Penn chanced to look in the direction of the gunfire. A naked man sauntered down the corridor, as if he weren't committing mass murder. No, that wasn't right. It wasn't a naked man. It was Richter, wearing the skin of a naked man. The neck hole sagged loosely away from Richter's throat, giving the costume away. Thick black stitches danced across the patchwork suit, uniting islands of tattooed skin. Snakeface was crying louder, and the big guy was growing quieter. He stripped off his beanie and pressed it to the pulsing neck wound. His bald head was adorned with faded flames. Penn stared at them for a moment, then back at the approaching lunatic. Between the tribal art of the flesh sleeve and the silenced pistol in Richter's right hand was his own bare forearm. Penn's eyes flicked to his own, and his stomach threatened to purge itself at the realization. The three thieves were the missing accessories for Richter's psycho chic outfit. Penn backed away from the opening, groping wildly for the revolver. His hand landed on the cellophane bag of gummy worms instead. He gripped them tightly. Richter would go after Ed, even if he got what he wanted. Penn took another hunkered step back, and his heel bumped the walnut grip of the Bulldog 44. The subtle sound of the steel spinning on the concrete warmed his heart. "Come out, Penn!" Richter hissed. Penn's fingers curled around the weapon, and he eased through a gap in the 2x4s. The big thief made it to his feet only to plummet straight back to the floor with an anticlimactic plop. Richter looked like a man on a Sunday stroll as he made his way to Snakeface. He knelt on the man's back and set his pistol on the floor. Penn hadn't noticed the object in Richter's other hand until it reflected in the work lights. The polished sweep of German steel gleamed with malevolent purpose before disappearing into warm meat. "Shh! So much screaming, Sean. Just be cool." Richter drew the blade from his kidney and pressed the edge to the snake's tail. "Be cool. Give me some skin." Penn bit his lip until it bled in a vain attempt to calm himself. Between his ever-quickening pulse and the breath he held onto for dear life, his chest felt like it was about to explode. He watched helplessly from the shadows of the soon-to-be dining nook. Snakeface, Sean, screamed weakly while Richter worked the blade along the cheekbone and scraped the artwork from his face. "Do you like to watch, Penn?" Richter asked. "No shame in that. You can't escape. Your fate is escapable, but the amount of pain you endure is dependent on whether or not you come out here and accept it." He held the severed flesh up to examine it in the light. He pressed it to his cheek and shuddered with an ecstatic moan. "I really wish you'd given me something a bit more useful, kid," Penn whispered while he flexed his fingers around the bag of gummy worms. He eased back the pistol's hammer and lobbed the bag like a grenade. The delicious fruit-flavored snacks struck a light and dislodged the bulb, casting darkness over the macabre scene. Richter rolled away from Sean, snatched his pistol from the floor, and fired in one deft motion. Penn's second attempt at distraction failed more spectacularly than the first. It only gave away his location. In fact, his vision flared from pain of the tiny bullet tearing his ear in half. He fired at Richter, but the flesh-adorned fiend moved too quickly, and the bullet struck nothing but shadow. Then, he disappeared entirely. Penn pressed a hand to his wounded ear and made his way through the wilderness of wooden framework like a big-game hunter. He tried to anticipate Richter's path, but pain and fear overrode higher brain function. He knelt into darkness and opened the cylinder of the revolver, dumping the cartridges into his bloody palm, and sighed. He laid the 5 empty casings on the floor silently and slipped his last bullet into the chamber. "Hey, Penn!" Richter called out. The empty space made his voice echo in every direction. "Didn't you say it was give something away day? Here's your opportunity. It's such a pretty piece of flesh." "Oh, I'm going to give you something, Richter," Penn whispered and eased the cylinder shut, right between the eyes. Penn continued his search. Something banged behind him. He spun with the weapon ready. There were less lights. Another one crashed to the floor and cast the entire area into an obsidian void. Skin slapped frantically across concrete as Richter sprinted somewhere in the other direction. Penn's mind raced with the terrifying thought of Richter having an accomplice moving in the abyss. Something stirred with a wet, disgusting slurp. Penn's stomach twisted. The reptilian part of his brain told him to run straight for the elevator. Until it wasn't an option anymore. Richter's blade bit into the back of his thigh and unzipped the muscle. A plumber's bright red wrench dislodged the pistol from Penn's hand. Richter kicked him in the chest, sending him crashing through the framework and to the floor. The wrench clanged next to his head, and Richter placed a victorious foot on the thief's chest. "I always get what I want, Penn. The only thing your little game did was ensure that you'd still be awake when I take it." Richter stomped on Penn's ribs until he heard the wet pop of the breakage. Penn rolled to his side and coughed between pained groans. More lights went out. He tried to crawl away even though he'd seen the futility of it twice in the last 15 minutes. That damn noise came back. Moist, sickly, peeling, somewhere out there in the expanding gloom. Richter stepped over him and towards the darkness. "Did you bring someone else?" Richter growled. "Who's out there?" Penn forced himself to sit up. Knowing the new arrival wasn't a friend of Richter's was somehow scarier. He cried out as a new pain fought for dominance over the surmounting wounds. He held up his arm, but saw no injury. Only his tattoo. The burning intensified and rushed along the floral sprawl. The ink wept from his pores like black rain falling around the mystical lion. The drops ignited as they rolled off his arm and splashed to the floor. Penn's broken ribs raged in retaliation to his terrified screams. Someone else was screaming too. Penn peeled his eyes away from the melting tattoo and looked at Richter. The lunatic was twirling about, shouting profanities and half questions. Waves of color swirled across the floor in red and green pools just ahead of the creature. A moment before, Penn didn't believe anything would ever surprise him again if he survived the night. The 15-foot gummy worm proved him wrong. Richter slashed at the worm and the blade parted the gelatin with no effect except a wet smack. It dipped away from another cut and slithered grotesquely around the killer. It constricted around his body and towered over him, looking down at its ensnared prey with a featureless head. The blank red end pulsated and split into a gaping maw that slid over Richter's body. Penn watched Richter struggle and scream soundlessly inside the colored, translucent torso of the gummy monster. The struggle made an awkward mac and cheese squish in the otherwise silent construction site. Penn forced himself up, keeping his eyes on the beast. The silver tip of Richter's fillet blade poked through the gelatinous material and dragged down. Richter pressed his arms through, then his head. Penn limped backward to the elevator. The beast squirmed wildly as Richter removed himself in a twisted cesarean rebirth. He dropped to the floor with a scream that was part victory and part agony. His skin suit smoked and peeled away from his own bright red flesh. Richter's lips sagged away from his teeth. His blonde hair fell away in clumps and the screams became all about agony. Acidic, fruity fumes drifted toward Penn, fueling his need to escape. The mouth of the oversized fruit snack slurped around Richter's feet. Happy Gummy Worm Day, motherfucker! Penn jabbed the elevator call button. The green tail end of the worm swung around, parted, and slid over Richter's head until the creature formed a flavorful Ouroboros with the lunatic dissolving inside. The elevator dinged and Penn fell through the doors, leaving Richter to his fate. Ed's face split into a toothy smile as Penn limped toward the picnic table on his crutches. Penn looked at the bench below him, an option for sitting on the table, instead of attempting the plunge. He rubbed the broken ribs and returned the boy's smile. I told you we'd hang out today. Yeah, Ed's eyes teared up. No one ever hung out with me twice before. I'm glad you're okay. I guess I had a little help from a friend. Ed giggled. The red and green ones are my favorites. I got a lot of questions, Ed. Magic is just a toy without a battery. The boy patted Penn's blank forearm. Want to go get some hot dogs? Penn grimaced as he stood and tilted his head toward the hot dog cart across the greenway. Of course we need to get some hot dogs. You have a very high metabolism. The highest! Ed jumped up and hugged Penn. Thank you for coming back. There's nowhere else I'd rather be, kid. Penn tousled Ed's hair. Just one thing that's bothering me. What's that? There's no more crazy holidays coming up soon, are there? Plenty of them. Today is actually Corn Fritter Day. Ed took a bag from his pocket and removed the last gummy worm from it. He looked at it thoughtfully before slurping it up like spaghetti. Next month, there's National Clown Day. Clown Day? Penn stopped in his tracks. How about we just skip that one? Yeah, that one's a little creepy. Ed nodded and tucked the empty bag into his pocket. A cool breeze brought a momentary reprieve from the July heat. A frisbee flew across their path, with a golden retriever in hot pursuit. Penn looked around the park at the old men playing chess, the teens selling weed, and the kids playing games. Then he glanced at Ed. No one was there alone anymore. The two friends continued their arduous journey to the hot dog vendor, laughing and carrying on. Ed clapped his hands excitedly as they arrived. A sandwich board was painted with a picture of a dancing sausage. Would you look at that, Penn? Next Wednesday is National Hot Dog Day.
The Chain of Time by Killian Crane.
Andrew Lead felt like a freshly poured fountain drink. From his blonde curls to his pudgy 12-year-old belly, he absolutely fizzed. He was blind to the children enjoying recess around him on the playground of Pine Mill Middle School. His entire world was a bridge of grass to Claire Ellis. Claire sat in the front corner of his class. Andrew, who would never admit it to anyone, found himself looking at her more often than the whiteboard. She faced away from him, staring into the expansive forest behind the school. She had brown hair held up in a long ponytail by a pink ribbon. He knew he had no business talking to a girl like her, but he decided that morning that he would ask her if she'd like to go to the Gumbo Festival with him. He just couldn't seem to move his feet. He finessed past several crinkling snack wrappers and drew his brass pocket watch. Flipped open, it showed there was still 15 minutes of recess. As he tried to put the watch away, the chain went taut and flew from his hand. Bewildered, Andrew turned to see Thomas Daniels. Thomas jiggled the watch, making it glint wildly. "What you doing, chubber?" Thomas asked. Andrew's fist clenched. "Thomas, please, just give it back." "Oh, I will," Thomas jeered. He swung the watch evenly. "If you can catch me." Andrew saw Claire still staring into the woods, and then focused on Thomas. He made a clumsy lunge and Thomas pulled it taut, palming the watch, then letting it fall free again as if he was walking the dog with a yo-yo. "Try again, fatty." Andrew did, but Thomas still held the watch. "Cut it out, Thomas!" The metal grazed Andrew's fingers before it was pulled free a third time. Children gathered around to watch the spectacle. Thomas, the circus master, led Andrew in a wide circle like a prize animal. He teased. Andrew's face grew blood red with anger and effort. He charged, head low. Thomas dodged and stuck his foot out to catch Andrew in an embarrassing trap. The crowd roared with approval as he thudded to the ground. He struggled to his feet, his heart limping in his chest. He put his hands over his head, fighting the need to puke. "Look at those fat titties," one kid squealed. Andrew, instantly shamed, covered his chest with his hands. "Who said that?" he squeaked, spinning around, trying not to jostle himself. No one answered. They simply pointed and laughed. Thomas spun the pocket watch high above his head, cocking his arm to throw it when an adult voice cut through the laughs of the children. "What is going on here?" Miss Minner demanded. The circle fell instantly silent, her eyes locked onto Thomas. "Office, Mr. Daniels. Everyone else back inside. Recess is over." There was a collective groan as the crowd headed for class. Thomas flung the watch hard into Andrew's chest. Once the watch was safe, Andrew searched the crowd for Claire. He didn't see her pink bow anywhere. The tree line, like a storm on the horizon, loomed, silent and empty. 10 minutes into class, Claire still wasn't in her seat in the front corner. When he saw that Miss Minner still hadn't noticed, Andrew raised his hand. In the 5 weeks after Claire's disappearance, Andrew gained 20 pounds. He sat at the dinner table of his mother's small apartment watching a man who claimed to be an expert on the occult. The man waved his hands excitedly. In fact, people back then always kept precious metals on their person. Certain metals were believed to ward off the evil eye. Andrew's mother changed the channel to the news. The oven chimed, and soon a baking sheet packed end to end with French toast lay before Andrew. Crispy crusts, buttery middles, and the perfect amount of cinnamon. It was Andrew's favorite dessert. "Thank you, Mama," Andrew said as he dug in. She tousled his hair. "Love you, Gummy Bear." The Lead family hadn't always lived in a small apartment. Once upon a time, the Leads were the proud owners of a successful restaurant. Andrew's father ran the business and his mother was head chef. Andrew was the professional taste tester, if he finished his homework. Monday nights, when business was usually slow, they watched westerns at the bar. Despite great business, Andrew's father had made many mistakes with the money. The last thing Andrew ever heard his father say was, "It's getting where we can't even afford to feed him." The next morning, his father was gone. Andrew's mother sold the restaurant, their house, traded in her car, and moved them into an apartment. Despite their tight budget, she always made sure their son was fed. She cooked 3 hearty meals every day, with plenty of snacks in between. Shortly after his father left, Andrew began to gain weight. The telephone rang, and she quickly answered it. She looked over her shoulder before going out of the room to take the call in private. Andrew wiped his fingers clean and downed the last of his chocolate milk. On the television, the window over the reporter's shoulder faded into a picture of Claire sheepishly smiling. A piece of ice lodged itself in his heart, and the reporter's words drove the ice home. The search for Claire Ellis, 12-year-old daughter of James and Olivia Ellis, has been discontinued by authorities. Claire was last seen wandering into the woods behind Pine Hill Middle School. The Ellis family asks that anyone with information involving Claire's disappearance call the number below. Feet pattered from down the hall back into the living room. A candlelight vigil will be held Saturday at 6 p.m. at the Pine Hill Middle School. On behalf of all of us here at Channel 6 News, the channel abruptly changed to cartoons. Andrew's mother held out the remote, letting out a sharp breath as she replaced the phone. "I'm sorry you saw that, Gummy Bear. Let's not think about that tonight, okay?" But Andrew had thought of Claire every night. As far as the police had learned, Andrew was the last one to see Claire. Despite being full, he wanted something to snack on. He flipped open his brass pocket watch. It was only 7. His mother sounded like a cracked china cup as she spoke. "What's your watch say, cowboy?" The previous year, Andrew and his mother went to the movies and saw a vintage western. When the hero strode into town, 2 bad guys leveled their guns. The hero pulled out a brass pocket watch from his duster and said, "Will you look at that? It's high time things changed round here." He pulled his gun and shot the men down. Andrew had been overjoyed, clapping loud enough to draw "shh" from somewhere in the dark. On Christmas Day, Andrew had an exact replica of the watch. 7. It's getting late, he told her, holstering the watch. Though he truly loved the watch, it reminded him of times with his father, watching westerns. They had been a family then, and Andrew, whether he meant to or not, had ruined that. He was the reason his father left. The more he thought about his failures, to his family, to Claire, the more he wanted to eat and forget. He rose and gave his mother a gentle hug. "I'm going to go to bed, Mama. I feel really tired." She hugged him back, and Andrew remembered a time when she had been able to wrap her arms all the way around him. "Good night, Gummy Bear. I'll have a big breakfast for you in the morning." "Sounds good, Mama. Love you." "Love you too." He drifted to his room, closing the door behind him. He no longer felt nice and full and sleepy. He felt fat. If he hadn't been fat, he wouldn't have been picked on by Thomas. He wouldn't have had a problem asking Claire to go to the gumbo festival with him. Claire wouldn't have disappeared. The large bag of pretzels he kept in his nightstand lay in his lap, open. He sat on his bed, watching the pocket watch tick away the seconds, silently eating the pretzels, until they were gone. The next day, the children were allowed on the playground for the first time since the disappearance. Andrew sat at the edge of the forest eating from a plastic sleeve of mini donuts, watching the other kids play. Thomas was occupied humiliating another target. Behind Andrew, the new fence poles stood, but no fence barred the forest. During a lonely lunch 2 days before, Andrew heard Coach Bart say to another teacher, "Those guys building the fence are really dragging butt." In the distance, Thomas gave some poor soul an atomic wedgie, pulling him off the ground, feet kicking. "I wish I could help you, kid," Andrew said, around a mouthful of donut. A familiar voice hissed behind him. "You could help me, Andrew." He turned wide-eyed to see the back of Claire Ellis. She looked exactly the same as the day she disappeared, down to her long ponytail tied with a pink bow. "Claire?" She laughed. There was a scream from the playground, making Andrew wheel around. Coach Bart, who had taken Miss Minner's place as Andrew's teacher, had Thomas by the ear, marching him towards the school. A crowd of kids followed, cheering and laughing, when Andrew turned back to the forest. "Claire?" The smallest crescent of Claire's face peeked from behind a tree deep inside. "Claire, people have been real worried about you. Where have you been?" She grinned, saying nothing. The wrapper crinkled in his trembling hand. "You want a donut?" With a laugh, she turned and fled deeper into the woods. "Claire, wait!" he called out as he breached the tree line. She darted tree to tree, far ahead of him. Her giggles seemed to echo. When Andrew slowed, she stopped and watched him struggle to catch up. "Claire, please!" He wanted to go back to the playground and get an adult. But he pressed on, heaving and walking when he could no longer run, wheezing pleas for her to stop. She laughed in response and ran aimlessly deeper into the forest. His heart pumped madly, screaming at him to stop and turn back, but he couldn't. It was his fault that she got lost, and he wanted to make it right. Pollen danced in low orange rays between branches. Andrew was nervous to see the time. "Peekaboo," Claire said, disappearing behind a tree. He leaned on his knees, crushing the empty plastic sleeve. He had lost all the donuts running through the forest. "Claire, I don't know what you're doing, but we have to go back now. Your parents miss you." She beckoned in a low voice.
Save me, Andrew.
Apprehensively, he rounded the tree. He peeked, not seeing anyone. He called out to her, but only his echo answered. The dancing rays dimmed as the sky continued to redden. Andrew searched for his trail of donuts, first calling for Claire, then for anyone. When night fell, the forest stirred with sounds of things unseen. Andrew didn't dare call out. A stray branch Andrew couldn't see gouged him deeply into his arm. The pain and the fear and the sheer exhaustion forced him to his knees. The harvest moon, large and orange in the sky, was swallowed by an inky sea of clouds. Andrew huddled against a tree, sobbing. as total darkness fell. The creatures of the night reveled in the cold void. He curled inward on the itchy forest floor, shivering. Somewhere in his tears, time slowed to the pace of a bad nightmare. Then, as suddenly as the forest came alive, it went deathly silent. There was a click in the dark, followed instantly by blinding light. He put his hands to his face and cried out. As his eyes adjusted, he saw that it was a flashlight held by an unseen figure. "Hello?" Andrew called out, still shielding his eyes. There was nothing. Acute panic filled his spine and his voice. Are you here to help me?" The forest floor crunched as the light approached. Andrew pressed against the tree, cornered. An angel gently placed her hand on his head. Her golden hair fell in strands around her white dress. Feeling her hand on his head, his muddy brown eyes locking with her emerald greens, his fear melted away. "My goodness," she said as she knelt. "What are you doing here?" Andrew sunk into the angel's shoulder, trying to speak between loud sobs. "I'm lost, miss. I followed my friend and I can't find her now. Please help me." She rocked him in her arms, shushing him. The angel held his face in her hands and wiped streaming tears from his cheeks. "What's your name, sweetie?" He sniffled. "I'm Andrew, ma'am." She helped him to his feet and shined the light under her face, illuminating a wide grin. "My name is Agatha." She forced him to lock fingers with her. "I heard someone crying in the dark. Children are always getting lost out here." Andrew wiped his nose on his sleeve. You live around here?" Agatha leveled her face with his. "Not far at all. Let's get you in the house and warmed up." They walked hand in hand, led by the flashlight. "Ma'am?" Andrew inquired apprehensively. "You said a lot of kids get lost in these woods. I'm looking for my friend Claire. She went missing a few weeks ago. You haven't seen her, have you?" "Nope. Sorry, sweetie." In a clearing ahead of them was a small house. Warm electric light peeked from behind a curtained window, as well as a familiar cinnamon smell. He brightened. "What is that?" Agatha smiled warmly. "I like to have a late-night treat sometimes." She led him up to the porch steps and opened the door. "After you." The inside of the house was cozy and warm. In the center of the small room was the dining table with tall back chairs. The corner had a small reading nook, topped with a lamp that dimly lit the room. Several large volumes lay on the table. Across from the entrance was another door, closed. Andrew assumed that was her bedroom. The kitchen dominated the room. Everything appeared to be commercial grade, reminding Andrew of his parents' restaurant. The deep double sink lay in a marble counter. On the counter sat spices of all kind and a large wooden knife block. The refrigerator and freezer combo was old, but well maintained. The oven, the biggest Andrew had ever seen, was a source of warmth and the cinnamon. Agatha locked the door and guided him by the shoulder to the dining table. "Make yourself at home." Exhausted, he sank into a chair and settled comfortably like a mound of pudding. She sat at the corner next to him, elbows on the table, hands concealing a smile. "Thank you for helping me," Andrew said. "Do you think my friend is okay out there?" Agatha's hands fell, revealing a white, perfect smile. "You have a little something," she said as she wiped the last bit of glistening blood from the cut in his arm. She stuck the sanguine tip of her thumb into her mouth and sucked it clean. The oven timer dinged, and she glided into the kitchen. She moved like his mother, he thought. She pulled a single glass from the wooden cabinet, then swung open the fridge and found a carton of chocolate milk. She held the fridge door open with one foot as she poured the milk, feigning lost balance for Andrew's amusement. Once poured, she replaced the bottle and let the fridge close itself. With much showmanship, she donned 2 oven mitts that went to her elbows. Then she swung a locking latch above the oven's door before pulling it open. She fanned the heat like an angry goose. Andrew didn't remember a latch like that on his parents' oven. She spun, closed the door with her heel, and marched, chocolate milk in the crook of her arm and a baking sheet in her mitts. She placed both squarely in front of Andrew. "What do you think?" she asked. It was a baking sheet packed, end to end, with French toast, crispy crusts, buttery middles, and the perfect amount of cinnamon. The smell made the fear and the shock and the pain of the night's events settle onto Andrew's shoulders. He realized in his soul that he was hungry. "Eat up," she pleaded. He had wanted to say something, but before he knew it, the bread was eviscerated, staining his fingers with delicious stickiness. He devoured each slice like a starving beast, only stopping long enough to take big gulps of chocolate milk. She grinned at him. "Sorry," he said. "I'm so rude. You made this for you." "Oh no," she whispered. "Please, eat up." She rose with his empty glass in hand and refilled it. The oven dinged as she adjusted the temperature. Sitting back down, she slid the glass to him, just in time for another big gulp. "I really do like it, ma'am. It's actually my favorite." "Wonderful," Agatha said, eyeing him up and down. Not long after his third glass of milk, Andrew had finished the entire baking sheet. He sat back, feeling his stomach expand with milk and bread. Lethargic, he sighed. "Thank you. I think I needed that." She leaned over the table, a glint in her eye. "I'll say," she whispered, as she playfully pinched his belly. He flinched away from her hand, gently swatting it away. "Please don't do that," he said. Smiling, she stood slowly. "Let me prep your room. I'll be right back." She unlocked the back door and stepped into total darkness, slamming the door behind her. Andrew went to the sink to wash his sticky fingers. Clean, he checked his watch. To his amazement, the brass vibrated in his hand. It had never done that before. He put it away, hoping it wasn't broken, when something at the reading nook caught his eye. His steps echoed as he moved towards it. The cover of the top volume was rough. Andrew could tell that the book was very old. Something colorful marked the ancient pages. He opened the book and saw. It was a pink ribbon. The barest edge of one loop was stained with a trace of red. The book was written in a language Andrew didn't recognize, but there was a graphic drawing that he immediately understood. It detailed how to strip the meat from a human arm. The door to the bedroom popped open. It creaked on its hinges as a gnarled hand let it open. A hunched creature padded barefoot into the room, its back to Andrew. It drew a wicked-looking blade from the knife block. Andrew ran for the door, trying for the knob only to find it missing. The window latch was also gone, like neither was ever there. In the kitchen, something that might have once been a woman stood in the dim light facing him. Its crooked nose was too large for its face, and long wisps of hair grew in sparse, golden patches. Pale skin covered in moles, boils, and blisters sagged and creased from its ancient body. Like its skin, its once white dress hung bedraggled. Its eyes glistened like wet, green mold. Agatha's dry voice strangled Andrew to panic. "I like to have a late-night treat, gummy bear." He pounded the window as hard as he could, his fist bouncing ineffectively. The witch stalked him, slowly. He rounded the table, keeping it between them. "Help me!" Andrew cried to no one. "Someone, please!" Agatha cackled. "No one is coming for you." Andrew fought back the urge to faint. He tried to call out again, but it jumbled into a garbled mess. The witch seemed barely able to contain her excitement. "I've seasoned you," she said proudly. "Not that you need it, my little well-marbled chubber. Now Claire, she needed seasoning." Andrew thought he could feel his heart fall out of his chest at the mention of Claire. "You know," Agatha confided, "I couldn't eat her right away. She was all skin and bones. Had to feed her for weeks, make her ripe. But you," she trailed off, licking her cracked lips. "So plump and juicy already. She flashed a saw-toothed grin, showing off every inch of her yellowed gums. Andrew's fear had been replaced by something primal. If he hadn't been so fat, Thomas wouldn't have picked on him. He could have gotten to her in time. He would have had the courage to ask. Even if she said no, she'd still be alive. That primal heat filled his entire being and spewed from his mouth like fire. "You killed her!" With all of his strength, he shoved the table into Agatha. Surprise flashed across her face, and she stumbled against the blow. She caught herself, then shoved back twice as hard. Struck, Andrew careened into the oven with a clang, the hot door stinging his cut arm. The latch caught on his ear, slicing him as it unclasped. He pulled himself up with the oven handle, dropping it open with a clank as he stood. The table flew across the room, no longer a barrier. Andrew shuffled backwards, holding his bleeding ear. She cackled as her vice-like grip seized him by his blood-soaked shoulder and hauled him into the darkness of the back room. Andrew ducked out of his shirt and tripped over an overturned chair. He was on his back just in time to see Agatha descending, knife streaking towards him. He jerked his head away just before the blade could sink into his eye. As the knife thunked into the floor, the blade bent and shattered. She pinned his arms, her face against his. Her hot breath bathed his senses, making him retch. "This little piggy went to market," she whispered into his wounded ear. She licked the length of the bleeding gash, then bit down hard. Andrew screamed at the white-hot pain. She suckled at the pouring blood, moaning with satisfaction. Tears stung his eyes as her jagged teeth sawed and pulled, fighting to remove his ear. In her moment of delight, he was able to pull his hand free from her grasp. Something hot found its way into the palm of his hand. He held up the humming body of his brass pocket watch. The metal glowed with an inner light. Instinctively, he knew what to do. Like butter on a hot skillet, the watch sizzled into her shoulder. She flew back, red dribbling down her chin, screaming in surprise and pain. Andrew held his mangled ear, trying to pedal backwards. The glowing metal spread through her putrid skin in deep, jagged forks. Her arm, eaten through, fell away from her and thudded sickly on the floor. Her wailing reached a pitch that forced Andrew to cover both of his ears as best he could, and the front windows exploded outward. The witch fell to the ground, sobbing heavily over her lost arm like a child over spilled ice cream. "You horrible child," she whined, the brass still spreading along her back. Black sludge dripped from behind her teeth as she coughed. "You've mangled me, you wretched, nasty boy." Andrew stood above her, the glowing innards of the open oven reflecting in his eyes. "What are you doing?" she demanded. She felt frail and powerless as he lifted her. She resisted, pleading with him to stop. He slung her hunched frame headfirst into the oven. Her cry was guttural and otherworldly as her face sagged and blistered. He lifted her the rest of the way in and closed the door. She kicked, almost breaking free, but Andrew held the door fast, burning his palms. He swung the bloody latch closed. The oven dinged madly as he mashed the buttons to its maximum temperature. The witch was ablaze inside of the oven, kicking violently. Andrew backed away from the building heat. Dark, stinking smoke flooded the room. She wailed in an unknown, unholy language. Objects inside of the house began to float. Her hand struck the oven window desperately. There was a sucking noise as the flesh of her palms stayed behind as she pulled away. Her skeletal hand struck again, cracking the oven window. Andrew had seen enough. He jumped out of the front window, falling hard enough to knock the breath out of him. On will alone, he ran into the night. The house quickly became a roaring inferno, lashing out and striking trees, igniting the rest of the forest. He ran as fast as he could manage, and so did the hungry flames. Animals, big and small, fled in all directions. They easily passed him in their stampede. When Andrew couldn't see through the spots in his vision, he collapsed to the ground. Deadly warmth danced towards him, but Andrew was far removed from the heat. All he could think about was his father, and how angry he was at him for leaving. It had never been Andrew's fault, he realized. All this time, he had chained himself to his feelings, glancing at them, but never facing them. Between heavy wheezes, he managed to laugh. He hadn't been a perfect person, but he had done the best that he could. At the very least, he had slain a monster and avenged a fair maiden. In the end, he had been brave. Content with that, he sighed. "I got her, Claire. I got her." As the heat closed in, Darkness mercifully overtook him. A thin droplet of water fell into Andrew's mouth, and he coughed awake. More light rain fell into his open eyes. The early morning sun hid behind thick, gray clouds. He shook soot from his hair as 3 men in heavy yellow jackets and hard hats rushed to him. As far as the eye could see in the smoke and dust, the forest had burned to cinders. Charred remains of trees stuck defiantly upward like great bones. The wind whipped ash and dust in violent swirls. Some of the tall skeletal remains fell prey to the winds and toppled, shattering on the ground, creating more upheaval. Far behind the men, a guardian angel was smiling thankfully to Andrew. She had long brown hair, held up by a pink bow. The dead ocean stirred into a frenzy, and she faded into the furious tide, just as heavy rain began to fall. Andrew's ear was treated by an EMT in front of Pine Hill Middle School. His mother, eyes red with exhaustion and tears, ran to him. He jumped from the back of the ambulance and met her halfway. They sank to the concrete, crying in each other's arms. She held him tightly, careful not to bump the fresh bandages over his ear. The police questioned Andrew about the fire and who attacked him. He told them about Agatha, what she had planned to do with him, and how she admitted to kidnapping Claire. He did not tell them what Agatha was, or how the fire had started. He told them he couldn't remember. When asked how he survived being in the middle of a forest fire, he told them the truth. "It was an angel," he said. "She gave me a second chance." Andrew didn't have to go back to school right away. For 2 days, he mostly slept. The painkillers made him drowsy. He only woke long enough to eat small bowls of soup. As he ate, he looked up diet plans on his laptop. On the 3rd day, he woke late in the afternoon, just before time for supper. He walked into the living room, a small stack of papers in hand, to see his mother watching the news. The reporter was talking about his story. Authorities are still combing the burned remains for signs of the mysterious Agatha and her house in the woods. So far, they have found nothing. His mother noticed him and turned the television off. "Good morning," she said, crossing the room and giving him a gentle hug. "You ready for supper? How about a plate of French toast and chocolate milk?" Andrew barely hid a dry heave. He held out the papers in his hands. "Actually, Mama, I'd like to try one of these." She flipped through the recipes for chicken salad, quinoa chili, and cauliflower rice and chicken. She cocked her head, puzzled. "You okay, Gummy Bear?" He mimed drawing a brass pocket watch from his imaginary duster and flipped it open. "Will you look at that?" he said with a smile. "It's high time things changed around here."
The Hook by Rob Fields.
How many times have I been asked this question? How many times have I been asked, "Why, Farley? Why'd you do it?" Police, reporters, head shrinkers, and even the guards here at Grafton Prison. They all ask me the same question. And every time, I give them the same answer. Because I could. Have you figured it out yet? I'm a murderer. That's right, a murderer. I've been killing people since I got out of high school. It all started 20 years ago with my high school sweetheart. We were supposed to get married. Problem was, she liked to keep nagging and nagging on. One day, she got drunk off her ass, came to my back door and started picking at me. Could have just closed the door on her, but I decided I really didn't have to just take her shit. I was a man and she was just a panty dropper. So I came out and picked up the axe. Her head sure sailed quite a ways before it came to land at the back door. You know what? It felt mighty good. So I've been targeting bitches for many years after that. One right after another. I had such a good time chopping and hacking them up. Bitches ain't nothing but leeches. All they do is take and take and take from you. Way I saw it, I was doing their fellas a tremendous favor. Of course, I wasn't going to get away with it forever. You probably knew that already, right? One day, I was killing this panty dropper in her nice home, and next thing I know, her fella comes in. Turned out to be a pig. Instead of trying to arrest me, he lost his head and came at me. The two of us had a big old fight. Guess the pig fella really loved his bitch because he eventually got hold of the axe I used to chop her up with and, he cut off my freaking hand as I was pushing myself off the dresser. That was the last thing I remembered before I woke up in jail a few days after the incident. I now had a neatly bandaged stump where my hand used to be, probably from when I was rushed to the hospital. A few weeks later, I'm in Grafton prison. Yeah, there was no question of my guilt, especially when I told the bitch judge I'd come for her once I got out of here. There are even a few bitches here as guards. 2 of them work on my block. They can never help but just look at me. And every now and then, they still ask me, "Why, Farley? Why did you do it?" Because I could, I tell them again and again. So every day I just sit here in my cell. They don't put nobody in here with me. Let's just say I ended up killing my last 2 cellmates. Even with one hand, I can still get the job done. Teeth can work just as well as a hand when you're tearing their throats out, especially when they get stupid and fall asleep. I just sit in my cell and work out my escape plan. Then, after all these years, I get some rather interesting news. Turns out, I'm getting a hook to replace my hand. I end up being taken to the infirmary where the people there will put it in my stump. Wouldn't you know it? There's a doctor bitch here that's going to put the hook on. I'm secured tight and put to sleep as the bitch puts the hook on. When it's all done, I get wheeled back to my cell. Problem here is that I now have a deadly weapon attached to my body and the sleep stuff wears off a little too soon. The guards don't even expect me to just turn on them after they remove the straps to put me back in my cell. With my new hook, I can easily rip out their throats. I even go back to kill the doctor bitch who put the hook on. Had to give her my thanks and appreciation, right? Long story short, I end up escaping Grafton prison and decide to make my way back to Strickfield to even the score with that bitch judge. I know. Why, Farley? Why do you do it? Because I can! Because I will again. I end up taking an old pickup truck from the prison to Strickfield. It's nice to actually have some air conditioning for once. It doesn't last long, though. The pickup truck breaks down just a few miles from Strickfield. I have to leave it and walk the rest of the way. At least now, it's dark outside. Pretty soon, I end up coming up to a car parked off to the side of the road, underneath a street light. I can hear some music playing. I turn and look down the hill and see Strickfield. Yeah, I remember this place now. This is Strickfield Overlook. Fellas bring their bitches here to try and score some nookie. I killed many bitches up here. From a safe distance, I can hear the 2 of them talking. Definitely a boy and a girl. Sounds like they from that college on the other side of Strickfield. "I really can't believe you let me take you out tonight, Rage," the fella tells her. Yeah, definitely a wimpy mama's boy type. "It's all right," the bitch tells him. "It's good to get out sometimes, so thank you for getting me off campus for a little while." And what kind of name is Rage? Sounds like she's always pissed off or something. I'm guessing she's a plain Jane. "Listen, I hope you don't mind that I brought you up here," the fella says. "I've always admired the view from Strickfield from up here. I'm from here, you know." "Nothing wrong with that, Franklin," Rage tells him. "I'm from North Ridgeway, which is on the other side of the state." The 2 of them talk about why they came to college and all that stupid shit. I can feel the anticipation mounting up. You just know I want that panty dropper all to myself, but it's been so long, I think I'll kill the milksop too. Then Rage gets out of the car and looks up at the night sky. The milksop gets out too. Yeah, he's definitely a milksop. He's one of them nerdy types, skinny, polo shirt, trousers, loafers, and glasses. Only he don't have the tape around the middle of his glasses like some wimps I used to know around these parts. And who does this wimp think he is? That bitch looks way too good for someone like him. She looks like one of those girls you see in the nudie mags that the inmates back at Grafton would pass around. Such an angelic face and nice chassis. She's even got some nice big milk jugs to go with that chassis. She should be with a real fella, not this milksop of a mama's boy. Oh well, it'll all be the same to me when I kill them both. This Franklin comes over to Rage, and the two of them start talking again. You okay, Rage? He asks. Yeah, even he ain't sure this girl would want to drop her panties for him, probably wondering if he's even gonna get any. She turns to face him. I'm fine, Franklin. It was a little scruffy in the car. It's much cooler out here. There's even a breeze. Yeah, you're right. We can roll up the windows and I can run the air conditioning, he tells her. She makes herself smile. But then we couldn't see this nice view that you wanted me to see. And besides, it's not like we can't. And then she actually steps up to the milksop and starts kissing him. Next thing you know, the two of them are both swapping spit and wrapping their arms around one another. I'll kill him, but first I want to see if the milksop can get the milk jugs nice and naked. Eventually, the two of them go to the front of the car. He lifts her up so that her perfect behind is on the hood. Then their kissing becomes more hot and heavy. I just don't get it. Why would a nice-looking bitch like that go for a milksop like him? And then the romantic music is interrupted by a news bulletin. The two of them stop their kissing to listen to it.
This is a breaking news bulletin from the Strickfield University newsroom here at WSTR Radio. Convicted murderer Farley McFain has escaped from Grafton Prison. If you see him, do not approach him under any circumstance. He is easily to identify by the hook he wears as his right hand, which was amputated in a skirmish with a police officer 20 years ago. If you see him, you should immediately inform your local authorities.
From there, the radio guy keeps rattling on about how dangerous I am, and that much he got right. Rage tells her milksop that perhaps they'd best head back into town. You just never know, Franklin. Franklin the milksop isn't so convinced. But Rage, why would McFain climb all the way up here? That would be pointless. Rage doesn't hesitate and sounds deadly serious now. You'd be surprised at what serial killers like McFain are capable of, Franklin. She takes his hand now. Please, we can still continue our date. I'd rather we just head back into town. Okay, Rage, you win. He helps her down off the hood. The two of them get back into his car and now's the time to strike. I move from the bushes to go get to the car. As I reach it, I'm about to use my hook to pull open the passenger door and grab the bitch. Oh shit, I hear the milksop cry out. No doubt he heard me at his bitch's door. Before I realize it, the milksop quickly stomps on the gas and the car speeds away. Suddenly, I'm in a lot of pain as the hook had been ripped clean away from me. Stupid. The milksop had the motor running all that time. My mind was too much on the bitch that I ain't thinking straight. I have to get my shirt off fast. It's a little hard to do that with only one hand, but I managed to get the shirt tied around enough to stop the bleeding. Just then, another car stops close by. A fella gets out and asks me if I'm okay. Then, he recognizes me. Oh my God, you're Farley McFain. You're the guy who escaped from... Gah! His mistake was yapping when he should have been running. He falls on the ground after I use my teeth to rip his throat out. Then I take his car and speed away to follow that couple who got my hook. It takes me a little bit, but I finally find them. They pulled up to a hot dog place, one that still does it, the old-fashioned way, with those young bitches on wheels who come to your window to take your order, bring your food. Then Rage decides to get out of the car. Maybe she decided to stretch her legs. Then she sees her door, and quickly calls her milksop over. The wimp flips out when he sees my hook hanging on the passenger door handle with some of my blood smeared all the way back to the bumper. Then one of those roller bitches sees it and wheels inside, probably to call the police. I have to get away. Now you made it personal, Rage. I know you go to college here. I'll find you and wait for you. It takes long enough, but the bitch finally returns to her building. I'm waiting for her in her bathroom. When she least expects it, I'll come out and grab her and bite her goddamn throat out. Then I'll work on getting the bitch judge who sent me to prison 20 years ago. I'll wait and wait, but she never comes into the bathroom. You'd think she'd have to come in to drop her panties and sit. She never even turns on her lights. Suddenly, a hand reaches inside the shower and grabs me. I'm yanked out of the shower, and then someone pops me right in the face. As I stagger, I get turned around. Then I feel arms wrap around my head. Everything's going dark as I'm being taken to the floor. As soon as I'm on my ass, it ain't long before everything finally goes black. When I wake up, I find I can't move. I know I'm propped up on something with my arms and legs tied with plastic ties. Suddenly the lights come on. I find myself looking right at that Rage girl. "Hello, Farley McFlane," she says, all nice and calm. "I'm glad we could finally meet. Unfortunately for you, this will be your only meeting with me. It was one thing for you to break out of prison, but you should never have returned to Strickfield. But don't worry, I won't be returning you to Grafton Prison." She gives me this look that, I can't believe I'm saying this, the bitch is actually scaring me now. "You belong to me now, Farley McFane." She's even changed her clothes. She has a pair of jeans on and a long shirt. Over top of that, she's wearing what looks like a shiny black apron. She turns and flips on some lights. Now I know where I am. "This is my barn, you big-titted bitch!" I yell. "Yes, it is," she says. "Why don't you look around some more? You might as well take in everything, since this barn will soon become your tomb." There are pictures of me all over the place, all of them with me actually caught in the act of killing many bitches. The ones that surprised me most are the ones the security cameras at Grafton Prison caught me killing the guards and the doctor as I escaped from there. "You've killed a great many women, Farley McFane, all without a single amount of remorse," she tells me. "Under normal circumstances, I should have the police come and take you away." She shakes her head slowly. "But you would just return to Grafton Prison and still feel no remorse whatsoever. No, tonight, you will truly pay for your sins." I laugh now. "Oh, you're gonna kill me? You? A bitch?" She's still so damn calm when she speaks. "No, Farley McFane. An angel. I'm known as the Angel of Death. Like you, I'm also a serial killer. But I learned to prey on people like you, the corrupt, who simply have no remorse for anything that they do in regards to innocence. And now, the name Farley McFane will be next and forever in the hundreds who have come before you. Thanks to my photographic memory." I sneer and just look at her. "I read about you. Yeah, you can't be no angel of death. You're just a panty dropper." She raises her finger. "And that was your fatal mistake. Now you belong to me, and you will answer for what you've done." I laugh a little. "I suppose you're gonna have yourself a good old time, ain't you?" She shakes her head a little. "The only pleasure I'll obtain will be to satisfy my ever-insistent bloodlust, since I myself feel no emotion. I fail to understand how so many of you have emotions and can bring harm to innocence without the slightest bit of remorse. Now she's pissed me off. You don't have feelings? Are you fucking shitting all over me right now? Now I bellowed to her. Then why, bitch? Why do you even do this? Why? She pauses. Because Mama always taught me to be a good girl. She reaches over to a table with a lot of sharp objects on it, but the one I notice is my hook. She picks it up, then she shows it to me. It looks like it's a little different than I remember it. I made a few modifications to your hook, Farley McFain, she tells me. She looks at me a little bit longer. Even I hate to admit that her stare scares the living shit out of me. I try and keep myself together, but she knows I'm scared now. Oh, Jesus Christ, she knows. She raises the hook using the handle she welded onto it. And now, Farley McFain, let the punishment fit the crime. The hook burns when it goes across my throat. God damn, that tip is really sharp. I don't have much time to think about it as I'm bleeding out fast. The last thing I see is that angel of death bitch. Like she said, she ain't smiling over what she's done to me. Doesn't really matter now. Because for me, this is it. This is the end. Quarantine, a story of isolation, by Keith Tomlin. Chester Lytle stretched his legs and turned the page in the book he was reading. Although he rarely allowed himself to think it, he was alone in the world. He had no friends, and his father, the last of his relatives, died when he was a teenager. When Chester turned 18, he inherited a small family fortune and a trust that took care of all of his needs. He never had to work a day in his life, which gave him plenty of time to pursue his only passion, books. With a book, he could be transported anywhere in the world, anywhere in the galaxy. He can be a captain of a ship hunting a great white whale. He can command starships, pursue criminals through the streets of 1920s Chicago, and be a great ball player, beloved by an entire nation. Books were his refuge, his safe place from horrors and pains of life. The world outside his door may be crazy and deadly, but he was safe and sound, alone, in his comfortable house in a small town in Connecticut. When Chester first heard reports of a mysterious new disease rising out of China, he knew it would only be a matter of time before it came to America. He had read enough novels about pandemics, plagues, and outbreaks to know that someone, somewhere, screwed up and unleashed a demon upon the world. He was not surprised when a lockdown was instituted, and, to tell you the truth, it wasn't much of a change for him. Chester liked the isolation. It felt comfortable, like an old friend. Not that he knew what a friend felt like. On this night, the night of Chester's death, he was reading a story about a pirate king who fell in love with a serving wench and was now facing a ship full of mutinous sailors. His first mate, the instigator of the mutiny, had just grabbed the pirate king's one true love and held a knife to her throat. Chester's breath quickened as he hurriedly turned the page to see how the pirate king would prevail and save his queen. Scratch! The strange noise broke Chester's concentration. He shook his head as if waking from a dream and looked around the room. Every wall in the living room was lined with bookshelves, each one stuffed with hardcover books, paperback books, and manuscripts of all kind. The room was dimly lit by a gas fireplace, throwing strange and mysterious shadows around the room. He cocked his head and listened for the noise again. What was that? He mumbled to himself. He spent a few minutes more listening, silently trying to probe the deep shadows around the bookcases. When the noise did not repeat itself, he shrugged and bent his head back to his book. He started reading again, but the spell was broken. He couldn't summon up the scene that had been playing in his head. He tried going back a few pages to see if that would kickstart the story, but it was no use. The magic had faded. Sighing, he put the book down, carefully inserting a bookmarker to preserve his spot. Chester stood and stretched, his back cracking as he arched backwards. He realized that he has been slacking on his calisthenics. Maybe he'll try to get in 20 jumping jacks before bed, he thought, absently. He walked to the doorway, turning sideways to slide between the two bookshelves that partially blocked the opening between the living room and the dining room. The dining room was also lined with bookcases. These shelves were even more crammed with books than the den. Stacks of well-read paperbacks covered most of the floor, leaving only a path to get from the small table and single chair in the middle of the room to the 3 doorways leading to the living room, kitchen, and hallway. Squeak! Chester stopped. He stared, confused, at the floor. He gingerly began applying more pressure to his front foot, testing the floorboard that he was standing on. When he first heard the noise, he thought it may have come from there. But the more he thought about it, the more he was sure it came from his left, towards the hallway. "This is strange," he said out loud. His voice cracked as he spoke. He wasn't used to speaking above a whisper, but he felt he had to say something to break the eerie silence that had dropped over the room. Chester held his breath and listened, thinking that he had to be alone. No one else could have gotten in here without him hearing them. Each of the windows and the back door had been boarded up, and the house was sealed tight to keep out light, sound, and disease. The front door had nearly a dozen locks on it. He only opened it every other week when he received his supply of food and reading material, and that was only after he was sure the delivery person was long gone. Chester had no idea who delivered his supplies. The family trust took care of everything. To him, it was almost like magic. Everything he needed seemed to show up without him having to ask for it. He then wondered if he had a book with a story about a dashing young hero that fought off home invaders. That may be good for a thrill before bedtime. He seemed to remember a book of short stories in the bathroom. He stumbled as he suddenly realized that he had been holding his breath this whole time. He loudly exhaled, taking a few quick, deep breaths to clear the dizzy feeling from his head. The strange noise already forgotten, he headed into the kitchen to make himself dinner. He absently stepped over the stack of paperbacks that lined the kitchen doorway and walked to the kitchen cabinets. Opening up a cabinet door, he selected the long plate sitting on a shelf. He then reached into the bread box and pulled out 2 slices of white bread, placing them on the plate. Turning to the fridge, he opened the door and looked over the shelves, which housed a partial gallon of milk and several packages of butcher paper containing various types of lunch meat. He thoughtfully pondered over what type of sandwich he wanted, before finally selecting a package of sliced turkey. He deliberately pulled out 4 slices of turkey meat and placed them onto a slice of bread. He put the second piece of bread on top and made sure the sandwich was centered on the plate. Next comes his favorite part of dinner, dessert. Chester opened up a drawer and looked longingly at a pack of vanilla cream cookies. Whomever delivered his supply of groceries only gave cookies once a month, so he was careful to ration them. Shivering with anticipation, he reached into the drawer to grab the 3 cookies that he would eat with his meal. "What?" he exclaimed when he found nothing but crumbs. There should have been enough for at least 3 more days, but the package was empty. Dumbfounded, he picked it up and shook it, showering the counter with crumbs that fell from a ragged hole in the back of the package. Turning it over, he stared at the hole for several seconds. It slowly dawned on him that something had chewed through the plastic wrapper and ate his cookies. That something was loose in the house. That something had invaded his space, his safe zone. His mind flashed through the endless possibilities of what this creature may be. He thought of stories with creatures from outer space, demons from the darkest pits of hell, and fairies from tales of old. He finally realized the only logical explanation would be a mouse? he whispered out loud. "A mouse," he said in a firm voice. "A mouse! A goddamn mouse in my goddamn house!" he exclaimed loudly. At the edge of his peripheral vision, he saw something dart out of the kitchen, running between stacks of books into the dining room. Chester gave a guttural growl and picked up the closest object he could reach and threw it at the creature. The empty package of cookies only flew a few feet before slowly floating to the ground. Chester's face turned red with the shame he used to feel as a child when he tried to play sports with the other kids. The indignity of it was too much, and he charged into the dining room, kicking over stacks of paperbacks as he ran. Breathing hard, he stopped to listen. And, upon hearing nothing, he arbitrarily chose to proceed down the hall. He paused every few steps, drawing on the lessons he learned reading countless stories about great hunters stalking prey in the deepest, darkest jungles of Africa. He made a point not to think about the fact that a great hunter would not accidentally kick a copy of The Great Gatsby down the hall, causing a stack of mid-century French poetry books to topple over. He stopped at the bathroom and flicked on the light. Looking at the piles and piles of books, for the first time, he no longer saw adventure and romance. He only saw all the dark places where an enemy could hide. Chester nudged a pile of books with his foot, jumping back in anticipation of a rabid rodent leaping out to attack him. When nothing happened, he felt like a fool, his face once again turning red with shame. Disgusted with himself, he kicked another pile of books. He shrieked with panic when a mouse did pop out from behind that pile, ran across his foot, and out into the hall. Falling back and landing on his rear, he caught a quick glance of the small furry brown creature squirming under the door of the spare bedroom, across the hallway from the bathroom. Trying to rise to his feet, Chester slipped on some paperbacks before his feet found purchase, and he smashed into the bathroom doorknob. He grunted as pain exploded from his hip, but he carried on, as a true hero does. Chester leapt across the hall and thudded into the bedroom door, hitting it before he was able to grab the knob. Once the knob was turned, the door popped open and he spilled into the room, almost falling down once more. After pulling himself upright, he slammed the door shut. In the center of the room, Chester stood, quiet, once again listening for the creature, but he could only hear the pounding of his heart. Taking a few deep breaths, he slowly looked around the room. Like the rest of the house, bookcases filled the walls of the small bedroom. A large antique roll-top desk sat to his right. He kept scanning the room, but the desk kept drawing his eyes back to it. He loved that desk. It was one of the few pieces of furniture he was able to keep after his father died. Not only that, it was where he kept most of his valuable books, rare first editions from some of the most famous writers in history. He stared at the desk, and it hit him right in the pit of his stomach. He walked over to the desk and reached out a shaking hand, somehow knowing what he would find inside. He slowly opened up the roll top, and piles of shredded paper tumbled out. His books, his wonderful, lovely books, were nothing but confetti. Rage boiled inside him, a murderous rage that he had not felt in many years. He snarled and screamed a curse, cursing the mouse, cursing the virus, cursing his life. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted the mouse. The little bastard was just sitting there, looking up at him, mocking him. Chester slowly reached for a large, heavy book sitting on the top of the desk, an evil grin spreading across his face. With the book in his hand, he quickly turned and leapt across the room, raising the book in the air. He locked eyes with the mouse and, with all his strength, slammed the book down on top of it. He started to feel regret, but quickly pushed that emotion away, thinking about the torment this little rodent put him through. Panting hard from exertion and aching from landing on piles of books, Chester laid on the floor, trying to gather himself. After a few minutes, he was able to take a deep breath and slowly got to his knees. He looked at the huge book still clutched in his hands and slowly lifted it, expecting to see the broken body of the little mouse lying on the floor. He was shocked to find nothing. Nothing at all. He stumbled to his feet, confused. There was no way the mouse could have avoided the book. He had watched the book come down on top of the vile creature. Squeak! Chester spun and stared at the mouse sitting on top of the roll-top desk. He locked eyes with it and knew it was the same one, except it seemed bigger somehow. Squeak! Hearing another noise behind him, Chester turned to face another large mouse sitting on a bookshelf, staring at him with cold, black eyes. Chester heard scratches and clawing from another bookcase to his left. Panicking, Chester grabbed the doorknob and yanked the door open, almost pulling it off the hinges. He blindly ran down the hall, slipping and sliding on books until he was once again in the kitchen. He stopped and tried to gather himself. Chester stared into the dining room as the sound of dozens of tiny clawed feet grew louder. He panicked again and ran to the back door. When it wouldn't open, he remembered that it was nailed shut. Cursing himself for his foolishness, he turned and grabbed the handle of the only other door in the kitchen. He pulled open the door and stepped onto the top step of the stairs, slamming the door behind him. It suddenly dawned on him where he was. The basement. Oh God, not the basement, he thought. Chester tried so hard to forget about the basement. Anytime the thought of the basement started to creep into his mind, he would dive into another book, forcing the memories away with visions of brave deeds and heroic adventures. Now the memories started to seep back into his mind, and he was unable to stop them. Chester's grandfather, by all accounts, was a stern man who had built this house with his own hands. He was a plain, God-fearing man who married a plain, God-fearing woman who died giving birth to their only child, Marcus, Chester's father. Marcus had a hard life and grew into a hard man. When his father died, Marcus brought a new bride home to his house. She was a timid, mousy woman who had grown up beaten and abused. Her life with Marcus was no different. Within a year, Chester was born. A year after that, Chester's mother died in a brutal fall down the basement steps. Even though he knows that he was too young to remember it, Chester could close his eyes and see her tumble, screaming down those stairs. These stairs. The stairs that Chester now stood at the top of. Almost numb, Chester reached over and flipped on the basement light. One light bulb, hanging down from the ceiling on a cord, tried to light the entire basement, but failed. Chester knew that the far corner would be in the dark. Who knows what manner of creatures lurked there? Chester knew. Starting to panic, Chester turned and grabbed at the basement door handle. He stopped when the door shook with sounds of wood being chewed and clawed. The sound stopped when he let go of the doorknob. What the fuck? He questioned. As he reached out, the scratching started up again. He quickly pulled his hand back. Standing there, confused, he finally asked himself, what would a hero do? A hero would fight back, he thought. A hero would grab a weapon and take the fight to the enemy. This thought sparked an idea. Grandfather's tools, Chester whispered, remembering the box of old tools that sat in the basement. He should be able to find something to defend himself in there. Having a plan bolstered his courage, and Chester slowly took his first step down the stairs. Taking it one step at a time, he slowly moved deeper into the basement. When he was on the last step up from the bottom, he stopped, not wanting to desecrate the ground upon which his mother died. He awkwardly jumped sideways off the stairs, onto the basement's rough concrete floor. Chester turned to face a workbench in the middle of the wall on the other side of the room. He slowly shuffled forward towards it, resisting the urge to look over at the pool of darkness that emanated from the far corner. After what seemed like hours, he reached the workbench. He paused to catch his breath, and then pulled an old, rotting wooden box out from under the bench. After placing it on the tabletop, he dug through it until he found a hammer. It was old and rusty, with a handle that wobbled, but it was as good a weapon as he could find in this house. Testing the weight of the hammer in his hand, Chester turned back toward the stairs. He glanced over the darkest corner and was instantly fixated by it. The darkness seemed to throb and beat with his heart. Even though he could not see the shackles and chains that were anchored to the wall in that corner, he knew they were there. His mind pulled images from the past. "Damn you!" his father yelled. "You're weak, just like your mother." Chester's face stung like it had been slapped, just like the hundreds of times his father had slapped him. "You little cunt, I wished I had a son instead of a little pussy like you." Chester could feel the shackles around his ankle. It all came flooding back, the memories of him growing up, tiptoeing around the house, trying not to draw the notice of his father, but knowing that it was just a matter of time before Marcus flew into a drunken rage. This rage would end with him being beaten and dragged down to the basement. Chester would be chained, left alone for days, sometimes weeks, living on water dripping from a sewage line and the occasional water bug. He never knew if this would be the time that his father did not come down to release him. But his father would always, eventually, sober up enough to let him loose, reminding him, with a chuckle, how lucky he was not to have an accident like his mother did. The weight of the memories was too much for Chester. He screamed and collapsed to the ground, hitting his head loudly on the concrete. Chester slowly came to consciousness. Before he opened his eyes, he knew that they were there, watching him. He slowly turned his head and saw a half-dozen large mice sitting under the glow of the lone bulb, staring at him. Slowly, he rose to his feet. He picked the hammer up off the floor and held it above his head. "Stay back, you bastards! I'll use this, I swear!" The mice remained motionless. Chester took a step towards them, waving the hammer around. He heard shuffling behind him and quickly turned. Nearly a dozen mice sat on and around the workbench. Panic started to rise up, and he spun around to face the light once again and froze. A large rat now sat in the middle of the mice. This rat, the size of a house cat, had tufts of hair missing and scars covering its body. What made Chester freeze, however, was its eyes. It didn't have the black eyes of a rodent. This rat had human eyes. The eyes of his father. Chester dropped the hammer and screamed, bolting toward the stairs. He kept repeating, "I'm sorry, Father! I'm sorry, Father!" breathlessly over and over again as he tried to leap up the stairs. He made it halfway up before crashing back down, splitting open the skin on his shins and elbows. He didn't seem to notice, though, as he clawed his way up, breaking fingernails and tearing flesh as he went. Chester's only thought now was to reach the front door and leave this cursed house. All thoughts of the virus and pandemics were gone from his head. Only dreams of escape remained. At the top of the stairs, Chester used the stair railing to pull himself up and threw open the basement door. A pair of large rats moved into view from the right and another on his left. The rats looked up at him with his father's eyes and hungrily moved forward. "No!" Chester screamed as he took a step back and lost his balance. As he felt himself fall, Chester remembered the day his father died. It was Chester's 14th birthday, and he had been chained up in the basement for nearly 3 weeks. This was one of the longest stretches that he could remember. That morning, he discovered that, if he tried hard enough, he could slip his foot out of the shackle. He didn't know if it was due to his father's being too drunk to tighten it correctly, or if it was a result of him losing weight. He suspected it was a combination of both. After freeing himself, Chester dragged himself along the wall but finally collapsed under the basement stairs. He was weak, and so tired. Later, he was woken from his uneasy slumber by the sound of his father opening up the basement door. Panic over what his father would do when he found him unshackled was quickly replaced by rage and hatred, a hatred so powerful that it gave him strength. Chester rose up and stood under the stairs. When he saw his father's feet on the step in front of him, he reached through the open back of the step and grabbed his father's ankles and pulled. Marcus Lytle fell and died at the bottom of the stairs. Chester smiled at this memory. The memory ended when Chester hit the floor, landing on the same spot that his mother and father died.
Suffer the Little Children by Dennis Freeman.
You're not goddamn going, Anthony said, trying his father's favorite epithet on for size. He was only 12, but thanks to Jacob Anderson, he had quite a colorful vocabulary for his age. He surveyed his little brother's face and saw no sign of shock at the use of the GD word, but only a solemn, pouting lower lip. Greg was 11, and even though both went to middle school, there was an unspoken but well-defined hierarchy. Anthony hung out with kids from his class who were mostly 12 and 13, and despite being only a year and 19 days older than Greg, he knew his little brother would be categorized as a baby big kid by his friend James. "Come on, Tony," Greg whined. "All my friends are gone for Thanksgiving break. Let me hang out with you guys." "Can't do it, Sprat." "I'll tell Mom you and your friends were playing at the quarry," Greg exclaimed. Tony was momentarily worried by this threat, but let it slide. He knew Greg would be upset he couldn't go, but he'd never endanger his own well-being by telling their mother something that would surely land Anthony in his room with no Xbox One and the cable disconnected for no less than 2 weeks. "Do that, and you'll never get to hang out with us," Anthony said. "What am I supposed to do, Tony?" "Stop whining, for starters." He said it much more harshly than he intended. Greg cast his eyes down at his feet, and Anthony sighed. He put his arm around Greg, after checking around the street to make sure nobody was watching, and tried to comfort his brother. "If you get hurt playing at the quarry with us, Mom would shit a bird." Greg giggled at this like Anthony knew he would. The mental image of their mother shitting feathers tickled Greg, and the first time Anthony had said it, his little brother had nearly died laughing. "I guess I'll just play Xbox. You better be home by 5, though. Mom and Dad will be asking where you are, and I hate pretending like I don't know," Greg said. "Promise," Anthony raised a 3-finger scout salute. "Look, I'll talk to James and the guys and see if I can't get them to let you come with us next time, okay?" Greg smiled and nodded. Anthony would probably mention it to the guys, but he knew he wouldn't put up much of a fight if they said no. Anthony wasn't a mean brother by any means, but he was a follower by nature. Greg knew this even if he didn't know exactly how to articulate it. He watched as Anthony mounted his big red mongoose and took off down the street to meet the rest of the James gang, as they called themselves. Once his brother was out of sight, Greg sighed and went inside to get a soda and retired to his room to play Xbox. Greg sat on the floor by his bed, surrounded by a plethora of empty soda cans and candy wrappers. Had his mother walked in at that exact moment, she would have shit a bird at the sight. He turned off his console and began to stuff the wrappers into his already overflowing wastebasket. He took the cans downstairs and put them in the recycling and plopped down onto one of the bar stools in the kitchen. It was only 11:30, and Greg had already exhausted his patience at the new Madden game. "It's going to be exactly the same as the last 3, Anthony had said one day when Greg had excitedly described the commercial to him. As usual, his brother had been correct in his assumption. Great graphics aside, the Xbox wasn't keeping Greg's attention, and he started to think about what Anthony and his friends could be doing down at the quarry. Anthony was only a year older than he was, and Greg couldn't imagine that he and his friends were doing anything that he himself couldn't do. "Fuck it," Greg muttered under his breath. His cheeks flushed hot at the vocalization of what his mother called the really bad word, and he went into the garage to grab his bike. He would ride down to the quarry and see just what his brother's friends were up to. He would go what his father called incognito and watch from afar, at first. He grabbed the backpack his parents had bought him for hiking trips and put on his khakis, which clashed with the black athletic shorts and the orange basketball jersey, but he wasn't out to win any fashion contests. He pulled his curly locks back out of his face and put them into a ponytail. He had had long hair since he was a baby, and with the exception of a handful of trims, he'd always worn his hair long. The older he got, the less serious the teasing about his hair got, and now he even received a few compliments, mostly from girls. Greg mounted his blue Huffy and started off down the street. He rode down Alberta Street and took a detour between a pair of houses on Jackson. The trip itself only took about 10 minutes, but it felt like forever to Greg, whose mind wouldn't stop speculating as to what he'd see when he got there. He wondered if James' gang would be doing dangerous stunts on their bikes, or perhaps they were wrestling by the scummy pond that was in the pit left over from the rainy weather they'd had. They may be hanging out with girls, he thought. This brought a fresh flush to his cheeks. He was 11 and his girls are icky stage had been over for almost a year, but he still wasn't sure about the fairer sex. He had a basic grasp on what boys and girls did together when they were older, but the thought of it still caused a weird mix of emotions he wasn't able to understand. He felt his pants begin to tighten in the crotch and forced himself to think of something else. The last thing he needed was to run into his brother and his friends with a raging hard-on. He wouldn't live that down, not in this lifetime. The next one either, for that matter. Greg dropped his foot down and drug it through the gravel as he decelerated. He approached the edge of the quarry warily. He saw Anthony's bike parked by some bushes among 4 others and left his own a few feet away. He adjusted his backpack and crouch-walked down the narrow path beaten down by adolescent foot traffic and made his way to the edge of the pit. He looked down and saw the 5 boys who made up the James gang laid out on the rocks by the water that was pooled down there. He didn't see any girls, but he did see that 2 of them were smoking cigarettes. He did a double take when he realized that his brother was one of the ones smoking. A cigarette hung lackadaisically from the corner of his mouth, and his eyes squinted against the smoke as he skipped rocks across the surface of the water. Mom would shit a bird. He grinned maniacally at this. 2 of the kids looked like they were playing a board game, checkers it looked like, and James and another boy that Greg didn't recognize were talking next to Anthony. Not talking, Greg thought. Arguing. A little shoving match broke out between James and the other boy, and Anthony moved in between them to break it up. He took the cigarette out of his mouth and moved it nimbly between his fingers as he did this. Greg noted that it probably wasn't the first time his brother had smoked. Greg couldn't tell what the boys were arguing about, so he decided he was going to try and sneak to a pile of broken stones about 10 feet away from the boys. He once again began to crouch walk, but avoided the path. "You're a fucking liar!" Charles exclaimed. James regarded him menacingly, but Anthony held him back to avoid a full-on fistfight. "I am not! My dad told me the story himself! You're calling my dad a liar, fat ass?" James shouted indignantly. Charles cast his eyes down, not wanting to meet James' angry gaze. He was 13, and although the jibe about his weight hurt, he was still young enough to believe that everything their parents told them was the truth. He was okay with calling James a liar, but to call his father, an adult, a liar was an entirely different animal. "Sorry, James," Charles said, his face glowing red. James blinked at the sudden shift the conversation had taken. "Me too." His face softened a bit. "I'm sorry I called you a fat ass." "It's okay." Anthony, sensing the drama was over, moved back over by the water. He flicked his cigarette into the scummy pond and went back to skipping rocks. "He told me that back then the water was a lot higher and kids would jump off the rocks and into the water," James said. "He said after a couple of guys died, they closed the place up. Some of the kids that did sneak in said they saw ghosts or some shit." "That makes sense," Charles said. "It's the other part that sounds weird." "Maybe it's true, though. Like a horror movie or something," Anthony added. "Dad said that some of the kids kept coming down here even after they closed it up. They saw things like..." "Weird things," James said. Anthony nodded as if this were to be expected. The idea of ghosts was not unfathomable for his 12-year-old mind. If they died suddenly, like broke their necks when they dove in or drowned or whatever, they probably stuck around. Unfinished business or to try to keep other people from dying, Anthony offered. He spoke in a scholarly tone like a professor teaching the ways of the world to his pupils. Even Eddie and Tim had stopped playing checkers to regard Anthony with intense, wide eyes. Anthony looked up and saw that all his friends were staring at him now. He shrugged his shoulders and smiled. "That's what I think anyways." James nodded in agreement. This minor gesture made Anthony swell with pride. James was their de facto leader after all, and any praise, spoken or not, was brag-worthy. Eddie and Tim went back to their game, Eddie squinting in concentration. "Want to all meet back up here tonight?" James asked. "Sure. Hey, James." "Yeah?" "I was thinking about something. Can my little brother come with us? I know he's a little younger, but he isn't a spaz or anything." "You want to bring your little brother?" James asked with a chuckle. "Well, yeah, I mean, if you guys don't mind." He looked over towards the other three for confirmation. They shrugged. "I guess," James said. "I'll bring my sister's Ouija board. Everybody meet me up here at 9:30. I gotta go, and make sure I don't miss dinner." "Our mom will never let us out after 9. "Well, then don't come," James said. His tone was dismissive, but his eyes were sharp and predatory. We'll figure it out." Greg's grin was wide and toothy as he rode back to the house. Anthony had done what he said he would. He stood up and asked that Greg be included. He wouldn't let on that he had been there, and he knew he'd need to act surprised when Anthony asked him if he wanted to sneak out with him tonight. In most cases, he would never even consider sneaking out after curfew, but he knew he'd never get another chance like this one if he chickened out. His brother had stuck his neck out. The ride back felt a lot faster than the ride to the quarry because he felt like he was floating. That night, the two of them snuck out of the front door. Anthony had been adamant about Greg and himself bringing their keys. It wouldn't do to get home only to find out that they had locked themselves out. Greg double-checked the pocket of his jeans and assured Anthony he was ready. The two of them had left their bikes in the yard to keep from having to open the garage and pushed them halfway down the street before mounting up. They made their way down the various streets cautiously. The streetlights illuminated the way for most of the trip, but the last half-mile was on the outskirts, where the lights were fewer and far between. Anthony narrowly avoided a pothole that would have sent him ass over tea kettle and ended the night in the emergency room instead of the quarry. Calling his parents from the ER to tell them he and Greg had snuck out and landed in the hospital would be a surefire way to end up in the morgue shortly thereafter. They parked their bikes where they had stashed them earlier that day, and Greg hit the button on the side of his watch to illuminate the time. It was 9:45, and the two of them moved as quickly as they could without falling down the pit where the rest of the James gang was waiting. They were sitting in a semicircle with candles and the Ouija board sitting in the center. After perfunctory introductions of the newest member of the gang, Anthony and Greg took their place, completing the circle. "Are we all ready?" James asked. Nobody said anything at first. They only stared at each other. "Ready," Greg said. James acknowledged him with a smile, and soon the others followed suit. "Ready, James," Charles said. "Ready," Anthony said. "Ready," Eddie and Tim said in unison. James nodded again and beckoned them to touch the planchette with him, and of course, they obliged. The second Greg's fingers made contact with the light wood of the planchette, he felt an unnatural chill run up his spine. His balls started to draw up into his body as the first real fear of the night began to sink in. Greg had been nervous when they snuck out of the house because, if they were to get caught, his mother would do far more than shit a bird. She was bound to shit a flock of them. This felt different somehow. It was more unnatural. Greg surveyed the rest of the boys. Their faces were a plethora of silhouetted features, and each of them took on the appearance of skulls. Even Charles's unusually pudgy face appeared gaunt in the candlelight. The pit's pool of water lay stagnant, and the smell of the sludge and algae hung in the air. He was vaguely aware that Anthony's breath was coming out in hitches and jerks. "Are there any spirits here?" James asked suddenly. Greg looked up at him, and even in the low candlelight, he could see that he was going pale. Nothing happened at first, and everyone, Greg included, let out a sigh of relief. He hadn't really expected anything to happen, but the unknown had terrified Greg. Before he could get far into his own inner monologue, the wooden planchette moved, slowly, to the yes on the board. "What in the actual fuck?" Anthony said. Greg looked over at his brother, who was now ghostly white. At a glance, he could see that everyone else was too. Pale, but with a creepy smile that had been plastered to his face, and his eyes appeared to glaze over. "What is your name?" Greg asked. It was out of his mouth before he could stop the compulsion, and Anthony stared at him, mouth agape. Greg opened his mouth to apologize when the planchette once again began to move, until it came to rest on the letter N. They watched in fascination as the word Nergal was spelled out before him. Greg was about to ask it another question when it suddenly started to move again. This time it spelled out Jagon. "I guess there's two of them," James said. "I'm done." Charles pulled his hand back from the planchette and started to get to his feet. James looked at him, pointedly annoyed, and rolled his eyes. "Don't be such a baby." "I'm not being a baby. I'm just done with this shit. This is creepy." "Just sit down." "Fuck you, James. I said I'm fucking done with..." Charles was silenced mid-sentence as a shadow coming from the pond wrapped itself around his throat. His hands flew up to his neck as his air was cut off. Greg screamed and jumped back as he saw tentacles reaching for him. They appeared to be made up of the shadows. Charles' face was turning purple when he fell to the ground, still clutching his throat as the shade dragged him back towards the water. Greg sprung to his feet and turned toward his brother, who was already up and backing away from the tentacles. Eddie and Tim were both fighting against the shadows that had grabbed them by their legs, and James was being dragged by his arm into the water. His screams were ear-piercing at first, but were soon cut short into a gurgle as his face was pulled underwater. Greg would have continued to sit and stare at James as a tentacle wrapped itself around his leg had he not felt someone yank him by the back of his shirt. His collar tightened around his throat as he had a moment of panic. "It has me," he thought, as he pulled forward towards the pool to escape the force pulling him. Anthony spun him around and leaned down into his face. His lips were moving, but Greg couldn't hear him over the sound of guttural, inhuman screaming. Terror was taking over when Anthony brought his hand across his face. Greg blinked wildly and tears began to well up in the corner of his eyes. Anthony had never hit him like that, but suddenly the sound coming out of his mouth was audible. "Run, Greg," Anthony screamed. Greg didn't need to be told twice. He took off in a sprint past Anthony, who followed closely behind him as they beat up the path toward their bikes. Greg was too terrified to look over his shoulder to see if they were being followed and mounted his bike after a running start. He could hear Anthony pedaling behind him. He felt his heart beating out of his chest as he pedaled like a mad bastard trying to beat the devil. When he had cleared the first two streets, he snuck a glance behind him and saw that Anthony was at least 15 feet back. He slowed a bit and allowed him to catch up. As they pulled up to their house, Greg's bike struck the curb and he was thrown from it. He landed hard on his shoulder and rolled onto his back. Anthony came up next to him and bailed off his bike without stopping. He ran to Greg and pulled him up into his lap. They were both breathing hard and tears were flowing freely as Greg crawled up his brother's body to embrace him. Anthony hugged him back and soon they were both sobbing and screaming into each other's shoulder. "Thank you so much," Greg said between sobs. "Thank you for grabbing me." "I love you," Anthony said. It seemed to be the only thing he could say. He was still saying it when a black tentacle reached out from the darkness and wrapped them both into a cold embrace. The Triangle People by Shane Migliavacca. Sarah Hoffman was nervous. Sitting at a table outside the cafe, she felt exposed. Sarah hated open places, so she had picked a table with a clear view of the entrance and parking lot. Better to see everyone's comings and goings. Not to mention, she'd seen them again. Just out of the corner of her eye, a figment of her fragile mind, no doubt. Brief flashes of people watching her, just out of focus. Sarah had started seeing them after the incident. "You're messed up, kid." Sarah picked up the folder on the table. Inside was a stack of glossy photos. She flipped through them. Her hands were trembling. They were all crap. Damn. What was wrong with her? She used to have a good eye for setting up a shot, but these were all framed bad. Beginner's shit, not something you'd see from a pro. Let's face it, you've lost the passion. Sarah loved photography, setting up shots, making every one of them a work of art. All she'd need was the next assignment to keep her going. And now, what had changed? you saw that man die. He hadn't just died. He died in your arms. Sarah had been covering a flower expo, of all things. Should have been an easy payday, a real piece of cake. Except for the man with a gun. He opened fire on the crowd, 10 wounded, 4 dead, including the shooter. He'd been there to kill his ex-wife. She'd been only wounded. One of the dead, Tom Hilston, he'd been in front of Sarah when the shooting started. Had he not been standing there? She took a deep breath. The image of his face as Tom died, it was always there, just below the surface, ready to come out at a moment's notice. The sadness, emptiness in his eyes. Sarah could still taste the blood on her lips. His blood. Blood on her hands. Blood that wouldn't wash off no matter how many times she tried. There were times at night, sleepless nights, where she prayed they could switch places. She should have died that day, not Tom Hilston, father of 3. Post-traumatic stress disorder, they call it. Well, she certainly had it, and her work was suffering for it. Missed appointments, outbursts, and shitty work. That's why this assignment was so important. A job for a clothes catalog, a chance to get the ball rolling again on her career. The cafe was busy with the afternoon lunch crowd. Far too many people here for Sarah to feel comfortable. She was waiting for the editor of the catalog to show. They'd had a date for noon, but it was already 1:45. Sarah had the urge to just fucking leave. The photos were shit anyway. A few more minutes, she told herself. Then she'd leave. Piss on this whole fucking rotten thing. A red Corvette pulled into the lot. Music played loudly within for a few seconds before the car shut off. Was that Rick Astley? It could only be Irene Dellinger, an old friend and the person responsible for getting her this job. Sarah hadn't realized she'd be meeting Irene. This would be doubly hard, showing her the disappointing photo shoot after Irene had gone out of her way to get Sarah the job. Some of the patrons shot Irene dirty looks as she strode over. No doubt they weren't fans of her choice of music. Before Irene could reach her, a waitress cut her off. "Can I help you, ma'am?" the hapless young woman asked. Irene simply pointed to Sarah. "I'm with her, kid. Would you be a sport and bring me a glass of wine?" The waitress left, tail between her legs. Irene gave Sarah a weary smile. "That's my girl." She sat languidly in the chair across from her. "Lay 'em on me, baby." Sarah held the folder tight. Her heart beat fast in her chest. Well, she wanted to tell her not to bother, that the photos were all garbage, but her courage went out the door as Irene smiled at her, waiting with her hand outreached. No. Instead, Sarah handed them off, defeated. She was weak, no doubt about that. Irene took the folder and rifled through it a couple of times without comment. Sarah tried to read her friend's face. Was that disappointment or just tiredness? It was hard to say. Finally, after a few agonizing minutes, Irene handed it back. Before either of them commented, the poor waitress from before brought that glass of wine. Sarah worked up the nerve to say something to her friend. "Listen, I'm sorry that they're so poor. The photos. I can do them again, perhaps." Irene put up a hand, cutting her off. She took a large sip of wine, setting the glass back down and spilling droplets of wine on the white tablecloth. "Ha ha ha! Good one, Sarah." Sarah looked at her, puzzled. "What? Is this like one of our college pranks? Or is today April 1st? Neither. Then you have a weirder sense of humor than I thought. They're fantastic!" Fantastic? Was Irene still smoking pot? That's the only explanation. No, she was being nice. That's it. She could tell how messed up Sarah was feeling. You like them?" Sarah stammered. "I didn't think they came out all that great." "Love them!" She took another sip of wine. "In fact, I think I'm giving you the location shoot, too." "What? Really?" Sarah asked. Maybe Irene was the one pulling a prank. "Yeah," she answered, a little annoyed. "I'm not joking. You killed the studio shoot. Let's see what you can do with a location. I've already got one picked out. You're gonna love it." They'd had a pretty good lunch afterwards, dropping all the business talk and just talking about old times. It was the first time in so long that she felt good, felt human, and not like a lump of scar tissue. As Sarah was walking back to the car, she stopped and waved to Irene as she pulled out, music again loudly pouring from the car's speakers. It was, in fact, Rick Astley. Over the din of Rick's voice and the car engine, Irene hollered to her, "It was fun, Home Slice! Catch you tomorrow!" With that, she sped off, breaking God knows how many traffic laws. Sarah couldn't help herself. She smiled. Perhaps it was the turning point she'd hoped for. A second chance. Redemption. Irene might have thought she'd love the location, but Sarah had other feelings about it altogether. The place was horrible. An old, abandoned building at the center of the city. It had served as the city hall back in the 70s, but a scandal of some sort had led to the building falling into disuse. In fact, most of this area of the city had been vacated. Blocks and blocks of old, abandoned buildings, some hundreds of years old. It wasn't too hard to tell her models, Allie and Paige, were less than thrilled by their surroundings as well. Paige, a pale, leggy redhead, looked up at the old city hall. "Really?" Sarah nodded. "That's what she told me." Allie, a pretty blonde with long curly hair, cracked her knuckles. "I don't know, guys. I'm feeling it. Let's get shooting." They headed into the building. Sarah was surprised that the front door wasn't locked or boarded up. Maybe Irene had arranged something. Wouldn't surprise her at all. Irene always got her way. Inside, it was pretty much as Sarah expected. A mess. The floor was littered with trash, the walls covered in graffiti. She had to admit to herself, though, there were plenty of interesting places to shoot here. The next couple of hours went rather well. Sarah felt her confidence coming back. Paige was taking a break sitting on an old desk. She stretched a long leg, rubbing it. She watched Sarah as she was taking some photos of Allie, clicking away with an old-style camera. "You know, they have digital ones now," Paige said, a little sarcasm in her voice. Sarah watched Allie take a new pose. "I'm a little old-fashioned, I guess." After another hour of shooting, they'd finished up. The crew was packing up their equipment as the girls and makeup guy took a break. Sarah decided that she wanted some photos of the place. It was too good a location to pass up. There were plenty of good shots she could get. She was feeling it. That thrill again, after so long. Perhaps that was why it didn't bother her walking down the hallway alone. That, and the fact that, after the shooting, she preferred solitude. Sarah had a hard time trusting people, even those she knew. After all, that woman had been married at one time to the man that tried to kill her. You never knew who might snap and try to kill you. Among the graffiti were people's names, crude drawings of sex organs and various obscene words, but one thing kept popping up. "The Triangle people are coming." Sarah counted at least 5 times so far she found it written on a wall or door. Was it the name of a gang? She walked further down the hall, clicking photos of the graffiti. She found a couch further down the hall, resting against a wall. Spray painted across the cushions was the word ass. She chuckled before taking a picture of it. Whoever did it had some skill. A letter on each cushion and everything, Sarah thought caustically. Click-tap. Click-tap, click-tap. Sarah looked up from the couch, glancing back the way she'd come. Was there somebody coming? Maybe one of the crew came to fetch her. But the hall was empty. She turned and looked further down the other end of the hall where it turned a corner. "Hello?" Sarah called out, tightening her grip of the camera. If one of them was playing a prank on her, she'd let them have it. "Guys, come on. Don't even..." Clack-tap, clack-tap, clack-tap. The sound was coming closer. It sounded like heavy boots. None of the others were wearing boots, were they? "Come on, guys, not even funny." She felt the sweat on her palms, making the camera slippery in her hands as they trembled. There was a shadow on the far wall at the end of the hall. Was that the shadow of a person? Sarah wanted to run, but her legs turned to immobile concrete. Click tap, clack tap, clack tap. She could make out the vague shape of a person in the shadow. They were just around the corner, coming this way. It was them. The ones she'd seen. The ones that were always watching her. Clack tap, clack tap, clack tap. Sarah caught the briefest glimpse of a man before everything went white in a flash. Her shaking hands hit the flash on the camera. She was momentarily blinded. The camera clicked away, taking photo after photo. When her eyesight returned, she was alone. Sweat, or was it tears, ran down her cheek. Sarah turned, her legs working again, and hurried back to the others. They hadn't even noticed she'd left. They were all there, and none of them acted like they'd just come back or were pulling a prank on her. She didn't say a word about it. They didn't need to know how crazy she was. Who was that she'd run into in the hall? Sarah looked down at her camera, clutched tightly in her sweaty, pale hands. Sarah was developing the film in her darkroom. The apartment she rented was a 2-bedroom affair, and since she lived alone, she'd converted the second bedroom into a darkroom. She nibbled on her supper, a BLT grinder, as she worked. The film was all she could think about on the way home. This was it. Sarah took a sip of her Coke, watching the photo the whole time. The first one she'd taken was the figure's lower half, black pants and matching boots. Clack, tap, clack, tap, clack, tap. She could still hear the sound. The memory sent a shiver down her spine. The next photo was a blurry mess. Was that a hand? The third photo, that was the one that Sarah had wished she'd never seen. The man, if that was in fact a man in the photo, had a face that appeared to be carved from coal. A jet black face with large yellow eyes. The being was wearing a suit. On one lapel was a strange triangle pin. Sarah felt dread claw at her stomach. Those yellow eyes stared off the photo and right through her. Clack tap, clack tap, clack tap. This time the sound wasn't a memory. It was in the other room, walking across the hardwood floor of the living room. Sarah grabbed a large pair of scissors she kept on the table. Fear gripped her heart as she opened the door. Go away, she said, pleading. The door opened with a low creak. There was nobody out there. Sarah made a quick survey of her apartment. It was empty. It was just in her mind, she thought, relieved. Then she saw it, sprawled across the living room wall, written in black paint. The triangle people are coming. Terrified, Sarah backed away. Then the noise came again. Clack tap, clack tap, clack tap. Her TV screamed to life. A dark figure appeared on screen, its features obscured by static. An unearthly voice echoed from it.
There are those among you who know the truth of this. There are parallel realities, the walls of which touch ours. These realities are overseen by the Triangle Proclamation. There are areas that are weaker than others, where one touch may cross over. See what they shouldn't. These errors must be fixed.
A shadow fell on the hall wall. Sarah screamed and ran into the darkroom, slamming the door shut and locking it in her wake. Go away! I won't tell! Clack, tap, clack, tap. It was getting closer. Coming for her. Acting fast, Sarah took a couple of her photos and hid them. Someone would find them. Then perhaps they'd know. Something began pounding on the other side of the door, harder and harder. Sarah screamed till her lungs burned as the assault on the door continued, and then it stopped. Sarah wiped tears from her eyes, staring dumbfounded at the door. How long did she wait there, in the dark, before slowly unlocking the door? Peeking her head out, her apartment was still, silent. The TV was dark. It looked burned out. Grabbing her car keys, Sarah ran out of her apartment in a blind panic. She had to get away. Far away. She headed towards her car parked behind the apartment building. She fumbled with her keys, blindly trying to stab them into the door lock. Clack, tap, clack, tap, clack, tap. No. They were here. She slid the key into the lock. Before she could turn the key, Sarah felt cold, solid arms wrap around her. And then there was nothingness. The Crybaby Bridge by Rob Fields. The boys suddenly awoke when they heard the loud noise off in the distance. One of them turned on the battery-powered lantern. The three of them yawned and slowly sat up inside the tent where they were sleeping. "Aw, man, you better not have farted again, chunker," the boy with the crew cut on the right side of the tent groaned. "I didn't, dude," the husky boy on the left side muttered. The skinny boy in the middle put his glasses on. "Trust me, if Chunker would have let one go, we'd have known it. We're all in this tent, right?" The right boy pushed the middle one a little. "Why you gotta be such a nerd, Horton?" Horton looked to his right. "I'm just saying, Chapman, Chunker would have cleared us out of this tent." Chunker had a mischievous grin. "What? You mean like this?" He sat up a little bit. Chapman and Horton quickly fumbled over one another, trying to escape from the tent as Chunker sat there and laughed. As soon as the two boys were out and on their feet, Horton turned and pointed to the tent. "Chunker, you sick pig!" Chunker was still laughing as he crawled out of the tent. Then he stood with his two friends. Horton sighed. "Great, now where are we going to go? Chunker just fumigated the tent." Chapman slapped Chunker's arm. "Come on, man. You can at least open up the tent and air it out. Jeez!" Chunker raised his hands. Okay. As Chunker lifted and tied up the flaps to the tent entrance, Horton was getting the campfire going again. "Any idea what time it is?" Chapman asked. Chunker had his smartphone on him. "It's almost 4 in the morning!" Suddenly, the boys were startled when they heard the original sound that woke them up in the first place. "Aw, man," Chunker complained. "Really? An owl?" Chapman groaned. "Well, some stupid owl woke us up and Chunker ripped inside the tent. What are we going to do now?" "Hey, maybe we can sit around the fire and tell more ghost stories," Horton suggested. "Like we did last night." "Sounds good," Chapman said. "Yeah, why not?" Chunker agreed. The other boys joined Horton, who began first by telling the urban legend of the gang high beam initiation. When he finished, he stressed that it actually happened on the other side of Strickfield, over along Township Road 113. Chapman spoke up. "Yeah? Well, I heard a story about this college couple that got murdered in an apartment just near the dorms." He told the story as best he could recall hearing it. Then he finished by saying, "It was said that the roommate came back the next morning and found their bodies. He also found this message on the wall, written in blood. It said, 'Just be glad you didn't turn on the light.' That part never made the newspapers, by the way." "Geez, Chapman, that does sound pretty scary," Horton said. Then he turned to the other boy. "How about you, Chunker? You got a story?" Chunker opened the cooler they had brought with them and took out a soda. He cracked it open and took a drink. "Yeah, I got one." He nodded in the direction of the deserted road they were camping off of. "It's actually not too far from here. The old Crybaby Bridge." He told the story about how just after the American Civil War, Abigail Tomlin, a poor woman, and her fiancé Alvin, a rich lord whom Abigail had been promised to, had been fighting all through their courtship. Prior to their wedding night, when they had had their last fight, Abigail had taken their baby boy, Arthur, and fled. Alvin's carriage had caught up to Abigail, as it was nearing the outskirts of Strickfield. As Abigail got out of her carriage, Alvin drew his gun and shot at her. She moved, but ended up taking the bullet in her shoulder. She was bleeding all over her wedding dress fast. She knew she couldn't let Alvin have Arthur. Unbeknownst to Alvin, Abigail also had a gun. She took aim and shot Alvin, wounding him also. Abigail took the baby out of the damaged carriage and fled. She was in a great deal of pain from the bullet. She could hear Alvin screaming for her. that he would finish her and take their son back. Abigail couldn't keep the crying Arthur quiet and knew Alvin would soon be on them. By the time Alvin had caught up to his runaway bride, she had reached a metal bridge that spanned the Castalia River. The water below was high and rushing. All little Arthur could do was cry and cry. Abigail took a last stand against Alvin and tried to shoot him, but Alvin was faster and shot her first. Abigail was mortally wounded now as she moved to the center of the bridge. She still had both Arthur and her gun. Alvin raised his gun and demanded Abigail give Arthur back. When she wouldn't, he shot her one last time. Abigail fell over the side of the bridge and into the raging river, with baby Arthur still cradled in her arms. Both she and the baby disappeared down the river. A search was conducted by the authorities of many neighboring towns and villages. The bodies of neither Abigail Tomlin nor Arthur were ever found. Now, if you go near that same bridge, the one over on Indian Hollow Road, this road, Chunker looked from Horton to Chapman and back again. Just wait a little while. You just might hear the sounds of little baby Arthur Tomlin, crying and crying. That's why it's called the Crybaby Bridge by the people who've told the story over the years. Chapman had his arms folded in front of him. You really expect us to believe that, Chunker? Chunker raised both of his hands. Hey, I'm just telling you the way my dad told my older brother Kenny and me. He raised his finger. He also said that anyone who hears the crying baby ends up dying before morning. That's why no one really drives down this road at night. Chapman wasn't convinced. Oh yeah? How? Chunker shrugged. Dad said no one really knows for sure. He said no one lives long enough to say what happens. Chapman shook his head slowly. I can't believe I let you talk me into sleeping out here after we just finished 6th grade. Hey, we could go and check it out, Horton suggested. Chunker did say that the bridge isn't too far from here, right? Chunker pointed south. The Crybaby Bridge is less than a mile from here. Chapman considered it. Then he clapped his hands once. Okay, fine. Let's go check it out. The three friends got up and made their way to the one-lane gravel road. The moon was full and helped give them light as they made their long way. Soon they saw the bridge just ahead. What are you looking up on your phone, Chunker? Chapman asked. Nothing. Just checking something. Chapman pointed to the bridge. We're here. Man, the bridge looks just like it did all those years ago, Chunker said. Just like in this picture. The three of them looked on Chunker's smartphone, at the old black and white picture of the bridge taken after it was completed. The only real difference between then and now was that the bridge in the real world was rust-colored. Chunker put the phone away and the three of them looked ahead at the bridge. After looking at it for a long time, the boys walked to the bridge. When they reached the edge of it, they stopped. None of them said anything. Finally, Horton got bold and stepped onto the bridge. Chapman wanted to protest, but then he saw Chunker was stepping onto it. Chapman groaned and followed Chunker. They reached the center of the bridge. Horton moved to the side and looked down at the water. It doesn't look so raging now, like you said in your story, Chunker. It does when it storms for a while, Chunker said. The three of them just stood there and waited. I don't hear anything, Chapman said. They continued to stand there. Soon, they thought they heard something. It started out softly at first. It sounded like baby cries. The cries sounded innocent enough. Then they started to become louder and more frightening. The three friends looked at one another in fear. Suddenly, a figure appeared from behind them and grabbed hold of both Horton and Chapman's shoulders as it screamed loudly. The three of them turned to see the figure was dressed in black and had a glowing white skull in place of its face. Horton and Chapman screamed before they turned and ran. They quickly noticed that Chunker wasn't with them. They turned around and saw both the figure and Chunker pointing at them and laughing hysterically. Chapman raised his arms outward. "What the heck is this?" "Kenny, is that you?" Horton asked. The figure removed the glowing mask. Kenny turned to his younger brother and slapped a high five with him. "We got him, little bro. I knew after Dad told us the story we could scare people with it." "Yeah, it sure worked," Chunker agreed. "Just like you said it would. Those owl hoots were a nice touch, too." Chunker explained that he was awake in the tent. He and Kenny were texting each other and came up with the idea of how to scare Horton and Chapman with the local urban legend of the Crybaby Bridge. "Okay, Kenny, so how did you get the baby crying to happen then?" Chapman demanded. Kenny motioned for them to come with him. They walked off the bridge and made their way down to the water. Sure enough, there was a big speaker attached to the side of the bridge. Kenny raised his smartphone. The sounds were on the speaker. I just had to use my phone to turn it on and increase the volume. Kenny retrieved his speaker, and they all went back up to the road. He turned to the others. "Well, that was fun. I'll let you guys get back to your campout. I'd stay and chat some more, but I've got things to do with Dad in the morning." As Kenny started to walk off, Chapman pointed at him. "You just wait, Kenny. We'll get you for this." "Whatever, Bill," Kenny muttered as he kept on walking. Soon, he was out of sight. Chapman pointed to Chunker. "You too, fatty." Chunker started laughing. "Just seeing the looks on your faces." "Yeah, ha, very funny," Horton muttered. The three of them walked back onto the bridge and stood where they were before the scare happened. They talked for a little while. Before long, the wind started to pick up. The trees began to wave with the blowing winds. "Hey, you hear that?" Horton asked. "Hear what?" Chunker replied. "Just listen," Horton insisted. The three of them waited and listened. Sure enough, they had started to hear what sounded like a baby crying. Even through the winds, they could still hear the sounds. The crying started off innocently enough at first. Then the crying became louder and more maddening. Chapman turned to Chunker. "Okay, you and Kenny got us. We ain't falling for this again." Chunker raised his hands. "Hey, it ain't me, I swear." Horton turned to Chunker. "Come on, Brian, that's enough." "It ain't me, Richie," Chunker persisted. The baby crying continued, its loud and maddening echoes. Suddenly, Chunker and Horton felt something on their shoulders. Chapman's jaw dropped as he pointed right at it. Horton and Chunker turned to see for themselves and screamed when they saw what appeared to be a glowing woman in a blood-stained, damp wedding gown. The woman looked as if her flesh had decayed. Where her eyes should have been, there were bright, glowing red lights. Then, the horrible apparition said to them, "My baby, give me my baby." The three of them screamed and ran like their lives depended on it. The ghost of Abigail Tomlin screamed loud enough to pierce the night winds before she gave chase. "My baby, give me my baby." The three of them ran until they made it back to their campsite. They hurried into their tent. Horton quickly undid the flaps and zipped them up. Now they all huddled around each other in the center of the tent. "Still think I'm doing this?" Chunker snapped. "Shut up," Chapman snapped back. In the tent, they could hear the wind whistling and blowing harder. They wondered if the tent might be whisked away somehow. Suddenly, the front of the tent just flew open. The boys screamed again as Abigail Tomlin looked in. "My baby! Give me my baby!" Skinny little Richie Horton scurried out of the tent and cried out as he ran. As the ghost turned towards him, the other two escaped and ran after him. They knew they were being pursued again. "If you will not give me my baby, then I shall claim the three of you as my children. There's no escape." To Chunker's surprise, he was able to keep up with Horton. "Oh man, I swear, I'm gonna go on a diet if we live through this." "Shut up and run!" Horton cried. They ran further up the road until they came to a nearby farm. Chapman pointed to the barn. "We can hide in there." There's nowhere to hide, my children. Come to Mother. It was getting harder and harder to run in the blowing winds, but they finally made it to the barn. They all climbed in through a window. Chapman quickly felt a wooden ladder step and started climbing. The others followed him until they were up in the hayloft. And then, "Come on, Chunker, not now," Horton groaned. "Aw, man," Chapman cried and waved his hand frantically in front of him. "Seriously? I can't help it. I'm scared," Chunker admitted. Come out, wherever you are." The boys continued to hear the wind blowing and howling. They weren't sure if the ghost came into the barn. Suddenly, they got their answer as the barn doors literally flew off their hinges and were swept away by the high winds. From the hayloft, they could see Abigail Tomlin seemingly floating along the ground inside. The boys were hiding behind pillars and piled up hay. The ghost looked from one direction to the next. "It's time to come home now, children. Mother will take good care of you all." Horton had to stop his teeth from chattering, but he had much to scream about when Abigail Tomlin was suddenly up in the hayloft with them. "Found you, my children. Now, it's time to come home." The boys didn't even think about it. They just screamed and ran right off the hayloft. They didn't realize they were falling until they were about halfway down. The only thing that saved them from serious injuries was the full hay wagon they had fallen into. They climbed out and ran back out of the barn. They tried to run north, but the winds were too strong to run in that direction now. They were forced to turn and run south again. They ended up running until they realized they were nearing the Crybaby Bridge again. As they started to cross the bridge, the boys knew they couldn't run anymore. They were tired and exhausted now. As they turned around, Abigail Tomlin was almost upon them. "I tried to escape with my baby. My tyrannical husband-to-be sealed the fates of both myself and our baby. So many years ago," she pointed at them. "Now, I claim you three as my children. Don't despair. You won't remember what it means to live after a time." The boys knew they couldn't run anymore. But then, something happened. The winds began to calm down. Horton pointed to the east. "Look!" The others looked to see the first rays of the morning sun. No, not when I'm so close to having my children again." With renewed strength and hope, the boys turned and ran again. Abigail Tomlin howled with rage and gave chase. But as the sun continued to rise, the boys were widening the distance between the ghost and them. The last thing they heard before Abigail Tomlin disappeared was the deafening howl of defeat. The boys made it back to their campsite and found that their stuff was everywhere. Even the fire had been blown completely out. "Man, I can't believe that actually happened," Chapman stated. "You got that right," Chunker agreed. "I guess now we know what happens, don't we?" Horton said simply. "Hey, guys, we actually lived to tell about it." Chunker shook his head. "I ain't saying nothing about this. Who'd believe us anyway?" "But if we don't say anything, someone else will meet Abigail Tomlin," Horton stressed. The boys talked it out and ultimately agreed to keep what they had experienced to themselves. They packed up what was left of their camping gear and headed for home. But were the boys really able to keep their secret to themselves? Because it wasn't too long after that they had all just disappeared without a trace. The Strickfield local legend has it that on dark nights, just like the one the boys had experienced, you can still hear their cries for help. If you drive to Strickfield, go to the Crybaby Bridge on Indian Hollow Road at night and just remain there. Only for a while. Real Monsters from NEPA by Michelle Adler. I don't know about the new kid. Don't you think he's a little weird? Tom McCullough whispered, leaning slightly over his desk to get closer to his friend. A little weird? Come on, he's a freak, Jacob nodded. They both snickered. In front of them sat Patrick Marshall Sherwood III, the aforementioned new kid. His incredibly formal-sounding name wasn't really befitting his posture. Hunched over, staring at his desk and wincing at their laughter. His dyed black shoulder-length hair, eyeliner, and all-black wardrobe should have succeeded in making him look dangerous. But in reality, it just made him look tired and pale. I have to admit, I felt bad for the kid. The rumor around school was that his dad had been killed by a pack of feral dogs while he and Patrick were camping somewhere in the mountains of Georgia. Patrick had somehow escaped meeting his end there, but he hadn't gotten away easily. His face and arms were covered in a multitude of deep, gnarly scars from the event, a permanent reminder that he, and only he, had survived something truly horrible, and not by much. To be fair, he'd have been an ugly kid even without the scars. He was just a little too lanky and awkward for me to believe he'd ever been cool. Life ain't really fair, I guess. I didn't know how much, if any, of the story was just dumb rumors. I wasn't even sure if Georgia had mountains, but if it was true, he'd picked just about the worst town to move to if he and his mom were trying to escape their tragic past. Our town, located in a quiet corner of northeastern Pennsylvania, was mostly rural, encompassing part of the valley and a lot of the surrounding woods. That might sound fine, though maybe boring on paper, but incidents involving feral dogs had always been common here. Usually it was just pets and small animals that went missing, but lately some cows had been found halfway eaten dotting the nearby farms. Some more people were on edge than usual. Not really a vacation from their grief is what I mean. So, back to the story. Those chuckleheads kept up with their insults for a while, calling him every name they could think of. Poking him, sticking gum on his back, you name it. You'd probably have thought that our English teacher, Mrs. Alder, just kept blathering on about Shakespeare during all this. I wish she'd take notice. But she was so hard of hearing that I wasn't sure she could even hear what she was saying half the time. She was so old and fragile looking that I often wondered if she'd escaped a nursing home every morning just to come and teach us. It wasn't fair, though. I sat directly behind Tom in the last row of desks against the window, like a true delinquent I was, bouncing my leg, waiting for, a sign that I should jump in. I'm not proud of the fact that it took Patrick brushing teardrops off his desk for me to do something. I reached forward and punched the back of Tom's chair hard enough to get everyone, including our teacher's, attention. "Stop making fun of him, or the next thing I punch will be your face," I shouted. I saw Tom and Jacob flinch from behind. "Marisa," Mrs. Alder spat, sternly, miraculously cured of her partial deafness for a moment. "How many outbursts do we really need to have this week?" "But they were—" I tried. "No one will be picking on poor Patrick in my classroom. It's not his fault he's covered with horrible scars," she continued. I watched Patrick cringe, and the whole class began to giggle. There I go again, making matters worse. I left school late that day, long after the buses and carpools had gone. Basically my normal routine. Gotta make sure I don't run into any trouble. You see, like our scarred-up sad boy, I too was the subject of the other kid's hatred. But unlike him, I actually knew how to stand up for myself, and I could hold my own in a fight. Still, I didn't like to start trouble. I just relished in it when it came calling. But even if I won, bites and scratches do hurt after all, so it was better to avoid the rest of the student body when we were unsupervised, especially in the middle of the afternoon, in broad daylight. Who needs that kind of attention? However, on this particular day, waiting until my usual time, 4 p.m. to leave, wasn't enough. I pushed open the side entrance, and there was Patrick. He sat on the curb, his posture the same as earlier, the cool autumn breeze blowing his hair over his face. I held my breath, trying to be comically quiet and sneak away before he noticed. I just wanted to get home and not do my homework. Until again, I realized he was crying. I sighed and plopped myself down next to him. Waiting for your folks to pick you up? Oh, right. I forgot. Dead dad. Your mom running late? I corrected myself. I don't think she's coming, he said softly, continuing to focus on the puddle of tears collecting on the asphalt. I realized this was the first time I'd heard him speak. She's been different since... I can tell she doesn't like to look at me. Sometimes I think she forgets me on purpose. I would just try to walk back, but I don't know how to get home from here. I can't even look it up because a couple of kids from class pushed me and my phone broke my fall. You just gonna sit here all night then? I was hoping to. I like the dark. I honestly couldn't tell if that line was supposed to be sarcastic. Come on, tell me where you live. I'll walk you home, I offered as I stood up and brushed myself off. You're not going to trick me and leave me halfway and steal my wallet, right? He asked expectantly. Well, geez, not anymore, I'm not. Patrick let out a little chuckle. Okay, maybe we can make this work. I'm Marisa, I said, helping him up. And I promise I won't hurt you. Us freaks gotta stick together. As it turned out, Patrick only lived 1 block over from me in the cute little Cape Cod that old Mr. Patel owned before he got sick and had to move in with his kids. It was great because I didn't really have to go out of my way, but also a little sad because I only lived 6 blocks from the school. He was crying over a 10-minute walk. I agreed to help him find his way back to school the next morning and walk home with him again the following afternoon. Like I said, freaks need to stick together. So, is it true about what happened to your dad? I asked on our walk home the following afternoon. Patrick stopped dead in the center of the sidewalk. Isn't it obvious it is? He touched one of the scars on his arm tenderly. My dad is dead. My mom probably blames me, and I look like some villain from a slasher film. My life is totally ruined. Oh, that's a little dark, dude. I'm sorry. No, it's better if I just lean into it. I'm a monster now, and I have to get used to it, he sighed. Us monsters gotta stick together, I said like it was my tagline or something. Marisa, he said bluntly, you are not a monster. I furrowed my brow. He was silent the rest of the walk home. I felt bad for bringing up his dad, and wouldn't have blamed him if I didn't even get a goodbye. But when he was halfway up his driveway, he stopped. Marisa, I need to tell you something, he began without turning around. Can you keep a secret? What did I say 5 minutes ago about us sticking together? Patrick paused for a long time, like he was having trouble finding the right words. Listen, you're gonna think I'm crazy, but that's okay. Even I think I'm crazy sometimes. He clenched his fists tightly at his sides. But when we were camping, when those dogs showed up, they attacked me first. My dad fought so hard to stop them and lure them away from me. That's why he's dead. And I'm just this thing now. It's not your fault. No, that's not what I mean. When I was lying there, when they were tearing my dad to shreds, I could have sworn I heard them talking to each other. I could have sworn they were laughing. What does that even mean? I guess it's possible that I was delirious from blood loss, but if that's true, then how come even now, when it's really quiet, I can almost still hear them laughing? His voice was shaking. At this point, he was staring directly at me again, his eyes full of fear. Are you saying... I don't think they were dogs. I think they were... something else. Wolves, maybe? I offered. Patrick let out a little pitiful laugh. No, not wolves. So, now you know the truth. I'm crazy. Nice knowing you. I don't think you're crazy, Patrick, I said, not sure if I was lying or not. Either way, I don't think that's a good enough reason for us to stop hanging out. He smiled in a mix of confusion and relief. Thanks, Marisa. It seemed that letting someone else share his secret took a lot of weight off the poor guy's shoulders because, after that, he was a lot more outgoing around me. The edges of his sadness had been sanded down a little, and he actually let me get to know him. And as it turned out, Patrick was a pretty good kid. We were into the same comics and video games and even got each other's humor. We walked to and from school together every day for the next couple of weeks, and my mom let him stay for dinner most nights and sleep over on the weekends. As much as I considered myself something of a lone wolf, I had to admit it felt good to have someone around that really got me. I guess this is what it's like to have friends, huh? Things stayed good for a while. When the other kids realized that I'd taken him under my wing, a lot of the bullying stopped. And when he was picked on, he had gotten pretty good at standing up for himself. This, however, leads us to the incident that threatened to shatter the small bit of peace we'd begun to carve out for ourselves. Tom and Jacob, the only two kids still brazen enough to constantly mess with Patrick, had come up with a new way to get under his skin. You see, whenever Patrick tried to speak in class, or passed them in the hallway, or even entered a room, they'd howl like wolves. Because it was a relatively easy and safe way to upset him, they were usually able to get whoever else was around to howl along with them. I know it doesn't sound that bad, but after 3 days of it, Patrick wasn't looking too good. It happened in Mrs. Alder's class, as most bad things did. Man, she was a terrible teacher and was discussing another terrible book that they tell you is a classic and has all this symbolism, but was just written by some dumb guy who probably didn't even know what symbolism was. So, who can tell me why they think the author decided to make the badge red? She asked. Everyone stayed perfectly still, dead-eyed, hoping to avoid being called on and having to discuss colors. Well, everyone except Patrick. He actually raised his hand. Ah, yes, Mr. Marshall Sherwood, please enlighten us. You see, there's not was all I could hear before a cacophony of howling delinquents overtook his quiet voice. Now, students, settle down and let him finish. You can howl all you want on the bus home, she said sternly in her traditionally tone-deaf sort of way. Silence returned to the room. Patrick tried again. There's not actually The howling returned, then quickly abated. Go on. Not actually howling, then silence again. A reason that howling, then silence. This pattern continued for a tragically long time. I thought maybe he'd be struggling to say that one sentence for the rest of the class, until during that last interruption, I saw something change in his eyes. Patrick had finally snapped. He waited patiently for the noise to calm and took a deep breath. Let me start over. There's not actually a reason. This time he didn't stop when they began again. He just slowly turned to Tom, who was directly behind him, grabbed him by the collar, and punched him in the face repeatedly, all the while continuing to relay his point about the book. When he was done, Tom's face was a mess, and there was no more howling, ever again. The rest isn't really important. Patrick went to the principal's office and got detention for the rest of the week, and Tom went to the nurse and got everyone's sympathy. Even though he'd gotten in trouble, Patrick's attitude drastically improved. Detention was a small price to pay for being able to speak again. This did mean that we couldn't walk home together for a while, though. On Fridays, he would usually pack an overnight bag and come straight home with me for the weekend. But with detention and his mom grounding him for beating Tom to a bloody pulp, Patrick told me we'd have to skip our normal weekend hangouts. I was actually relieved to hear it. It was a weird time of the month for me, and our hangout would have been super awkward. I felt I dodged a major bullet and was also thrilled that his mom was paying enough attention to know he'd gotten in trouble, and that she actually seemed to care. I expected an easy Friday night, so I was surprised that as I finished washing dishes from dinner and turned off the water, I was alerted to a frantic knocking at our front door. Maybe Patrick's mom had changed her mind, I figured. Disregarding the overwhelming panic that seemed to loom in the constant banging, I was totally shocked when the opening door revealed none other than the devil himself, Tom McCullough, still bruised from his run-in earlier in the week, panting hard. Why are you here? I asked. I really couldn't think of a single reason he'd want anything to do with me. He tried to catch his breath. Where's Patrick? He pleaded. What, you want a rematch? No, listen, I think I messed up. He was still trying to catch his breath. Had he ran all the way here? You want to apologize? Well, he isn't here. He's at home. Grounded. I was ready to close the door and get back to my evening. No, he isn't. I went there first. His mom said he never came home after detention. I was hoping I was wrong and that he's here, but... Oh no, I really messed up. His voice trembled. What are you trying to say, Tom? Maybe I already knew. My dad was pretty upset that I got beat up, and I was really angry, so I said some things about Patrick that maybe I shouldn't have. You know we own the farm on Schuylkill Road, right? And you know some of our animals have been killed lately, right? Well, he thinks... Tom struggled with how to say the next part. I could feel adrenaline creeping into my limbs. I heard him talking to his friends this afternoon, and I saw him load silver bullets into his shotgun. Marisa, he knows. Everything felt fuzzy. Where would they take him? I had to think clearly. There's woods on our property, 15 acres of it. We can basically do anything we want out there. Okay. I pushed him out of the way and proceeded down my steps. The sky was already turning pink and purple with the coming of evening. There was no more time. There was going to be a full moon. Tonight. Wait, I'll come with. No, it's dangerous and you've messed up enough. I thundered, not bothering to look back. This is why we don't tell adults things. They always get all murdery. Marisa, you have to understand, I didn't mean for this to happen. Sure, I've been messing with Patrick, but I would never want him to get... He paused. Hurt. I tried to stop my dad, tried to pretend I was lying about the whole thing, but he's so set on, well, you know, that he wouldn't listen to me. I turned toward the direction of the farm and took off running. Marisa! Tom called out, but he was far behind me now. There was no way I could be there before the sun went down, but maybe I could still get there in time to stop them. By the time I reached Tom's family farm, the last threads of daylight were fading from the sky. I was exhausted but confident that I was about to get my second wind. The woods were dark and cool, and I could feel myself returning to my senses. I picked up speed, heading in the direction I was now confident I would find them. Please, let me make it in time. Eventually, distant chatter alerted me to Patrick's location. I approached quietly, hiding myself in the underbrush while I gauged the situation. Crickets and frogs had begun to sing in the blackness of the evening. 7 adults, with flashlights, were gathered in a circle. I couldn't see him, but I knew Patrick was in the center. Each man was carrying a firearm on his shoulder or holding one in his hand. I was not relieved to confirm that Tom had been telling the truth. Please, I don't understand what you're talking about. What would I want with cows? I'm a vegetarian! A voice that had to be Patrick's pleaded. In the back of my mind, I got a weird feeling that something wasn't right, but brushed it off. Listen, we know it was you. I mean, a kid who's been attacked by feral dogs shows up and we just coincidentally start losing livestock? I don't need to be a statistician to see the connection, a man that was probably Tom's dad was saying. Confess now, and maybe we'll be kind enough to let you live out the rest of your life in a cage. I swear, I didn't do anything bad. I don't know what you've heard, but please, I'm telling you the truth, Patrick begged. We'll see about that in a minute. Any minute now, Mr. McCullough said, looking up at the sky. One of the other men cocked his rifle. I'm tired of waiting. Let's get this over with. I'm missing my shows. A few of them began to argue about the merits of killing my friend now as opposed to later, and that was really enough for me. I moved forward slightly, twigs snapping under my weight, and let out a loud, guttural cry that just about shook the earth. The entire forest went completely silent, and stayed that way. I saw fear overtake the murderous group as they tried to find the source of the noise. I emerged confidently from my hiding place. Let him go! I howled. The blood collectively drained from their faces as they got a good look at me. I positioned myself to look as large as possible, my dense, wiry hair standing on end, teeth exposed in a snarl, saliva dripping from my jagged mouth. They pointed their guns in my direction, but I charged forward and latched onto the closest one, pulling it away from its owner and smacking him in the head with it. He hit the ground with the resounding thud. I bit into the rifle and broke it into pieces with my massive jaws as easily as if it had been a cracker. "You really think your tiny bullets can stop me?" I wailed. They inched back, still surrounding Patrick, but I was winning. Just one more push. "Guys, shoot him already!" "Oh, thanks, Mr. McCullough."
"I've had enough!"
I lunged at them, ready to do whatever I had to, but that was enough to send them running for their lives, scurrying away like the cockroaches they were.
"Cowards!"
I huffed. Patrick was still on the ground. His hands were tied, and he looked a little beaten up. He stared up at me, his whole body shaking in fear. I poked my nose in closer and sniffed at his face, trying to wrap my mind around the situation. Then went for his hands. He flinched at my hot breath, not seeming to realize that I was chewing through the ropes and not his fingers. "It's okay. You're okay," I assured him, but he was just hopelessly confused. Suddenly, his posture shifted. "Marisa? Why are you a werewolf?" "Patrick, why are you not a werewolf?" "I don't know how to answer that. You aren't going to eat me, are you?" "Well, not anymore, I'm not," I groaned. "Us monsters gotta stick together after all." All the Busy Bees by David O'Hanlon. My father was in a secret society in college. I'm not sure what good it did him, but that's why it's a secret, I suppose. After college, he went to work for a retail giant and made COO in just a couple of years. Maybe it worked out pretty well. That kind of meteoric rise doesn't facilitate a lot of father-son communication. He still made sure to let me know he cared. His secretary would call to tell me goodnight on his behalf, for example. I think it was my 12th birthday when I realized he always called me Rugrat because he'd forgotten my name years before. The morning commute meant hearing him walk out of the house about the time I got up for school. He worked late every night and usually got home as I was turning off my light. I'm not even sure I remember what he looked like or if I've just constructed some amalgamation of Sonny Crockett and MacGyver to save on the therapy bill. I decided I wouldn't be anything like him when I grew up. And I've succeeded. My studio apartment was the size of a motel room. The wallpaper didn't match anywhere and was peeling like a bad sunburn to reveal festive patches of mold. Other amenities included my neighbor's radio, since the walls were as well built as a gingerbread house, and a soothing whistle created by the ill-fitting sheet of plexiglass in the cracked frame of my only window. I also had the most social cockroaches in the world. Those little guys snuggled with me in bed and shared my food with the loyalty of a labradoodle, and I didn't even have to pay my slumlord the $400 non-refundable pet deposit. That is called a win. I watched one of the females dragging an egg sack under the fridge. I wasn't even sure how roaches had sex and was in the middle of Googling it when the knuckles hit my door. I got up and tried to check the time on the microwave, but it just blinked the same 7 seconds it had since I plugged it in. I found it on the curb, and it was probably there for a good reason. The radiation leaking out reduced the heating bill, though, so another small victory for Chuck buyers. I opened the door and found a man in a cobalt suit that looked expensive and smelled cheap. He was paused mid-knock and lowered his hand with a sneer. "Charles Byers?" "That's me." I leaned into the hallway and looked both ways. On one end, a kid pissed on skinhead graffiti, and down the other, I found my geriatric neighbor, Jerry, heating a meth rock in a light bulb. I looked back at the man and squinted a little. He was tall and lean with a narrow, Vespin face. He held a leather briefcase just below a twinkling cufflink. "How did you get up here without getting mugged?" I asked. "Your neighborhood is full of scavengers," the man answered calmly. I pursed my lips and nodded. Yeah, that's kind of the point I was making. Scavengers know to move when predators come through. There was no bravado when he said it. It was just a cold, hard statement of fact that made my ass pucker and my stomach knot up. He asked to come in, so I showed him to the folding lawn chair that counted as my furniture. He sat his briefcase in the chair and turned to me. His hand disappeared into his jacket, and my life flashed before my eyes. It was a disappointing show, to say the least. Then he pulled out an envelope. "My name is Richard." He wiggled the envelope. For me? "No, Mr. Byers. I just find reading my mail more enjoyable in a stranger's shitty apartment." He didn't even blink, let alone smirk. He just wiggled the envelope again. I took it gingerly and flopped onto the bed. It felt funny, not like a normal envelope, but more like an old dollar bill. It was the kind of envelopes you bought when you ran out of ordinary things to blow money on. At least, I guessed it was. I hadn't used an envelope since 2004. Inside was a letter from Errant Extirpation Solutions. What is this? It was all in the letter. Dad was the majority shareholder in AES, and when he died the week before, it all became mine. I guess I should have been upset about his passing, but he wasn't any less available dead than he had been alive. Still couldn't remember his face, just his bushy mustache. No loss, plenty of gains. I stepped off the private jet with Richard in tow. A withered old man leaned on a cane amidst a sea of suits. The old man held out a veiny, liver-spotted hand. "Erwin Squire, it's a pleasure to make your acquaintance." "Likewise," I shook his hand, which was suspiciously cold and moist like a piece of raw chicken. I rubbed my palm on my second-hand jeans. "The letter you sent didn't say much, and I've been asking Richard for more details." "Good luck with that!" Erwin's rasping laugh made me jump a little. It was like one of the alley cats back home hacking up a steel wool hairball. "I don't employ Richard for his conversational skills. He glares at people and they do what I want. It's a more efficient method than asking. You'll be riding in the Bentley. I hope it's to your liking. Your father was a picky bastard." "We don't have to worry about that from him, sir," Richard said over my shoulder. "Chuck has no standards. Shall I ride with him?" Erwin nodded and swept a hand towards the burgundy car. The driver stepped out and opened the back door as I approached. I hesitated and then slipped inside the car that cost more than my combined lifetime income. The back seat seemed to melt as I leaned against it, and I sighed pleasurably. "Does it meet your tastes?" Richard asked as he dropped into the front seat. "Oh yes, it's just fine." I watched the chauffeur shut my door and slipped back behind the steering wheel with the grace of a dancer. "I've, never ridden in a car like this." "Color me shocked." Richard took a pair of gold-rimmed aviators from his jacket and slipped them on over his frigid eyes. "I don't want you to get the wrong impression about me, Chuck. For starters, I hate calling you that. Not because it's informal and thus unprofessional, but rather because it is the stupidest name ever. I loathe it." "Blame my father," I said with a sympathetic shrug. "I do. Moving on. You are now the majority shareholder in AES. This also entitles you to a place on our board of directors and the professional assistance of myself, a fact that I find almost as distasteful as your name. I do not like it, and I am sure that you will not either." The car pulled away from the airplane and found its place in the convoy leaving the private airfield. Richard turned slightly on his hip to face me. "Your father was a mean-spirited go-getter. He set his sights on something he wanted. He made a finger gun at me and fired. And then he took it. You're not that kind of man." "Is that a good thing or a bad one?" Richard's eyebrows raised and he turned back around. "Neither, I suppose. Not every dog can be a fighter, Chuck. Sometimes a mutt's only good for a bait dog." I thought about what my sociopathic secretary said over the next 40 minutes. I fought the urge to ask when we'd arrive and just stared out the tinted windows as rural Arkansas passed by, with little to offer. I wasn't sure what AES did or how my father even learned of the company from his office in Cincinnati. Richard was an odd one, too. His terrifying monotone voice had the slightest hint of an accent. Maybe Eastern European. Definitely one of those countries Bond villains come from. Then there were the cars and class of Erwin Squire. Thanks to my ex-girlfriend, I had seen enough Toby Keith videos to know these guys didn't belong in the trailer hood. So, what the hell were we doing in Arkansas? I was somewhere between self-realization and reliving a 6-month-old argument with my former boss at Hamburger Hamlet when I noticed the factory in the distance. I watched as the vehicles made the turn in sequence. Fascination is the only word that comes to mind at what I saw next. The cars wove through a series of concrete barriers like the news shows outside of a foreign embassy. We approached a 12-foot-high fence and 2 guards armed heavily enough to give G.I. Joe a boner. The car shook as it rolled over a cattle guard that Richard said was for bomb inspections. We continued down a long path, and more of the facility came into view. For the most part, it looked like any factory from the city, except for the black glass tower rising up from the middle. It wasn't a tower in big city terms, but the 6 stories of shimmering darkness stood out in the flat wasteland of eastern Arkansas the same way the surrounding bean fields would have marred the complexities of beautiful downtown Cleveland. The cars pulled into designated parking spaces in the lot under the tower like synchronized swimmers. No movement was wasted as each vehicle halted and its crew disembarked to prepare a line of defense all the way to the elevator. Richard personally escorted me there, and we waited for Squire to join us. The old man ambled inside, his cane clicking gravely against the imported Macassar flooring. I stepped in, and then Richard attempted to, but was met with the tip of Squire's cane squarely over his heart. Cecil was a little too hard on the brakes today. Squire aimed the walking stick and jabbed the button at the top floor. I want that handled, and then I want you to join me and Mr. Byers in the boardroom. I wasn't sure what to say, and just stuffed my hands in my pockets. Something about Squire was more unnerving than the viciousness that emanated from Richard. You knew a lion was going to eat you. A scorpion might murder you, or just be out cruising for a piece of bug ass. You couldn't be sure. I shivered at the thought of an impending sting. So, is Cecil getting fired? I asked. Oh no, he answered with a chuckle. It's hard to find good help, and Cecil has been with me for several years now. He simply needs a reminder so it doesn't happen again. Right, I nodded like I knew what the hell that meant. That makes sense. I'm an old man now, frail even. It physically sickens me to say that, but I have to be more careful than ever before. Happens to us all. If cancer happened to us all, would it make it cupcakes and rainbows for the dying? I smacked my lips. I suppose not. I knew your father for a long time, Charles. I prefer Chuck. I don't. Squire coughed softly into the crook of his arm. I was a professor of his. He was a brilliant student. Not academically, mind you. In fact, he was a complete idiot in that regard. Where he lacked talent, however, he made up for it with tenacity. The elevator dinged, and the doors spread wide to reveal my new kingdom. Offices lined all 4 walls, and in the center was a round, entirely glass room. Inside it, 4 gigantic monitors hung like a cube from the ceiling over the 30-foot-long conference table. Squire squeezed my forearm softly as we exited. It was about as comforting as a proctologist grabbing your shoulders. Charles, did you know that the American people waste over 100 billion pounds of food every year? Closer to 150, I believe. That's right, Charles. His face split into a smile so wide, it must have been genuine. The government is fighting over oil and will continue to do so. Unfortunately for those in power, it takes oil to go to war and get the oil. When that runs out, it'll be chaos, blackouts, looting, riots, and if you can believe it, food shortages. Which brings us to the question you've been waiting to ask. What the hell is this place? We entered the round chamber, and he gestured for me to sit. There was a dome on the table covered with a black cloth, like the fancy entree at those expensive restaurants on TV. I pinched the corner tentatively. My hand shook a little, and even more so when Squire nodded for me to continue. I ripped it off like a Band-Aid, and gagged hard. I guess I should have warned you. He laughed a little, until it turned into a coughing fit. Meet Trigona necrophagia. Inside, a score of bugs crawled on in and through a decaying human head. The eyes were gone, probably the first thing the little critters ate. Some hid in the graying shrubbery of the oversized mustache that accompanied the remainder of the upper lip. Specks of orange and flashes of black bands behind their wings tipped me off that they were bees, Charles. Squire gave voice to my thoughts. The vulture bee is endemic to Central America and has a, shall we say, curious culinary interest. A tiny bee face pushed out of a putrefied ear, and I fainted like a damsel in an old adventure movie. I woke up in a wheelchair and glanced over my shoulder to see Richard pushing me along with all the emotion of a chia pet. Good. You're awake, he grumbled. Were you worried? That I would have to keep pushing you? Richard stopped the chair and walked around me. A snap of his fingers told me to follow. The bees, wasn't it? Yeah, that was pretty freaky. I staggered after him. And that head they were crawling on, I mean, who was that? Your father. Richard glanced back at me. I thought that was obvious. Irwin killed my dad? Mr. Squire no longer kills people, or my employment would only be part-time. Richard stopped and turned toward me. And no, I didn't kill him either. Your father did way too much cocaine and had a stroke. Oh. It is an unfortunate but common occupational hazard. We don't exactly have governmental approval for what we're doing here, so we fed your father to the bees. Richard waved for me to follow him into a transparent cube at the end of the hall. We stepped in and the doors closed behind us before another set opened in front. On the other side we were greeted by Squire, two middle-aged ladies and a guy that may or may not have been John Travolta. Also on the other side of the door was a horrible, continuous racket, a droning buzz underneath the heavy whirring of industrial machinery. Squire pointed up to the ceiling and I stumbled backwards. Richard braced me with a palm and shook his head disapprovingly. Millions of the bees, if not more, swarmed around hives, each the size of a family sedan. They can't sting you, Charles, Squire laughed and hobbled along like he was on a tour. They serve as an inspiration to our mindless little workers. We walked to an intersection where a forklift was collecting pallets of plastic crates. Squire pulled a jar from one of the crates and held it up over his head like he was presenting Simba on Pride Rock. The brown syrup caught the light and shined with a reddish hue. Honey is a superfood, Charles, that never spoils. Unfortunately, it has minimal dietary value. He handed me the jar and continued his casual stroll. I looked at Richard and mouthed the words, honey? But he pushed me forward while Squire continued talking. My ancestors many centuries ago found themselves in dire times and sacrificed their prized bull to a superior being. Squire waved his hand dismissingly. Perhaps the bull could have fed everyone for a time, but their willingness to put aside the needs of others led to something far greater. They were blessed with tremendous wealth in honor of their sacrifice, and that's how my family got into the business of cattle. Problem is, there's a lot that goes to waste. I twisted open the jar and sniffed the contents. It smelled like toffee and sausages, and I felt my stomach flip over and kick me in the back of the throat. The old man ambled up a metal flight of stairs past a running machine. Hunks of bloody tissue rolled along a conveyor and into the machine, which rendered it into a paste collected in a transparent container below. As I climbed up behind him, I could see inside the machine, which looked like a combination of a wood chipper and a juicer. The vulture bee eats dead meat and turns it into a protein-rich honey. Well, in layman's terms, that is. Squire pointed at the masticating metal teeth of the machine. We've managed to simulate the process. You know what the best part is, Charles? Squire squeezed my triceps. I think I might have shook my head, but I was trying not to faint again. Any meat will do. Roadkill, beef, pork, medical cadavers. A human leg fell from the conveyor belt. Squire snapped a finger at it with a grin. Even Cecil's leg, Richard quipped. That's right, my boy, it doesn't matter. No more wasted parts. He held his hands wide. Errant extirpation. Complete and utter destruction of the material. That's what we do here. We break it down to nothing but the nutrients. We have millions of jars ready to go, and each one will feed a family of 4 3 times a day for a month. Show me any other food that convenient. Humans will have finally found a sustainable place in the food chain as both their own predator and prey. I leaned on the safety rail, unsure of how vomiting over the side might affect the turnout. How many nutrients were in a regurgitated McMuffin? Erwin Squire smiled like he would eat my soul and patted my cheek with his frigid chicken hand. Then it happened. It was an accident. I was panicking, and when he touched me, I startled. It wasn't even a hard push, but it was enough apparently, and the little old man disappeared right over the inadequately named safety rail. Geriatric puree sprayed unceremoniously into the collection tank below. I was dumbfounded, and it showed, I'm sure. One of the ladies jabbed a finger in my face and hurled venom at me. You killed him! You murdered Erwin! Did you all see that? You saw, right, Lucille? He did that on purpose! This beggar pushed him right in! Before I could defend myself or even manage a word that wasn't oops, she flipped over the rail and into the oversized food processor as well. Richard rubbed his palms together and stared at the other lady, Lucille. He parted his hands and cocked an eyebrow. Did you see anyone get pushed into the extirpator? She watched the machine spin, unimpeded by the 2 people that just got dumped into it. She reached for a dropped high-heel shoe and dropped it over the side like a coin in a wishing well, before turning hard eyes to Richard. The only thing I saw was 36% of our shares opening up. Maybe Travolta shrugged. We should look into these faulty safety rails. Maybe we can have them painted a brighter color. Excellent. If you'd head to the boardroom, Mr. Byers, we'll be joining you shortly. We've discussed our supply. Now let's bring him up to date on how we plan to cause the demand. Richard winked, and they laughed as they descended the steps. Oh shit. I am so sorry I killed your boss. That was all I could get out. I wasn't even sure if it was the correct thing to say. Chin up, Chuck. Richard gave me a fake punch to the tip of my jaw. I told you I was your assistant. I take my job very seriously. However, if this is too much for you, if you want out, just say the word. I fully understand, and, after all, the extirpator never stops running.
Sylvia by Rob Fields.
I was sleeping in my bed. I woke up when I heard a loud, dripping noise. I groaned and then put my hand down off the bed. As usual, my dog, Sparky, licked it while lying under my bed. I tried to get back to sleep, but that dripping was just too loud. I got out of bed and went across the hall to the bathroom. I turned on the light and screamed when I saw my dog was hanging on the shower nozzle by his neck. Sparky's blood was dripping onto the shower floor from his wounds. Then I saw the message on the mirror, written in Sparky's blood.
People can lick too.
I felt my heart drop fast. I turned to see my ex-girlfriend, Sylvia Charmer, standing in the doorway now. Her large boa constrictor was wrapped around her like a fur. Hi, Zach. I told you I'd have my revenge for you killing Copy. I was speechless. I knew Jensen Mirren, my other ex-girlfriend, was crazy. Dead now, but crazy. But Sylvia? Once again, Sylvia's green eyes burned right through me. Before I could say anything, she raised her leg and kicked me hard in the gut. I staggered backward and fell into the shower. I was lying in Sparky's blood, but what really scared the shit out of me right then was seeing those sickening movements in Sparky's corpse right above me. My eyes were wide open, and I gulped hard. That's right, Zach. I got my revenge by killing your dog. What's sad is that I really loved Sparky, and it hurt me to have to kill him. But you killed Copy. She produced a sharp knife, the one she killed Sparky with. And, My babies want revenge too. After all, Copy was family. Revenge is a bitch, isn't it? This is for Copy, you murdering piece of shit. Using the knife, she sliced open Sparky's stomach with one movement. I screamed like hell as a bunch of poisonous snakes hissed loudly as they dropped right on me. After feeling one snake bite after another, I knew this was the end. I screamed and sat up in my bed. I was gasping for breath, and I was soaked with sweat. Oh man, I gasped in between breaths. Holy shit! Then I saw something move out of the corner of my eye. I screamed and shot out of bed, only to have my legs get tangled up in the covers and make me fall to the floor. I still managed to free myself and get to the light switch. I turned on the lights and saw Sparky! My German Shepherd stood on my bed and just looked at me, as if he was asking me what's wrong. I went to him and started petting him. I even gave him a big hug. Man, Sparky, you're still here. I can't believe I had that fucking awful nightmare. But I had to be sure. I let go of Sparky and got off the bed. I moved cautiously across the hall into the bathroom. I turned on the light and looked at the mirror. No message was written in blood, just clean mirror glass. Then I quickly returned to the bedroom and looked underneath the bed. I knew that Sparky was just underneath it, but I had to know. Aside from some of Sparky's toys and a few rawhides, nobody was underneath there. Not even Sylvia Charmer. Fuck! Even after everything that happened with Jensen Mirren and her killing my family and all the fucking snakes and everything, why can't I stop thinking about Sylvia Charmer? I sat on the bed and groaned as I put my hands to my head. Then I felt Sparky lay down next to me. I lowered my hands and started petting him again. Why do girls have to be so complicated, boy? I asked him. Why can't they be simple? Like you? Sparky just barked once to answer me. I patted his head and knew I wasn't getting to sleep tonight, especially when I just couldn't get Sylvia Charmer out of my mind. The next morning, I was hanging out in Wilder Hall, our student union building, before I'd have to go to class. I had to drink some extra caffeine just to make sure I wouldn't fall asleep. Like I said, Sylvia Charmer haunted me now. I just couldn't stop thinking about her. Was I scared to death of her? Then I remembered how she came to comfort me that Friday, 2 weeks ago, in the science lab where I was working. She said she would get revenge on me for killing her pet snake, Copy. But before that, Sylvia and I had actually shared a deep, passionate kiss. I should have been over her, but she kissed me and I gave in and kissed her back. Did I really still love her? I knew today was going to be a long day. Shit, it would be even longer since it was Friday. I yawned and started to make my way to class. I grabbed an energy drink out of a vending machine along the way. I was ready to crack open the can, and then I dropped it, and my books. There she was! Sylvia Charmer stood only a good 10 feet from me now. Her naturally flaming red hair looked like a fire today, and her glowing green eyes burned hot, burned right through me. Her red lipstick looked like it could have been blood. She just looked right at me. Her stare continued to burn through me. She was still furious with me over killing her snake. I could even see her shaking a little. I wanted to move past her or even turn and run. She gave me that look that dared me to try. She remained silent for the longest time. Then she finally spoke one word, in a very deadly whisper. Tonight. Then she blew me a kiss before she turned and walked away. I had just finished locking all the doors and windows. I even found my dad's shotgun and loaded it. Sparky stood with me, and of all the things that could be happening, there was a fucking thunderstorm outside, and a bad one. Damned if it didn't remind me of all the horror stories Sylvia and I used to watch together, with scenes similar to what I was experiencing. Jesus, Sparky, why me? I groaned. Sparky just made a few doggy noises, but he still stood with me like the loyal friend that he was. And then I realized I had forgotten to check the basement windows. I moved to the basement door, turned on the lights, and started downstairs. Then, about halfway down, I remembered that the windows were all thick one-piece glass blocks that couldn't be opened. I turned around and headed back up. As soon as I turned off the basement light, there was a big flash of lightning followed by a loud crash of thunder. Suddenly, the back door burst open. Sylvia Charmer just stood right there now. Again, her eyes burned right through me. She was soaking wet from the rain and had a backpack on. She also had her boa constrictor around her neck, like a fur stole, just like in my nightmare. "Hello, lover," she purred as she came inside. "Did you miss me? Not like I missed you." I didn't know what to say to her. I was more surprised by how she had just forced open the back door. It had 3 fucking locks on it, including a deadbolt. Now she stood in the kitchen as she removed the backpack and opened it. Then she turned it upside down. Boy, did I ever scream when all those fucking snakes dropped out of it. Sylvia laughed now. Oh, the look on your face. Then her eyes burned through me again as she pointed right at me. "Corner him, babies, but do not kill him. Yet." Sparky came to my side and started barking at the snakes. Then Sylvia gasped when she saw Sparky. "Leave the dog alone. I do not want him hurt. At all." She pointed at me again. "I'm here for you, you fucking bastard." She shook and tightened her fist. "You killed my copy." I knew the front door was the only way to escape, but there were 4 locks there. Leave it to my deceased parents, even with all this security, it didn't keep Jensen Mirren from killing my family. Of course, she didn't kick down a heavily bolted door, but I knew that even if I worked the 4 locks, Sylvia's snakes would reach me before I could escape. Sparky barked loudly as 3 snakes cornered him. They obeyed Sylvia and never made any attempt to bite him. They just hissed at him, probably to warn him to stay still. I remembered I had my dad's shotgun and went to raise it. Too late. I felt something heavy land on me and realized Sylvia had thrown her boa constrictor at me. I had no idea how big that snake really was until it wrapped itself around me, tightly. Then I groaned as it squeezed me more. "Strickfaden, no," Sylvia told it. "I don't want him dead yet." The large snake just looked her way and nodded at her. She turned to her remaining snakes. "We've got Zach now, babies. I want to talk to him before we kill him." Then she looked at me. "I told you I'd get revenge for you killing Copy. He was family." She was so angry that she started heaving as she was breathing. "I'm so beyond pissed at you right now." Then she yelled some more. "First you broke up with me because you saw I had snakes. You fucking ghosted me for months. On top of that, you get yourself another fucking girlfriend and a psycho at that." Her eyes burned into me so much now, I could have sworn they actually burned me hot. Then she screamed, "And you killed my snake! I just wanted us to make things right, and you shoved me to the floor. Then you killed Copy." She heaved and heaved. I knew any second she was going to order her snakes to kill me. She'd probably start by ordering her boa constrictor to crush me to death. She heaved and heaved even more now, and then I saw that she was starting to cry. Finally, she sank to her knees and began to sob uncontrollably. The snakes slithered in this weird way. It was as if they knew their girl was hurt. Yeah, she was hurt all right. I was the one who hurt her. I was scared of her snakes, and I walked out on her. I was scared of Copy when he tried to defend his master 2 weeks ago, and I killed him for it. In doing that, I had hurt Sylvia again. I even started to cry myself now. I now knew that I had hurt Sylvia so badly that I had reduced her to this. I had no right. "I'm sorry, Sylvia," I choked out. "I'm so sorry about everything." I didn't care if the boa constrictor was still around me. I wanted to look Sylvia in the eyes. If I was going to die tonight, I wanted her to know. I lowered myself in front of her. I love you, Sylvia. I never stopped loving you. I don't blame you for being pissed at me. I was so wrong to hurt you like I did. Go ahead and kill me if it'll make things right with you. Zach, she choked out. She raised her hand and put it on the side of my face. I never stopped loving you. I really want to kill you for killing Copy. But I can't stop loving you. I can't. Strickfaden, release him. Her boa constrictor loosened itself and moved away from me. Then Sylvia came at me and crushed her lips against mine. I felt myself come alive again with that kiss. Sylvia and I wrapped each other up and kissed hot and heavy. Sylvia and I were sleeping in my bed. We spent several hours burning it with all the hot makeup sex we had. I didn't deserve Sylvia Charmer by any stretch. But we were together again. Snakes or no snakes. For better or for worse. I tried to run from my fate, only to be drawn right back to Sylvia. We were spooned up together and sleeping through the storm that just kept raging on. I woke up and realized that Sylvia was still right there with me. I could still smell her on my sheets and pillows. Suddenly she sat up, as if coming out of a deep sleep, and turned around. I screamed when she opened her mouth, really wide, and hissed loudly at me. She had long snake fangs, and her glowing eyes looked more like green snake eyes. Her tongue was even forked. Then I felt myself wrapped up, the same way Strickfaden had wrapped me up earlier. The entire lower half of Sylvia's body was all a giant snake coil. Her naked upper body was still human. You belong to me now, Zach, she whispered snake-like. Love me, my boy. Love me. I sat up in bed and was gasping for breath. Suddenly I felt a soft hand on my shoulder. Zach? What's wrong? I looked to see Sylvia Charmer was still here with me. She still looked quite human. Yes, we truly did make love. We did have incredible makeup sex. When I woke up from my nightmare, I woke her up too. I just had a bad dream, I told her. I'm sorry. I took her in my arms and held her to me. I'm so sorry. About everything, Sylvia. She hugged me back. Me too, Zach. I missed you so much. The bed felt a little heavier now. We both turned to see Sparky had joined us. Sylvia brightened when she saw him. Sparky! Hi, baby! Sparky barked once and started licking Sylvia's face. I remembered how much he really loved her. Sylvia laughed and petted him for a little bit. After a while, he got off the bed and went back underneath it. Then I looked just past her, to see her snakes in the far corner near my closet. They looked our way, but didn't advance. It's okay, Zach. My babies won't harm you, she assured me. I promise. Sylvia's word was good enough for me. We laid back down. We were about to spoon up again and go back to sleep, but we started kissing again, and soon we were having some more makeup sex. Sylvia and I were an item again. In fact, she asked me to bring Sparky and move in with her at her mansion. She promised me that her snakes would not harm us, so I took that leap of faith and started living with her. Every now and then, I could see her snakes slithering around. Maybe I was paranoid, but I could feel that they wanted to kill me. I think I waited for them to gang up on me when Sylvia wasn't around. They never did, though. Strickfaden came and sat next to me on the couch a few times and just looked at me, but he never attacked either. Sylvia made it perfectly clear to the snakes that they were never to harm me or Sparky in any way. He's mine, she stated simply when she saw them looking right at me one day. We lived happily together now. It was almost as if we'd never broken up. Not only did we burn her bed again and again, but I'm sure we must have christened every room in her mansion. Many times. I couldn't tell you how many times we set her indoor pool on fire. I still say I didn't deserve this beautiful creature, but I was so happy that she was mine again. Even the snakes being around didn't bother me so much anymore. Sylvia came home one Saturday afternoon months later. She seemed a little off. You okay, babe? I asked. I just got back from Strickfield General Hospital, she sighed and then smiled. I'm pregnant. We're gonna have a baby, Zach. I mean, wow, we actually did it in spite of the fact that I was on birth control. You're serious? Us? A baby? Yeah, I was just as shocked as she was. She nodded quickly. I don't know whether to be excited or scared. I didn't need to think about it. I'm not going to leave you again. Never again. I pulled her to me and held her. I love you so much. And then I just said it. Marry me, Sylvia. I heard her gasp. Then she pulled back and looked into my eyes. She was crying now. Really? Marry me, Sylvia, I repeated. Yes, she shrieked, snatching me to her. Yes, yes, yes! And from there, we went inside and burned Sylvia's bed again. 9 months later, I was in the waiting room at Strickfield General Hospital. Sylvia was my wife, and she was giving birth to our son. I couldn't believe how things had fallen into place. I couldn't imagine my life without Sylvia, especially with our son coming into the world. It seemed like forever before the doctor finally came out, but he did. You can go and see your wife and son, Mr. Jenner. It seemed like I glided on the hospital floor as I moved quickly to Sylvia's room. When I got in, my beautiful wife was crying softly. Then she smiled when she saw me. Here's Daddy, little one. You want to say hi to your daddy? I stood beside her bed now. You all right, love? We did it, Zach, Sylvia whispered. We made this perfect little person. You want to hold him? She handed our son to me. Did you name him? I asked, taking him from her. I did. I named him Copy. And then the baby suddenly sat up in my arms and hissed at me. The baby had snake eyes, a wide-open mouth, and started flickering his forked tongue. He had a lower snake body where his legs should have been. I looked at Sylvia. Her eyes were now the snake eyes from my other nightmare. She hissed and threw her blanket away. Her lower body was also snake-like. Just like before. She got off the bed and slithered towards me. That's right, husband. His name is Copy. My snakes demanded that I kill you for taking his life that day. Sylvia had me backed into a corner. Then she looked into my eyes. But I couldn't just kill you. So I decided on another alternative. A life for a life. You gave me a beautiful baby boy. And now, our baby needs nourishment. Then I screamed as our newborn son sank his snake fangs right into my neck. When the baby finally pulled away, Sylvia raised her snake body up high enough to where she could open her mouth really wide and bring it right down over me. I felt myself being lifted off the floor and sliding down into her body. I felt myself shaking as she swallowed me, more and more. It was so fucking dark now. So very, very dark. I cried out and woke up to find a nurse was shaking me. I reached out to put my hand on her forearm. What is it? The nurse looked at me as I was gasping from fright, but she remained calm. I just came out here to tell you that you can go see your wife and your new son, Mr. Jenner. I collected myself and then nodded quickly. I got up and let the nurse lead me to Sylvia's room. Sylvia had the happiest smile I'd ever seen. I could see that she had our baby cradled in her arms. Then she brightened up when she saw me. Honey, then she said to our baby, I want you to meet your daddy. She looked back up at me. You want to hold him? Yes, I said quickly. Sylvia handed me our son. I looked him over carefully. Unlike my nightmare, our baby had a little patch of red hair on his head. Sylvia's hair was actually a mix of fiery red and yellow, but the baby's hair was the same red shade that hers was. I'll leave you three alone, the nurse said and walked out. I looked to my wife. Do we have a name for our son yet? I thought about naming him Copy, she said. My heart started pounding. Oh fuck, my nightmare was really coming true. I felt my heart grow heavy. Why did I think I could ever be happy again when Sylvia was still pissed at me for killing her copperhead snake that day? I decided I had had enough. I handed our son back to Sylvia. I took her hand as she cradled our son with the other arm. Sylvia, I am so sorry what I did to Copy. I know I can never make up for that. I just know I love you and I wish I could take back all the hurt I ever gave you. I wish that... Sylvia pulled her hand away from me and pointed at me sharply. Stop right there, Zach. I raised my hands in front of me. No, Sylvia, I can't take this anymore. If you want your revenge on me, then just take it. I won't run from you. I can't. I love you too much. Sylvia glared right at me, but this time, her eyes didn't burn right through me. I did want revenge. My snakes demanded that I take revenge, but I couldn't. I forgave you a long time ago. Look at us now. We have each other. We're married. She held up our son. We made him together, you and me. Can we please move past this? I love you, Zach. I love our son. Let's continue to make our life together. As a family. Please. I didn't know why, but I looked down at Sylvia's covers. I could easily see the shapes of 2 human legs underneath. No big snake body. I swear those fucking nightmares were driving me crazy. Sylvia wasn't some kind of snake woman, and our son wasn't some kind of little snake monster we had made together. I shared a brief kiss with Sylvia. Then I looked at her. Okay. His name is Copy. It's been 3 years now. Sylvia and I live alone with our son. We couldn't be any happier together. What happened? After we graduated from Strickfield University, I took over my parents' veterinary clinic, and Sylvia worked at home as a computer programmer. I even started taking reptiles, including snakes, as part of the family practice. Sylvia and I were really going to make it. Even after all the pain and hurt, we were really going to make it. The only sad thing was that Sparky finally passed away. I was forced to put him to sleep myself to put him out of his misery. I know Sylvia was just as devastated as I was, since she really loved Sparky. She was the last person he saw before he left us. Sylvia's boa constrictor, Strickfaden, ended up becoming my new best friend. No, he wasn't Sparky, but just the way he looked at me reminded me of him so much. I was sitting out on the back patio with Strickfaden when Sylvia came to me. She looked as happy as could be in spite of just coming back from Strickfield General Hospital. We both saw Copy playing and running around. Sylvia put her hand on my shoulder, and I put my hand on her hand. In spite of being a parent and the many sleepless nights it brought, I still loved this woman deeply, and I was still proud to call her my wife. You're in a good mood, I said. I put Strickfaden down so Sylvia could sit on my lap and face me. We shared a kiss. Then she said, We're not done having sleepless nights yet, honey. Well, if you're talking about our bed burning, she laughed a little. No, are you kidding me? We'll never be done with doing that. She moved one of my hands down to her belly. I kept taking the best birth control, but you still managed to stick babies inside me. I'm pregnant. I was so excited that I held Sylvia tightly to me. As I did, I noticed little Copy was sitting down and playing again, but now he was holding a rattlesnake in his hands. I didn't recognize the snake as one of Sylvia's pets. As I watched, the snake never made any movement to bite Copy. Suddenly, I saw Copy move fast and pick up something. A mouse. He held it up by its tail with one hand while he held his new rattlesnake friend with the other. And before I knew what to think next, Copy had opened his mouth wide and devoured the mouse, just like that. After he finished his snack, he looked my way and laughed innocently. I could even see his snake eyes now. Did that really just happen? Or am I just having another nightmare? The Lady in the Germ Box by Killian Crane. It's too hot, Greg thought. He and the other poor kids sat in Squirrel Lodge, packed like rats in fold-out chairs. Some of the rats laughed. Some of them cried. BO fumes and chocolate breath stagnated in the air. Greg doubted he could take this for 2 weeks. The head camp counselor, Marty Hartman, took to the stage. His mustache wriggled as he checked something off of his clipboard. "All right, kids," he exclaimed. "Let's play the quiet game as I give you the Camp Tomodachi safety talk." It was all Greg's parents' fault. His father, a pro golfer, won a big tournament and used the money to get his helicopter license. His parents went on an awesome helicopter trip around Europe, while he was forced to learn the importance of rules or whatever for 2 weeks. He was ready to go home. Greg didn't listen as Marty droned on about emergency exits and procedures. He was caught in a game of cat and mouse, digitally. His fingers danced over the portable game system he held, making his avatar dash across a bridge. A giant fish chased him, mouth gaping. If he could just get the star over the water, he wouldn't have to worry about that stupid fish at all. He could sprint all the way to the end. It came down to one single jump. Someone bumped him hard on the shoulder and his avatar misstepped. He fell into the water, paddling like mad, but in the end, he was pulled down to a watery grave. "Ugh," he grunted as the infamous game over music played. "What the heck?" He turned to see Russell smiling nefariously down at him. Russell had a fire-red mullet and was twice the size of any kid in the room. "Pay attention to the assembly," the fathead said, sitting back and enjoying himself. When Greg's parents had dropped him off, they'd made a fatal error. They'd arrived in the family's luxury SUV. As Greg brought his things to the cabin, a large, chalky hand stopped him. It was said fathead. "Hey, was that your ride?" "One of them," Greg corrected. "We have 5. The fathead smiled, his pasty face somehow darkening. "Oh, we're gonna have some fun, you and I." Marty raised a finger. "Before we continue, I will stress to you children, absolutely no pranks and or bullying will be tolerated here at Camp Tomodachi." Something told Greg that the fathead behind him would be breaking those 2 rules, most likely breaking them over his head. Marty did a cartwheel. "Let me introduce you to our camp counselors." There were 5 underlings total, all of them big kids, probably high schoolers, and probably losers if they were here and not doing cool kid stuff. Greg didn't bother learning their names. The only person he wanted to get to know was that blonde girl over there. Natalie, he thought her name was. Boy, was she something. Girls had cooties and whatnot, but Natalie seemed different. Her hair was like strands of gold, and her emerald eyes could start wars. She was walking, talking treasure. Greg just had to know, what was her deal? "Give it up for our squirrel counselors," Marty shrieked, clapping madly. Greg gave a golf clap, the one his mother used at his father's tournaments. As Marty droned on about how much fun they were all going to have, there was a tap on his arm. It was the kid next to him. He had thick glasses and scraggly hair. "I'm Simon," he whispered. "Simon Biles, from upstate. First time on the yard?" "The yard?" Greg asked low. "Yeah," Simon said. "You know, the yard, that's slang for prison on TV." "Ah," Greg said, nonplussed. Yeah, first time." Simon smiled, pushing up his glasses. "This makes year 3 for me. The rents just don't trust me around the house while they're gone. Want to be bunkmates?" Year 3, Greg thought. This guy looked like he could use a friend, and Greg could use some information. He nodded at the blonde girl possibly named Natalie. "What's her deal?" Simon's eyebrows danced. "That's Natalie Carver. Real looker, huh? She's queen bee around these parts, sure to get the leading lady role of this year's stupid play." Greg was intrigued. "Play?" Simon nodded. "Every year we put on a play for our parents the day they pick us up. Marty says it shows that we learned about teamwork and dedication, but I think he's trying to live out some fantasy through us." "And you think Natalie will be in this play?" "We'll all be in it," Simon said. "It's mandatory, but yes, she'll probably get the leading part." Greg could feel himself coming down with a case of the acting bug. Where there was a leading lady, there was a Prince Charming opposite her, and possibly a kiss. It was clear that Simon was a wealth of information. Greg wondered what else he could tell him about the camp, and more importantly, Natalie. Greg put out his hand. "You got a deal, bunkmate." "Sweet," Simon said, and they shook on it. When Marty finally finished the squirrely safety talk, he announced that they would all have hot dogs for dinner, followed by activity sign-up. "But first," he neighed, "let's all come up on stage for our camp group photo!" Cheesy music played. Kids ran to the stage. Greg ran too, stopping next to Natalie. He smiled wide for the camera. Maybe he'd been wrong about this summer camp thing. Maybe this would be the best summer ever. At 7:30 sharp, Marty Hartman's bugle woke the dead. Greg brushed his teeth, thinking about the night before. By pure coincidence, he and Natalie signed up for the same activities, even the same time slots. The play this year was The Wonderful Fairy Tale. According to the script, a witch casts a spell on a beautiful damsel, and only true love's kiss could wake her. Greg would study the script every evening after activities, really getting into the mindset of the prince. He was already rich and handsome, so he was a shoo-in. He couldn't wait to show Natalie how amazing he was at literally everything. He dressed for the day, satisfied with himself. Then he stepped into his shoes and grimaced. Dollops of shaving cream foamed around his ankles. Greg sighed. Everyone else was already outside. His shoes sloshed as he sprinted. A camp counselor raised the flag as Marty slid his bugle away, put his hand over his heart, and led them in the Pledge of Allegiance. Greg couldn't help but look for Russell. He found the fathead was grinning at him. Well, he thought, this isn't going to be good. The week went on much in that fashion. Each time he tried to impress Natalie or even just get her attention, there was Russell to ruin it for him. It didn't matter what sport they played. Dodgeball, volleyball, kickball, basketball, tennis. When Russell was on the serving end, Greg was always on the receiving end. And when Greg had the ball, he had to either get rid of it immediately or be crushed by a stampeding fathead. Sprinkled in between being humiliated at every event, Greg kept discovering little surprises. And every time he discovered them, Russell wasn't far away. Bugs in his backpack, sand in his toothpaste, a toy snake in his nightstand. Worst of all was when he learned that Russell could sew. He'd sewn all of Greg's underwear. Together. He wanted to report all of this to Marty, but he didn't dare give either of them the satisfaction. He just accepted Simon's help getting rid of the evidence and moved on. "Bunkmates," Simon would say, and it would genuinely make Greg smile. Greg didn't shirk his studies for the play. In drama class, he was by far the loudest and the most expressive. He knew he was a shoo-in for the prince. He just needed to seal the deal. He couldn't understand why people were laughing, but he was getting a reaction. The evening before auditions, Greg and Simon sat on the sandbar of Lake Tomotachi, talking shop. Simon shuddered. "That thing is so creepy." Greg followed his gaze. There was an electric blue porta-potty at the edge of the forest. Marty explained that, because the cabins were so far from the sandbar, they'd installed a blue box in case of emergencies. Greg felt unease, knotting his guts. It was fact those things contained all kinds of sickness and disease, and they stank. No one with any sense would ever use one of them. At least, that's what his mom said. "Those things really give me the heebie-jeebies," Greg said. "I wouldn't go inside of that thing in 1,000 years. Behind them, a tall fathead with a red mullet burst from the bushes. "Really? The heebie-jeebies?" He lifted Greg by the shirt, grinning from ear to ear. "You don't say!" He hauled Greg in the direction of the electric blue germ box. Greg pumped the brakes, digging his bare feet deep into the dirt. His shoes were far behind next to Simon. "No," he thought. "No, my bare feet can't touch that floor in there. No!" "Put me down, fathead!" Greg shouted. Simon on his heels echoed, "Put him down, fathead!" Russell backhanded Simon, sending his glasses flying. The boy quickly shuffled to all fours, searching madly for them. Greg tried to put up a fight, but Russell shook him like a sack of marshmallows. His brain careened in his skull, making him see double. The door of the germ box swung open. "No!" Greg cried. "Please, Russell, no!" Russell threw him inside and shut the door. Greg kicked and yelled, but it wouldn't budge. He heard Russell laughing as he shoved something against the door, blocking it good. Greg's bare feet touched the floor. "Germs," he thought. "I can feel the germs between my toes." He screamed, "Simon! Help! I'm running for Marty, Greg!" "No, you don't, snitch." 2 sets of running feet faded away. Whatever trapped him was jammed solid. He wanted to hyperventilate, but he didn't dare breathe. The toxic fumes might kill him. Actually, he thought, it didn't smell too bad. It was relatively clean for what it was, but grime began to seep between his bare toes. What would the prince do, he thought. He raised the toilet lid. Some brave souls had definitely been here already. Waste floated in the blue liquid below. He gagged, slamming it closed. Anger welled inside of him. I wish Russell would just disappear. There was a knock. Greg looked at the door. Maybe someone heard him screaming. "Hello? Can you help me?" There was another knock. It hadn't come from the outside. It came from the toilet. From under the seat. He hesitated, his heart thudding in his neck. "Hello?" The knock came again, louder. Greg lifted the lid. There was a woman down there looking up at him. Her long, wet hair knotted in clumps, and her skin was stained a dark blue. She smiled thinly. "Hello." Greg wanted to scream, but he couldn't. Her head bobbed out of the toilet bowl into the light. He backed as far away as he could, but they were basically face to face. "Who are you?" he uttered. The lady cocked her head to one side, and blue liquid ran from her ear. Greg barely kept from losing his lunch. Her voice was soft. "I'm the Lady of the Lake. I heard your wish." Greg was stunned. "My wish?" The lady nodded enthusiastically. "I can help you. Tell me what you wish, and it will be so." Greg thought of his game. Was this his chance to grab the star? With Russell out of the way, he'd have no problem impressing Natalie. "Fine," Greg said. I wish that Russell would disappear." The lady smiled, bowed her head, and disappeared with a splash. Marty Hartman opened the door, holding a large board and a pair of boys' shoes. "Are you okay, Gregory?" Greg wasn't sure how to answer that. "We'll see," he guessed. Russell got a stern talking to about why bullying is bad, but by dinner he wasn't in trouble anymore. The fathead smiled at Greg. Greg smiled back. He couldn't help himself. Either he'd gone crazy in the germ box, or, after tonight, Russell wouldn't be a problem. As the bugle woke him, Greg felt wonderful. He looked at where Russell slept. The bed was empty. He got ready fast. There were no bugs in his bag, no snakes in his nightstand, no sand in his toothpaste. When he put on his shoes, there was no shaving cream. The flag was raised, and they said the Pledge of Allegiance. No Russell in sight. As they split into groups, Greg stopped Marty. "Hey," he asked. "Where's Russell?" Marty checked his clipboard. I'm sorry? Who?" Greg blinked. "Russell." Marty checked his clipboard again. "Who?" Greg smiled. "Oh, no one important." That day was amazing. With no fathead interference, he was able to put in some time with Natalie. She didn't seem all that interested in talking. In fact, she seemed to try and avoid Greg, but Greg was confident that that would change soon. At auditions, Natalie killed it, drawing applause from the entire crowd. She was a shoo-in for the part of the damsel. Greg put in the performance of a lifetime. He didn't just pretend to be the prince. He was the prince. Instead of a standing ovation, people laughed. He didn't understand what they thought was so funny. Still, he was confident. That night, he had 2 sloppy joes to celebrate. It wasn't long before Marty posted the rolls on the squirrel bulletin board. Bodies buzzed excitedly around the results. Greg couldn't see through them, but it was clear by murmurs that Natalie got the part of the damsel. To his confusion, a lot of people were congratulating Simon. He supposed that Simon got the part he wanted. Borkley, the comic relief. He shoved through the crowd and scanned the list for his name. But there had been some mistake. Simon Biles, the prince, Gregory Gaspard, Borkley. His jaw hit the top of his shoes. How could this happen? Simon, looking dejected, put out a hand to shake. You gave it hell, bunkmate. You'll be an awesome Borkley. Greg stared at the hand. Shaking, he squeezed a bit harder than he intended. Congrats, pal. He hid the storm cloud in his heart. He needed to walk, clear his head. And then, the storm cloud had a flash of lightning. Lake Tomotachi. The sandbar. He went straight to the germ box, locking the door behind him. The darkness magnified the smell. He was terrified, but he was out of options. Simon had simply forced his hand. He lifted the lid of the toilet, swatting the fetid air. Tentatively, he said, I wish I was the lead in the camp play. The stark outline of a head, dripping blue liquid, floated out of the toilet bowl. Is that so? Greg swallowed hard. Yep. Before, when he'd made his wish, she disappeared almost immediately. This time, she lingered, floating ghostly quiet. Greg could hear his breathing. After an eon, she cut the silence. Anything else? The words surprised Greg. Yeah, I suppose. There's this girl, Natalie Carver. I wish she liked me. A lot. She gave a low bow, then disappeared. Greg quickly shut the lid. Well, he said to no one. That's that. He crept back to Squirrel Lodge. Among the kids running wild, Simon was talking to Natalie. She was smiling at him. Greg had had enough. He left and went to bed. He tossed and turned for a long time, wrestling with the night's events. When he finally dreamed, he was at one of his dad's golf tournaments. His swing was perfect. The ball plunked into the electric blue germ box. Hole in one. The bugle sounded, and everyone rose to greet the day. Except Simon. A medical emergency was declared. Simon was wheeled out of the cabin by EMS. His glasses dropped from his face, skittering on the ground. Greg picked them up. Simon reached out to him with a red and white striped hand. He was striped like that all over his entire body. Thanks, bunkmate, Simon said, weakly putting on his glasses. He gave Greg a pitiful smile. Even his teeth were striped. The ambulance doors were shut, and the vehicle roared away. Greg felt genuinely terrible about what he'd done. Until he locked eyes with Natalie Carver. She looked at him in a way that made steam whistle out of his ears. Marty walked up to him, shaking his head and looking at his clipboard. Sorry to ask like this, he said. I know he was your friend, but the show must go on. It's what Simon would have wanted. How do you feel about being the prince? Greg's eyes never left Natalie's. Yes, he said. I think Simon would want that. Marty checked something off his clipboard enthusiastically. Fantastic! During activities, Greg and Natalie were inseparable. Instead of participating, they doted on each other, laughing at everything the other said. More than once, camp counselors had to separate them. During the afternoon break, they stole away to a secret alcove near Lake Tomotachi, far from camp counselors' eyes. Oh, Greg, Natalie said. I don't know what it is about you. You're just so funny. Greg shrugged. What can I say, m'lady? Natalie lost it. Greg laughed himself. He was pretty funny. It's too bad, she moped. In a few days, I'll have to go back home, and you'll have to go back home, and we'll probably never see each other again." Greg had other plans. They locked eyes for a long time. Never say never. They kissed. It was just one, and it was over fast, but to Greg, it lasted a lifetime. He felt woozy as they rubbed noses. "We better get back," he said. "They'll be looking for us soon." "I know," Natalie said, tittering. "We're so bad." They walked holding hands, the sandbar crunching under their feet. The germ box loomed ahead. "I'll catch up," Greg said. I need to pee." "Oh," Natalie said. "I can wait on you." Don't be ridiculous. I'll catch up." She hesitated, not wanting to move. Then she gave up, pouting. "Fine, but seriously, don't take too long. I'll miss you." She sulked away. Greg went into the germ box and locked the door. "I wish I never had to go home." He raised the toilet seat. She smiled up at him, content not to come up. "You sure about that?" she asked. Greg cleared his throat. "Yes." The lady nodded, then sank into the dirty abyss. That night, Greg's dreams were filled with hand-holding, hugs, and best of all, kisses. He got his star power up. He was unstoppable. No bugle screeched that morning. Instead, Greg was called into Marty's office. He thought maybe he and Natalie were in trouble, but Marty looked too grave for that. "Gregory," he said, tears welling in his eyes. "I really don't know how to say this." Greg grew impatient, ready to spend the day with Natalie, ready for another kiss. "Well, spit it out already." Marty blew his nose. "I'm so sorry. We got a call that your father crashed his helicopter. Your parents are..." Greg sank in his chair. Marty handed him a tissue. Greg looked at it, not sure what to do with it, not sure about anything. Eventually, he was able to speak. I need to go home." Marty winced. "Actually," Greg's eyes went wide. "What?" "Your neighbor called. There was a fire, something electrical. Your house was totally destroyed." Greg laughed, unbelieving. It wasn't a happy laugh. Marty shook his head. "I'm sorry, Gregory. I can counsel you through this. Do you need a hug?" Greg crumpled the tissue in his hand. "No." What am I supposed to do?" "Well, you can stay here. We have everything you need." "No!" Greg shouted. "Now, Gregory," Marty said, "it's lovely in the winter." "This wasn't the deal," he shouted. "She tricked me." Marty's mustache twitched. "Who tricked you?" Greg stormed out. "Gregory!" Marty shouted. "Come back! I'm not finished counseling you!" Greg almost sprinted past the kids saying the Pledge of Allegiance. Natalie seized him by the arm. She had a crazy look in her eye. "Greg, don't you ever scare me like that again. Where were you?" "Get off me!" he yelled, pulling away. Natalie's face went from hurt to fury to pleading to love. "I'll never leave you, Greg. What's wrong? Let me help you." Greg was crying. "Leave me alone!" He ran towards Lake Tomatachi. Natalie close behind him. She was frothing mad. "Greg, don't you run from me! You can't get away from me!" He locked himself in the germ box. She pulled and banged and even headbutted the door. "Get out here so I can help you!" she shouted as her claws scraped down the electric blue plastic. The smell was horrible. Greg lifted the lid, releasing a swarm of flies. "Get out here," he commanded. A face bobbed out of the blue liquid, floating among the waste. It was grinning with thin, sharp teeth. Marty muled outside. "Greg, come out here. Let me counsel you." The box shook as Natalie assaulted it. He could see her wild eyes through the crack. It wouldn't be long before she pulled the door off the hinges. "Greg!" When Greg turned back to the lady, her head stuck high out of the bowl. She seemed to bulge from under there, barely contained. She was big, he realized. He wondered, with some horror, what she'd look like hauled up on land. Gills ran the length of her serpentine neck. "You called?" "You cheated," he said. "My wish didn't come true." Her blue tongue licked dripping liquids from her lips. "You wished you didn't have to go home." The door flexed, the plastic nearly buckling. His parents, his house, this camp. It was all too much for him. He had to escape. He wanted out. He looked at the lady, his voice a fury. "Get me out of here!" She cocked her head. "Are you sure about that?" Greg gestured behind him. "Yes! I wish I could disappear!" The lady's pupils grew massive. "Very well." Her head lurched forward, biting into his fingers. Shocked, Greg screamed as the needle-like teeth sank into his knuckles. Her gills opened and she blew ultramarine liquid everywhere. Slowly, she slid into the toilet bowl, cackling as she did. Greg pulled and protested, but she wouldn't let him go. He reached for the handle, but he was already too far. He flailed madly as he was pulled into the darkness, into a sea of ultramarine blue. The bowl muffled his screams as he slipped. Marty mewled from the outside. "Greg, let me counsel you!" Natalie screeched. "Greg, let me help you!" The lady slid below the surface, her eyes glowing in the dark liquid. Dread seized Greg as the greasy fluid ran up his arm. He squealed as his grip failed, and he was pulled fully into the bowl with a great splash. Natalie pulled the door off its hinges, throwing it to the side. Greg was nowhere to be seen. She and Marty held their noses as they looked down the open lid just in time to see a grouping of bubbles float to the top. One by one, they popped, and the waste floating on the blue sea grew deathly still. Boxed In by Morgan Moore. It was an average day in the small town of Xenia. The weather was warm and humid. In the sky, the sun was just beginning to set, bathing the small town in a mix of blue, orange, and pink light. Two boys, both in their mid-teens, walked down one of the bike paths, holding gas station slushies. They walked and sipped until they reached the town bike hub and moved over to a shaded area for a bit of rest. "Geez, it's hot today." "No kidding. I feel sticky and grimy, too. Definitely gonna need to wash up when I get home." "Well, then we should get going." They started down the paved path, but they soon stopped when confronted by a diverging pathway. The path wasn't paved like the rest of the trail they were on. Rather, this part of it led off into trees and bushes. It almost looked like a jungle to the boys. "What is this, Kyle?" "Oh, it's just this path. It always creeps me out," Kyle replied, his voice soft, but his words were heavy and hung in the air between the two. Kyle peered down the path, but to Daniel it looked like any other part of the land surrounding the city. Dirty and overgrown with wildlife, the ground covered with dead leaves and trash. Normal, everyday Xenia. "What about this is creepy?" Daniel asked. Kyle turned his head away from the path to look at his friend. "You've never heard about Patty Short Daniel?" Kyle asked. "Who?" Daniel responded. Kyle chuckled a little bit. "Yeah, I guess that would make sense. How could you have heard of it with you only having lived here for a few months now?" He was right. Daniel had moved to Xenia in March, and while his dad was quick to get comfortable in the town due to his job, he and his mother had mostly just been at home when not running errands. Daniel had only met Kyle since they lived on the same street, his parents electing not to have him start in a local school since the school year was almost over. As such, Daniel hadn't really interacted with anybody else his own age. Kyle took a loud sip from his slushie. "Well, it's hard to say how much of it is true. I only heard it from my friend's older brother, but it is really something messed up." "Then why bring it up?" Daniel questioned before taking a sip from his own cup. Because you asked about why that path freaked me out. Aren't you a little curious? Or are you just scared? Kyle replied, his tone still the same soft and heavy mix, but it gained a bit of its normalcy when he questioned the bravery of his friend. Well, if you stop to tell me, then you might as well finish the story. Besides, I'm not scared, Daniel told Kyle. All right. Don't say I didn't warn you, Kyle responded before taking another sip. The two boys looked at each other and then towards the path. There was this girl named Patty Short. My friend's brother and her went to the same school together when they were about our age. Anyways, I guess she started to, develop early, if you know what I mean. And she started getting attention from a lot of people. Well, I guess she started to lean into it and became popular. Like, mega popular with everybody. Boys especially. So she starts to date a lot of boys, and I don't mean seriously date, just go out with them and mess around. Time goes on and she eventually found somebody she liked. Liked. Things got intense, and while she seemed to be really happy, there were some who were totally jealous. Well, one boy in particular really didn't take kindly to the idea that this girl he was head over heels for was now unavailable, and this really pissed him off royally. And he began stalking her, staying in the distance and trying not to be seen by her everywhere she went. Really freaky stuff. Just before school let out for the year, Patty vanishes. Some people say they saw her around town, some say they saw her leave town one night on the bike path, but nobody knows for certain. She just disappeared. Now, my friend's brother said he knew the truth, that the boy who would follow her saw her walking one night down here and somehow got her to go down that path. They walked on and came to an abandoned house, and Patty got talked into going inside. Things didn't go as planned, and when Patty tried to get away from the psycho, he knocked her out, stuffed her in a rainwater barrel, and buried her in the backyard. But she wasn't dead. Well, he kept her alive down there with just the tiniest hole for air and whatever food and water he brought her. She was now completely his. Kyle finished and took another loud sip. Daniel, however, stood in silence. Stunned, horrified silence. He had gone pale, and goosebumps popped out all over his arms and legs, and his expression, pure terror. You can't be serious, Daniel finally spoke out. I am. I mean, as serious as I can be. It's an urban legend after all, or some crap like that, Kyle replied nonchalantly. There was a silence between the two, amplifying the growing cricket song as the sun sunk low in the sky. So, what happened? Daniel asked. What do you mean? Like, did they find her? Oh, I mean, obviously they tried to find her, but some people say she was dead, or that her family had found her and kept it a secret, moved away. Most believe she may still be alive in that barrel, waiting for her boyfriend to find her, Kyle explained. What about the boy? Did they catch him? Daniel questioned. Nope. Everybody knew it was him, but I guess the cops could never pin it on him. Silence once more fell between the two boys. Daniel occasionally took small sips from his drink, his stomach feeling uneasy due to Kyle's story. It couldn't be true. Could it? The story he had just heard was too horrific. Yeah, bad things happened to kids, but he just couldn't wrap his head around this one. Want to go down there? Kyle asked suddenly. What? Daniel responded, startled. You want to go down the path? See for ourselves if the story is true or not. Daniel looked on in disbelief. But I thought you were creeped out by it. Why do you want to go? Kyle chuckled a little bit. Yeah, but you know what they say. You gotta face your fears. Are you too scared to go down there? He asked Daniel teasingly. Daniel gave his friend a scowl and started down the path without him. Kyle chuckled again and started down the path as well. The duo walked through the trees and overgrowth for a while, batting away at mosquitoes. By this point, the light was scarce, but there was enough to see where they were going. Minutes passed, and Daniel was beginning to think the story was simply made up, and this uneventful walk through the overgrown weeds of Xenia wasn't helping. But after one final stretch of bushes, the boys found themselves standing before a dilapidated house surrounded by a half-standing fence and piles of trash. But, most menacing of all, were the blue plastic rainwater barrels that stood at various locations in the yard. Daniel couldn't believe his eyes. Everything Kyle described in the story was here, and then some. Jesus, he muttered, the slushie in his hand dropping to the ground. It's true. Everything is true, Kyle said flatly. The two boys looked at each other, and in a move spurred by adrenaline and youthful stupidity, began wandering the property. They poked their heads into some of the barrels only to find them filled with brackish water. They looked at the house in unison. What do you think? Want to go check it out? Kyle asked his friend. Daniel looked at his friend and then again at the building. He couldn't believe that Kyle wanted to go in. This was the guy who said he was afraid of the path to begin with. Well? Kyle asked again. Daniel found himself unable to speak. On the one hand, he was scared utterly shitless and wanted nothing to do with this horror show. But, and he hated to admit this, he was curious. He had already gone this far. Why not go just a little bit more? His eyes fell on the garage attached to the house. The garage. I say let's check out the garage, Daniel responded sternly. All right, it's your call. Lead the way, Kyle replied. Daniel gulped. Of course Kyle would make him go first. He had been egging him on for the majority of the day. As much as he wanted to leave, he had told himself he simply had to close this chapter. He had to have the knowledge of if the story was true. The young man began to move towards the garage, slowly, his heart pounding faster and faster with each step. When he reached the garage, Daniel found himself unable to reach out and open the door. His fear paralyzed him as his heart began to feel like it was going to burst out of his body. Standing there, he could feel every inch of his body tensing up and sweating bullets. He forced himself to throw an arm forward and open the door with a fury. Daniel walked inside and looked around. The floor was unpaved, only dirt and some weeds covered the surface. Besides some broken shelves and trash, nothing else was present. No girls in barrels or maniac kids, just good old neglect. Daniel sighed and scolded himself for being such a scaredy cat. He turned around to leave and stopped in his tracks. In a corner by the door was a chunk of earth that had been dug up. Thunderous heart-pounding became the soundtrack to Daniel's own private horror film, one he was living in. His brain told him to run away, but his body didn't listen and unbelievably moved towards the hole. When he got to the hole, he peered into the darkness. Inside was a wooden box, half covered with dirt and looking just as decayed as the vast majority of the garage and yard. But that didn't catch his eyes the most. No, that dubious honor would go to the puncture holes in the box and a rectangular cutout near the upper edge of the box, through which Daniel saw two cold eyes. Dead eyes. Daniel backed away quickly, his breathing becoming ragged. His mind raced in every direction. It was true. Everything Kyle had told him was true. Daniel finally gained enough of his faculties to move towards the door. Wham! Daniel found himself on the ground, face down. Blood began to spill from the back and side of his head. Standing over him was Kyle, a shovel gripped in his hand. I'm sorry, Dan, but I have to. You should have just said no to coming down here. Shame. I liked you. I really did. That's kind of the problem, though. We're starting school soon, and well, I just know you're going to be popular with everybody, and that would mean we wouldn't have any time together. And we can't have that. So here we are. But don't worry. I'll visit you as often as possible. Besides, you'll have company when I'm not around. Kyle smiled, tossed the shovel down, and exited the room. The young man exited the garage as Daniel laid there, blood pooling around his body. His eyes were wide open as his body twitched. After a minute or two, Kyle returned, dragging one of the barrels with him. He laid the barrel down on its side, and with some effort, and a few well-placed kicks managed to stuff Daniel inside. Kyle righted the barrel, walked over to the door, and exited again as the sun set and night took over. The Halloween Heist by Rob Fields. I don't mind telling you how great it is to wake up to a nice, warm, female body most every morning, especially during the fall and winter months. Take this morning, for example. I'm kinda in between sleep and being awake, but I can feel the soft, warm, naked body I'm spooned up with. Then I hear her moaning softly and feel her move to lay on her back. Okay, now I'm fully awake. I start feeling her up and then we kiss. Soon we're having some really awesome morning sex. I usually only do morning sex when the night before was just as incredible. We end up going a couple of rounds before we finally decide we're satisfied. Now I remember the girl I brought to my loft. Her name is Kitty. Oh yeah, I remember the names of all the girls I've ever slept with, and for good reason. I'll get to that. I met Kitty at Shaker's, a bar that Strickfield University's students tend to hang out at. I usually frequent a few of the local bars and even a few outside of Strickfield to find that perfect girl, or the occasional woman, to take to bed, at least for a night. Kitty really stood out for me last night. I mean, this girl is perfectly stacked. Great body, great face, awesome rack, hot ass. Normally, I only have to turn on the charm to get a girl to come to bed with me. But once in a while, the girls just come right to you. That was Kitty. I bought Kitty a few drinks and just talked with her about whatever she wanted to talk about. See, that's one of the ways you're guaranteed to get girls into your bed. They need to know you're genuinely interested in them. They just want to know you care. And of course, you need to make sure you keep your body finely toned, which means watching your diet and making sure you work out most every day. Getting back to Kitty, the girl was practically begging me to take her to bed. She wore a very form-fitting dress that basically told me she wasn't wearing any underwear. I was right when I got her back to the loft and got her dress off. Kitty and I pounded each other many times last night. We just couldn't get enough. Normally, after I've had a girl for a night, we part ways. Sometimes I'll get a girl that wants more than just one night. Sometimes I make an exception or two, depending on the girl and how good the sex really was, but most of the time, I just tell them I'll call them, just to get them the hell out of my loft and out of my life once and for all. But I'll let you in on a little secret. These girls aren't altogether out of my life. No, they end up being a part of my collection. See, I've got cameras set up all over the loft that record and store the content onto servers and hard drives that are rigged up. When it's time, I'll go and edit the footage and make some quality homemade adult movies that you just can't find anywhere else. Oh, and I can only imagine what kind of quality porno I'll make from Kitty's footage. While I'm thinking about it, getting girls into my bed has been so much better for me since my roommate, Jacob Levine, and his stupid girlfriend Genevieve Van Sant both ended up getting murdered in this loft months ago. Yeah, it freaked me the fuck out. I was staying at Raylene Jones's dorm that night. 1, I forgot a term paper that was there. 2, I'd already had sex with Raylene before I left. As I was about to come into the loft, she called me back and offered to let me spend the night. Guess we both wanted more of each other, and I needed that term paper. So there you go. The funny thing was, I came back here the next day and found this message written in blood that told me I was glad I didn't actually come in. Knowing I had the loft all to myself, I quickly got that blood off the walls and got the room repainted. Since Jacob wasn't here anymore, that meant I could keep whatever he had. I mean, nobody in his family ever came to claim anything. That included all the cameras he'd set up. See, Jacob and Genevieve were making homemade porn together. Yeah, she knew about it because she knowingly looked at the cameras. As for me, I managed to cleverly hide the cameras well enough after I took over the loft. Not a single girl I brought here ever discovered them. But you know what the beauty of being able to make homemade porn is? There are actually a few websites, I won't say which ones, that'll pay some damn good money for these movies. Being a Mirren, I've got more money than I'll ever know what to do with, but enough is never enough, right? Every now and then I'll just sell a video to one of those sites and make some damn good money. As for the girl in the video, who really cares? She ought to be happy that she's getting a lot of attention. Talk about getting to the height of your popularity, and if one of them ends up catching a lot of shit for it, oh well. Come to think of it, Kitty has about the same build as a girl I remember sleeping with that I sold a video of. Catherine Pierce. Not only did Catherine get expelled by the dean of Strickfield University himself, her parents disowned her. Now, I do know the thing about the dean is true, but the thing with her parents might just be rumors. Still, not a single girl ever came back to find me. Why would they? They can't prove that I was in the video. I am very careful to keep my face out of them. All they see is my body, all of her face and body, and all the compromising positions that we did. What are they going to do? Take me to court and sue me? Let them try. What people fail to understand is that I'm Calvin Mirren. That's right, I belong to the rich and powerful Mirren family. We've got so much money that we actually own a whole section of Strickfield Commons, a housing community made up of mostly rich people on the east side of Strickfield. We even have our own section walled off to separate ourselves from everybody else. It's been said that we're the top 1% of the top 1%. That's the kind of money I'm talking about. Just being a Mirren means that I can get away with pretty much whatever I want. But okay, I'm getting too much into myself here, which isn't really a bad thing. Kitty and I finish our morning sex. I roll off her and onto my back. Then Kitty turns over and gets on top of me. "Happy Halloween," she cheers. Then she kisses me. I go ahead and kiss her some more. No, I can't let this girl become a part of my life. But she's so fucking hot. Okay, maybe I can keep her around a little while longer. I have made a few exceptions like this in the past. "You're in a pretty good mood today," I say. She pecks my lips. "Well, we just had fucking incredible sex, and it's Halloween! I love Halloween! That means trick-or-treating and all kinds of other fun things like parties, ooh, and costumes." I roll my eyes. "Oh, come on. You're telling me you go trick-or-treating?" She groans. "Don't you dare roll your eyes at me, Calvin. Strickfield has their yearly tradition of trick-or-treating. It's not just for kids here. Anybody can do it. No questions asked, no judgments." She's telling the truth. Many years ago, Strickfield got to be this big Halloween town, in addition to being a big college town. Normally, in most other parts of the country, trick-or-treating is basically limited to just kids. But in Strickfield, it doesn't matter how old you are. Anybody's welcome to do it. People of all ages drive in from other towns just to trick-or-treat right here. Just don't ever think about coming to our part of town to do it. The gates of our part of Strickfield Commons are never open, unless we want them open. "Okay, you're going trick-or-treating," I reply. "Well, not just me," Kitty reveals. "I've got my 2 roommates coming too, Jamie and Lena. We're gonna go trick-or-treating and then to a Halloween party afterwards." "Sounds like fun," I say, just to make conversation. Then, Kitty's face brightens up. "Oh my God, you should totally come with us tonight. Come on, it'll be fun." I raise my hand a little and shake my head. "No, I don't think so. I'm not much into Halloween." Kitty moves and sits on me. I have to admit, I love Kitty's naked body from this angle. Then she caresses her tits just a little. "I know my girls would just love to meet you. They're going to ask why I never came home last night." "Come on, baby. They're both hot like me. It'll be so much fun." Fine. Kitty's just guaranteed another night with me tonight. To be honest, I won't mind taking this fully stacked babe to bed again. Kitty squeals with delight and finally gets off me. I actually let her take a shower here, which I usually never let girls I don't want to see again do. I get in the shower with her and we make out some more. When we finish, we both get dressed, then we make arrangements on where to meet. Then we go our separate ways. For the time being. That night, I'm waiting for Kitty at Wilder Hall. I'm wearing my costume, which is a pirate. I just finished with an energy drink and toss the can away when I see Kitty coming in through the doors on the other side. She has 2 other girls with her. Kitty points to me, and then the 3 of them come to see me. "Glad you decided to come," Kitty says excitedly. Of course she would be dressed up as a sexy kitty cat, a full form-fitting bodysuit that tells me she's still not wearing underwear and shows a lot of her ample cleavage, a long tail, stiletto boots, and cat ears on her head. Seeing all 3 of these babes in my sight at once, imagine if I could get all 3 of them together in my loft. I'll bet one of the sites would pay big money for a video of me and the 3 of them. Kitty motions to the girl on her right. "This is Jamie." She's dressed up like a sexy nurse, seemingly plastic uniform that shapes to her voluptuous body nicely. White knee-high boots, a pink wig, and more cleavage. Then Kitty motions to her left. "And this is Lena. She's dressed up like a sexy version of Little Red Riding Hood, revealing outfit with more cleavage, face nicely made up, red pantyhose with garter belts, red shoes, and red hair. Dyed, maybe. Kitty and Jamie have those plastic pumpkin baskets. Lena has a small picnic basket that matches her costume. All I brought was a pillowcase. "Ready to go, babe?" Kitty asks. "Oh, I'm definitely ready," I assured her. The 4 of us leave Wilder Hall and go trick-or-treating. We go up and down 1 block and then several others. These girls want to get as much candy as they possibly can. We all end up getting some good hauls. Along the way, I learned some things about Jamie and Lena. Turns out Jamie's into having a good time more than anything. "I'm definitely looking to hook up at our little party tonight," she says in her sexy voice. "I'm always looking to play the nurse and let a good doctor take my temperature." Then she winks at me. Now I feel Lena move up right next to me. "Oh, but Jamie, why should he limit himself to your bubble butt when he could have these?" Lena makes sure nobody's around before she pulls down her top and shows me what she's packing in her upper basket. She covers them back up shortly after. "You total slut!" Jamie cries and unzips her top a little to show me her perfect tits. Then she covers them back up. "I'm more put together than you are anyways." Kitty groans. "Come on, you 2. The cops are out here patrolling tonight. We don't need to be getting arrested before we can go to our party." "Oh, shit. You're right," Lena agrees. Then she wraps her arm around mine. "You are coming to our party when we're done trick-or-treating, right?" Well, some deliberate wishy-washiness. Remember, you have to make it about the girls if you want to get laid. Jamie wraps up my other arm. Of course he is, especially since I'm going to be the one fucking him tonight. But Kitty has something to say about that. "Bitches, if anybody in our little motley trio here is taking him to bed, again, it's going to be yours truly, so back the fuck off." Now I get to hear these 3 fight and argue about who's going to be the lucky one. Yeah, I definitely want all 3 of them. I just have to work my charms on them, but I'm sure I can easily pull this off. Besides, 3 girls at once isn't necessarily a bad thing, right? I'm already imagining the kind of money I'll get for this foursome video. It's time to make this about them, if I want to make this about me. So, what do you lovely ladies do? I mean, I know you're students. Kitty told me you all were. What are you all majoring in? Turns out they're all former med students who came to Strickfield University on scholarships because of the excellent medical program there. Now they've moved on to bigger and better things, applying what they've learned. I've definitely slept with plenty of med students. I even took a class in medical terminology just to be able to keep up with their conversations. They each tell me about the medical fields they're in. None of them say anything about being nurses, but the only one who says she's a surgeon is Kitty. At Strickfield, I clocked in some decent class hours just doing surgeries. "What have you operated on recently?" I asked Kitty. "I actually had to do kidney removals a couple of days ago," she says. The patient I was working on had non-functioning kidneys. I had to remove them both. The patient is on machines now, waiting for new donor kidneys. Once they come, I'll be putting them in. My eyes widened a little. Is doing surgery scary? Kitty shrugs. A little. But then it's always scary when you're doing different surgeries for the first time. I mean, you're always afraid you're going to fuck something up. At least when I was at Strickfield University, Dr. Pratt was there to supervise me for every surgery I performed. Jamie giggles, probably letting him take her temperature afterwards. Oh, fuck you, Kitty groans. It was never like that. It was strictly a mentor-student relationship between us. So we keep talking it up until it's 11 o'clock and trick-or-treating is officially over. Now it's time to get to the Halloween party, Jamie cheers. Where are we going again? Lena asks. To Shaker's, where else? Kitty answers. Remember, we're having a private party there. In fact, we're not far from Shaker's now. Kitty's right, Shaker's is only a block walk away from here. As soon as we get there, there's just one van in the parking lot. Usually this place is hopping on every holiday, or any reason to celebrate something. I remember picking up chicks from here every Halloween, and it's always packed. When we get to the door, there's a sign that says, closed for a private event. As soon as we get to the door, it opens and the owner comes out. The owner and Kitty exchange some pleasantries, then the owner hands her the keys and tells her to make sure to clean up and lock up before leaving. Kitty promises she'll bring the keys by first thing. The four of us go inside. Kitty locks the door behind us. Then we put their hauls of candy down on a table. I turn to face them. Wait a minute. There isn't anybody else coming? Nope, Kitty chirps. It's just the four of us. Lena moves to the jukebox. Whoa, there's nothing but Halloween songs in here. Go ahead and play whatever you want. No quarters needed. Kitty tells her. This place is paid for and is all ours for the night, including the jukebox, pool tables, video games, and all the food and alcohol we want. As soon as Lena gets some Halloween tunes going, Jamie steps behind the bar. What do you all want? You're a bartender? I ask her. Not here, but it's great spending cash when I'm working, she says. We give Jamie our drink orders, which she makes up quite professionally. So now we're dancing to Halloween music and drinking and having an awesome time. After a while, we're all starting to feel a little drunk. Lena starts laughing and climbs up onto the bar when a Halloween song with a really fast beat starts playing. She's dancing it up as she's taking more sips of her drink. Jamie looks up at her and grins. Then she and Kitty both start squealing loudly when Lena exposes her tits. Kitty hops up onto the bar with her and dances, exposing her ample assets too. I feel Jamie's hand on my forearm. I look to her and see she's got her tits out also. How about another drink, honey? I quickly down the rest of my glass and hand it to her. Top me off, pretty lady. Jamie gives me a very sexy smile and turns around to make my drink. I keep my eyes on the show above me. Then my eyes grow wide as Kitty and Lena come together and lock lips. They kiss hungrily for a little bit before Jamie returns with my drink. Then Jamie also gets on top of the bar and starts dancing. All three of them take turns kissing each other in front of me as I take sips of my refill. Man, what I am going to have tonight, I say to myself. I down my drink and keep watching the show. After a little bit, I start to wonder if maybe I should have slowed down on my drinks. I try to keep my composure and keep watching the show. It's when I see Lena wrapping her arms around Kitty from behind that I'm really starting to lose my grip on things more. If I didn't know any better, I'd swear I was feeling really tired. It's becoming harder and harder to focus on these three sex kittens. Then I can't help myself. I just lower my head on the bar and feel myself fade away. As I'm starting to wake up, I'm feeling really cold. I have to force myself to wake up completely. I have to see where those three lovelies are. But they're not here. What the fuck? I groan. I see that I'm in a bathroom that looks like it's in some cheap motel somewhere. Then I look down to see the tub is completely filled with ice. What the fuck? I yell. I'm ready to pull myself out, but then I see a little table next to the tub. My smartphone's on it and has a message taped to it. Do not leave the tub. Call 911 for an ambulance, now. I don't fuck around and quickly call 911. I tell the operator what's going on, and I don't know where I am. She's able to trace the call and says she's sending an ambulance now. When I finish the call, I just sit here and wait. It's only a matter of minutes before I hear the door to the motel room opening up. Then 2 paramedics come in. They both gasp in surprise when they see my situation. They quickly come to me and look me over. Then one of them points behind me. "Look at this!" The other paramedic comes over and sees what his partner sees. "What?" I demanded. "What is it?" Then they both look me in the face. "We need to get you to the hospital. Stat," one of them says. "We'll go get a stretcher and come right back." So now, I'm stuck here at Strickfield General Hospital. I just can't believe this shit. I'm stuck here in this fucking hospital bed with all this shit hooked up to me. The paramedics brought me here. The doctor looked at my back and quickly examined me, told me that I had fresh stitches in my lower back that looked professionally done. After an x-ray, I practically shit myself when the doctor told me my fucking kidneys are gone. Yeah, that's right. I'm fucking stuck here until I can get at least 1 new kidney, which I'm told could take quite a long time since I'm on a fucking waiting list and they have to wait for a kidney donor match for me. I keep telling these fuckers, I'm Calvin Mirren. I don't belong on a fucking waiting list. A lot of good my name does me now. Just then, the nurse brings me what looks like a tablet and says it was sent here with specific instructions to give it to me. I snatch the tablet from her and glare at her for a minute before she leaves. I turn on the tablet and see only a few apps. I tap the one that says, "Play me first," and immediately recognize one of the porn videos I made. I see the familiar face and now know who Kitty is. She was definitely Catherine Pierce. Not long after her video posted, she got in some serious shit with the dean at Strickfield University and ended up being expelled. I tap the app that says, "Play me second," and see a second porn video that I made. And then, I recognize Jamie. Or rather, Belinda James. She ended up in the same boat as Catherine. Went before the dean. Ended up getting expelled. Became disgraced. Parents threw her out. Not my problem. The Play Me Third app just brought up a PDF of a term paper. I saw the big red words, "Copied from another student," written all over the paper, and discovered that Lena was really Raylene Jones. The night Jacob and Genevieve were both murdered, I went back to her dorm and spent the night with her. We were both in the same world history class and had a term paper due. I stole her term paper, retyped it in my own words, and submitted it as my own. When she reprinted and submitted her paper, the professor later sent it to the dean. Raylene pled her case, but she got expelled anyway. I tap "Play Me Fourth" and get a video of the 3 of them. No Halloween costumes. Catherine had grown her hair longer than I remembered and dyed it black. I remember Catherine was a blonde. Raylene and Belinda had been wearing wigs. They both have shorter brown hair. Catherine speaks up first. "Surprise, asshole! Now you know what this is about. You took from us. Disgraced us. So we took from you." Belinda speaks up next. "You have all the money in the world, yet you just kept right on taking. It wasn't enough for you to exploit us for your sexual gain. You had to keep exploiting us for even more. Well, like Catherine said, now we exploited you. Do you have any idea how much a pair of perfectly good kidneys like yours sell for on the black market?" Raylene speaks now. "Must have been nice to have slept with me and then get away with stealing my term paper and submitting it as your own, all while pinning what you did on me. You took from us and didn't give a shit, but guess what? You're going to be stuck in that hospital bed for probably a very long time, and then there's going to be another place you're going to be stuck in for a very long time, if you ever get another kidney." Tap the last app. and you'll see. I tap the Finish Me app and see a video of the police going through my loft and finding all the cameras. Another angle shows them finding my hard drives and servers with all my homemade porn videos. Then I hear Catherine in the background. Maybe you'll rot in prison, and maybe you won't, but we took our revenge against you. Oh, and don't bother trying to look for us. We're somewhere you'll never find us. We're applying our medical experience on the black market now, so we'll just keep looking for more rich pieces of shit like you and harvesting whatever's needed. So, this Halloween, you got the trick, and we got the treats. Thanks for your pillow sack of candy, by the way. Also, that patient I was telling you about will benefit greatly from your kidneys. In fact, I'm putting them in right now as you're watching these apps. Have a nice life. Whatever's left of it. The video ends, and then the apps all disappear. The next thing I know, 2 detectives from the Strickfield Police Department are here to see me. And I'm sure they're not here to ask me if I'm all right. Photosensitive by Joe Salmo. Lacey set the cardboard box down at the door's threshold and took a minute. This was the last box, and she was finally moved in to her new home. It really was a long time coming. She had saved up for years to afford a house of her own. No more apartments with noisy neighbors. She was on her own, out here in the country. It really was a steal. Nowhere could she find a 3-bedroom house for this cheap. She had been looking for a while. The best part would be the commute. She was now only 5 minutes from work, as manager of the tabletop game store, Dragon's Den. She had been there since high school, working her way up to her position. "Get a move on, bitch," came a voice from behind Lacey as her sister, Simone, bumped into her. "Are you trying out your future as a door?" "I'm just taking in the moment. This is kind of a big deal," Lacey said, and moved into the house. Her sister was always the impatient one, but, as far as older sisters go, she wasn't half bad. There really wasn't much of a rivalry growing up together. When Simone and her friends got into witchcraft, they would let her sit in the corner and watch them. She had no idea what they were doing back then. The age difference was too much. An 8-year-old can barely understand what the high school seniors were doing. But it seemed exciting to Lacey. They entered the kitchen, and Lacey put the kettle on the stove. The cold late October morning chilled the bones. The furnace guy was coming later today to clean it and make sure it was good, and she didn't want to turn it on until he said it was okay. "So, which bedroom will be mine when I leave Dan?" Simone asked, pushing her auburn hair out of her face. "You can have the basement. Seems more your style," Lacey joked. "You have all the luck, little sis, you know that, right? Single, owning your own house. I envy you." "Ha! I'll be lucky if I can afford groceries after the mortgage." "You don't seem to have that problem, though," Lacey joked, poking her sister in her belly. "I miss this." "Living in North Carolina kinda sucks, to be honest," Simone finished. "Well, at least I got 3 more days to hang here with you in New York. I fly back on November 1st. "Don't blame me. You're the idiot that decided to chase your dreams," Lacey said as the tea kettle began to whistle. They spent the rest of the day putting Lacey's belongings away and making the house feel more like a home. She was getting worried about the furnace. The guy they sent over had been down there a long time. He had startled her when he showed up. One minute she was in the kitchen putting away the dishes that didn't get broke from Simone's lousy packing. The next, he was standing in the doorway. Neither sister heard him enter the house. When she saw him there, leaning against the kitchen doorway, it made her jump. She hadn't heard a noise from the basement in a while, and went downstairs to check on him since Simone decided to take a nap on the couch. She always could fall asleep, anywhere. It was like turning off a switch. Lacey used to tease her and call her a robot. She descended the wooden basement stairs slowly. She always hated basements. She didn't like the dark, open space. She knew the fear was irrational. In her imagination, once a space was empty and dark, that's when spooky things could fill the space. She decided in that moment that she would just leave the basement lights on from now on. That would give her peace of mind, at least. Almost done. The furnace looks good. Even for sitting as long as it did, I put a heavy-duty air filter in there because of the dirt, the furnace guy said, pointing next to the loose dirt near the washer and dryer. His name tag on his blue work shirt said Brad. Thank you. I wonder why they never finished the basement, she replied. Brad kind of gave her a weird look, like the answer should be obvious. It's going to be $90 for the service. I just need to pack up my tools. Cash or check works. I don't have a way to take a credit card, he said as the furnace kicked on for the first time since she moved in. She couldn't wait for the warmth. She shivered from the cold. She headed upstairs to get the man his money. She had enough cash to cover it. Simone was snoring, so Lacey took a few seconds to record it on her cell phone, to blackmail her later, like sisters would do. She giggled with glee at the thought. A moment later, Brad entered the kitchen where she was taking the cash from her purse. She handed over the cash to him. She noticed he wore a gold ring. Too bad he was taken. He was a little older, but he was good looking. Thanks. I ran out of receipts. I'll have the office send one over in the mail if that's okay with you, Brad asked with a smile. Yeah, that's fine. Thanks for coming on short notice. The office said they weren't sure if they could send someone that quick. I'll definitely be calling you guys for all my furnace stuff. Let me walk you out, Lacey said. Sure thing, Brad said and turned towards the front door of the house. His tool belt hit Simone's teacup, which fell to the floor and shattered. Oh, damn. I'm so sorry. I can be a klutz sometimes, he said apologetically. Let me pick this up. No, it's okay. I'll get it, Lacey said, grabbing some paper towels for the spilled tea. She got down on her knees and began to clean it up. Okay then, I'll just show myself out, Brad said and left the kitchen. Simone entered the kitchen a second later. Hey, what happened? She asked. You left your mug on the edge of the table and Brad knocked it over on his way out, Lacey said, picking up the broken pieces in her hand. Who's Brad? Do you have a secret boyfriend you haven't told me about? Simone joked and helped her pick up the pieces of the mug. You must have seen him. He was just there. He fixed the furnace, Lacey explained. I just woke up. Must have just missed him, Simone said. Was he cute? He had his charm. Now that we have heat, let's get a pizza and watch some cheesy horror movies. I think I'm done for the day, Lacey said. Fine with me, Simone replied. Later that night, Lacey washed up for bed. It was fun having her sister around. After living alone for so long, it was good to have someone to talk to. She didn't really realize how lonely she actually was. Simone had passed out halfway through Chopping Mall. Lacey left her on the couch, even though they had set up one of the spare bedrooms for her. She crawled into bed and checked her phone. No new messages. She really was lonely. She decided she would try to be a little more outgoing and make an effort to meet someone. It didn't have to be romantic, just someone to watch movies with or something. She placed her phone on the nightstand and closed her eyes. The next morning, Lacey woke with a start. She had had a nightmare. She couldn't remember it, just the uneasy feeling it gave her. A sleazy, greasy feeling. She got out of bed and looked for her phone. She shook out the blankets, and it fell to the floor. She looked at the nightstand for a moment, and then shrugged. She had been pretty tired last night. She heard Simone downstairs in the kitchen, and smelled bacon cooking. Her stomach rumbled in agreement with the delicious odor. She went downstairs and sat at the table. The kettle was already on. She checked her messages again. Still nothing. Simone looked at her with a cocked head. Someone special getting a hold of you? She asked. No. No messages, she said with a sigh and put her phone on the table. I'm sorry Brad hasn't sexted you, Simone said and set a plate of food down in front of her little sister. It reminded her when they both lived at home and she had to babysit. Wait until I go back to North Carolina before having him spend the night. I need my beauty sleep. I don't need you two keeping me up all night, Simone joked. Me keeping you up? That's rich. Do you know how loud you snore? Lacey said and reached for her phone. I certainly do not snore, Simone said loudly. Dan would have told me when we moved in together. I have proof, Lacey said and opened the photos on her phone. Her face went pale, and she dropped her phone onto her plate of eggs and bacon. "Lacey? What is it?" Simone said. "That wasn't very funny," Lacey said, cleaning off her phone. Simone gave her a confused look. "Taking those pictures last night," Lacey finished. "I don't know what you're talking about. Let me see," Simone said and grabbed her phone from her. There were a half-dozen pictures of Lacey sleeping in the same pajamas she was wearing now. Except the last one. The last one, Lacey's top was pulled up, exposing her breasts. "These are from last night?" Simone asked. "Yeah, that's the new room around me. When did you take them?" Lacey asked. She looked at her plate, but she had lost her appetite. "I swear, it wasn't me. The last thing I remember is falling asleep during the movie and waking up like a half hour before you. I didn't do this, I swear," Simone said. "You better not be fucking with me," Lacey said and got up. They both went to the bedroom and looked everything over. The windows were still locked. Lacey explained to her sister how she thought she left her phone on the nightstand, and when she woke, it was on the bed. Both of them agreed that it was really creepy. They got dressed and went to the hardware store to get new locks for all the doors. As the day grew long, Lacey dreaded going to sleep in that room. The more she thought about it, the closer to a panic attack she got. Around 8, she came up with the idea of her sister sleeping in there with her. Before they went to bed, they checked every window and door in the house to make sure they were locked. Satisfied everything was secure, they went upstairs. "I don't know what's going to keep me up more, the thought of those pictures, or your snoring," Lacey joked as she put her phone in the drawer on the nightstand. "I don't snore," Simone refuted. Lacey's eyes cracked open. It was light out. She rubbed her eyes and looked at Simone sleeping next to her. She didn't realize what a comfort her sister had been. She rolled over towards the door, thinking about going back to sleep. Startled, she sat up straight in bed. Her cell phone was on top of the nightstand. She reached for it with one hand while the other instinctively itched her side. She lifted her shirt and looked at the spot that itched. There were scratch marks across her side. Did she just do that? Her eyes darted to her cell phone. She quickly opened it and looked. "Simone," she said, and without taking her eyes off the phone, slapped her sister in the face. "Get up." The panic in her voice snapped Simone out of her sound sleep. "What is it?" her older sister asked. "It happened again," Lacey said, and dropped her phone into her sister's lap. "It couldn't have. I was here all night," Simone said with disbelief. She began to scroll through the pictures, her eyes widening with each one. The first 2 pictures were just like the night before. After that, they got more perverse. Again, a topless photo of her. A wide shot. Simone was in the photo as well, but asleep and undisturbed. The second topless photo showed the scratch on her side. They were from the middle of the night. 4 gouges across her belly off on the side. The next photo showed a close-up on her face. A hand from the photographer could be seen, holding her head to the side. The back of the hand was obscured by a blue blur that continued out of frame. "What's this?" Simone asked. "That's a shirt, I think. Like a work..." "Oh shit! Oh shit!" Lacey said and started to hyperventilate. I know who it is. It's Brad," she cried. "Okay, let's call the cops and nail this fucker," Simone said and dialed 911 from Lacey's phone. They got up out of bed to meet the police at the door. She explained everything to the officer that came to take her statement. His name was Officer John O'Neill, and he was a new transfer and therefore sent on things like this. He said once he reports back, they would make this case a priority. He paid attention to Lacey as she told him every detail she could remember. He genuinely seemed like he cared, and that made her feel better. He left with a promise to get back to her later that day with whatever he could find. "Maybe I can stay a few more days until we get some answers," Simone said as they hung the last of the Halloween decorations. This used to be their favorite holiday. Now neither of them could stop thinking about those photos. "You don't have to. I'm sure Dan is waiting for you to get home," Lacey said, but the tone in her voice revealed she felt the opposite way. It's no problem. He'll just have to cook for himself a little longer, she said. Probably just order out every meal, to be honest. If it's no bother, I would appreciate it, Lacey said. Hey, do you still do that witch thing like you used to do back in high school? No, I haven't talked to those girls in years. They were really into it. I just was there to be the third witch, I think. They probably watched too much Charmed, although I would turn lesbo for Alyssa Milano. Sorry, Dan, Lacey's older sister said with a smile. They sat in silence for a moment. Wait, were you thinking of doing some protection magic or something? I don't know. The cops are on it, but I would feel safer, Lacey said, and grabbed a Reese's peanut butter cup from the candy dish next to the front door. I don't think we knew what we were doing. We were just being edgy and different. Nothing ever happened with that stuff, Simone explained and grabbed a Reese's too. I can look them up on Facebook and see what they say if you want. Lacey nodded her head and went into the living room. She plopped down on the couch and wondered when Officer John was going to call her. In a few hours it was going to be dark, and she wanted some progress. Maybe him calling to tell her that Brad was rotting in jail and would never bother her again, that would be ideal. Her dream house has been turning into a nightmare. What had she done to deserve this? Snap out of it, sis. It's 10 minutes to go time, Simone said, pointing at the clock. Trick-or-treating was about to start. It was supposed to be a good feeling, the first time she could give out candy from her own home. But she felt emotionless inside, distant. The last 2 days had taken the fun out of everything. A quick phone check showed that no one had called her. No news was good news. That was the saying, right? 10 minutes passed, then 20. She could hear kids in the street, but none rang her doorbell. She began to eat the candy. She was a little disappointed, to be honest. Seeing all the happy children would be a good distraction. You want to watch something? She asked her sister. Sure, what did you have in mind? By the way, Rachel got back to me. She told me what to do to protect the house and keep danger out. I might have to run out to the store really quick. Do you mind being here alone while I go? Simone asked. Well, I guess as long as I'm awake, I seem to be safe, she joked. The doorbell rang and they both looked at it. Well? Answer it, Simone said with a shooing motion. Lacey jumped up and ran to the door, excited to get her first trick-or-treater. She pulled the door open and presented the bowl of candy. She did so a little too eagerly, and 2 Twix went overboard towards Officer John on the front step. He caught them instinctively and held them up. If I catch them, can I keep them? He asked playfully. And who are you supposed to be, little boy? Lacey joked with him. They both smiled. Simone pointed from Lacey to the officer and made a whistle noise out of sight of him. Lacey rolled her eyes at her sister. She was always playing matchmaker. Officer, can you stay with my sister for a few minutes while I run to the store? She would really appreciate it, Simone said, and winked at her sister. Sure, he said and turned to Lacey. You can call me John. I'm off duty. Just wanted to give her some information that I discovered today. Well, by all means, give it to her, Simone said and slipped out the door. I took your car keys. Be back in like an hour or so, she said as she ran down the driveway. Come in. Would you like anything? Oh, this Twix was plenty. I couldn't ask for anything more, he said as they entered the living room. Listen, what I need to tell you is, kind of scary. We better sit down. They both sat on the couch, and Lacey turned off the cheesy movie she was watching, Rubber. She just wasn't in the mood for a story about a killer car tire. So, I did some research because the guys at the station didn't seem very helpful. I'm still new enough for them to prank me. Anyway, this is what I found. The furnace company does not have an employee named Brad. What? I saw him, Lacey said. There's more. Not only that, but it seems your house has a interesting history. Did the real estate lady tell you about the murders? He asked. Never mind. By the look on your face, I can see she didn't. It's not actually illegal not to tell you. I looked into that as well. At least not in this state, although it is shitty in my opinion, he continued. What happened here? I'm not sure I want to know, actually, Lacey said, looking around the room, as if for the first time. I think you should. There was a serial killer that lived here about 15 years ago. He used to bring women here and torture them before strangling them and breaking their necks post-mortem. There was a police report from a woman who said she escaped this house and told the police about him, but nothing was done. The man's name was Brad. Retired police chief Brad Crawford. He opened an HVAC company after retirement. We think that's how he found his victims. Anyway, they both went missing right after that, and they discovered a map and photos in his bedroom. All the photos were in their beds, alive. Then the rest were taken here, in your room, after he'd broken their necks. Several had scratches on them when they'd struggled. The map led to the forest out on Route 9, where they found the bodies. All but one woman in the photos were accounted for. The one they couldn't find was the woman who filed the report. It was all kind of swept under the rug because the small community didn't want all the attention. He had fled. The HVAC company went to his nephew and they doctored a death certificate to close the case. That last part I learned from the court records janitor, who was around back then. When I told them of your case, they thought it was a joke someone was playing on me and ignored it, John explained. A tear rolled down Lacey's cheek. John reached and held her hand. I swear, I don't think this is a joke. I won't let this happen, even if the assholes at the station will, he said, and squeezed. Lacey laid her head against his shoulder and began to cry. A little while later, Simone returned and prepped the house, as her friend had instructed. After that was done, all three of them settled in to watch a few movies and put a dent in the candy that no trick-or-treater had come for. It didn't take long for all the stress to overtake Lacey, and she fell asleep on John's shoulder. Simone made herself scarce and went into the den where she kept all the supplies that Rachel had told her to get. Sometime around midnight, Lacey woke. She felt the warmth of John next to her and started to settle into him. But goosebumps spread across her skin like the wind on a lake's surface. She opened her eyes and saw Brad standing in front of her. She tried to speak, but was frozen in fear. He held her cell phone in his hand and took a picture of her, a wicked smile on his face. He leaned in close to her and placed his icy fingers on her neck gently, tracing the lines of her veins. She shivered from the touch, which was enough to wake John. "What the fuck?" John yelled out and reached for his gun. Brad turned and sneered at him. The change of attention broke Lacey from her fear, and she jumped over the back of the couch and away from Brad. She called out to Simone. John stood with a pistol drawn and pointed it at Brad. "Back off, asshole. It's over," John said. He called out to Lacey over his shoulder. "Are you okay?" "Yeah, John," she said, and called out for Simone again, who came running from the other room. She stopped dead at the sight in front of her. Brad leaned in close to John, his chest mere inches from the gun pointed at it. John swallowed hard. "Not another step, or I swear to God, I'll fire," he said. "You guys, get out of here," he called over his shoulder. "Call the state boys in." Brad stepped closer, and John fired as promised. The bullet passed through Brad as if he were made of air. He gripped John's neck in his large hands and twisted. Lacey screamed as she watched John's body drop to the ground after the sickening snap. She grabbed Simone's hand and pulled her towards the hallway. That was when she noticed Simone's other hand held a backpack. They ran into the kitchen since Brad was between them and the front door. In their panic, they fled to a dead end. The only other door in the room led to the basement. They heard a furious scream from deeper in the house, and as quietly as they could, went into the basement. The lights were already on thanks to some pre-planning anxiety from Lacey. They ran over to the washer and dryer set up by the unfinished dirt floor. They wiggled behind the dryer as best they could. There wasn't really enough room for both of them. Lacey had to balance herself by placing her hand in the dirt. They heard the basement door open and they both jumped a little bit. The footsteps sent chills down their spine. Why didn't John's bullet stop him? The footsteps stopped, and that was even worse. They didn't know where he was. The washer began to shake. She knew they had been made, but she didn't know what else to do. Simone, on the other hand, was digging in the backpack she had, looking for something. She glanced up at her sister. "Stole him," she whispered. Lacey grabbed a handful of dirt and stood up. Brad was on the other side of the washer. He gave her a predatory look. She tried not to panic as she faced her stalker. "You want me?" Lacey said. "You can't have me," she called out and threw the dirt in his face for a distraction. There was a flash of something in the dirt as it flew. Something shiny. Brad took a step back as if the dirt had hurt him, and she started to gain some hope that she wouldn't die tonight. "Hate that, do ya?" she said, and reached down for more dirt, but her hand found something more unexpected, something stuck in the dirt. She glanced down to see what it was, and was shocked at what she saw. It was a hand sticking out of the dirt. Her eyes went back to the shiny object on the floor. It was a ring, just like the one Brad was wearing. "Simone, look at the dirt!" she called out, and grabbed some more earth to throw at Brad, who had recovered from the first toss. "Gross!" Simone called out as she pinged the hand's fingers with hers. "I think it's him. It's why he disappeared. The woman who reported him came back and got revenge. Does that make him a ghost? You know about that kind of shit, right?" Lacey asked. "I don't know. Maybe? Hold on, let me ask Rachel," Simone called out as Lacey pelted Brad with the dirt from his grave. "We don't have time for a fucking online chat. What do we have to do?" Lacey called out, irritated. "Rachel says we need to consecrate the grave," Simone answered after a moment of frantic typing. "Oh, okay, that sounds easy enough. How the hell do we do that?" "I'm on it," Simone said, and began to pull stuff from the backpack. Lacey could hear her bad pronunciation of Latin as she kept Brad at bay with the shower of his own grave dirt. She had a rhythm going. Bend and grab, toss, wait 2 seconds, bend and toss. It kept him from getting any closer, and the contact with the dirt seemed to hurt him. It was like figuring out a boss strategy in a tabletop or video game, which she had years of experience with. A few seconds later, the Latin stopped. Lacey gave a quick glance over her shoulder. Her sister shrugged at her. "That should be it," Simone said. Suddenly, a rumble shook the basement as the dirt swirled around Brad. An eerie red light shone from under the dirt and rocks on the floor. Black hands reached up and grabbed Brad's legs. He looked down in horror and clawed at the hands gripping him, trying to break free. Lacey stepped back against the wall of the basement to get as far away as she could. More and more hands reached up, and a demonic cackling could be heard from the swirling dirt. In a quick second, Brad was pulled straight down into the earth, and everything returned to normal. A second passed as the sisters caught their breath. "Holy shit," Simone said. "Holy shit," Lacey repeated. "Guess he's done for? Dragged straight to hell?" "One would imagine," Simone said, with a wild-eyed look. Lacey stood tall, in her new house, which was now her home. Good. Bad Cop in a Small Town on Halloween Night by John Oak Dalton. Farron didn't know what a viral video was until his daughter showed him a recording of him sleeping in the patrol car in the parking lot of the school. Some asshole kid shot it on a cell phone and sent it to a friend who posted it on Twitter, and the rest went how it went. That was on a Wednesday morning, and by that night, there was a dance club mix with Farron's loud snores and a sample from Junie Morrison's song Susie Thundertussie. By Friday night, the memes were in full swing. There was a screen cap of Farron sleeping in the patrol car, and the text read, "When you've been racial profiling all day and the donut shop is out of coffee." And a lot worse than that. Monday night was the town council meeting, and if Farron didn't know anything about social media, he sure didn't think the town council did. But he was wrong. It was a 3-person board who met once a month at the library with a handful of old people and a few cranks in the audience. Ellen Soames was the board president and also the town librarian, which was a tough combination. Joe Linseed was a retired farmer who held court at the gas station out by the highway most mornings, but didn't do much here. Buster Winsome was the son of a retired teacher named Ann Winsome, and when she passed away, Buster filled the rest of her term, and then nobody could think of any reason to vote him off. Farron gave his usual monthly report about his speeding ticket quota and 1 or 2 domestic calls and 1 or 2 drunk driving stops, but he skipped over the fight at the high school because he didn't want to mention the high school. The town board seemed to be listening unusually closely, and afterwards Ellen asked him to stay and talk. "We've got some changes that have been in the works for a long time," Ellen started. Farron didn't bother to ask what changes. He just stood there. Ellen started back up. "The county has agreed to drive through town a couple of times a day, and the high school has been wanting to hire their own resource officer anyway, so we will need you as a town marshal through Halloween on October 31st, but that's it." Now Farron reacted. "That's this Friday." "It's been in the works for a long while, Farron. Can I at least get my insurance through December? That's for Abby." "It isn't going to work that way." Ellen looked at him with sorrow on her face, but Farron knew it was for herself. When her son got back from Afghanistan, it was Farron who talked him through what it was like to be a civilian. Farron had gone from high school to Desert Shield, and then had been town marshal ever since, so maybe he wasn't the best, but he was all Darren Soames had. It still didn't stop Darren from ending it all with a Tokarev pistol he shouldn't have been allowed to bring back from in-country. "We can let you resign," she said. "I'm gonna need the unemployment," Farron answered. "Nobody is going to know until the week after Thanksgiving. That's the next meeting." "It's okay. I don't got my daughter for Thanksgiving." Farron walked out. The next day, Farron was sitting in his patrol car by the flashing light on the main street. It was Highway 1, but through town it was called Hadley Street, although everyone called it Hadbin Street. Like there had been a grocery store there, that there had been a bank, and that empty field had been the school, before consolidation. People were speeding and doing rolling stops, but why did that matter now? He was talking to his daughter on his cell phone. "Has the teasing died down at school?" he asked. "It was never that bad. Mercedes dressed her dog up in an octopus costume and put it on TikTok like Wednesday or Thursday. People got into that." "Well, thank Mercedes for me." "Are you going to get in trouble, Dad?" What Abby was really asking was her father going to be able to pay for her college, which she agreed to do as part of the divorce decree 5 years ago, and was happy to make happen. He worked as a bouncer at a bar called the Red Triangle in Ohio on the weekends, which was outside his agreement as a law officer in Indiana, and was why he was asleep Monday morning at his 3rd job as resource officer at the high school. "If I get in trouble, I can get out of it," he answered. "I'll see you on Halloween. I'll have candy in the patrol car." "I'm a senior. I'm too old for trick-or-treating." "Well, walk down there anyways." "Okay." And they hung up. Farron turned on the radio in the patrol car and put it on the country station everybody listened to. His ex was the midday DJ, and had done a lunchtime request show for years that Farron still liked. Dolly was singing about how hard it was to be a diamond in a rhinestone world. But then she played a Willie song about the red-headed stranger and the yellow-haired lady, and his heart fell in his chest. Farron was a redhead, and his ex was a blonde, and they danced to the song at their wedding. So that's how Farron knew that the news had spread through the little town about his firing. His ex was playing the song because she was thinking of him. Farron didn't want to think about what it would be like to be an ex-cop. Everybody he'd pulled over and ticketed. When pretty women were let go after a smile and sometimes the promise of a drink. Or more. All the guys he knew had hit girlfriends or wives or kids or all three and might have accidentally bumped their face on the patrol car. Or found their paperwork lost for days when they got dropped off at county. All the dealers who were busted because they weren't his dealer. That was all worth thinking about, but having the pity of his ex-wife. That was the worst. And then, his thoughts turned to Abby. He could pick up more bouncer shifts at the Red Triangle, but not too many more. And he could go back to doing security at the big outdoor venue where they had stock races in the fall and concerts in the summer, but it was an hour each way and the tweakers were bad. You could put them in chokeholds and kick them in the balls over and over and they just didn't seem to feel any pain or care. At least the Red Triangle had mostly drunks and stoners and only a biker once in a great while. And anymore, most of the bikers were cops and firemen running wild on the weekends, and they always got a pass on their behavior. He might be able to scratch together money, but he wouldn't have insurance, medical, or life, or anything. He had it until October 31st. And then, there was nothing. And a little thought squatted in the corner. And he only looked at it out of the side of his eye. Until Halloween night. Then Farron sat in his cruiser at the flashing light at Hadley starting around 6 o'clock and gave out candy. He waited until Abby came by, and she had dressed up after all and dragged out a couple of girlfriends. And it was all meant to be ironic, but they were having fun. Farron ribbed them but told his daughter that he loved her, because of the thoughts that had been growing in his mind all week. She was wearing a mask, so he couldn't gauge her reaction. As soon as she was gone, he put the patrol car in gear and drove south out of town, and then a little further. 2 summers ago during the town bicentennial, they had closed the main road through town and had a carnival come in. But a night or two in, there was an immigration raid of some kind and all the carnies were dragged off or ran off. After a few days of complaints and nobody from the carnival coming back, Joe Linseed rode his tractor into town and dragged the rides off one at a time to a farm field the government was paying him to keep fallow. There, those old rides rotted away along with some busted-up trailers and some other ragged odds and ends. It's where Farron pulled in and parked and saw a little campfire in the dying light. He knew Joe Linseed's nephews or cousins' kids or some kin hung out here all the time, but Linseed was kind of his boss, so Farron did nothing. Even though he had an idea what they were doing out there. Farron took a Remington 870 shotgun out of the trunk and started walking towards the campfire where several figures crouched or sat in broken down patio furniture. Young guys, still shirtless in the fall chill. There was a chemical smell in the air. "Hello, Walls." The call from the gloom brought Farron up short. Only one person called him that, and it was his childhood friend and adult weed dealer, Ricky Webb. He knew his mother had named him after her favorite singer, Farron Young, and had loved his hit song, "Hello, Walls." Ricky was a nephew on Joe Linseed's wife's side, but never came out to this little encampment people up the road called Rusty Town. "You look damn serious, Walls. And all you hillbillies out here look damn jumpy." The energy shifted towards Junior, though who he was junior to, Farron couldn't remember. He was the lead dog in this younger group and went from juvie to county to state prison and only recently returned from the grand tour. The shining whites of his eyes stared out at Farron and his neck tattoos looked like bruises in the blue light. "If you want some of that Leopold gold I done brought up from Tell City last week, come by my place tomorrow. You don't need to be out here," Ricky said. "Neither do you." "I ain't never out here, but I got business tonight." "I do too. So maybe you can slip out past that tilt-a-whirl and I'll come holler at you tomorrow for that grass." Somebody snickered. He said grass. "Shut up, Garwood," Ricky said easily, his eyes trained on Farron. Farron gestured with the shotgun. "I tell you what, leaving out Ricky, if there is 8 teeth between all of you, I won't take you whole passel of dickheads in for making and dealing meth." Junior, Garwood, and the others began to move, but Ricky put up a steadying hand. It dawned on Farron for the first time that Ricky, despite his easygoing demeanor, might have been the OG of this loose band of related feral criminals. It was just one more thing he had overlooked, not paid attention to, let slide. "Walls, why don't you ease on out of this here job? Everybody knows this is your last night as town marshal. Let somebody else worry about this tomorrow," Ricky suggested. Junior blinked. Hell, if he ain't found until tomorrow, it ain't like killing a cop. Junior had a gun in his hand, and then Ricky did too. Farron just stood with the shotgun loose in his own hands. We don't need to think like that, cuz, said Ricky mildly. He knows, said another voice from the growing darkness. Junior nodded for emphasis. What else would he be doing out here on his last day? Ricky studied Farron. That's it, isn't it? It's your last day. God damn, Farron, don't let it go down this way. Think about Abby. You know I am thinking about Abby. It was the truest thing Farron had ever said. And get her name out of your mouth. Ricky blinked, and Farron swallowed. Then, tell your idiot half-brothers or second cousins or whatever this island of misfit toys is to stand over against that hall of mirrors with their hands behind their backs and make this easy. Ricky shook his head. Head on back to town, old hoss. I'm trying to talk these kids out of making a bad mistake. It's my mistake. I've been too easy on these young dirtbags because I took most of their mamas behind the football stadium at one time or another. Junior finally lifted his gun, a high point 9mm, just as Farron had hoped. Only Ricky lifted his own Bursa Thunder 380 and shot his cousin in the face. Garwood fired, and Ricky tipped back in his chair, and his legs kicked the air. Garwood turned and fired at Farron next, and Farron felt a hot bite take the bottom of his right ear off. Ricky was up and on his knees pointing his gun at Garwood when somebody stepped out of the shadow and fired at Ricky. A geyser shot out of Ricky's neck, but he still shot again, and Garwood's jaw disappeared in a cloud of red, and his teeth peppered the campfire. Garwood convulsed and fired, hitting another man in the shadows who started to scream. Farron stood and waited for the bullet. But the new gunman turned and ran for the trailer, flannel shirt flapping behind, and the last man broke and ran as well. Farron watched for a moment, then threw his shotgun on the ground. The Remington had been empty, but the Glock 19 in his holster wasn't, and it turned out he needed it. It was one thing to die in a hail of gunfire, and another to die in prison. So he walked up and shot the screaming man, then followed the other two towards the trailer. The one in the flannel banged the door open and ran in, but the other veered off. He figured he had the flannel guy boxed in, but had better catch up to the second guy. That guy ran hell-bent towards what was labeled the funhouse, a big sheet metal box that had been built on the back of a flatbed. The funhouse had some sort of zigzag gangplank held up with chains. And Farron watched for a moment as the guy, who he finally recognized as the recent high school dropout, Peyton Sanford, tried to navigate the wobbly platform in the dark. He stepped into the round O of a painted clown's mouth, and the brake must have been off on that tunnel, because the gears started moving and the opening rolled up like a hamster wheel. It would have been funny if Farron wasn't trying to die in the line of duty. Farron fired into the clown's mouth and missed, but the bullet spanged around and finally hit Sanford and knocked him flat. He tried to get up, but just flopped around in there until Farron drew a better bead and shot him again. And Sanford stopped moving. Farron turned away and saw some weird shapes dancing in front of him. He triggered his gun without thinking and heard shattering glass. He had shot right into the stupid half-assed hall of mirrors. When he saw his own image splintering 100 times, he kept going. Farron beat it for the trailer and quickly realized he'd made a mistake. When he stepped through the door, the chemical smell was strong. He saw a hole that had been knocked in the back wall with a blue tarp strung over it, and taped over onto another trailer parked right behind. So Farron bolted through the trailer and out the back, hoping for the bullet that would blow up the trailer behind him and everyone around the world beyond. But instead, he found the last gunman standing in an open field nearby, next to a beat-up 1980 Plymouth Volare Roadrunner. Farron knew the beater belonged to a kid everybody called Baby Gates, because once he got so drunk his friends gated him into a kitchen to sleep it off, and he couldn't figure out how to undo the latch, even when sober. Baby Gates had popped the trunk and had the gun pointed inside, which Farron immediately flashed on. Dogfighting. Even Baby Gates couldn't think he could get out of trouble by shooting up a trunk full of drugs. But Farron went ahead and killed him anyway, then walked over to see what Baby Gates could have possibly been thinking. Inside the trunk was a very thin and pale young woman, wearing clothes you would throw in a dumpster behind the Goodwill. The stench of human smells was strong, but the young woman was alive. Farron bent over and vomited in the grass. Then he felt better. It was the killing of the young men and the finding of a young woman so close to Abby's age. He had sometimes vomited after killing in Iraq and knew that was part of it. He reached a hand out to the cowering, feebly moving woman, but finally just reached down and lifted her out and set her on the ground. She was a flat 5 feet and didn't weigh $110 by Farron's eyes. "What's your name, miss?" The young woman just stood and shook, her teeth chattering. "Can you tell me your name, miss? You're all right now." The young woman slowly opened her mouth, and Farron saw a darkness within. It took Farron a minute to realize the woman had no tongue. Farron looked into her eyes. "Okay, we'll go back to my patrol car. I got a paper and pencil there so you can write your name down." The young woman shook her head. "You don't want to write your name down?" She shook her head, harder. The truth punched Farron between the eyes. "How long ago did you get taken?" The young woman lowered her hand until the flat of it hovered around her knee. Farron felt the bile rise in his throat when he thought about the enormity of what had happened to the young woman. "Okay, well, we still need to get back to the patrol car. Just keep your eyes on me when we walk that way and don't look at nothing else." The young woman nodded, and Farron led her away from the roadrunner. But as he neared the campfire once more, he saw movement again. He raised a hand for the young woman to stay where she was, and Farron approached the fire, where his old friend Ricky was somehow still alive, holding a bloody hand to his neck. Farron stood over him. "You ain't calling this one in, are you, old hoss?" Ricky asked. "No." Farron could see Ricky's eyes slide sideways in a glimmer of firelight. "I'm glad she's still alive. If it means anything to you, I thought Baby Gates was talking shit, some stupid internet thing. I didn't think he could really go and get a girl from somewhere. I was here to make Junior let her go." "That does mean something. Where was she from?" "I don't know exactly, but they bought her in Indianapolis. But I know where she was going. They sold her to them people out at Comfort Farm." "Comfort Farm? Where they had those retreats? My ex went to a writers group out there. Them people went bankrupt 2 years ago. This is a different group. They're from Jersey." "Jersey? East Coast people, man." Farron thought on this for a moment, and when he looked down, Ricky was dead. The young woman was standing and looking. She didn't resist when Farron put her in the front seat of the car. He started the patrol car and turned and looked at her. "I'm going to take you into town and drop you off at the flashing light. There are good people there, and somebody will call the police and the county will respond." She grabbed his bicep and wouldn't let go. "I can't take you with me because I'm going out to the farm where they were going to take you, and I ain't planning on coming back." The young woman grabbed and clawed at him so hard that instead of making a big U-turn to town, he turned off the car and started walking back towards the roadrunner with the young woman a ghost trailing behind. He took the keys out of Baby Gates' jeans pocket and threw his uniform shirt on the ground and put on Baby Gates' flannel, which only had some blood on it. He didn't say anything when she got into the passenger seat. Then Farron bumped over the farm field and onto the highway and straight into darkness. Comfort Farm was right at the very edge of the county and probably out of his jurisdiction if he was thinking hard about it. But what he was thinking was that he should have noticed somebody building a watchtower on the other side of the big cattle gates. Farron idled there and finally honked the horn, and damned if a big spotlight didn't shine out of the tower and point right at the roadrunner. Farron and the woman sat, very still. After a long moment, he heard a deep-throated rumble, and here came a 1987 Chevy El Camino, black on top and silver on bottom, that he couldn't help but admire. Some long-haired guy with a leather vest over a bare chest came out with a MAC-10 in one hand and a gym bag in the other and stood on the other side of the cattle gates. Farron waited, knowing he had a flannel up top, but uniform pants and a gun belt below. The guy squinted at the roadrunner. "You're supposed to keep her in the trunk, idiot." Farron said nothing as the man started to undo the chain holding the cattle gates together. Just for fun, Farron revved the engine and gunned it as the chain fell away and banged the gates open and knocked the long-haired guy backwards and watched his limbs turn counterclockwise. He heard a gunshot from above, and so he drove straight on into one leg of the tower and crushed the grill of the Roadrunner. He heard a crack and a creak as the wooden leg gave way, but what happened next was hidden in a cloud of radiator steam. He opened the driver's side door in time to see a guy fall from above and bounce off the hood of the car, an AR-15 going flying. The guy scrambled for his weapon and slid off the hood of the Roadrunner, and Farron shot him before he could get his feet under him. The long-haired guy was somehow on his feet and firing into the steam. Farron bent down and scooped up the AR-15 and let it rip into the darkness. He liked it better than the MAC-10 anyway. He heard the long-haired guy scream as he walked over to the El Camino, accidentally kicking the gym bag on the way. Money spilled out onto the dirt. Farron couldn't believe what he was seeing, but he picked up the bag and threw it in the back of the El Camino anyway. Somewhere down this dirt road, the big barn you could rent for weddings was all lit up. There were two guys walking down the path towards them. All the little cabins they used to rent to church groups were all boarded up on both sides of the overgrown track. They had definitely heard a commotion, but weren't in full tilt panic yet. These East Coast types didn't think much of Midwesterners, Farron thought, sourly. He climbed into the El Camino, and there was the young woman sitting there already. "You gotta get out of here. You got me through the gate, but that's as far as I was planning on going with you. There's a bag of money back there. Take it and walk to town." She started grabbing at him again, so Farron just put the El Camino in gear and started slowly rolling down the dirt road towards the men in the barn. This one was absolutely not the 1970 El Camino he had lovingly finished restoring when his older brother got sick of it, but it was better than no El Camino at all. When he got close, he floored it, then braked hard and knocked both men down in one swing from the long back of the car. Farron got out and reached into the back where he had seen a tow chain laying. He pulled it out and hit one guy with it and watched the hook hit him on the ear and yank part of his face onto the ground. Then Farron got the other guy as he was standing up and wrapped the chain around his neck. "What's in the barn?" Farron asked, pulling the chain tighter. But he must have pulled too hard because the guy went limp, blood running from his mouth, and Farron just dropped him in the dirt. Farron climbed back behind the wheel and told the young woman to duck. Then he floored it one more time and drove right at the big barn doors. They didn't bust open as dramatically as he thought, since he was pushing 45 or 50 by the time he reached them, but they splintered well enough that the El Camino went on through and went in a long skid as Farron pumped the brakes. Farron jumped out with the AR-15 and the Glock 19 pointing straight ahead and saw he was in the middle of a big space all painted red. The barn beams, the floor, everything. There were big bright lights everywhere and little cameras with red lights. There was medical equipment in the corners and chains hanging down from above. There were men and women in animal masks. It was the stupidest thing Farron had ever seen. He felt tired. He'd gone this whole night and hadn't met anybody with the juice to kill him. He didn't think any of these people could either. Then somebody stepped up with an ornate-looking knife, and when Farron stuck his hand up to block it, the guy drove it right into Farron's palm. Now something was happening, he thought, and he lifted the Glock and blew a hole in the masked man's face. Bone shards blew back and cut his cheeks, and he realized it was a real skull of some kind. Not some Halloween Town plastic shit like he thought. Farron tried to steady himself on the hood of the El Camino and work the AR-15. Somebody with a metal pole ran up to him, and too late Farron realized it was a cattle prod. He tried to kick, and it hit him in the leg and jolted him clear to his balls, and he went down on his back, involuntarily. The masked man threw the prod aside and came thrusting downward with another fancy knife, but Farron scrambled under the El Camino and popped up on the other side, shooting. Farron could hear a low keening from the front seat, and realized it was the young woman, but couldn't do anything but kill everyone in front of him and hope she would get it together enough to finally run away. Some woman in a flowing red robe rose from behind a bank of computer monitors and started saying some shit Farron couldn't hear between the rumbling of the El Camino and the sounds of gunshots and the keening of the young woman and the screams of the dying. He shot her, thinking the rest of them might stop fighting when they saw it, but they didn't, and somebody stabbed Farron up around the collarbone, and the blade deflected off and screeched across the El Camino's paint job. The Glock was out of ammo, and so was the AR-15, and now he wished he hadn't thrown that Remington shotgun on the ground. But it was all right. He felt about done. But then he started thinking about what that young woman, or even his daughter, or both of them, could do with a bag of money. And he grabbed the guy who stabbed him around the neck and beat his head onto the car hood until he dropped the bloody knife. Then Farron took it and tried to slit the guy's throat, but it skittered off the bone of the guy's mask. And then he thought maybe this was just a shitty knife and threw it on the ground. He picked up the cattle prod and used the business end on some asshole with a big hook knife and then swung at the computer monitors, and it sparked and sputtered and, surprising everyone, started a fire. Then there was a sharp pain in his back, and he half turned and saw somebody whose wolf mask was half hanging off was stabbing him with a scalpel from the table full of medical instruments. And it was some guy he had seen 100 times jogging on the historical trail out where the old railroad had been. Then Farron got pissed, because it was one thing to die in the line of duty, and it was another thing to die of 1,000 cuts from a bunch of dirtbags who got all their ideas from beating off to death metal videos. So he headbutted the guy and clawed at his scalpel but couldn't get it loose. He heard a loud ch-ch behind him and saw some douchebag holding a Mossberg pump-action shotgun pointed at him. Farron grabbed the barrel and forced it upwards, until he forced it under the guy's chin. The blast showered Farron with gore, but he had lost track of whose blood was whose. There was somebody running away from the growing flames, and Farron brought the barrel of the Mossberg down on his head, and the guy stumbled and fell. Farron wiped blood from his eyes and didn't see anyone else running or moving at all, just the steady red lights looking at him from every angle of the room. And so he lay down next to the last corpse and let the fire warm his feet and waited to see if anything else would happen. Unfortunately, Farron woke up not in that red room, but in a white room, the county hospital, and there was a little boombox covered in stickers on the bedside table, and his wife was talking on the radio, and he knew that the boombox belonged to his daughter, and she must have left it there, and he must be alive. His daughter came in and started crying, and he did too, not for the same reasons. After a few minutes he asked, "Who's the girl?" "They don't know yet," Abby said. "Everybody's somebody," her father whispered. "You're a meme again," Abby said, showing him her phone. The video was called Sleepy Cop Wakes Up, and somehow there was heavily edited video of the massacre at Comfort Farm. "What is this?" Farron asked, pushing the phone away. "You shouldn't be looking at that." "You busted up a red room. It's where they take girls to be tortured and people pay to watch it on the dark web." "The what?" "The bad part of the internet." "There was a good part?" "Somebody put the video out. They said they thought the red room was a hoax, so they were recording it, but they are probably just saying that now because they're trying to stay out of jail." "Speaking of which, that guy outside the door looks like a Fed." "I don't know what he is, Dad. I reckon he wants to talk to me." "He does, but I had to get in here first. By the way, Mom has your phone and is taking all your calls." "She's doing what?" "The password is still your anniversary, Dad." Okay, what calls?" "People want to interview you. Pay for your story. A big podcast called." "What's that?" "It's on the internet." "You can get paid for that?" Abby snuck a glance at the door, where the man in the dark suit and red tie loomed. "Dad, I think they want your help." "I'm not a cop anymore." "The town council extended you. Mom got on the radio and raised hell because you were all stabbed and whatever and weren't going to have any insurance." Farron felt like crying again. It had to be the drugs. Well, she's a good woman. The town council still sucks. They only extended it till December 31st. Farron tried to shrug. "Small victories." Farron closed his eyes, and when Abby left and the Fed came in, Farron was sound asleep.
The Pumpkin King by David O'Hanlon.
Barley and Clyde Sawyer were not the nicest men in Boucher, Arkansas. If they were, they never would have found themselves in my employment. The rural community of Boucher was somewhere between a large town and a small city and had attracted, throughout its years, a veritable rogues gallery ranging from petty thieves to serial killers. The Sawyer cousins fell somewhere in the middle of that spectrum. The boys worked any number of odd jobs, but often supplemented their income by creative means. The cousins were the perfect partnership, seeing as Barley was strong as an ox and Clyde was, well, almost as smart as one. What Clyde lacked in intelligence he made up for in loyalty and tenacity, qualities found rarely in men of his ilk, if they're ever found at all. Clyde brought a heart of gold to the team, fool's gold as it may have been, and damned if he wasn't the best shot I've ever known. Barley, on the other hand, was not. In fact, if the boy managed to hit the broadside of a barn, you could safely bet he'd been aiming for the opposite direction. Luckily for him, he was hellfire in a brawl. Barley also served as the thinker of the two, a meager accomplishment to be sure. It was, as it turns out, Barley's bright idea that led the boys to my doorstep. My name is Barnabas A. Lambert, and I will do my best to relate to you the events that would later bring me to employ Barley and Clyde. Some of the details may have been exaggerated in their recollections, so please try not to hold that against me. I'm only telling you how I heard it. Well, some bitch, Clyde, Barley said. He said it a lot. It was only by the inflection that Clyde Sawyer knew exactly how to take it. The slow, drawn-out tempo of the catchphrase told him Barley was not at all impressed by the turn of events. Clyde never missed a shot, not even on purpose. It was like every bullet he fired magically found the bullseye. The fat man's head leaked across the truck bed. Could have at least wrapped him in plastic, Barley griped. I ain't have none, Clyde wheezed and dug in his pocket for his inhaler. That bastard weighs a ton, and I had to pick him up all by my lonesome. If you hadn't shot him in the head, you wouldn't have to pick him up at all. Barley grabbed the man's collar and jerked him out of the back of the truck in 3 tries. The body poured over the tailgate into a contorted heap. Ugh! He squirted brain juice on me. I didn't say anything about shooting him. Ain't say nothing about not shooting him either. Clyde straightened the corpse out. Things got a little out of hand. I had to improvise. Out of hand my ass. You just needed to give him the brick and get the bag of money. Clyde sighed. I got the money, and we can sell the brick again. Ain't the point, Clyde. Barley shook his head. What kind of drug dealers can't be trusted to keep their word? Clyde scratched his head. All of them, I reckon. Well, that shit's gotta change. Barley grabbed the man's ankles. Lift with your knees, we ain't got no workman's comp. Clyde hooked the body under the arms, and they began the arduous trek down the levee with their portly cargo. Thanks to Clyde's hair trigger and Barley's short temper, the duo was getting good at disposing of unwanted bodies, a skill they sold to others as well. Clyde, make me a promise. Barley wrestled to fix his grip around the gargantuan thighs. What's that, Barley? Make the fat ones run a bit before you shoot them. Clyde laughed and lost his grip, sending Barley and the body rolling to the bottom of the incline. He stopped laughing when he heard the splash and trotted down quickly. Barley shook off the water and unraveled the plastic sheeting from his pocket in silence. Near silence, anyhow. A low hiss alerted them to another presence. Clever bastard. Clyde pointed behind Barley. That's the same one as last time. The alligator inched closer, but stayed to the water's edge. Gators were smart critters and knew the sound of the Sawyer's 1978 Dodge Warlock meant a free meal was coming. Barley laid the sheet out and rolled the man onto it. If they're working, they might as well be getting paid for it, Barley said, and unsheathed the knife from his boot. Hell, we might even get a couple of them to keep at the house. Be a damn sight better than coming way out here to dump a body. Barley ripped open the man's shirt and set about the grim task of hollowing the corpse, while Clyde went up top to retrieve the bags of landscaping rocks. By the time the younger Sawyer brought the duffel bag back, Barley was finished with his end. Barley tossed a kidney to the gator to thank him for waiting patiently, while Clyde stuffed the body with stones. They wrapped the plastic around the man and secured it with duct tape before loading him into the camouflaged John boat. As they rowed away, the gator went for the viscera left ashore. The channel wound around a series of bends and into the maze of swamps that occupied the southeast of Fagin County. There was little in the way of civilization in that nook of the natural state. Barley and Clyde paddled until they reached a tiny island known locally as Frog's Ass, so called because it was bare and wet as an amphibian's behind. Arkansans can be quite colorful in their colloquialisms. They rolled the body into the water before mooring the boat to the ramshackle pier. Frog's Ass used to be a popular spot with the peculiar church of Ebenezer Witt. The sinister minister and founder of the nearby community of Witt's End was something of a local boogeyman. The Spanish flu found its way into the tiny village and spread amongst the congregation, like wildfire. At least, that's what they say. Fact of the matter is, like most stories in the South, there's the truth, and then there's what really happened. Whichever version you believe, the ending is the same. Everyone in Witt's End died. Badly. As the years went on, some of the yokels began venturing to Frog's Ass to party without the nuisances of local law enforcement. Reports of strange occurrences were rampant, as were the disappearances. The island, not much larger than a Walmart, was eventually forgotten about except by those of ill repute. Those like Barley and Clyde. The boys got off the boat and stretched their legs. Rusted beer cans poked out of the dirt like headstones of fun times long since dead and served as the only proof anyone had ever come to the isle before them. They didn't use the small motor when carrying anything of legal ambiguity, and the 2 hours of rowing took its toll, so they rested on the island whenever their work took them so far into the wetlands. Barley laid back and let the cool mud soothe his tired muscles. A single cloud drifted lazily across the full moon. "Hey, Barley," Clyde called as he urinated noisily against a stone protrusion. "Come look at this." "I reckon I'll pass." Barley sat up and pulled his shirt back. "Best keep it away from the water, though. Some snapper might think that little white wiggler of yours is a minnow and bite it right off." "This is why you ain't got no friends, Barley." Clyde's zipper punctuated the statement. "I meant, come look at what I was peeing on." "This better be good." Barley left his flashlight sticking out of the mud and joined his cousin. He took off his ball cap and scratched at his shoulder-length hair. "Yep, that's, definitely interesting." "It's one of them devil altars, that's what it is," Clyde informed him. "That's just lies they tell in movies, Clyde." Barley felt the carved lines of the knee-high stone pillar. "The pentagram means good things, most of the time. Folks use it to symbolize the 5 wounds of Christ, for example. It's even big in China." "Damn, you always learning me something, cuz." Clyde spat tobacco juice across it and inspected it with his penlight. "So this is a good thing, then?" Barley checked his watch and grunted. "Well, Clyde, I don't reckon this one is, actually." "How's that?" "You see, Clyde, we was here 2 nights ago, and it weren't." "That's a bit worrisome." Clyde leaned over closer to the symbol. "Maybe we just overlooked it." "Could be." Barley snugged his hat back on his head. "But it's been Halloween for about 3 hours now, and it's a full moon, and I'd much rather we didn't fuck around with the pentagram in the swamp if it's all the same to you." "Big Barley scared of an old star? Ain't that something?" Clyde pointed at the indentation in the center of the star. "What you reckon that is?" "Looks like a hand. Let's get back to the house. We promised we'd do them hayrides for the kiddies tonight." Barley turned to leave. "And don't touch the—" A cypress exploded in a flash of lightning across the swamp. The animals went silent, like scolded children cowering before an angry mother. Barley rubbed his eyes to clear the spots from his vision. Frog's Ass shuddered twice, and the muddy bank bubbled. The ground shook again, and Barley's boots sunk into the liquefying soil beneath him. He exhaled sharply and shook his head before looking back at his cousin. Clyde's jaw was hanging open, and his hand was pressed firmly in the middle of the bizarre altar. "Well, some bitch, Clyde!" The carved star glowed brightly, and the younger Sawyer jumped away, immediately sinking into the island up to his knees. Barley plodded over quickly as he could and pulled him free. They made slow progress to the John boat as the ground sucked at their legs, trying to pull them inside. The edge of Frog's Ass dissolved into drifting clumps of muck as the landmass became nothing more than sludge and broke apart before them. The remnants of the dock collapsed entirely. "I told you not to touch it!" Barley exclaimed. "But you knew I was gonna." The island broke away in a flash and dumped them into the swamp. Barley clung to Clyde's back, trying to stay afloat. Barley swam slightly better than a boulder, after all. A pillar of fog rose from the dying island, crackling with its own lightning storm inside its swirling mass. The moon dimmed and, over the symphony of horrid destruction, the Sawyers could hear something much worse. It wasn't laughter, as we'd call it, but rather the perverse imitation of the act by a thing born in a place where joy did not exist. Clyde took great motivation in this and got them to the boat right quick. Barley kicked his feet to keep his head above the black water while Clyde submerged and cut them free of the shattered dock. They clambered inside the boat, and Clyde shook water from his inhaler for 3 puffs of salvation. The remains of Frog's ass drifted, lazily in all directions, and the tower of fog spread out across the sky, blotting out the moon for all of Fagin County. "Think that's a bad omen, Barley?" Clyde spat swamp water. Barley clicked the switch of the spotlight mounted on the nose of the boat and shined it across the swamp. A piece of plastic sheeting reflected it back as it floated away. Bubbles popped next to the boat, and a pudgy face rose silently above the water. Water streamed through the bullet hole like a broken faucet. The man gripped the rim of the boat and jerked it down, sending Clyde into the water with him. Clyde bobbed up in time to see the obese corpse breaststroking to his revenge, zombie teeth snapping at the air in anticipation of Clyde's flesh. Clyde shut his eyes tight. The trolling motor hummed to life, and he knew Barley was skinning out before the corpse could eat him too. Then the motor bogged down in an entanglement, whining as it tried to break free. Sticky chunks pelted Clyde's face. Barley must have gotten stuck in the broken remains of the isle, Clyde feared. The Revenant would have his vengeance on both the Sawyers soon enough. Clyde opened his eyes and watched the headless body sink into the swamp for the second time that night. Barley shut off the motor and slung it over his shoulder with a grin. "You swimming home, or you want to get yourself in the boat?" Barley remounted the motor to its bracket. Clyde pulled himself in and sighed. "There's a chance this might be my fault." The rest of the day was without further zombie attacks, and the boys felt assured the incident at Frog's Ass was an isolated one. With it being Halloween, they didn't have any jobs lined up and focused on the evening's task, preparing their truck for the hayrides. The Dodge Warlock growled into the daycare's gravel parking lot. Barley stepped down from the lifted pickup, and the much shorter Clyde slid out. The screen door swung open and clacked against the siding as she came out to meet them. Barley stumbled, drawing an amused snort from Clyde. Everyone in Boucher was in love with Maud Beaumont. The streaks of green cascading through her blonde French bob shimmered in the late afternoon sun. She waved to the cousins with her slender fingers dancing playfully, and smiled in the way that only she can. It was a tactic that melted the hearts and befuddled the minds of men across the county. One had to be careful with Maud, for if you looked into the depths of her eyes, you might not ever return in the same manner you left, as was the case with Barley Sawyer, who fell into those eyes in the 7th grade and found himself perpetually entwined around those playful, slender fingers. I must admit, I myself have fallen for her charms on some occasion, which has kept the boys employed and alive. As he rounded the vehicle, Barley spotted a hunk of brain clinging to the tailgate and quickly tossed it into the bushes before Maud could see it. She'd convinced Barley to pull the trailer through Driscoll's corn maze for the daycare's annual hayrides. 3 trips through the field and Barley would be in a position to finally admit his love for Maud. Though he wouldn't, because he'd been in that position on at least 33 different occasions and chickened out every time. "Hi, Barley," Maud said, sweeter than Georgia tea. "And Clyde, of course. Are you all set for the rides?" "Howdy, Maud." Clyde pulled the trailer hitch from the bed of the truck and slotted it into the bumper. "We are now. Is Driscoll gonna send them damn scarecrows out this year?" "Just like every year since 1963, Maud assured him. "Fuck," Clyde's face soured. "I don't like them. Not one bit. Ain't no reason Halloween needs to be scary. After all, we're taking little kids through that maze." "Language, Clyde." Barley shook his head. "I can't take you nowhere." "I'm used to him by now," Maud smiled and gestured to the trailer with its square holes arranged into benches amidst a bed of loose straw. "I figure we can take them in groups of 10, except the pre-K kiddos. There's 11 in that bunch." "Sounds like you got it all planned out," Barley smiled and took his trucker cap off. "Will you be riding in the truck with me? Me and Clyde, I mean, unless you'd be more comfortable if it were just you and me. Clyde don't mind riding in the back none. Clyde's face twisted in confusion. I definitely mind riding where them scarecrows can see me. Man up, Clyde, Barley's shoulders sagged. I reckon I mean to ask if you'd like to ride up front with me is where I was going with that. I was thinking Clyde could sit up front where he's safe. Maud squeezed Barley's arm. And that you might like to ride with me in the back. I even got a special Halloween blanket we can sit on. Maud looked up at him with those damned blue-green eyes and Barley went toppling down into them. His affirmation came out in a squeaky, bashful yip of excitement, and he quickly set about moving the truck and getting the trailer hitched to it, while Maud went inside to prepare the plastic pails the kiddies would be carrying on the ride. Clyde wrestled loose bales into the bed of the Warlock for Barley and Maud to ride on. The first carloads of kids pulled into the parking lot and went inside to get their baskets. Clyde slipped the aluminum bat from under the seat and patted it against his palm. The hell you need a baseball bat for? Barley asked. Well, I reckon we got attacked by a zombie this morning, and I might have sank an island after fiddling with that magic doohickey, so we should have some protection tonight. Clyde beamed with pride for his forward thinking. There's also the time to think about it. What about the time, Clyde? Barley checked his watch. It's 5:45. Exactly, cuz. Clyde pointed up at the sun, or where it should have been anyhow. Why is it dark already? Barley looked at the dense blanket of clouds folded across the sky. Somewhere beyond the fluffy barrier, the sun struggled to come through, staining them a hellish red. The screams of excited children swarming out of the daycare interrupted the cousins. The little gremlins piled into the trailer with their haggard parents shuffling behind to wish them a plentiful bounty. Maud strode up to them. Barley, forgetting the rest of the world existed, lifted her gingerly into the bed of the truck before joining her. He leaned over the edge and tugged Clyde to him by the collar. It's probably just a storm blowing in, but keep your eyes open nonetheless. He glanced over his shoulder at Maud before turning back to his cousin. Give me your gun. I ain't bring one. Barley stared at Clyde until he begrudgingly pulled the revolver from his boot and handed it up to him. Don't know why you want it, Clyde said. You shoot straight as the letter S. Just drive, and watch out for the dead. Clyde made the turn into the corn maze. Sure enough, Driscoll's scarecrows were waiting at the entrance. The whole Driscoll clan was there as well, tossing candy into the trailer to the joyous wails of the children. They were deep into the maze before the lightning started. Clyde slowed the truck to a crawl and watched the clouds crackle with tangerine bolts of electricity. He mashed the brakes and put her in park before leaning out the window to whistle for Barley. He jerked a thumb up at the storm. Barley stood up and looked to the clouds. They rolled like waves, cresting in saffron strobes. The laughter echoing from around them turned into harmonious singing, a hymn known only to the forgotten cult of Wit's End. The stalks rustled with sudden excitement. Clyde sucked his finger and held it to the sky. Ain't no wind blowing, Barley. He slipped out of the cab with his bat in hand. Nope, there sure ain't, Clyde. Barley climbed down from the truck and looked to Maud. Best you wait here, my dear. The minuscule forms, adorned in temple garments, ambled out of the maze, not much higher than Barley's waist, with pumpkins resting atop their scrawny shoulders. Clyde took tentative steps toward the nearest of the infernal carolers and swung for the fences. The singing stopped in a collective gasp as they watched one of their number drop flat. Well, some bitch, Clyde! Barley pulled the pistol and kept it trained on the mob. You can't just go whacking little kids with a bat for being creepy! Weren't no kid. Clyde pointed to the shattered remains of the pumpkin and slithering worms oozing out of the neck. It's an imp. They're like goblins, but they serve a... Oh shit. Serve a what, Clyde? Barley asked. An earth-shattering roar answered. The imps shrieked in agreement. A vine whipped out of the maze and twisted around Barley's legs, jerking him under the truck. He screamed for help, clutching the cornstalks while the vine pulled tighter. He drew the pistol and fired into the maze. Still, the vine fought against him, snapping the stalks and pulling him deeper inside. Clyde found himself swinging at the swarm of charging imps, unable to aid his cousin. Maud jumped into the trailer and ushered the terrified children into the truck bed. Stay here. We're leaving soon, she promised them. The tire iron screeched across the bed as she pulled it to her and joined Clyde in the game of demonic whack-a-mole. More gunshots cracked in the maze. Clyde cursed the whole situation and smashed another pumpkin, spraying Maud with the wriggly contents. She swiped the worms from her hair and slapped Clyde hard enough to dislodge the tobacco glob. Watch where you're swinging, she shouted. We need to get these kids out of here and rescue Barley. You got a plan for this? Barley does the planning. Clyde kicked one of the creatures between the legs and laughed as it collapsed. Imp's got nards too. That's not helpful. Get in the truck and tell them crotch dumplings to hold tight. Clyde winked. I think I got me a plan after all. The warlock bounced violently through the field, following the bent and broken path of Barley's abduction. The truck was designed for off-road shenanigans, but the trailer slid and twisted, tossing hay bales into the field like mortar fire. The truck jerked hard, narrowly missing Barley as they caught up with him. Clyde pulled the truck alongside Barley and grabbed the chrome Nerf bar. "This is not a plan," Maud shouted as she tried to keep the kids from bouncing out of the truck. "Well, it's working like one," Clyde shouted. Clyde leaned out the window. "Told you, Barley! You can't shoot for shit! Now hold on!" Clyde jerked the wheel and pulled Barley away from the vine, snapping the tendril in two. The agonizing scream drowned out the roar of the warlock's big engine. Clyde stopped the truck and got out. Barley handed him the revolver and went to check on the kids and Maud. Clyde opened the cylinder and cursed. "Only left me one bullet?" he asked. "You ain't never needed more than one." Barley climbed into the truck bed and tried soothing the children. "What do imps serve, Clyde?" A wall of corn dropped away with a swish, and two scarecrows staggered forward with scythes held high. Maud hopped out of the truck and cocked the tire iron back. Hellfire burned in the mouths of their jack-o'-lantern heads. Barley broke a board free of the warlock's bedrail and joined Maud. "You boys can fuck right off," Maud warned them. They didn't listen. They reaped the air with their blades and ambled closer, side by side in their pursuit. The gunshot silenced the wails of terrified kiddos. The two pumpkins wilted, and their fire spread, engulfing the straw bodies. "I hate scarecrows." Clyde spun the pistol on his finger and blew smoke from the barrel. "Barley's right. I ain't never needed more than one bullet." Lightning crashed to the ground in scores. The maze ignited in their wake, and twisting vines curled out of the flames like snakes seeking mice. The ground split open, crazing in fissures that stretched the boys and Maud. The sulfuric fumes rising out from them stung their nostrils and brought tears to their eyes. "Imps serve the royal family of hell," Clyde grumbled. "How do you know that?" Maud whispered. "Learned it from the YouTube." Clyde pressed a wad of tobacco into his lip. "Really wish you ain't wasted my bullets, Barley." "I was trying not to get killed, Clyde." Barley hoisted the 2x4. The 3-story jack-o'-lantern tore out of the earth on the verdant, coiling vines sprouting from the white fuzz along its spongy orange belly. A great guffaw resonated from the pulpy mouth of the beast, matched by the torso of a man rising where its stem should have been. Tiny gourds grew out of his flesh like tumors, and more greenery sprouted amongst his white hair.
"I was Ebenezer Witt, prophet of the Ascendant One, Homadai,"
he bellowed.
"For as the angels fall, so shall the demon rise."
"That sounds bad," Barley whispered. Maud ran over to the truck bed. "Kids, I'm gonna need y'all to get on down from there and sit in the trailer nice and sweet. Can you do that? Just like when we play the quiet game."
"For my sacrifice and the lot of 500 souls, I am beyond the limitations of the flesh,"
the creature continued.
"I am the Pumpkin King, Pontifex of the Temple of the Blight, and the Harbinger of Famine."
Clyde spat tobacco juice down a fissure. "How about you come on down off your pumpkin, and Barley'll just go ahead and whoop your ass?" Barley nudged him with a board. "Why me?" "Damn it all to hell, Barley." Clyde threw his hands in the air. "I took care of them scarecrows, and Maud helped with the imps. Carry your weight some." The vines lashed out, and Barley rolled away from them. He tossed the board aside, switching it out for one of the sickles lying on the ground. Clyde wasn't as nimble. The creeper constricted around his narrow figure. The blade flashed before him. Chlorophyll sprayed his face as the tentacles shrank away. "What did YouTube say about killing this guy?" Barley swiped at vines, cracking like whips at the boys. "Need virgin blood." Clyde jumped over a fissure and grabbed the other scythe. "I think we're in trouble then," Barley grunted. "Got a whole trailer full, I reckon." Clyde cut down an attacking appendage. "We're not feeding the kiddos to the pumpkin." Barley grabbed Clyde's collar and swung him to safety as the field cracked open beneath them. "I'm never gonna get a second date now."
"Fools."
The Pumpkin King lunged forward, the jack-o'-lantern mouth stretched wide, unleashing a wave of orange and green bugs. Millions of aphids poured across the ground, their tiny bodies sliding across one another like sand in an hourglass. "This is entirely your fault, Clyde! I told you not to fiddle with that damn thing!" Barley stomped at the early arrivals. The cousins stood back to back while the famished horde besieged them. The Warlock's engine revved, rumbling through the smokestack exhausts. The aphids slowed their advance and halted altogether when the engine roared again. The cousins looked at the truck. The rumble of the motor shook the gold-striped body. Through the window they saw Maud, wringing the steering wheel in her fists, as she pumped the accelerator in an uneven rhythm. The aphids turned, the movement imperceptible on account of their size, and seemed to rewind with the coriaceous flesh of the Pumpkin King. The Warlock's tires spun, flinging dirt across the kids hunkering in the unhitched trailer before jumping forward. The engine roared like a lion pouncing at its prey. The bull bars struck the cottony peach fuzz growing along the demon's belly. The rind collapsed under the full force of the redneck limousine's V8. The cousins, dumbfounded more than usual, stared at the brake lights glowing within the moment it took the whole thing to collapse on top of it. The house-sized gourd putrefied in a puddle of pie filling that heaped over the truck, swallowing it like the tide takes the beach. The pickup pulled out in reverse, its smokestacks bubbling hot pumpkin puree as it slid in a J-turn beside the Sawyers. Maud jumped down from the driver's seat. Orange goop covered her body and dripped from her hair down her stained blouse. She wiped her lips and muttered. Clyde left the windows down. "Maud," Clyde started, and then snorted with restrained laughter. "You look gorgeous." "Fuck you, Clyde." Maud slapped her hands over her mouth and looked to the trailer. "I'm sorry, kids. Miss Maud shouldn't have used that word." Most of the children were sobbing or calling for their mothers. Others simply rocked silently. I'm sure they'll recover. Eventually. After all, nothing builds character like supernatural trauma in early childhood. I wouldn't be the man I am today if it weren't for such events. Barley watched the mutated form of Ebenezer Witt pulling himself out of the puddle, dragging his entrails behind him. Clyde charged at him with the scythe overhead. Witt slithered down a fissure. Clyde narrowly missed, sinking the curved steel blade into the earth. Clyde threw his trucker cap to the ground. "Damn it all to hell!" Tubular yellow flowers bloomed around the blade, and Barley knelt to inspect them. He plucked one and stood up. "Pumpkin flowers." He slipped it behind Maud's ear. "I reckon that means this ain't over yet." "Whatever comes next," Maud said, lacing her sticky fingers between his. "We can handle it, just like tonight." "How did we handle it?" Clyde asked. "Aphids don't like acoustic stressors, so I used the truck to drive them away." Maud pointed at the remains of the former Pumpkin King. "And that was just a case of Phytophthora blight, obviously." "Obviously," Barley agreed. "You know, I was thinking, after we get these kiddos home, we should go on over to Orville." "Oh no," Clyde shook his head. "I know what you're going to say next. We ain't never going near that shack again." "What shack?" Maud asked. "There's an old woman that lives in the woods outside of Orville," Barley said. "She's a witch, or a ghost. We ain't too sure which one. She used to scare the bejesus out of us as kids. She'll be able to shine some light on what Clyde done did." "I ain't going." Clyde crossed his arms. "You know what happens when you mess with ghost witches?" Maud shook her head, splattering Barley with pumpkin juice. "Me neither, and we ain't finding out. I draw the line." Clyde swiped his hand, making an invisible line in front of him. Barley hitched the trailer and got behind the steering wheel with Maud snuggled up against him. Clyde pouted on a bale of hay next to the kids while they drove out of the corn maze. They told the parents the scarecrows had been extra scary that year and promised the children would stop crying. Eventually. Then they headed out across the old highway to Orville to see the crone of Cock's Call Holler. I told you, they got some colorful names for things in Arkansas. It was Barley's bright idea to see the crone, and it was that idea that brought them to my door. Sometimes, things just work out. And that's the story of how Barley and Clyde first met the Pumpkin King. It might not all be true, but that's how I heard it. Another Mischief Night by Shane Migliavacca. Fresh from nursing school, Kay Ferris had only been at Forbes Sanitarium for 3 months. Yet, she was already sure she'd never get used to that building, or the psychotics that dwelled within. Lightning flashed outside, its crooked fingers searching for the ground. Halloween was a few days away, but for Kay, it may as well be tonight. The dark hallways and stillness of Level 5 were creeping her out, and the damn storm wasn't helping matters. Dr. Chandler had all the patients on Level 5 sedated early, something to be thankful for, she thought, as she made her rounds. But with the storm, it really was the only course of action, as bad weather tended to knock out the sanitarium's power. And since the doors were locked electronically, if the power went out, all the doors would unlock. The cheapskates in charge refused to pay for a backup generator. She stopped. Ahead was the end of the hall, and the last door on the left behind which sat Patient 15. Patient 15, that girl in the mask, Amanda Williams, she was worse than all the others. The girl just sat there, day and night, in her white mask, never making a sound. Chandler, who had treated the girl since she'd first arrived, said she wore the mask out of shame. Shame that her brother was murdered in a botched robbery while she stood by, paralyzed with fear. Kay heard noises coming from the room, late at night. Not surprising, since Amanda was the only patient that was never sedated, as Chandler felt it unnecessary. Kay suspected the old man thought of the girl as a daughter. She chuckled, picturing them sitting down for a Sunday dinner. She started down the hall again when there was a bright flash of lightning, followed by a loud crash of thunder. The lights dimmed before finally flickering back on. Spooky shit, huh? Kay jumped. She spun around to see Johnny Earl behind her. The husky orderly smirked, and she felt her face turning red. What? Down there. The last cell. His loud booming voice trailed off into a whisper. Patient 15. I guess, Kay shrugged, not wanting to let on how freaked the girl made her feel. All the ghosts and goblins will be coming out soon, he made eerie sounds. I can protect you. Save the trick-or-treat shit for Halloween night, Johnny Earl. Thank God Halloween was on a Saturday this year, Kay thought, safe in the knowledge that she had the day off. Hey, I'm sorry. How about I make it up to you? He touched her arm, making Kay flinch. There's some empty rooms downstairs. We could, take a little break. She pulled away from the big orderly. Not a chance. Stuck-up bitch, Kay heard him mumble as she walked away. Smiling at his disappointment, she walked back to the nurse's station. An older nurse sat watching a small TV which sat next to a large jack-o'-lantern. Lightning flashed, causing the lights to dim again. The woman looked up as Kay approached. Don't worry. The older woman took out a cigarette, lighting it up. Happens every time there's a big storm. A sinister laugh erupted from the TV. 31 Days of Halloween will return with Jesse James meets Frankenstein's daughter after these horrendous arcane adverts. Mrs. Bradley was the senior nurse on the 5th floor, which meant she could do whatever the hell she wanted, so the old nurse spent her shift watching old horror movies and smoking. How are all our little chickadees? Sleeping. Good. Mrs. Bradley coughed. Sit down for a bit. They ain't going anywhere. Kay sat, stifling a cough. She hadn't talked to the older nurse much since starting at Forbes. Bradley intimidated her, and Kay had heard stories from the other nurses that the old woman could be quite the tyrant if you crossed her. So Kay did as she was told and kept her head down. You like it here? She felt her throat tighten as Kay strained to think of the appropriate words. It's a shithole, Mrs. Bradley laughed. Don't worry about trying to kiss my ass and say this is a great place. Do your job, put in your time, and if you're smart, you'll use this as a stepping stone. After a few moments of silence, Kay worked up the courage to ask a question. How come you stayed? Before answering, the old nurse tapped some ash into a coffee cup. Big fish, small pond. If I'd gone somewhere else, I'd have to start over again. Johnny Earl sauntered towards them. Well, Nobody told me it was break time. He made a hurt face. Standing, Kay adjusted her uniform. Well, back to it. She walked by Johnny Earl, giving him the cold shoulder. Kay could feel them both watching her as she walked away. She listened to the squeak of her sneakers on the cold linoleum floor. Outside, lightning flashed, the brightest one yet. On its heels was a building shaking rumble as the thunder rolled above the earth. The lights flickered and hummed again before going out. This time, they remained dark. Oh fuck, Kay muttered to herself. She stood alone in the hallway, darkness surrounding her. Kay used the faint light from outside to find the wall. Slowly, feeling along the wall, her hand glided over the concrete of the wall and the metal of the doors. She continued on this way, until she bumped face first into the wall at the hall's end. Embarrassed, Kay headed back. She could see the pumpkin grinning there by the now dark TV. A fiery face grinning at her. A beacon in the dark. Another sharp blast of lightning revealed the older nurse sitting there in her chair. Kay's eyes strained to adjust after the bright flash of light. "This is really something," Kay said, feeling a little better in the veteran's presence. "I'm sure the power will be back on soon, right?" Unable to see but the faintest outline of the older nurse, Kay turned the face of the jack-o'-lantern towards the woman. "Mrs. Bradley?" The woman's head slumped to the side, her eyes open and wide. Her swollen tongue hung limp from her mouth, which was frozen in a silent scream. Nearly tipping over her own feet, Kay backed away. What should she do? Find Johnny Earl? Call the cops? Slowly turning, Kay came face to face with a blank white face mask. Narrowed eyes sized her up from behind it. "Amanda!" was all Kay could spit out before the strong, muscular hands gripped her by her throat, lifting her off the ground. Amanda's eyes met Kay's. Cold, deep, and somehow innocent. Suddenly, there was a deafening crack, and it was over. Kay's body hit the linoleum floor with a dull thud. Amanda stepped over the body without a second glance. She had much to do. Kyle Williams felt guilty as he put on his Halloween costume. Amanda would want him to go out, have a good time. The thought of her made him touch the side of his face as he ran his hand over the scar on his cheek. If only he'd done something to help her that night. "Come on, lead ass!" Trevor, his impatient roommate, stood in the door, dressed as Dracula. "Them wild women ain't waiting forever." "Sure, almost done." Truthfully, he was glad to be going. It was a chance to get out of the dorm instead of sitting around by himself while everybody had fun. "I can't believe you're going as a hobo." "I'm not a hobo," Kyle groaned. "I'm Doctor Who." "I've seen Doctor Who. He doesn't dress like a hobo." "The second one did." Trevor shook his head. "Whatever, man. I'll take your word for it. Let's go." As they pulled up the driveway, Kyle was amazed by just how many people were there. "Holy shit." "Got that right," Trevor said, looking for an open spot on the lawn to park. "I think the whole college is here, and then some." Finding a spot on the outer edge of the lawn, Trevor parked. They got out, both marveling at the lit-up 3-story house, Halloween lights crisscrossing its front. A pretty Latino woman in a revealing red dress and shoddy black wig, a close enough approximation of Sigourney Weaver from Ghostbusters, brushed past Kyle as he and Trevor made their way towards the house. "Sorry," she said, turning to look at Kyle before disappearing behind a van. "No prob," Kyle replied, watching her go. "Dude, she was checking you out." "Yeah, right." "Fuck, she was, trust me." "Really?" Trevor nods. "Go on, I'll be inside." Kyle hesitated for a moment before going to look for the girl in the red dress. Poking his head around the other side of the van, Kyle scanned the rows of parked cars. A guy, his hair pulled back into a ponytail, dressed in a karate gi, and a blonde girl in a cheerleader uniform stared at him as he prowled around looking for the girl. He headed back towards where they'd parked. It was like the girl had vanished into thin air. "Hey, over here!" Kyle turned to see the girl in the red dress leaning against a tree. "Hi," he stammered. She beckoned him over. "Kyle Williams?" "Yeah. Come with me if you want to live." "What?" "I always wanted to say that." A man cleared his throat, stepping from behind a tree. "Officer Mortez, we don't have time for shenanigans." The man rubbed his hands together. His thinning white hair was combed back. Kyle was very familiar with the little man. "Dr. Chandler?" Kyle said, perplexed. "What are you doing here? Did something happen?" The doctor stroked his chin. "Your sister escaped after killing 2 nurses and an orderly. And later she stole a car after killing a motorist," Mortez added. Kyle looked at the pair dumbfounded. "Why?" Mortez scanned the area. "Let's get to the car. We can talk about it there. I don't like being out in the open." She hustled them to an unmarked car. Kyle stopped. "What about Trevor? I don't want to just ditch him." Mortez pushed Kyle into the back seat in response. Chandler slid into the passenger seat just in time as Mortez peeled out. "How is this possible, Doc?" Kyle asked. "I thought she was harmless." "It's complicated. Something must have been triggered within her." As the doctor tried to explain his theory, Kyle became aware of the headlights bearing down on them. "Are we?" Mortez cut him off. "Being followed?" "Yes, since we left the party." "So you're a cop?" "Sure am," she said, their eyes meeting in the rearview mirror. "Great legs for a cop," Kyle said under his breath as he looked over his shoulder. Mortez took the radio from the dashboard. "Got the kid and the doc heading in. Over." "Kid?" Kyle mumbled. "I'm in college." Kyle could hear the other car gunning its engine as it accelerated before pulling up alongside them. Kyle made out an all-too-familiar face in the driver's seat. His sister's blank white face mask stared back at him. Amanda swerved the car into them. Mortez fought to keep the car on the road as they were struck again. "Why the hell is she doing this?" Kyle screamed over the scraping of metal. Mortez managed to shake off the other car for a moment, but Amanda hit the gas and rammed their car again. "Your sister is getting on my nerves," Mortez snapped. As Amanda continued her assault, Kyle leaned over the front seat. He looked at Chandler, who was sweating profusely. "Why is she doing this, Doc?" Chandler looked ready to faint. "She wants to kill you." Before Kyle had a chance to process this, Amanda sent their car flying off the road and into a ditch. Kyle wasn't sure which one of them was screaming at the top of their lungs, before he realized it was himself, as darkness descended upon him. "Hey, Great Gatsby, wake the fuck up!" He looked up to see Mortez hovering over him. As she pulled him up, he saw Chandler nursing a nasty gash on his forehead. "Where is she?" Kyle asked, feeling a sting of pain in his back. "Don't know. We gotta get out of here." Mortez pulled a pistol from her thigh holster, flashing a bit of leg. "I radioed in our situation. There's nobody close and I'm not hanging around here waiting for your crazy sister to show up." She popped the trunk open, rummaging around. She pulled out a tire iron and offered it to Kyle. "Merry Christmas, don't say I never gave you anything." He took it, turning the dingy-looking metal bar over in his hands. "If I can get close enough," Chandler spoke up. "You don't need violence." He pulls a syringe from his jacket. "I can sedate her." Mortez frowned. "We'll see, Doc. Can you walk okay?" I think so, officer." Kyle helped him forward as they headed into the tree line beyond the ditch. Mortez took point. Kyle leaned in close as he helped Chandler step over a tree root. "Why is she doing this?" "As you know, your sister believes you died in that home invasion," he wheezed between words. "Think of that time you visited her in the hospital, when she became agitated." Agitated was one way to say it, Kyle thought. He could still remember that day, not that long after that Halloween invasion. The doctor had ushered him into her room. Upon seeing him, Amanda had started screaming at the top of her lungs, a wild, terrified look in her eyes. Since then, his visits consisted of seeing her through two-way glass. The doctor cleared his throat before finishing. "What I learned is, your sister feels you're an imposter, a phony duplicate of her brother, a doppelganger." Kyle let the words sink in as they made slow progress through the heavily wooded area. His sister, the one he loved more than anything else in life, truly wanted to destroy him. Mortez motioned for them to stop. There's a field up ahead. Sit tight, I'll take a look. Not a good idea, Kyle replied. Chill, kid. I'm just going 5 feet. She slipped through the trees as Kyle shook his head. I'm not a kid. After a few minutes, Mortez came back. Looks like a farm in the distance. Can't tell if there's anybody there. I think it's our best bet. There might be a phone or a car. Beyond the trees was a large field overgrown with tall grass. As they started across, Kyle felt his heart beat faster. Amanda could be anywhere out there, lying in wait. The grass was over waist high, tall enough to conceal one very pissed-off sister. A cool autumn breeze rolled over the field. The grass swayed back and forth. Kyle's eyes darted back and forth as he gripped the tire iron tightly. Suddenly he caught a black shape off to their left in the field, just sitting. Moonlight gave it a vague, ominous shape. What the hell is that? What is what? Mortez asked. There, Kyle pointed with the tire iron. Tractor maybe, Chandler offered. They kept going. Like some great beast opening its eyes after a long slumber, headlights flooded the field as the dark shape roared to life, the car's tires peeling out as it shot forward towards the trio. Shit, Mortez spat as she took aim. She fired off a round as the car screamed towards her. Mortez dove to the side as the car barreled by, heading straight towards Chandler and Kyle. Kyle grabbed Chandler and pushed the startled doctor to the ground and out of the car's path. The vehicle spun around for another attempt. Kyle was running and screaming before he even realized what he was doing. All that he knew was he had to draw the car away from them. Amanda! Kyle screamed as he ran full tilt towards the farmhouse. Maybe there was something there he could stop his sister with. Adrenaline was the only thing fueling his fight. He ran, huffing and puffing until the world slipped out from beneath his feet and he fell face first on the grass. Regaining his wits, Kyle rolled at the last possible minute out of the way of the oncoming car. Screeching to a stop, the car now blocked his path to the farmhouse. Amanda met his gaze behind the wheel of the car. Getting to his feet, Kyle felt the sting of a skinned knee and a twisted ankle acquired from his tumble. Hobbling towards the barn, he heard the car slowly turn around. No rush. She had plenty of time to kill him. The brake lights bathed the landscape in a bloody red hue. The place looked deserted. A good thing no one else could get in his sister's path. Kyle pushed open the large barn doors. The headlights of the slowly approaching car at his back illuminated the dusty interior. Kyle entered the barn as the car crept further towards him. He could feel Amanda's eyes fixed on him, as well as the weight of the tire iron in his hand. He turned as the car lurched forward and stopped. Then moved forward again. It was halfway in the barn now. She was taunting him, playing with him. The high beam stung his eyes as the car drew closer. God damn it! Mortez pushed tall stalks of grass out of her way. When she'd gone down after the car had nearly clipped her, she'd lost her gun. A fucking rookie mistake. It had to be here somewhere. She glanced up across the field. The light from the car was still visible. Stay here, Doc, she ordered. I gotta help the kid. Chandler tried to say something, and she cut him off. You'll be a bigger help finding my gun. Take this, then. He handed her the syringe. It'll put her out quick. She took off running. If the kid was dead when she got there, Mortez would make sure his sister was too. Fucking knock her out. No going back to a nice cell for that bitch, she thought. If Chandler didn't like that, he could take it up with her captain. The car stopped a couple of feet from where Kyle stood. The roar of the great beast died as Amanda turned the engine off. The bright, blinding headlights faded, leaving spots in Kyle's eyes. Spots or not, he could see the pale white mask watching him from behind the wheel. Come on, he taunted. You want me? I'm right here. The car door swung open as Amanda exited the vehicle. Her eyes blazed behind the mask, studying him. It's me, Kyle said. Don't you recognize me, sis? As Amanda moved away from the car, Kyle could see she was holding a large knife in her blood-stained hands. He held out the tire iron at the end of his trembling arm. I don't want to hurt you, okay? She moved forward, her gaze never left him. I'm not some copy, you know. It's me, Kyle! Raising the blade, she advanced. Remember when Bobby Ivor stole my book bag? You threatened to kick his ass after school if he didn't give it back. Amanda stopped. Her eyes locked on him. Come on! There has to be something there, Kyle pleaded. Remember when you were hung up on by Stevie Lee? You were crying in your room, and I sat with you. You have to remember! She raised the knife over her head, ready to strike. Kyle touched the scar on his cheek. See this? That man did this. He lied about killing me to his buddy. He lied to save me. I didn't die that night. Amanda's hand shook. She started to lower the knife. Don't you fucking move, you crazy bitch. Mortez stood behind the car holding a broken board. Stay away, Kyle warned. Amanda turned towards the young cop and let out an inhuman howl. She leapt onto the car's roof in 2 swift movements. She crouched there, scraping the car's roof with her knife. Kyle rushed forward, trying to put himself between the two. He was too late as Amanda jumped off the car toward Mortez. Kyle caught a glimpse of the blade as the two women collided. The two struggled as Kyle tried in vain to separate them. Kyle was pushed away from the skirmish but managed to see Amanda stand, holding Mortez by the throat. His sister's fingers tightened like a constrictor on the cop's neck. For her part, the struggling Mortez managed to land a solid punch to Amanda's face, stunning the woman and cracking her mask in the process. But her grip remained firm. Let her go, Kyle pleaded. We can go home. I'll take you! Amanda let go of Mortez and turned to her brother. Half of her mask gave way, revealing the pale, beautiful face of a young woman. Still gasping for air, Mortez jammed the syringe into Amanda's shoulder. Amanda responded with a backhand that sent Mortez violently to the ground. She started to walk away from them, staggering as she went, until finally collapsing against the side of the car. Kyle took her in his arms, sliding her into the back seat of the car. What are you doing? Mortez asked, barely able to speak. I'm taking her home, he said, getting into the car. She'll kill you. We're family, he said, starting the car. Mortez could only lean weakly against the barn door and watch them drive off into the black October night.